Wait, let me sort it out. You said that my ancestor conquered a territory in the underworld and became one of the 12 lords of the netherworld. Now he's dead, and you want me to inherit the estate? In the park of Jalan City, Luwu looked at the little who was sitting on a small bench with an extremely serious expression in a daze. To be precise, while inheriting the legacy, you have to find a way to avenge your ancestor, because after his death, his former subordinates have betrayed you and divided up and plundered the territory that belonged to you. Luwu laughed dumbly. Kid, you must be visiting Chi-Dian a lot, right? You look just like me when I was a kid. I'm not kidding, your ancestor was once one of the most powerful beings in the underworld. In order to continue to expand his territory and unify the entire underworld, he died in the experiment of creating a war artifact. So you must inherit his will, unify the underworld, and become the emperor of the underworld. Luwu nodded solemnly this time, reached out and rubbed the little loli's head. Then how about coming to help me and become my right-hand man? Then we will fight the underworld and the heaven, and become the masters of the 3 realms. Hearing Luwu's words, the little loli suddenly became excited, looked at Luwu with a flushed face, and nodded vigorously. Okay, then tell your brother where your home is first. I'll send you back first, and I'll call you when I gather all the troops. The little girl's expression froze. Don't you believe me yet? Luwu shook his head decisively. Brother will definitely believe you. Wait for me to make a call in the next few days to borrow tens of thousands of troops from Qin Shi Huang, and then we will kill our way to the underworld. Hearing this, the little girl suddenly stood up from the small bench and hit Luwu's chest with her head. I'll let you lie to me. I'll let you lie to me. Luwu quickly pushed the little girl away, looking at the tiger teeth clenched tightly. With an angry look, he felt helpless in his heart. Come with me, I'll take you back. Where to? The underworld. Luwu was stunned. Child, you can't be so upset. Hearing this, the little girl raised her head, and the tiger teeth began to rub again. Then she took out a black object from her pocket and stuffed it into Luwu's hand. This is the Yin talisman. With it, you can go back and forth between Yin and Yang. This is a triangular talisman with a metallic texture and many twisted runes on it. It looks very strange, so Luwu couldn't help but take a closer look. Originally, Luwu wanted to ask if it was bought from Taba, but at this time, the little reached out and grabbed Luwu's hand holding the talisman, muttering something. Then a shocking scene happened to Luwu, because a black dot appeared in front of his eyes. This black dot expanded rapidly during the rotation, and a suction force came from the inside, pulling him in. A sense of weightlessness emerged, and just when Luwu was at a loss, a picture appeared at the end of the black passage, and then he was thrown out and fell on his. The dark sky, dark clouds rolled, a hazy blood moon hung high in the sky, and blood-colored drizzles sprinkled between heaven and earth. The scene in front of him made Luwu realize that he really traveled through time, and it was the legendary underworld. Looking back at the little, Luwu's lips trembled slightly. Is what you said true? The little girl put her hands on her hips proudly. What I said is true. This area is the territory of your ancestors, called Beiki, and is one of the 12 major regions of the underworld. This time Luwu really believed it, because everything in front of him proved that what the little girl said was true. Then I am the new lord of the mansion? One of the rulers of the underworld? Happiness came too suddenly, and Luwu was a little unable to accept it for a while, of course, even more unable to resist. Yes. You are the new king of Beiki, but before that, you have to find a way to take back the lost territory? Thinking of what the little girl said before, that the ancestor's territory seemed to be divided up by his subordinates after his death, Luwu's expression suddenly condensed. That must be done. Those bastards dared to betray my ancestors and must be punished. So did the ancestors leave me any peerless magic skills or something like that? Luwu looked at the little girl expectantly, waiting for his answer. No, the little girl shrugged. You know, the cultivation of every creature in the underworld is based on the accumulation of time. So, if you don't have 100,000 years of cultivation time, it's still difficult for you to reach the height of your ancestors. The little loli answered truthfully. Luwu was stunned. Do you have thousands of troops, elite cavalry, etc.? No, they all betrayed your ancestors after your ancestors died. You have nothing except this house? The little loli pointed to the palace that was obviously burned by the fire and almost abandoned. Then I'll take the hammer to take back the ancestors' territory. Luwu looked angry. No, you still have me. The little loli put her hands on her waist and said proudly. Hearing this, Luwu's eyes lit up again. I guess you should be very strong. The little loli shook her head and pouted. I fought with a ghost last time and was almost eaten. It's terrible. Luwu's eyes were dull. This legacy turned out to be a loli with negative combat power. What the hell is she still doing in the underworld? It's good enough if she doesn't get eaten. Seeing the disappointment on Lu Wu's face, the little girl smiled and took out a ring from her pocket. Your grandfather died in the final stage of creating the war artifact, but I helped him complete the last step, so you still have this artifact. Taking the hollow ring with a faint blue light flowing in the little girl's hand, Lu Wu was surprised. Is this thing powerful? The little girl nodded quickly. It's powerful, you try it. Lu Wu immediately put the war artifact on his index finger with anticipation. A blue light suddenly appeared and enveloped Lu Wu's whole body. The war artifact is activated and the identity of the wearer is being detected. The blood test is successful. The host is a descendant of the king of Baeki, and the war artifact is officially bound. Two prompts suddenly appeared in Lu Wu's mind, and at the same time, the description of the war artifact also flooded into his mind. According to the description, the artifact of war was created by an ambitious ancestor in order to unify the entire underworld. Its most powerful function is to create undead warriors. Moreover, this kind of undead warrior is condensed from the Yin energy that is everywhere in the underworld. It has almost no cost. As long as the soul exists, the body can be replaced at any time, achieving the purpose of near immortality. However, this ability has a prerequisite, that is, you must have enough souls to control, so that you can have countless immortal ghost soldiers to drive. After a moment of stagnation, Lu Wu's expression gradually regained clarity. How is it? Is it a great invention? The little loli said proudly. Actually, I just want to know where to find a lot of souls that can be driven. Lu Wu pointed out the key problem. Hearing this, the little loli was obviously stunned, her expression gradually stiffened, and tears began to appear in her eyes. Why didn't I think that this artifact seems to be useless without souls? Looking at the little loli with tears streaming down her face, Lu Wu had a headache. This ancestor was too unreliable. The concept of the artifact was good, but with his strength, where to find a bunch of souls, it was simply useless. Reaching out and rubbing the little loli's head, Lu Wu was about to say a few words of comfort, when suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind. By the way, are you also the developer of this artifact? The little girl rubbed her red eyes and nodded. Can you add some functions to the artifact? The little girl looked up in confusion. Lu Wu took out the info that went back and forth between yin and yang, and shook his hand in front of the little girl. Add the functions of this thing? It's not difficult, but is there any use? The little girl sobbed twice, as if trying to calm herself down. Lu Wu smiled. Do you know what I do in real life? The little girl took out a small notebook from her pocket, opened it and read. Lu Wu, 23 years old, the 365th descendant of the king of Baeki, has been in business for 3 years, but is still a loser. He opened a small game website with almost no clicks, and is still single. Lu Wu quickly stopped the little girl from muttering. You also know that I make games. Can I enrich the functions of this artifact, such as being able to extradite mortals in the world to the underworld by experiencing games, and let them become our undead warriors? As long as the game is popular enough, we can have countless warriors. The little girl thought seriously for a moment, and her eyes gradually lit up. Good idea. And when their bodies die, they can completely condense new underworld bodies, which is equivalent to resurrection in the game. The little girl's reaction surprised Lu Wu. He didn't expect that he would understand the true meaning of this method so quickly. Have you played games before? He asked subconsciously. I'm an old player of WoW. I've been playing for more than 300 years. The little girl put her hands on her hips again. Lu Wu was embarrassed. He didn't expect that the little girl was so old. But this is a big project. There must be a game system, such as tasks, malls, dungeons, professions, etc. Lu Wu said with some concern. Leave it to me. The function of the war artifact is not only to create undead warriors, but also to condense various things within Qi and soul power. It can create all kinds of game equipment and mall items. What is soul power? Lu Wu asked curiously. Soul power is the first indicator to measure whether a creature in the underworld is strong or not. It is equivalent to the spiritual power in the body of a cultivator. After all creatures in the underworld die, the soul power in their bodies will dissipate. This is a higher level of existence than Yin Qi. This made Lu Wu's eyes light up. Can our players kill other underworld creatures and deprive them of their soul power, and then absorb it? If we can do it, wouldn't it be equivalent to upgrading the characters in the game? No problem. The little loli patted her chest confidently. But it would be best if we could extract some commissions after the players kill the monsters, because soul power can speed up your cultivation speed, and can also be used to rebuild the Baeki King's palace. The biggest use is to use it as a reward for issuing tasks. The little loli's suggestion was exactly what Lu Wu originally intended to say, and he grinned. How about 20%? 30%? Then the two of them laughed. They did what they said. After determining the direction, Bailey, little, took Luwu into the ruined Baki Palace, and opened a secret door next to a burnt black pillar, and a passage leading to the underground appeared. After entering it, Luwu found that the underground was so huge that it was simply an underground palace. It was filled with various strange instruments, and it seemed to be a laboratory. After the introduction of Little, Luwu realized that this was the place where the ancestors developed the artifact, and Bailey was the only assistant of the ancestors who participated in the research and development of this artifact from beginning to end. Stepping into the laboratory, Little's expression suddenly became very serious. After letting Luwu wait for a while, she changed into a set of metal clothes that wrapped her whole body. After taking the battle ring handed over by Luwu, she began to run back and forth beside various instruments. During this period, Bailey used hammers, electric drills, brushes and other tools to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the ring, and then danced the god's enchanted spells, which made Luwu stunned. After about 2 hours of tossing and turning, Bailey took off his metal helmet and handed the modified battle ring to Luwu with a weak face. "It's ready now?" Luwu was a little bit unbelievable. It's not difficult to add these functions. Now the server for extraditing players has been built, and there are various data settings inside. It can be put into practice. Luwu put the ring on his hand doubtfully, and the manual of the artifact appeared again. Luwu was surprised to see the content. This is what he wanted, and Bailey's settings are richer than he thought. He even thought about how to extradite players from the world of the living for him. This made Luwu excited. "Thank you for your hard work." "Ha," I said, "I'm the best. Let's go try the function." Although he was very tired, Bailey still said excitedly. Because the new function gave Bailey hope, he felt that Luwu would definitely be able to rely on this function to restore the glory of the King of Baki. "Well, let's go," Luwu said and took Bailey's hand. Bailey, who was originally very free and easy, and looked very mature, suddenly blushed, then broke free from Luwu's hand and ran to the side. "I changed my lab clothes, you wait for me." A moment later, Bailey, dressed in a black short skirt and a gothic outfit, returned to Luwu's side again. Seeing the blush on Bailey's face that had not yet faded, Luwu smiled in his heart, took Bailey's hand again, and then activated the function added by the battle ring to go back and forth between yin and yang. A black vortex formed in front of him, and this time Luwu was no longer panicked, but was sucked in naturally. When he opened his eyes again, the bright sun was high in the sky. Luwu subconsciously took a deep breath of the air in the world of the living, and the experience just now seemed like a dream. Looking down at Bailey, who was holding his hand and looked very shy, Luwu smiled slightly. Then Luwu took Bailey back to his home in the urban area of Jalan, an apartment with 3 bedrooms, a living room and a bathroom. Although he lives alone, Luwu's room is not messy at all because he cleans it frequently. After taking Bailey into his room, Luwu turned on the computer and opened his own small game website. "Shaoli, can you connect the server of the Conquest to my small game website?" Bailey nodded, climbed onto Luwu's chair, and started to operate on the computer. During this time, he asked Luwu to open the management background of the small game website, input the code of the artifact server, and also added a picture. This picture is a circular formation, filled with various runes inside, which looks very mysterious. After pressing enter, Bailey nodded, "Done." "So simple?" Luwu was surprised. That is, the main connection with the Conquest server is this soul extradition formation diagram. As long as the player downloads this empty shell small game and loads it into the virtual helmet, the formation diagram for extradition of souls will automatically appear in the player's mind, and his soul will be sucked into the Conquest server, and then sent to the underworld by the server. This made Luwu admire Bailey with all his heart. This method is really safe and reliable. Players can't find the existence of the underworld at all, and will only think that it is a game with a particularly high degree of reality. In today's era of rapid technological development, with the birth of virtual helmets, all games are pursuing the real experience of the game and constantly improving the details of the game. As long as Luwu claims that the simulation of his game is almost perfect, no one will find any problems. "What do you think the name of this game should be?" Luwu asked expectantly. As the real developer of this game, Luwu thinks that the naming right should be given to Bailey. Bailey was stunned, and Luwu's attention made her heart warm. "Then name it after the artifact, and call it Jingjian Online. This is also the ambition of Lord Baki King." Luwu nodded vigorously, carried Bailey off the chair, opened the management background, added an icon for this game, and filled the 4 words Jingjian Online into the name box. Soon, this game was launched on Luwu's small game platform. In order to attract tourists, Luwu directly pinned his small game to the top of the website homepage. Then the two of them waited. 1 hour, 2 hours, and soon 3 hours passed. Bailey turned his head and glanced at Lu Wu. Why haven't you tried to download it yet? This made Lu Wu a little embarrassed, knowing that the traffic on his small game website was indeed low. And there was another reason. Even small games now have dozens of GB or hundreds of GB. Some of the data packets with a realism of more than 50% are in T units, and his empty shell game is only 800 megabytes, which makes people have no interest in experiencing it at first glance. After thinking for a moment, Lu Wu logged into the management backend again and typed a line about the game and the game introduction. This game has been carefully developed by this website for 10 years. The authenticity has been tested many times and the authenticity has reached nearly 100%. In addition, this website clearly states that there is no recharge entrance in this game. After typing this line of introduction, Lu Wu and Bailey waited expectantly again. 1 hour. 2 hours. Just when the two were frustrated and wanted to find another way, the artifact suddenly flashed, and then a message entered Lu Wu's mind. Ding! Player, Daming logs into the battle server. Seeing Lu Wu's expression, Bailey immediately grabbed Lu Wu's hand, closed his eyes, and watched the appearance of new players with him. Daming quit the game Atlantis, which was starting maintenance and update, with a bored look on his face. Atlantis is one of the most popular games today, with a large number of players, occupying 8% of the market share, and a very high degree of simulation of 55%. The game is rich in content and has a wide audience, and Daming is one of the professional players. After quitting the game, he found some food in the refrigerator, returned to the computer, opened the browser folder, and randomly clicked on dozens of small game websites, intending to play around before the maintenance ended. Coincidentally, the website he clicked on was Lu Wu's small game website. After scanning the countless game icons on the website, Daming looked at the most conspicuous game icon on the homepage and clicked on it. Puff, cough, cough. When his eyes scanned the game introduction, the food in Daming's mouth suddenly spurted out and he couldn't help coughing. The 800 megabytes game simulation degree reached almost 100%, and the website guaranteed that there was no recharge. This made Daming's eyes widen. The owner of this website is crazy about money. Why doesn't he add a knife 999 in the introduction? Daming, who was about to click the cross to exit the web page interface, suddenly paused and remembered that there seemed to be a report on false game information. It seems that you can get a sum of money after reporting. This made Daming smile in his heart and plan to experience it, and then write a report reporting false content and send it to the internet police. So by mistake, Daming pressed the game download button. With the current internet speed, the 800 megabytes game downloaded in 1 second. After stuffing the food in his hand into his mouth, Daming put on the virtual helmet and the game clothes. Suddenly, a row of game icons appeared in front of him. These were all the games he had downloaded and played. He stretched out his hand and swiped the icons. After finding the game icon of Xingjian Online, Daming smiled in his heart and was ready to withstand the visual impact. After clicking to start the game, Daming's body in reality suddenly softened. In his sight, an icon of a formation appeared, followed by a sense of weightlessness. When he opened his eyes again, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Under the hazy blood moon, the sky was sprinkled with blood rain, and gusts of cold wind blew around, as if he was in hell. Everything in front of him was too real, so Daming subconsciously pinched his arm. Although it weakened the pain, Daming almost thought that all this was real. How is it possible? How can an 800 megabytes game be so realistic? Is this the only scene in the game? But it's impossible for this scene to only take up 800 megabytes. Daming was completely stunned by what he saw. He bent down to pick up a fallen leaf on the ground and looked at the lines on the fallen leaf. The nearly perfect details once again made Daming sluggish. At this time, the plot set by Bailey appeared in front of Daming. The catastrophe of 10,000 years has come. The king of Baiki, the lord of the underworld, sacrificed his life to resist the natural disaster and saved hundreds of millions of lives in Baiki. However, after the death of the king of Baiki, his subordinates collectively rebelled and divided and occupied the entire land of Baiki. As the only heir of the king of Baiki, it is time for you to embark on the journey to restore the glory of your ancestors. After the plot text fell, the prompt appeared in his mind again: please choose a profession. Then 3 profession templates appeared in front of Daming. A power warrior holding a greatsword, a long-range output mage holding a staff, and an explosive assassin holding a dagger. Daming was shocked, but he still reached out and touched the figure holding the dagger. Suddenly, the figure that Daming had pointed out was surrounded by a flash of light, and slowly stood up like a blooming lotus. The whole figure suddenly became full of vitality, as if it had come to life. Then the short sword in the figure's hand automatically flew away, circling around the body, and a sharp murderous intent suddenly emerged. Live and dark, walk in dark, leap on the sickle of the god of death, bloom in the moment of eternity and death, I am the hidden killer. The figure's cold voice came, making Daming's mouth slightly open in surprise, as if this person was standing in front of him. This is so cool. Lu Wu, who was observing Daming's every move through the artifact, was shocked by the career template created by Bailey. According to Bailey, the settings of these professional templates are created based on the distribution of soul power absorbed by players after killing underworld creatures. For example, after the player chooses the Berserker profession, the soul power extracted from killing monsters will mainly improve the strength when enhancing the player's strength. Similarly, Daming, who chose the hidden killer, naturally focuses on strength and agility when strengthening. After choosing the profession, Daming's body appeared with coarse cloth clothes condensed by Yin Chi and a novice dagger. Although these novice-level equipment are very weak, they do not consume soul power, and Lu Wu relies on these players to hunt underworld creatures to earn soul power for him. At this time, Lu Wu's mind moved, and a message appeared in Daming's mind. Novice task, kill 10 wandering souls, reward soul coins 5. Daming, who received the task, also seemed very excited. Such a well-made game made him want to continue playing. Then he opened the map according to the prompts and found that his location was displayed as Baiki Underworld. There was a circle of territory, ghost mountains, around it. The area outside was shrouded in fog. The upper right corner also showed the exploration degree of Baiki Domain 001%. Holding the dagger, Daming was full of pride. He stood up and explored the periphery. While moving forward according to the map coordinates, Daming also observed the surrounding scenery. He was surprised by the realism of the game again and again, because the details of this game have reached a terrifying level. As he walked, Daming suddenly found a series of low sobs coming from a distance. The sound was so desolate that Daming couldn't help but feel a new fear. However, thinking that this was just a game, Daming still walked towards the direction where the sound came from with courage. Soon, a white floating figure appeared in front of him. The appearance of Daming also startled the wandering soul. With a shrill cry, the wandering soul suddenly pounced on Daming. Daming was frightened by the real scene in front of him, and his heart was beating fast. However, he was a professional player after all, and his mental quality was not bad. He clenched the dagger and rushed towards the wandering soul. Pa! After the dagger collided with the wandering soul, the damage data set by Bailey appeared on the wandering soul's head, and a red -5 appeared. A black gap appeared at the place where it was stabbed. However, because there was no blood bar, Daming did not know how many knives were needed to kill the wandering soul. After dodging the attack of the wandering soul, he stabbed the wandering soul again with a knife. This time, a -6 prompt appeared. This sense of attack, the person who made this game is really a genius, Daming said excitedly. The injured wandering soul screamed sharply, but Daming was no longer afraid, and he waved to the wandering soul provocatively. Relying on his flexible body, Daming excitedly cut holes in the wandering soul with a knife, and the wandering soul became more and more transparent, as if it would dissipate at any time. Take your sacrificial knife. After dodging the attack again, Daming raised the dagger and stabbed at Yuhan's back. But at this time, Mang's right foot suddenly hit a stone, and his body sank suddenly and fell to the ground, and the blood word -3 appeared on his head. Does it have to be so real? Daming was stunned. Fighting also depends on environmental factors. This is so real that Daming is speechless. He raised his head and was about to stand up, but the wandering soul pounced on him at this time, and the almost transparent claws tore at him. Blood-red numbers appeared above his head, and then the screen began to dim. You have been killed by the wandering soul. Seeing this scene, Lu Wu and Bailey subconsciously covered their faces. This death was too low. Taking off the virtual helmet, Daming slammed the computer desk. You dare to kill me, I will take revenge. Angry Daming put on the helmet again, directly selected Conquest Online, and clicked to start the game. You have died in the game, and entered the 3-hour rebirth time. After taking off the helmet again, Daming's face was ashen. This game actually has a cooldown after death, and it is still profitable. Doesn't the development of this game want to be paid? After experiencing this game, Daming was full of expectations for it. He looked at the release date of the game on the webpage and found that it was today. At this time, he had a vague premonition that a game that would become popular all over the world was about to appear. Looking at the notification that Atlantis had been updated in the lower right corner, Daming suddenly felt dull. With his keen sense of smell as a professional player, he suddenly made a decision at this moment, that is, to enter this game and bet that this game would definitely be a hit. At this time, the Penguin group beeped, and Daming clicked it and found that the members of his team were calling him to go online and prepare to defeat the boss. After thinking for a while, Damong typed a line of words in the group. I found a super fun game. I plan to quit Atlantis. Crazy laughter. JPG, Edao Rohan, little cat confused. JPG of brother, are you kidding me? There is a game more fun than Atlantis? Dingfeng Nuozang, Damong, stop making trouble, come and fight the boss quickly, or you will be robbed if you don't go early, cleaver dripping blood. JPG, Berserker Woody, what game is it? It makes you so obsessed, introduce it to me. Looking at the lively chat group, Damong thought for a while and sent the game link of Xingjian Online to the group. This Xingjian Online, you will never dare to imagine how fun it is if you don't try it. Seeing Damang's recommendation, many people clicked on the link, and when they saw the size of the data package and the introduction, the group quarreled again. Idao Rohan, identification completed. Damong is either crazy or drunk. 800 megabytes? I almost thought I was dazzled and mistook T for MB Berserker Invincible. Damong is really crazy. We lost a powerful assassin teammate, in memory of him. Seeing the messages from his teammates, Damong glared, pressed on the keyboard, and typed, stop talking nonsense, try the game. If you are not satisfied, everyone will get 10,000 gold coins. Idao Rohan, screenshot taken Dingfeng Nuozang, screenshot taken Berserker is invincible, screenshot taken, downloading. We'll come back in 5 minutes to slap you in the face, and wait for the money, happy smiley face. JPG, under the instigation of Daming, a wave of players began to enter the game. At this time, Lu Wu was staring at Bailey intently, and Bailey lowered his head shyly. Shaoli, why do you want to set the death resurrection time? Lu Wu asked curiously. Of course I have to set it. Although their bodies in the underworld are condensed by yin qi, their souls can be quickly returned to their bodies after being broken up, which still causes some damage to their spirits. Of course, this kind of weak damage can be repaired with just 2 hours of rest. Bailey's answer made Lu Wu suddenly realize, and he smiled and touched Bailey's head. You are really the best gift my ancestors left me. Hearing this, Bailey's face suddenly flushed, and he shrank his head shyly. By the way, if the body formed by the yin qi dissipates, will the player's level also be reduced? Lu Wu suddenly thought of the key question. If you work hard to level up several levels, but accidentally die and lose it, wouldn't that be too tragic? Of course not, it is the soul power that strengthens them. I set the artifact so that the soul power in the player's body will not dissipate after death, but will be received in the server of the battle. When the player is resurrected next time, it can be filled into the new body. Unexpectedly, Bailey even thought of this problem. Lu Wu excitedly hugged Bailey and kissed him hard. You are really too smart. Bailey, who was kissed, looked dizzy and looked like he would fall down at any time, which made Lu Wu laugh again. At this time, the artifact's prompts suddenly appeared in succession. Ding. Player, Shueli logged into the battle server. Ding. Player, Sun Hongkuan logged into the battle server. Ding. Player, Chen Ziyu logged into the battle server. The information of more than a dozen players logging in appeared, which surprised Lu Wu. At the instigation of Daming, several friends in the team put on their helmets with a mentality of being ready to slap their faces, selected the game icon of Xingjian Online, and clicked to enter. Next, they fell into the same surprise as Daming before. This almost real scene completely stunned them. After choosing their favorite careers, they also received the novice task set by Lu Wu. Hiss! 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 So terrifying! A series of exclamations rang out. Looking at the clothes on their bodies and the scenery around them, everyone fell into a moment of stagnation. This game is too awesome. Which company has come up with this big move? Is it ready to sweep the gaming industry? This is really awesome. I feel like the 10,000 gold coins are going to be gone. I even want to quit playing this game. After everyone discussed it, they hurriedly began to prepare to form a group to explore the game. However, at this time, Daming was sitting in front of the computer, staring at the chat group, and typed a line of words. What about the slap in the face in 5 minutes? It's almost 10 minutes, where are you? 20 minutes, bastards, are you so obsessed? 30 minutes, don't you know to wait for me to go through the main line together? You know, this game is recommended to you. Thinking that he still had an hour and a half of resurrection cooldown, Daming was full of resentment, and even wanted to stab the developer who set up this function. And more than a dozen people in the game were besieging 2 lone wandering souls with excitement. Chen Ziyu, brothers, give these 2 to me. I have killed 8, and I will complete the task first to strengthen the team's strength. Chow, get out, I only have 3. Do you know balance? You will be drowned if you do this, Suchichi. I am the only girl in the team, brothers, give it to me. Everyone had no expression on their faces. At this moment, they just wanted to become stronger and were not tempted by beauty at all. The team fell into a quarrel over these 2 wandering souls. The last two wandering souls were captured by Chinziyu, the strongest one, as he wished. Two black lines suddenly emerged from the dead wandering souls and drilled into his body. His experience bar also began to jump. Ding, congratulations on upgrading and gaining strength 2. Ding, congratulations on completing the task and gaining 5 soul coins. According to Bailey's settings, every time a player kills a monster, the soul power in the monster's body will be divided into 3 parts. 60% will become the player's enhanced experience, 10% will become soul coins and enter the player's storage space, and the other 30% will be extracted by the artifact and become Lu Wu's personal currency. In more than half an hour, the player killed 30 wandering souls, 3 points each, allowing Lu Wu to earn 27 soul coins, of which 5 points were given to Chenziyu as a task reward. Lu Wu naturally didn't feel distressed about these efforts. As the players became stronger and stronger, the higher the life force they killed, the higher his income would be. I feel that my strength has really increased. At this moment, Chenziyu looked at his body in surprise, looking a little unbelievable. Su Chi-Chi, brother you? What do you mean? Isn't it normal to level up and become stronger? Chenziyu was silent for a moment. This game is really scary. When we upgrade in other games, even if the character's attributes increase, we can't feel any changes ourselves. It just shows that the damage is increased when fighting monsters. But in this game, you can really feel that your body has become stronger after upgrading. It's incredible. Shweli, no way, this is too awesome. Isn't it that we can experience the feeling of being a Superman in the game? Chenziyu nodded. I think it's really possible. The power that is impossible in reality can be experienced in the game. This is really incredible. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It's so scary. Chao couldn't help but said, don't say it, I'll upgrade next. Get out. Everyone shouted in unison. On the way to find monsters, Chenziyu opened the mall to see what he could buy. Level 1 mall, Level 2 mall, opened when strength reaches level 20, Level 3 mall, opened when strength reaches level 40, several options appeared. Chenziyu clicked on the Level 1 mall, and a mall page suddenly appeared in front of him. Recovery potion, used to restore HP after being injured. Price 1 soul coin. Mana recovery potion, used to restore consumption after the mage casts a spell. Price 1 soul coin. Ogre's mallet, level 1 white weapon, increases strength by 2 points, requires 8 soul coins. Primary mage wand, level 1 white weapon, increases mental strength by 2 points, requires 9 soul coins. Looking at the several pages of mall items, Chenziyu's eyes were burning, and he found that the mage's items in this mall were obviously higher than those of other professions, which made him glad that he chose the berserker. Looking at the 14 soul coins in his warehouse, Chenziyu gritted his teeth and chose to buy Ogre's mallet. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, a large white club was formed in the air, and then Chenziyu held it tightly in his hand. Suddenly, a warm current flowed from the club into his body, and he could clearly feel that his strength had increased again. Looking at the envious eyes of the people around him, Chenziyu laughed. Lu Wu and Bailey, who were secretly observing them, also laughed out loud, because all the things purchased by players in the mall were listed in the mall at a price that was 30% higher than the cost of making artifacts. In other words, Lu Wu could extract a part of the benefits from the players shopping in the mall. The more players bought, the more Lu Wu earned. Following the route on the map, Chenziyu and others spent 3 hours on the road and finally arrived at the Ghost Mountains. The fog on the map began to spread, and the landforms of the Ghost Mountains began to appear. Most of the team also completed the first task on the way, and basically changed the weapons in the mall. After experiencing the feeling of strengthening the enhanced attributes, everyone is full of expectations for this game, and wants to explore the various hidden functions of this game. At this time, Daming also ended the resurrection cooldown and entered the game. Encountering wandering souls on the way to the Ghost Mountains, Daming became very vigilant. While fighting, he also observed the surrounding terrain from time to time to prevent accidental death. This real combat mode gradually made this game madman obsessed. As he continued to advance, he also changed a dagger purchased from the mall, and the efficiency of killing monsters was faster. After entering the Ghost Mountains, he found a group of people besieging a huge monster more than 3 meters high from a distance. When he approached, he found that these people were actually his teammates. This made Daming's resentment resurface. Didn't these bastards say it would take 5 minutes? It's already been 5 hours, and they're still playing. What happened to the Atlantis team that agreed to defeat the boss? As Daming approached, his teammates also discovered his presence. Damn on, come and help. This monster is too high level, it's a bit hard to deal with. Originally, Daming was going to stand by and watch, but at this time, the task prompt appeared. Discover a special monster, trigger a side quest. All participants who kill the Nether Warrior will receive an extra soul coin reward of 3, and the exploded items can be used for recycling in the mall. The appearance of the task made Daming decisively join the battle. This Nether Warrior has a pair of horns, a muscular body, and is extremely powerful. Every time he swings and smashes, a pit will appear on the ground. Everyone present dared not to resist and could only keep wandering. Although Daming joined, everyone still felt very tired. Lu Wu, who was observing the battle, looked at Bailey curiously. Why is this Nether Warrior a special monster? Why do we have to issue a task to kill him? Bailey smiled and said, this Nether Warrior is formed by the Een soldiers absorbing a large number of wandering souls. It is a very special hybrid. There is a Nether Pearl on their chest. This is a good thing. It can be used for you to take and transform your physique. Lu Wu suddenly realized what Bailey was planning, so he observed the player's conditions again through the battle artifact. Obviously, the strength of the Nether Warrior is much stronger than the wandering soul. Fortunately, everyone present is a professional player with quick reactions. While avoiding attacks, they continue to inflict wounds on the Nether Warrior. The siege lasted for 1.5 hours. Everyone was exhausted physically and mentally. Just when they thought they could not outlast the Nether Warrior, the beast finally fell down with a bang. Suddenly, a black mist emerged, divided into several paths, and drilled into the bodies of everyone present. Everyone's body began to flash white light, obviously upgraded. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, and they happily felt the pleasure of enhanced attributes. Look, what is this? Suddenly, someone in the team spoke up. At this time, the surface of the Nether Warrior was peeled off by the artifact, revealing a black, palm-sized bead. Chen Ziyu stepped forward quickly and picked up the Nether Pearl, and the information about the item immediately appeared. Nether Pearl can be sold in the mall, worth 28 soul coins. At this time, everyone also gathered around, and seeing the item information, everyone's eyes lit up. This was the first time they had found an item on a monster, and it was so valuable. Old rules, sell it and get a share of the money. Chen Ziyu pulled out the mall list and threw the Nether Pearl into the mall. With a flash of light, the pearl disappeared, and his backpack had 28 more soul coins. Although each person didn't get many soul coins, everyone still laughed happily. They haven't experienced this feeling of working together to push the boss for a long time. Looking at the soul coins on his body, Chen Ziyu pulled out the maul again and picked a chain mail worth 12 soul coins and put it on. Chen Ziyu, who had changed his appearance, once again made everyone envious, and they all secretly vowed to upgrade quickly and change into a decent set of good equipment as soon as possible. At this time in the room, Lu Wu held the Nether Pearl in his hand, looking a little surprised. Can this thing really enhance my strength? Bailey nodded vigorously. Eat it, the soul power inside will slowly improve your physique. Although the effect is not very big, it is better in the long run. Lu Wu heard it, nodded, then put the round bead to his mouth and bit it. It tastes a bit strange. After eating the Nether Pearl like biting an apple, Lu Wu burped and felt warm all over, very comfortable. After eating the Nether Pearl, Lu Wu and Bailey's eyes were once again on the people who were still exploring the Nether Mountains. This time, Lu Wu issued 3 tasks to them in succession, and set the task to be triggered after entering the Nether Mountains. That is, in the future, as long as a player enters the Nether Mountains, he will automatically receive a task prompt, and Lu Wu does not need to bother to reissue it. Side quest, Medicinal Herb Recovery. All the medicinal herbs rated in the Wandering Soul Mountains can be sold to the game mall, and soul coins will be returned according to the rating. Herbal medicine levels from low to high, ordinary medicinal herbs, spiritual medicinal herbs, level 1 to 9, king level medicinal herbs, level 1 to 3, magical medicine. Side quest, Monster Hunter. Completion reward 30 soul coins, kill 30 wandering souls, 20 soul eaters, 20 skeleton warriors, 10 ghost wolves, and 2 Nether Warriors in the Ghost Mountains. Growth quest, I am strong. The task rewards 30 soul coins. The level reaches 20 and has a set of blue rated equipment. 10 parts of equipment, jewelry, rings X2, bracelets, wrists, X2, necklace X1 equipment, helmet, hat, X1, armor, robes, X1, weapon X1, combat boots, leather boots, X1, belt X1. The appearance of these 2 tasks has made the players excited again, and they are full of expectations for the improvement of their strength. And Lu Wubu also has his considerations for releasing the main task. After all, the players are too weak now. It is undoubtedly a futile attempt to fight against other ghost generals who have a large number of powerful subordinates. They can only guide them to strengthen their strength first, and then formulate a main task. Originally, everyone wanted to continue hunting in the Ghost Mountain range and collect medicinal herbs to sell to the mall, but at this time, the game prompt suddenly appeared. The game time has reached 12 hours. In 5 minutes, you will be forced to exit the game. Please be prepared. The appearance of this prompt made everyone stunned. They didn't expect that 12 hours would pass so quickly. This is too fast. It's been 12 hours. I thought I just entered the game. Can you add some time? I'm only 15 soul coins away and I can buy a boning knife. Are you kidding me? Then the setting of the artifact cannot be violated. After 5 minutes, all the players were forced to kick out of the game amid complaints. Back to reality, everyone was a little crazy. As game enthusiasts, they had never seen such a fun game, but this game actually had game restrictions, which made them extremely difficult. The team members who had nothing to do started chatting in the Penguin group. A knife into the soul, Shenziyu 12 hours a day, this is for our health, but why, I still want to play, crying. JPG, peeing 5 feet in the wind, Dynasty I won't say more, give me the RD address, and let the RD show me how to catch a blade with bare hands, rage. JPG, the strongest Sydney support the above, remember to take a video boss, everyone, what are you doing, why didn't I see you in the game today, it's almost time for the competitive team competition, why don't you improve your strength, rage. JPG, a knife into the soul, boss, you may not believe it, I want to quit the game. Peeing 5 feet in the wind, you may not believe it, but the above and I have the same idea. The strongest Sydney, boss, you may not believe it, but I have the same idea as the above, cat acting cute. JPG, then the next row followed suit, which made the team boss dumbfounded. Boss, you all don't want to do it anymore? Everyone, yeah. Boss, can you tell me the reason? Everyone replied in unison, addicted to the game. Boss, what game is so addictive to you? Which big company produced it? Then Chen Ziyu sent a screenshot of the Lulu game website with a game description. A sword to the soul, it's this 800 megabytes epic game. Urinating 5 feet in the wind, +1 the strongest Sydney, +2 the strongest Berserker +3. After deciding to quit Atlantis, a group of people chose to resign from the team's boss. Then they made an appointment to get together at a restaurant outside. Do you regret making this decision? Chen Ziyu, the team leader, looked at everyone and asked. Daming, Captain, we have been playing games together for so many years, and we still have a keen sense of the game market. We just think that the game Conquest Online has great potential, so we will quit Atlantis without hesitation. I don't think there is anything to regret, and as the first batch of players, we have a great advantage. Will we be afraid of not making money in the later stage? Shueli, who was secretly eating on the side, raised her head. Yes, if you don't believe it, I want to spend money, but I can't find the recharge channel. I'm very sad. Shueli's words touched everyone's heart. Not only Shueli, but everyone present basically had the idea of recharging in the game to exchange for a good set of equipment. However, the game is really as described in the introduction, and there is no recharge interface, which makes them very speechless. But in their opinion, if the game wants to develop and the game company wants to make money, this function will come out sooner or later. In addition, the soul coins in this game are very scarce, so they can just hoard a wave of soul coins for sale without worrying about not making money. So what everyone means is that we continue to form a guild to play together in this new game? Chen Ziyu smiled. Of course, we have a system for distributing items after killing monsters, so this is not a problem. But what I find strange is that I have searched many game platforms and have not found any promotional ads for this game. What is this company thinking? Really? If I hadn't accidentally clicked on it, I really wouldn't dare to put such an epic game on the homepage of a small game website. Daming immediately followed up Chao's words with a puzzled look on his face. Maybe the boss of this game really doesn't lack money, so everyone can only guess like this. At the same time, Lulu and Bailey, who were staying in the house, each had a bowl of instant noodles and were swallowing them in big mouthfuls. Lulu, you are really poor, Bailey answered with a bitter face after eating another mouthful of instant noodles. This made Lulu blush, and he smiled awkwardly. When we have more players, there are many ways to make money. Then I will take you to eat delicacies from the mountains and the sea and feed you fat and white. Bailey nodded cutely, took the chopsticks and scratched twice, picked up a noodle and slurped it up. By the way, why do you need to eat too? Lulu asked curiously while eating noodles. The underworld is also divided into physical and virtual. I am a physical creature, so of course I have to eat, Bailey answered as a matter of course. Lulu was stunned, and then he remembered that it seemed that Bailey had always been a physical being, and he could touch her. After eating the noodles, Lulu and Bailey began to discuss how to promote the game again. If it only depends on the small game website, the traffic is too low, and no players will click in. But if you want to promote it, you first need a huge amount of funds. It's like a short video platform on a certain audio platform. The traffic on this platform is huge, but if you want to promote on this website, you must first have a sum of money stored in the promotion account. Then the platform will post your ads and links. Every time a visitor clicks on this link, the platform will deduct 1 yuan of advertising fees from your promotion account. Even if the visitor accidentally clicks on it and crosses it out because he is not interested, this will still be charged. According to this calculation, with the traffic of such a large platform, it is impossible to afford the promotion without 1,000,000 yuan a day. Moreover, there are no paid projects on Xinjiang Online now. The expenditure is huge and there is no income. Lu Wu decisively gave up this kind of promotion. So the two had to think of other ways and began to browse through several game platforms, trying to find out if there are any activities organized by the platform. After searching dozens of platforms, Lu Wu actually found a free promotion activity on a large game platform. Best New Game PK List. In order to find the best new game of the year, 173 platform launched a game promotion voting activity. All certified and registered game websites can select a game made by this site to participate in the New Game PK List of 173 platform. During the activity, all participating games will be scored by the game reviewers of this platform, with a total of 10 points. All games with a score of 8 points or more will receive one-day homepage promotion on this platform, and players will start the voting session. Activity selection time, 30 days. The first place work reward, 173 platform homepage 10-day promotion resources, 5 minutes of CG production of the game. The second place work reward, 173 platform homepage 5-day promotion resources. The third place work reward, 173 platform homepage 2-day promotion resources. All interpretation rights of this activity belong to 173 game platform. Seeing this information, Lu Wu and Bailey looked at each other and seemed very excited. If a large game platform like 173 can really get promotion on the homepage, the traffic will definitely be considerable. And the most important thing is that this is a free activity. Of course, the premise of everything is that the game can get 8 points, which is the bottom line of promotion. But Lu Wu is not worried about this. There is no game with 100% authenticity in the current market. He is fully confident that he can get the top 3, or even the first. Lu Wu decisively clicks on the competition, and then sends the information of his small game website and qualification certificate, and waits for a reply. 173's customer service is very efficient. After a while, they replied to Lu Wu's message and gave him a review link for the entry. Opening the link, Lu Wu filled in the information of his website again, registered an account, and transferred the game of Xinjiang Online to the website review page. Then the web page popped up a prompt. It is under review, please wait patiently, and the review information will be replied to you within 3 to 5 days. After doing all this, Lu Wu began to discuss the optimization of the game with Bailey. After a 3-hour discussion, Lu Wu and Bailey took a draft map and began to plan the main tasks of the game. The so-called main tasks must be extended by the theme of the battle. Thinking of his ancestors' ambitions, Lu Wu suddenly felt heroic. As long as the game is popular enough, he can have endless undead players working for him. As the player's strength grows, what is a mere Baiki domain? He wants the entire underworld. Bailey, who is very familiar with the entire Baiki terrain, is a military advisor and reminds Lu Wu of several forces that should be paid attention to in the Baiki territory. According to Bailey, there are 3 ghost kings and 10 ghost generals under the command of the king of Baiki. After the death of the king of Baiki, the entire Baiki was divided into 13 regions by these forces. The area where the underworld is located on the east side and is occupied by a ghost general named Shan Na. How to take back the territory from Shan Na is the initial main task that Lu Wu considered. Lu Wu set the opening of the main quest at level 15. After all, the player's level is too low, and the strength can't even deal with a ghost soldier, and it is impossible to form a large-scale combat force. At the same time, the two also considered the template design of NPC. These NPCs that improve the playability of the game are very simple to make. You only need to use the artifact of war to condense a body. The important thing is how to give NPC intelligence. If you want the game to stand out, the status of NPC is very important. How to make it have independent consciousness becomes the key. Lu Wu has no way to solve this problem. He just throws the problem to the game developer Bailey. But what Lu Wu didn't expect was that Bailey patted his chest confidently. Leave it to me. This is actually not difficult. You know, the underworld is the destination of living beings. We can completely find those initial living beings who have just been born in the underworld and have not yet appeared in intelligence for transformation, reorganize their souls with artifacts, and give them new memories and missions. But where can we find such souls? Lu Wu was surprised. These dead souls are randomly reborn in the underworld, anywhere is possible. We can issue a task and let players find the newborn souls to create NPCs for us. Okay. Luwu nodded and used his consciousness to issue a new task in the game, permanent task, Soul Collector, find the initial souls randomly born in the underworld. After finding, they can be sold in the mall. Each initial soul costs 100 soul coins. In order to let players understand what a newborn soul is, Luwu also asked Bailey to make a picture and post it in the task list so that players can better distinguish it. The reward for this task can be said to be the highest among all tasks. At the same time, this kind of task that depends entirely on luck also increases the fun of the game. Whether you are a European emperor or a non-European emperor, it depends purely on luck to pick it up. The third day after the game was launched. During this period, the number of players in the online game increased to 48, most of whom were recommended by Chinziyu, Daming, and others who wanted to form the first guild in the game. For this game, basically everyone had a serious skeptical attitude before playing it, but after playing it, they realized how epic making this game is and how playable it is. As long as the players have experienced it, they are reluctant to leave. Luwu and Bailey, who often observe their every move through the artifact, also understand Chinziyu's thoughts and plan to add a guild option in the next optimization of the game. In order to facilitate the checking of the player's situation, Luwu and Bailey went to the underworld again during this period, and asked Bailey to create a secondary ring of the battle ring in the laboratory. This ring does not have any independent ability, but depends on the existence of the main ring. It also adds the function of checking players and issuing tasks, and Bailey officially becomes the GM of this game. Mu Qingshui is a full-time game reviewer for the 173 game platform. His daily task is to try out various new games, then write experience reports and publish them on the website platform. Although the salary is not low, he finds it very boring. After closing a game again, Mu Qingshui took off his virtual helmet and rubbed his head, looking helpless. What on earth is this kind of creation that is stale on the street thinking, and still wants to participate in the new game PK list? It's really a waste of my time. Then he opened the webpage, entered a review score of 2 points under the game, and threw this game on the elimination list. Pulling down the review directory, seeing that there are more than 100 games to be tested, Mu Qingshui felt irritated. Looking at other reviewers who were also testing games, Mu Qingshui took a deep breath, clicked on the directory again, and clicked on the next game to be tested in order. Originally, he planned to try it directly, but the introduction of this game made Mu Qingshui dumbfounded. 800 MB simulation game, are you kidding me? Mu Qingshui was happy. They dared to participate in such a game. They really had no idea. It seemed that they had to propose to raise the entry requirements next time. Originally, Mu Qingshui planned to give 1 point directly after reading the introduction and then throw it into the elimination list. But thinking of the company's 10-minute minimum experience requirement for each game, Mu Qingshui could only sigh, download the game to his virtual helmet, put on the helmet and start to experience the game. But everything that followed made him doubt his life. From the moment he entered the underworld, the surrounding environment and the breeze seemed to shuttle in an instant. Everything was too real. After experiencing the career choice, Mu Qingshui was completely conquered by the opening of this game. The original mentality of playing it for fun turned into exploring the fun in the game. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, time passed quickly, and he was completely addicted to the game, completely forgetting that he still needed to evaluate many games today. On the way to the Ghost Mountain Range, he was lucky enough to pick up the newborn ghost prompted in the task panel and got a reward of 100 soul coins, which made him excited for a long time. After selling it to the mall, he probably used soul coins to buy a blue quality dagger, which made killing monsters extremely efficient. Since he chose the hidden killer, with the improvement of attributes, Mu Qingshui really experienced the feeling of walking like flying that only martial arts masters in movies can have. Just as he was exploring, the 12-hour limit prompt of the game appeared, and then he was ejected from the game. Depressed Mu Qingshui gritted his teeth in hatred. I almost killed the wreckage warrior alone. Who made this time setting? Bad review. Mu Qingshui took off his helmet and looked depressed, but then he was stunned, because the reviewers around him had been replaced, and it was already 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Today's review task. Mu Qingshui had a toothache. As a professional game reviewer, he was obsessed with the game and even forgot his work. However, for this game, Mu Qingshui had nothing to say and decisively scored 10 points in the evaluation. Then he spent half an hour writing a review report for the game and posted it under the game, pulling it into the circular review list. Because for the fairness of the game, all games must be reviewed by each reviewer and measured by the average score of each person, so Mu Qingshui's review data alone cannot determine whether a game passes or not. At this time, Mu Qingshui was still very excited because he felt that he had really found a treasure. After taking out his mobile phone, a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and dialed the number of the boss of the 173 platform. Beep beep, the phone rang for 7 or 8 times before someone answered the phone. Hello? Hello, boss, I am Mu Qingshui, a game reviewer of the 173 platform. Mu Qingshui introduced himself first. Hearing that the person coming was a reviewer from his own company, Wu Guoyi was stunned for a moment, then he looked at the time displayed on his phone and suddenly his mood became very bad. What's the matter? And how did you know my phone number? Boss, don't be angry first, I want to report something to you. Maybe this is an opportunity for our 173 platform to grow rapidly, overwhelm other game platforms and become the first. Wu Guoyi, who was about to get angry, was suddenly amused. He thought it was a good thing that some employees were considering the development of the platform, but it was too rude to call at night. Besides, if there is any problem, can't you talk to your supervisor first? However, Wu Guoyi did not say these words out loud. After thinking about it, he decided to listen to what this weird employee said. Go ahead, I'm listening. This made Mu Qingshui excited, and he said decisively, Boss, you know the best new game evaluation activity on our platform. Nonsense, this activity was proposed by me. As a senior game enthusiast, it was because of his love that he came up with the idea of setting up a game platform, thus creating one of the largest game platforms in the country, 173, and this evaluation activity was implemented because of his proposal, and then it was approved by the board of directors. Boss, we found a treasure in this event. I found a game with a simulation degree of nearly 100% in the evaluation. I experienced it for 12 hours and did not find any flaws. Moreover, the strengthening methods in the game are completely different from the current virtual games. It is simply an epic-making game. Wu Guoyi's expression suddenly became solemn when he heard it. He turned on the lamp beside the bed and sat up. What game is it? Which game company produced it? Realizing that Wu Guoyi was interested, Mu Qingshui quickly replied, it is produced by a small game platform called Xingjian Online. And the strange thing is that the data package of this game is only 800 megabytes in size. I also found it incredible after testing it. Hearing this, Wu Guoyi almost thought that Mu Qingshui on the other end of the phone had tested too many games and was insane. 800 megabits is just enough to make a prop in a simulation game, but it is actually a game. This is simply like a joke. Taking a deep breath, Wu Guoyi's anger surged again. What's your name? Boss, my name is Mu Qingshui, employee number 387. Okay, you can go to the finance department to settle the bill tomorrow. The originally excited Mu Qingshui was like being poured with a bucket of cold water, and he suddenly sobered up a lot. Realizing that he was going to be fired, Mu Qingshui was anxious. Boss, please, if you have equipment with you, you can log into the game to experience it. If what I said is all lies, you don't have to fire me, I will resign immediately tomorrow. Faced with Mu Qingshui's plea, Wu Guoyi hung up the phone directly. After turning off the desk lamp, Wu Guoyi originally planned to continue sleeping, but Mu Qingshui's words appeared in his mind from time to time. Wu Guoyi, who couldn't sleep, finally turned on the light and got up to the study. Rubbing his eyes, Wu Guoyi turned on the computer. After turning on the computer, he entered the management page of the 173 platform and clicked on the list of evaluated games. Among more than 100 games, Wu Guoyi flipped through them for a long time before finding the Xingjian Online mentioned by Mu Qingshui. As Mu Qingshui said, the size of the game was only 800 megabytes. Wu Guoyi was silent for a moment, then took out the virtual helmet from the desk, connected it to the computer, and downloaded the game. With the mentality of testing poison, Wu Guoyi entered the game. When the scene in the game appeared, Wu Guoyi's eyes widened. The realism of this game was really as perfect as Mu Qingshui said. Wu Guoyi, who didn't believe in evil, began to expand the scope of exploration in the game, wanting to find the air wall in the game. This game lasted for a whole night until he entered the Ghost Mountain range and encountered the Netherworld warrior, who was beaten to death by a punch before the game experience ended. After exiting the game, Wu Guoyi was still a little excited. After thinking for a moment, he immediately took out his mobile phone and called the platform supervisor. The 173 supervisor who received the call seemed very surprised, because Wu Guoyi basically would not call him. Sun Qi, you immediately, quickly find the game company that developed Xingjian Online for me, and send it to me as soon as you get the contact information. Supervisor Sun Qi still seemed a little confused, but he quickly agreed. Sun Qi did not dare to delay the boss's order and quickly logged into the website management backend. But after finding Xinjiang online, he found that the bottom of this game only indicated the website of the production, but the mobile phone number was not filled in, which made him anxious. Fortunately, there was a game review reply mailbox for the 173 platform. He quickly entered a paragraph of text in the mailbox and sent it to Lu Wu. After that, he waited on the side. At the same time, Lu Wu, who was eating with Bailey at a roadside restaurant, felt his phone vibrate. When he took out his phone, he found that there was an email signed by 173 platform. With excitement, Lu Wu opened the email. However, it was not the notification of passing the review that he expected, but asking for his contact information. Although he didn't know why he was asked for his contact information, Lu Wu still replied with his number. Looking at Bailey, who was wolfing down his food, Lu Wu smiled slightly, put his phone back in his pocket, rubbed Bailey's head, and felt that Bailey had been through so many hard days with him for so many days, and it was really wrong for her. Sun Shi, who was sitting restlessly and waiting for a reply, saw the email reply prompt in the lower right corner of the computer and opened it quickly. Seeing that it was the contact information that the boss wanted, Sun Shi breathed a sigh of relief, copied the above string of numbers and sent it to the boss Wu Gui. Like Sun Shi, Wu Gui was sitting in the study at this time, smoking a cigarette, and the ashtray was full of cigarette butts. His red eyes showed that he had not slept all night. But Wu Gui was still very excited, because he knew that this was really an opportunity for the platform to rise. After seeing the text message sent by Sun Shi, Wu Gui dialed Lu Wu's mobile number without hesitation. "Hello, who are you?" A young voice came from the phone. Taking a deep breath, Wu Gui said, "Hello, are you the owner of the game Xinjiang Online? I am the person in charge of the 173 game platform. I have something to talk to you about. Are you free?" Lu Wu was a little surprised, but he thought it was the 173 platform who wanted to discuss the problem of this game with him. "Okay, no problem. I can come now." "No need. I'm coming to you. Where are you now?" Wu Gui replied quickly. This made Lu Wu realize that his game had been taken seriously, and he was looking forward to it in his heart, and then sent his coordinates to Wu Gui. After hanging up the phone, Wu Gui was very excited. He originally thought that he needed to arrange a plane, but he didn't expect that this person was actually in Jialan City. Then Wu Gui called the driver and asked him to pick him up immediately. He changed a set of clothes, tidied up, and hurried out. In less than 20 minutes, Wu Gui arrived at the location shown by the location. Looking at the shabby restaurant in the distance, Wu Gui looked at the location displayed on his mobile phone again and again, and confirmed that it was correct, so he got out of the car and walked into the restaurant. It was noon, and there were many people in the restaurant. Looking around, Wu Gui couldn't determine who it was, so he took out his mobile phone and called Lu Wu. Seeing Lu Wu answering the phone not far away, Wu Gui stepped forward. "Hello, I am Wu Gui, I am looking for you." Lu Wu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the person in charge of the 173 platform would arrive so quickly. After standing up and shaking hands with him, he said, "Hello, what can I do for you? Can I have a word with you?" Wu Gui looked around, and it was obvious that this was not a good place to talk. "Well, don't be impatient, wait until we finish eating before leaving." Hearing that they were leaving, Bailey looked reluctant. You know, she had been eating instant noodles with Lu Wu for several days. It was rare for her to have a good meal. How could she bear to leave? "Who is this little friend?" "Oh, my sister," Lu Wu replied. Seeing that Bailey was reluctant to leave, Wu Gui had to speak. "Little sister, let's go to another place and eat better." Bailey was very pleased with this. With shining eyes, he turned around and asked, "Really?" Wu Gui laughed dumbly. "Of course it's true." Bailey reluctantly put down his chopsticks, took Lu Wu's hand and walked out of the restaurant and got into Wu Gui's car. Sitting in the car, Lu Wu was secretly surprised. Is this 173 game platform so rich? A person in charge can have a limited edition ultra blue suspended magnetic supercar. Wu Gui attached great importance to this conversation. He booked the best palace hotel box in Jialan City in the car. After arriving, he even spent money to open a bottle of famous wine worth 680,000 yuan. When Lu Wu saw the prices on the menu, he was secretly amazed. This supervisor was so rich. After the dishes were served, Wu Gui finally smiled and said, "I want to ask, which well-known studio is the RD team of this game?" Lu Wu was stunned. He really couldn't answer this. If he really wanted to talk about the RD team, there were only two people, Lao Zhu and Bailey. He was at most a planner. Is it hard to say? It's okay, come, drink." Wu Gui smiled awkwardly, thinking about how to start. Facing a table of delicious food, Bailey, with shining eyes, had already started eating. Lu Wu was not restrained and started eating, taking a sip from time to time when Wu Gui toasted. After 3 rounds of wine, Wu Gui, with a flushed face, finally got to the point. Brother Xiao Wu, do you have any idea of selling this game? As if he had thought of something, Wu Gui added, don't worry, our 173 platform will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Lu Wu, who had already realized Wu Gui's intention of this trip, muttered to himself, old fox, he really was plotting his own game. Our team has put a lot of effort into developing this game, and we really have no intention of selling it. Lu Wu politely refused. 10 billion, what do you think of this price? Taking a deep breath, Lu Wu calmed down his excitement. We developed this game together because of our passion, as for whether it's worth the money. 15 billion. This price made Lu Wu's heart beat fast. It was simply an irresistible temptation. Although Lu Wu was poor, he was not short-sighted. He knew how much profit this game could bring him if it became popular, which was far beyond the measurement of 10 billion. Moreover, even if Lu Wu wanted to sell it, this game could not be sold at all. After all, the underworld was completely real, and the content of the game was created entirely by the war artifact bound to Lu Wu, and others could not even use it. To tell you the truth, our team really does not plan to sell this game. If you have experienced the game, I think you also know how epic making this game is. In terms of realism alone, it has completely crushed all virtual games on the market. So in our team's opinion, this game is far more than this price. At this point, Lu Wu's meaning has been expressed very clearly. This made Wu Gui couldn't help but sigh secretly. In fact, the price is still negotiable. Well, not for sale. At this time, Bailey, whose mouth was full, also raised his head and said while chewing. Originally, he thought that the head of the other party's RD team was a young man, and it would be easy to be confused by his money offensive. Unexpectedly, Lu Wu was so determined. This made Wu Gui start to think about how to maximize the benefits of his game platform. How about releasing your game on our platform? And if you promise not to release it on other platforms, I can give you this price. Wu Gui stretched out a finger. Then what benefits do you want? Generally, when a game is released on such a large traffic platform, the platform will charge a percentage of the commission. For example, the Apple Store, which was very popular at the time, for all the software recharges on it, Apple will extract part of the service fee for each recharge. I don't want anything. If your game is only released on our platform, I will give you 100 million. Wu Gui's conditions really made Lu Wu very tempted. He understood what Wu Gui was pursuing. What he wanted was the traffic of the game platform. If this game is really only released on 173, then if the game becomes popular, there will definitely be many players coming here, which is exactly what Wu Gui wants. If it is just a game, perhaps Lu Wu will agree to Wu Gui's tempting request. But Lu Wu is different. He still has to consider the problem of the underworld. He promised Bailey that he would take back Beiki, and even take over the entire underworld, so the number of players would play a decisive role to a certain extent. If he agreed to Wu Gui's request, it would undoubtedly limit the development of the game. The game can be released on your platform, but I cannot agree to your request below, which will limit the development of our game. Moreover, my goal is the whole world, and I need a large number of game platforms to promote this game. Looking at Lu Wu with a sharp gaze, Wu Gui was also stunned when he heard him express his ambition to become popular all over the world. Both of his proposals were rejected, which Wu Gui never expected. He felt very uncomfortable when his original idea of taking advantage of the game before it started was dashed. Manager Wu, let me make a proposal. Do you think it is suitable? Little brother, you say. What Director Wu wants is nothing more than to rely on this game to get traffic from the game platform. In this way, my game can be hung on your platform for 2 months. During these 2 months, I will definitely not cooperate with other game platforms, but you have to promise me that you will promote my game on the homepage during these 2 months. Lu Wu also had his purpose in thinking this way. The most difficult part of the game Xingjian Online is the starting stage. As long as there is an opportunity to get promotion and the number of players increases, it will spread from 10 to 100, and from 100 to 1,000. There is no need for promotion in the future. More people will naturally attract more people to experience it. This is like the League of Legends and PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds that were popular in internet cafes at the time. Wu Gui, who originally thought there was no hope, was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Little brother is really good at doing business, but I've made this deal. I bet your game will be a big hit. Let's drink. Lu Wu smiled slightly, picked up the wine glass and clinked it with Wu Gui, and poured it into his mouth. Then Lu Wu talked to Wu Gui about the content of the game. Lu Wu had studied this with Bailey before, so he was naturally able to answer it easily. As for the main storyline development in the game, Lu Wu kept silent and evaded the question by saying it was a secret. This made Wu Guoyi very regretful. After all, after experiencing this game, Wu Gui, who had not played games for a long time, rekindled his desire to play games. He had not had this feeling for a long time. However, whether it is unknown or not, exploring the unknown is also an interesting experience in the game. This time, the conversation made Wu Gui feel that it was not in vain. After eating and drinking, Wu Gui paid the bill and left. He told him that the game would be directly promoted on the homepage for 2 consecutive months after the event ended, and whether the game ranked first or not, Lu Wu would be given a homepage CG promotion, so that Lu Wu could be prepared. The happiest person who was undoubtedly Bailey, who was eating the whole process. Looking at the pile of shrimp and crab shells, Lu Wu couldn't believe that these foods could be eaten by such a small Bailey. Rubbing his round belly, Bailey sighed, "I'm full, so comfortable." Looking at the innocent smile on Bailey's face, Lu Wu felt a little guilty. What he could provide to Bailey now was too simple. But Lu Wu knew that all this was temporary, and his time was coming. After dinner, Lu Wu took Bailey home. Thinking of the game CG that Wu Gui asked him to prepare, Lu Wu couldn't help but feel distressed. First of all, he definitely didn't have the money to hire a professional team to make a CG for game promotion. Secondly, how to make the CG reflect the charm of the game Xingjian Online is also a very important point. There was no way. Lu Wu had to ask Bailey, who was lying on the bed, again. After all, in Lu Wu's view at this time, Bailey was simply an all-purpose loli, who could do everything, except that she had no, which was the second artifact. And Bailey did not disappoint Lu Wu. After thinking for a while, he gave a plan. This plan is very simple. It also requires the use of war artifacts, and does not require a production team. It is completely filmed in the underworld. All scenes are condensed by Yin Chi, and there is no cost. In this way, an epic scene can be created. Lu Wuyu thought about this proposal and felt that it was very feasible. Because the scenes shot in this way can completely restore the real game content, and the publicity can be recorded with the original game scene to enhance the appeal. After deciding on the plan, Lu Wu began to study the CG plot with Bailey. After spending an afternoon discussing and determining the general direction of the plot, Lu Wu took Bailey's hand and came to the area of the Hades in the underworld again. Looking at the ruined Hades palace, Lu Wu waved his hand, and the power of the artifact was activated. A large amount of Yin Chi came from all directions and condensed over the Hades. In less than a moment, a group of surging dark clouds formed and slowly descended, covering the abandoned Hades, and continued to condense. Soon, a magnificent Hades palace appeared in front of the two. The black giant elephant sculpture stood in front of the hall, the towering black pagoda pillars, and the 2 gates of the Hades were even more magnificent. There were giant handles with condensed Yin Chi in front of the 2 doors, which looked extremely magnificent. At this time, Lu Wu floated up in the air under the support of Yin Chi, and stretched out his hand again. Suddenly, countless Yin Chi condensed himself, and a set of gorgeous armor emitting the luster of black gemstones condensed on his body. In front of Lu Wu, the Yin Chi was surging, and countless terrifying ghosts were condensing from the inside. Some of these monsters were as big as mountains, and some had wings on their backs. They all looked very hideous and terrifying. Turn on the camera. At this time, Lu Wu waved to Bailey, who was holding a virtual helmet below. After receiving the instruction, Bailey nodded vigorously, then turned on the screen recording function on the virtual helmet, and aimed the camera at Lu Wu. At the same time, a cloud of Yin Chi condensed appeared under her feet, holding her up and began to float around and shoot. The plot officially began. Above the dark clouds, countless hideous and terrifying evil ghosts were roaring and roaring, rushing towards the bottom. At the same time, a terrifying roar came from the dark clouds. "King Bakey, do you think you can protect your people? I want the whole Bakey." As the voice appeared, a black fog surged, and a huge black dragon head slowly emerged from the clouds, with scarlet eyes glowing with bloodthirsty coldness, staring coldly at the earth. "Then let's fight," Lu Wu replied coldly. Then Lu Wu stretched out his hand and waved back. "Can my Bakey soldiers fight? Fight, fight, fight." With the heavy sound of stomping on the ground, teams of Yin soldiers wearing armor came out of the black fog. Hundreds of thousands of Yin soldiers raised their weapons and faced the strange beasts in the sky from a distance. In each of their eyes, there was only infinite fighting spirit, without the slightest fear. "Fight the enemy with me." With Lu Wu's roar, hundreds of thousands of Yin soldiers on the ground floated into the air. "Fight, fight, fight." Gusts of dark wind blew, and the Black Bakey King's flag rang fiercely in the air, and the battle was about to break out. This battle was extremely tragic. Figures kept falling from the sky, and the ground was full of broken limbs and arms. Countless soldiers died, and the enemy monster army also suffered heavy casualties under the tenacious resistance of the Baeki army. At the end of the battle, the Black Dragon King personally took action and fought with the scarred Lu Wu. The confrontation between the two bosses caused gusts of wind, and the surrounding dark clouds were torn apart by the violent airflow, revealing a hazy blood moon hanging high in the sky. However, the Black Dragon King was obviously stronger than the King of Baeki. Just when the battle was about to be decided, Lu Wu roared, his body began to burn, countless black flames climbed around his body, turned into a ball of fire and pounced on the terrified Black Dragon King. Suddenly, the Black Dragon King's shrill screams echoed in the sky, and the huge flames spread for thousands of miles. Countless monsters were ignited by the flames and turned into fireballs falling from the sky. In the end, the Baeki army won the battle, but they lost their leader, the King of Baeki. The magnificent Baeki Hades was also ignited by the falling sparks, burning fiercely, announcing the death of a generation of heroes. The sky once again began to rain blood, and countless soldiers knelt on the ground, bowing their heads to commemorate the king who dedicated his life to the land of Baeki. Ka! Bailey shouted excitedly to stop. At this time, Lu Wu's figure emerged from the sky again and fell rapidly. And all the scenery condensed by the Yin-Chi dissipated with the wind, and everything returned to normal. These large-scale scenes with Yin energy look very real, but they are actually empty shells and cannot exist for a long time. However, they are very useful for CG shooting. Lu Wu came to the excited Bailey, took the virtual helmet she handed over, and put it on his head. The CG started playing, and the picture from the perspective of Bailey's shooting position began to float and advance. Seeing the picture inside, even Lu Wu, who was the leading actor, was shocked. The rendering and effect of this picture simply killed those animation CGs countless times. And because it was a real-life shooting, Bailey kept wandering in the battlefield, providing players with a perspective to observe the battlefield, which was very immersive. Another important point is that Bailey's shooting position is just right every time. It can be said that the Baeki army was shot with a fearless attitude towards death, and the final tragic sacrifice of the Baeki king was also shot. Originally, he planned to rehearse several times and upload a good one, but after watching it, Lu Wu was extremely satisfied with the shooting this time, so he naturally didn't need to waste time. So he pulled Bailey back to the world of the living again. After copying the cup of CG to the computer, opening the software to cut and add some, the two carefully watched it again, and then they were satisfied. He remembered that Wu Gui said before leaving that he could send him a copy of the CG after it was made for his reference. After all, a good CG is very attractive to players. As a professional gamer, Wu Gui can point out the shortcomings in the CG. So Lu Wu sent the CG attachment to Wu Gui's mailbox in the form of an email. Next, Lu Wu took out the initial soul that the player got after selling them all from the artifact. Looking at the light spirit in his hand that was emitting green fluorescence and was still jumping inside, Lu Wu began to think about the character design of the first NPC. The importance of NPC to the game is obvious. In addition to guiding players to experience the game, NPCs with perfect character design will even have many fans. This is a challenge for Lu Wu, who has been working in this industry for several years. In order to design this NPC well, Lu Wu began to read the information of various game NPCs, read several NPC personalities that were well reviewed by players, and discussed with Bailey before starting to set up the NPC. Because it was a newborn soul, the inside was still pure. Lu Wu first used 100 soul points to catalyze it and condense it into a human form. Soon, a handsome man in a black robe and with long white hair appeared in front of Lu Wu. After taking a closer look, Lu Wu nodded with satisfaction. The body condensed by pure soul points is obviously stronger than the body condensed by Yin Chi. Even if it was just born, it has the strength that players can only have when they reach more than level 10. However, the only drawback is that the man's expression is dull and he doesn't seem to have any spirituality. So Lu Wu used the artifact to implant memories and engrave his obligations as an NPC deep in the man's soul. With the help of many NPC character data, Lu Wu and Bailey finally finalized the character of the first NPC and named it Lu Mo. The character background in the game is the adopted son of the king of Baeki. For players, Lu Mo's role is like the village chief of the novice village in other games. He can help players solve some daily knowledge about the land of Baeki. Another role is that after the player reaches level 20, he can pay 50 soul coins to Lu Wu to establish a guild. Of course, since Lu Mo is an NPC with a real soul, he has complete autonomy. In addition to the inevitable settings of the NPC that are recorded, he will also have his own hobbies and ideas. This will make the game full of uncertainties and improve the playability of the game. After Lu Mo was put into the underworld, Lu Mo began to wander around the underworld on his own. He often turned his head to look at the underworld that had turned into ruins, and a trace of sadness would appear on his face. After getting these, Lu Wu once again opened the notebook that was already filled with various settings. At this stage, there is no problem with the game experience, but there are still many areas to be enriched in terms of game content. For example, the setting of professional skills and subsequent NPCs, and even Lu Wu has thought about adding several expansion packs after the number of players reaches a certain scale, including a duel field to increase the fun of competition. Of course, the conception of these contents is still in Lu Wu's mind at this stage, and there is no specific design. At the same time, Wu Gui, who was in a meeting with 173 Game Company, received a game CG video sent by Lu Wu. Originally, Wu Gui planned to watch the content after the meeting, but when he saw that the signature was Lu Wu, he paused the meeting for a while and couldn't wait to open the game CG video. When he saw hundreds of thousands of ghost soldiers fighting battles with the strange beasts that fell from the sky, the Beiki King's flag standing firm in the whistling wind, and the Beiki King's heroic attack of sacrificing his life, he couldn't help but slap the table excitedly. Good. Seeing the puzzled eyes of his subordinates, Wu Gui immediately transferred this CG to the computer dedicated to the meeting. Put on the virtual helmets and take a look at this game CG. Although everyone was puzzled, they still obeyed and picked up the virtual helmets placed next to each seat. These virtual helmets are often used in meetings. After all, every meeting they discuss is about the development of the game platform and game testing. They often need to wear the helmet to experience it, but this is the first time to use it to watch the game CG. After seeing everyone put on the helmet, Wu Gui also put on the virtual helmet, and then asked his assistant to play the CG video. At the beginning of the video, the 4 dark golden fonts, Xingjian Online, slowly emerged in the darkness. Then the darkness dissipated, and the picture of the underworld emerged. A black dragon was leading countless monsters to fall from the sky, roaring to the man in armor and declaring his ownership of this land. When hundreds of thousands of ghost soldiers stepped out of the black fog with Lu Wu shouting, the blood of many people present was ignited, and they looked forward to Lu Wu leading the ghost soldiers to defeat the dragon. The battle in the following video is more like an epic war movie than a CG, and the atmosphere is extremely well rendered. When the king of Beiki turned into flames and pounced on the dragon, the hearts of the people present tightened, and they were completely brought into this battle, as if they were one of the 100,000 ghost soldiers. In the end, the world turned into a sea of fire, and the burning sparks ignited the underworld and the earth. All the warriors lowered their heads and knelt on one knee to commemorate the deceased king of Beiki. Then the screen slowly darkened, and the 4 words, Xingjian Online, appeared again. At the end of the video, there was a text, real-life shooting of the game. After taking off the helmet, the conference room became noisy, and everyone was asking what kind of game this Xingjian Online was, and how to make such a great game CG. However, many people have doubts about the real-life shooting of the game, because the CG picture is too real, and there is no such realistic game on the market now. And optimizing the game picture on CG is also the usual practice of many game companies. But it has to be admitted that the CG of this game really conquered them. Wu Gui smiled inscrutable. You will know soon. This game will be available on our homepage in the next few days. You can go and experience it then. I promise you will not be disappointed. The meeting continued, but the shocking CG images of Xingjian Online would still appear in everyone's mind from time to time. After the meeting, Wu Gui took out a cigarette box, lit a cigarette, and smoked it with a frown. In the email, Lu Wu wrote that he wanted him to give some advice on how to improve the CG. But to be honest, he has experienced this game and knows that this CG is definitely a real-life shot in the game, so after watching it several times again, he still couldn't find anything to point out, which made him very helpless. But he still took out his mobile phone and called Lu Wu. After Lu Wu answered the phone, Wu Gui smiled and said, "Brother Lu, I saw your CG. To be honest, I can't believe that you made it so quickly. Did you prepare it a long time ago?" After hearing this, Lu Wu followed Wu Gui's words and admitted that the CG had been produced a long time ago. After all, it was just mentioned yesterday, and the CG was released today, which was really suspicious. To be honest, I really can't believe that your team is actually a newcomer with no reputation in the game industry. Your technical level has completely reached the world's top level. Do you have time to introduce us to each other? Lu Wu was very embarrassed to hear this. He couldn't say that you had met our team that day, just the 2 of us. He had to perfunctorily pass it over. After chatting for a while, Wu Gui suddenly said, "Brother Lu, to be honest, there is nothing wrong with your game CG, but it is missing something other than CG." Lu Wu was stunned and asked quickly, "What's missing?" The rendering of the music, the scene pictures, and the sounds of the fighting are all flawless, but the only thing missing is the music that creates the most atmosphere. Moreover, if the game is to be big, BGM itself is a very important item. This is what you lack. Wu Gui's words hit the nail on the head and made Lu Wu realize the problem. How can there be CG without BGM rendering? This is indeed a big problem. Moreover, extending from this problem, Lu Wu thought of the theme song of the game that has not been finalized yet. However, Lu Wu has no research in this area, so he can only ask Wu Gui for advice. Haha, what's so difficult about this? The theme song is simple. You can pay someone to compose the music and write the lyrics, and then find a popular star to sing it. Wu Gui's proposal was simple, but it cost money to hire someone to compose music, and hiring a big star was even more expensive. Lu Wu couldn't afford it with his current strength, so Lu Wu temporarily gave up this plan, and he would consider the theme song after the game had developed to a certain scale and he had sufficient funds. Wu Gui was very surprised to hear that Lu Wu did not plan to make the theme song and the BGM of the CG battle scene for the time being, but Lu Wu's reason was that he wanted players to experience the original flavor of the game. Wu Gui had nothing to say about this, but he thought Lu Wu's idea was unique, and he would never think that Lu Wu had no money. After all, in his opinion, even if the funds of the game development team were not rich, they would not lack the money for a theme song to make a game of such a scale. After hanging up the phone, Wu Gui logged into the management page of the 173 game platform and looked at the 15 games selected by the reviewers with a rating of more than 8 points. Among them, 3 games were rated more than 9 by the reviewers. They are respectively Xingjian Online 10 points, Evolution of the Scourge 92 points, and Rise of the Protoss 91 points. Seeing that Xingjian Online ranked first, Wu Gui showed an expression of as expected. All 8 reviewers gave full marks and were optimistic about the potential of this game. Since the evaluation is out, Wu Gui immediately decided to start the PK list of these 15 games tomorrow, and the players will vote and score. On the first day of promotion, the 3 highest rated games will naturally start. The promotion of 15 games will be completed within 5 days, and then half a month will be waited for the final evaluation. Wu Gui naturally informed Lu Wu of this news in advance, which made Lu Wu and Bailey excited. They believed that with the quality of this game, a group of die-hard players would definitely emerge. At the same time, in the center of Shinkai City, at the headquarters of Tinglong Game Studio. Boss, look, the game evaluation of the 173 platform is out, a thin man with glasses said excitedly while staring at a message on the 173 platform account. Boss, we got 92 points. Hearing this, the man called the boss hurried to the screen, looked at the big 92 points, and smiled. You know, it took them 7 years and a lot of energy to make the game Evolution Disaster. Behind this score is their hard work day and night. It looks like this first. The man was about to say that the first place is stable, but suddenly found that there is another game above his game. Xingjian Online, 10 points. The smile on Li Tianxia's face suddenly solidified. He sent his younger brother away and sat in front of the computer with an uncertain expression. In Li Tianxia's view, the game of his studio should have been ranked first, but there was actually a game with a full score. This made Li Tianxia unacceptable for a while. He even suspected that there was an inside story in this event. He didn't believe that his game would lose to others. After opening the homepage of the game Xingjian Online, Li Tianxia was more certain of the inside story when he saw the description of this game, which had a perfect score, saying that it was nearly 100% authentic. He immediately took out his mobile phone, looked through the contacts, found Wu Gui's number, and called him. Beep beep. After a while, the call was connected. Brotherly, I haven't contacted you for a long time. How come you have time to call me this time? Wu Gui's laughing voice came from the phone. Brother Wu, I treat you as a brother and participate in the game evaluation activity you planned. You played tricks on me. You really don't take me seriously. Li Tianxia said in a deep voice, suppressing his anger that was about to explode. Wu Gui was stunned when he heard this, and then he became angry. He thought that the person in charge of the event he planned was operating in secret, which he would never allow. Brother, tell me what's going on. If there is a problem on my side, I will definitely explain it to you. Wu Gui's assurance made Li Tianxia less angry, and then he said, you should know about Evolutionary Disaster, which our team spent 7 years developing? Of course I know. How can you not know the sword that your Tinglong studio has honed for 7 years? I remember that your game was ranked in the top 10 on the last new game expectation list. Since you know, can you explain what is going on with the game Xingjian Online? Hearing this, Wu Gui suddenly understood why Li Tianxia came, and couldn't help but feel a little amused. Brotherly, what you mean is that you feel aggrieved and unconvinced that this Conquest Online won the first place? If the game is well made, why should I be dissatisfied? But you put a 800 megabytes game in the first place, and the introduction also says that it is almost 100% real, and shamelessly gave it a 10-point rating. I just want to know how much benefit this broken game has given you. You promote it like this, aren't you afraid of tarnishing the authority of your game platform? Li Tianxia spit out all the words he wanted to say in one breath. Wu Gui laughed at this time. Brotherly, I understand why you were so angry. So, anyway, tomorrow your top 3 games will be added to the platform homepage for promotion. You download it and try it. If you think this game is not worth 10 points, then I will personally remove it from the shelves and replace your game with the first place. How about it? The decision is given to you. Brother, you are sincere enough to say this. At last, Wu Gui said with a smile. This confused Li Tianxia, who was planning to call him to task. Brother Wu, what do you mean by this? No matter how much I say, you won't believe it. The game will be available on the platform tomorrow. Try it yourself and then reply to me. That's it. I have something to do and I'm hanging up now. After Wu Gui hung up the phone, Li Tianxia frowned. He could tell from Wu Gui's words that he didn't seem to have any doubts about the ranking this time, and by asking him to try the game, Xingjian Online, he was obviously full of confidence in the game, which made him a little confused. But even so, Li Tianxia didn't believe that the game made by his team would lose. If he lost to Rise of the Protoss made by Molong Studio, he would feel better. After all, many players have been looking forward to this game during the development period, and the public opinion often compares the 2 games that will be released at the same time to see which one is better. But if he lost to a game that he had never heard of and the introduction content looked extremely unreal, Li Tianxia would never believe it, because there is no big budget game that will not be promoted by the public opinion before it is released. It will be online tomorrow, right? I want to see how good this game is. This day was undoubtedly difficult for Li Tianxia. Even though it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, he still stayed in the studio, smoking, and waiting for the new game promotion activities of the 173 game platform to go online. Unlike Li Tianxia, many players of the 173 game platform were also closely watching the changes on the website at this moment. 2 major games will be officially open to the public today. This is a celebration for the players. They are ready to enter the game and experience it as soon as possible. However, it is obvious that they are looking forward to the 2 potential new games Evolution Calamity and Rise of the Protoss, and have no feelings for the unknown game Conquest Online. When the 12 o'clock bell echoed in the city, Li Tianxia and the players who were full of expectations all clicked on the refresh interface of the web page. New game competition on the first day. Today's recommended games are as follows: Conquest Online, 10 points, Evolution Calamity, 92, Rise of the Protoss, 91. The big red font appeared on the homepage of the website, but everyone was surprised to see the score. In their opinion, the first place in this new game competition should be the contest between Evolution Scourge and Rise of the Protoss. What on earth is this 10-point Conquest Online? Driven by curiosity, many people clicked on this game to see the game introduction and evaluation. 100% realism? Is it true? Everyone who saw the introduction was confused and quickly scrolled down to see what the reviewers said about this game. Game reviewer, I have to say that if you just read the introduction, you may miss a groundbreaking game. Even I can't resist its charm. Game reviewer, I tried it with the mentality of testing poison, and ended up being addicted to it. I gave it a decisive 100%. Game reviewer, phone before giving a score, I had almost 22 hours of experience in this game. In addition to the extremely realistic experience of the game, there is a hidden function in it that shocked me, because when I upgraded in the game, my body could clearly feel that it was getting stronger. What is this feeling? I chose the assassin, and I felt the speed of lightning in the game. This superhuman feeling made me obsessed. For this game, I really want to give it 100 points, but unfortunately, the upper limit is 10 points. Game reviewer, Qian, I am a very curious person. In order to explore this game, I did not go to the Ghost Mountain range as instructed by the task, but wandered around. In addition to the fact that the landforms inside were extremely real and shocked me, I also met a ghost man in armor. During the communication with this NPC, I completely felt that I was in front of a living and intelligent creature, not an NPC. This game is too scary. In order to express my respect, I give it 10 points. By the way, a final reminder, don't try to irritate those NPCs in the game out of curiosity. I was killed QAQ. These well-known reviewers in the gaming circle gave such high evaluations, which undoubtedly aroused the curiosity of many players. So driven by curiosity, many players clicked to download. At this time, Li Tianxia also browsed the reviews of the reviewers, and his face became uncertain. How could he believe that a game of only 800 MB could achieve a terrifying 100% simulation? This was simply a joke in his eyes. Then he chose to download the game and started the game experience after putting on the helmet. Suddenly, the CG scene that had been implanted in the opening of the game emerged. In the gloomy sky and the rolling dark clouds, countless monsters showed their hideous heads. This real scene undoubtedly shocked all the players who entered the game. As the plot progressed, when 100,000 ghost soldiers appeared in neat steps, the player's blood was completely ignited. The epic battle kicked off at this moment. When the CG ended and the whole world seemed to turn into a sea of fire, the game officially began and the career selection panel appeared. At this time, Li Tianxia was still in shock like other players. In Li Tianxia's opinion, the production of this CG was more than 800 megabytes. What kind of monster company was this? How did it get compressed to only 800 megabytes? This was completely against common sense. In order to find out, Li Tianxia chose the Berserker and officially started the game. After entering the game, he found that there were many new players around him. They were pointing and talking around the Hades, which had been burned to ruins. "Great King Baki, let me inherit your will and restore your former glory." At this time, a young man standing next to Li Tianxia stared at the ruins of the Hades with a look of grief and anger and shouted, "Aki, stop making trouble, come with me to find the boss. This game is really amazing. I'm afraid that there will be too many people later and I won't be able to grab the monster." The middle-aged young man wanted to make a comment, but was dragged out by his teammates. Looking around, Li Tianxia fell into silence. At this time, he understood why Wu Gui said that. Even as a professional, this game still made him feel incredible. With the current technology, it can achieve 100% realism, which he dared not even think about. But now there is such a game in front of him, which makes him have to believe it. At this moment, Li Tianxia's mentality changed from the initial imbalance to exploring and learning in the game. According to the instructions of the task, he also followed a large number of players and began to run along the map towards the Ghost Mountain range. However, the popularity of this game obviously exceeded his imagination. The initial task of hunting 10 wandering souls could not be completed at all. There were people wandering around looking for wandering souls outside. Whenever a wandering soul was found, more than a dozen people rushed up together, which made Li Tianxia dumbfounded. There was no way to grab the monster at all. Unlike Daming and others, many novice players had only one way to die when facing wandering souls alone. Wandering souls were actually stronger than the initial players who relied on yin qi to condense. Without agile body movements, if they just faced each other, even the initially stronger berserkers were no match for the wandering souls. From time to time, a white light appeared, and the player was killed by the wandering soul and quit. But there are still a large number of players pouring into this game. In order to complete the novice mission, Li Tianxia had to find another way, leaving the group of players and walking to the side. His idea was undoubtedly correct. Soon he found a lone wandering soul, which made Li Tianxia excited. He picked up the sword and charged at the wandering soul. Although Li Tianxia was not as strong as professional players such as Daming in combat skills, it was more than enough to dodge the attacks of the wandering souls that were not agile. Seeing the wandering souls becoming more and more transparent and about to dissipate, Li Tianxia felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart and completely forgot the real purpose of entering this game. Just as he chopped down the greatsword in his hand, ready to reap the life of the wandering soul, a figure suddenly flashed out from the side and hit him hard, knocking him to the ground, and a word -5 appeared on his head. Just when Li Tianxia was a little confused about what was going on, 2 more figures appeared behind him, and 2 daggers appeared at the same time and stabbed him hard in the neck. -8 -9, you were killed by the player Yi Shuer. Then the screen slowly darkened, and the dying wandering soul was killed by a berserker who knocked him away. At this time, the 2 female assassins turned around and made faces at his corpse. "I was robbed of my monster. And I was killed." Li Tianxia was stunned at this time. After exiting the game, Li Tianxia was still in a state of disbelief. He was robbed of his monster and killed? This made him furious, and he immediately chose to log in again. "Dear player, you have died in the game and entered the 3-hour resurrection cooldown. Which game developer designed this stupid function? It's crazy." Li Tianxia was completely stunned. With a concentrated mind, he suddenly remembered how he played it and even put himself into it. Li Tianxia took a deep breath and found that this game was really scary. Even a senior game developer like him was unconsciously put into the game scene. Opening the homepage of the 173 game platform and clicking on the Battle Online again, he found that there were many more player reviews under this game. Crayon Shinchan, it's scary. I can actually encounter a game with 100% realism in my lifetime. I voted decisively and will continue to play the game. Jedi Knight, the CG is so exciting. I look forward to it being made into a movie. Passerby A, B, C, and D, where is the game development? Can you explain what the 3-hour resurrection time is? Pay to become stronger. I was killed by a player in the game. This monster snatching is too crazy. Is there a GM to take care of it? Star Wars Guild Lon Lon, our guild has officially entered this game and is recruiting powerful players. Let's open up new land together. Go one sword into the soul, as I expected, and oh, one is not gone. At the same time, the dragon will recruit people and look for powerful players. I have reached level 12. Running and jumping replied to one sword into the soul, Big brother, please help me. I am online all the time. Lonely as Snow replied to one sword into the soul, wow, I am level 12 now. Big brother, you are too fierce. Please help me kill wandering souls and pass the novice mission. Watermelon Taro replied to Idao Rohan, Big brother, let me ask you, which profession is more powerful? I am stuck here in choosing a profession and can't make a decision. It's painful. QAQ Wild Boar Peppa, I voted. I hope good games will not be buried. I am exploring the game, looking for friends. Seeing the dense game reviews, Li Tianxia fell into silence. Sighing, he moved the mouse to the voting area in the upper right corner and voted for Xingzhan Online. This time he was completely convinced. He was originally confident in Evolution Calamity, which his team had spent several years developing, but after experiencing Xingzhan Online, he felt that the game developed by his team was simply exit the secondary page and return to the home page, then open the page of Evolution Calamity. Li Tianyi found that there were also a lot of good reviews below this game, but he couldn't be happy at all, because he knew that if these players had experienced the game Xingzhan Online, they would never come back. It is undoubtedly sad to meet such an opponent. Li Tianxia felt that he was under great pressure and didn't know what to do. At this time, Luwu and Bailey were staring at the homepage of the 173 gaming platform, and they were excited to see the number of votes constantly jumping. The artifact also continuously fed back information about players logging in. Due to the large amount of information, Luwu directly blocked it, leaving only the number of online players displayed. Less than 2 hours after the game was officially launched on the 173 gaming platform, the total number of people who logged into the game reached 30,213, of which 29864 were online. According to statistics from the artifact, those who were not online were basically forced to quit the game after death. In other words, the player retention rate after experiencing this game reached a terrifying 100%. This undoubtedly made Luwu and Bailey happy. Luwu couldn't imagine how terrifying his undead army would be when there were millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of players appearing in the game. At that time, it would be a piece of cake to recapture the entire Baiki. At this time, Luwu's mobile phone rang. He picked up the phone and found that it was a call from Wu Gui. Brother Wu, what's the matter? Luwu asked curiously. Brother, you must help me this time. Hearing this serious tone, Luwu thought there was something wrong with the game, and hurriedly asked, what happened? Hey, it's so annoying. Originally, there were few players in this game, and I could still kill wandering spirits when I went online. But today there were so many more people. When I was killing wandering spirits, I was robbed of the monster and killed. Do you think this is tolerable? Luwu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. He thought it was a big deal, but it turned out that Wu Gui was robbed of the monster in the game and was killed. So what does Brother Wu mean? Soul coins, I need soul coins. Can you give me some soul coins so that I can buy some decent equipment? I want revenge. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Luwu was stunned. To be honest, he didn't plan to distribute soul coins extra in the game. After all, this thing was also very useful to him. But Wu Gui had helped him so much, and he was embarrassed to refuse. Brother Wu, to be honest with you, after the development of this game is on the right track, soul coins will only be produced from killing monsters, and our RD team has no choice. However, before the game was put into use, I kept 100 soul coins for myself. I'm giving these 100 soul coins to you, because you won't have them anymore in the future. Wu Gui was delighted when he heard this, and quickly agreed. But brother, from what you said, after your game got on track, everything was no longer controlled by your RD team? That's right. In addition to the extremely high degree of reality in this game, the development of things in it is also free. Even we don't know what will happen next, so, brother, please forgive me. Hearing this, Wu Gui fell into shock and took a deep breath. Brother, find a chance and bring your RD team to let me see it. I really want to see what kind of monsters are so capable. After chatting for a while, Luwu hung up the phone, glanced at Bailey who was eating biscuits, and closed his eyes. At this time, Luwu's soul coin balance was more than 2,000 points. After searching Wu Gui's name and locking it, he immediately sent Wu Gui 100 soul coins. After the 3-hour resurrection cooldown, Wu Gui logged into the game again and was surprised to find that there were 100 soul coins in his backpack. He immediately opened the mall and bought a blue weapon, Python sword, worth 100 soul coins. Wu Gui still had a vague impression of the people who killed him. He immediately became ruthless and rushed towards the Ghost Mountain range again with the weapon flashing blue light. Coincidentally, he met Li Tianxia, who was also ready to take revenge on the way. The two talked and found that the murderers who killed them were actually the same team, so they went together and killed towards the Ghost Mountain range, vowing to take revenge. In order to seek revenge, the two of them avoided the wandering spirits from a distance. They kept moving forward and found 2 women and 1 man who specialized in stealing monsters and killing players at the entrance of the Ghost Mountain range. Seeing these 3 people, Li Tianxia was so angry that he was about to rush up, but was stopped by Wu Gui. "Brother Li, don't get excited. They steal our monsters, and we steal theirs. Now we are in the dark, hiding and waiting for the opportunity to attack." Li Tianxia thought it made sense and it was more satisfying. So the 2 of them followed the 3 people from a distance, looking for cover from time to time. With a blue weapon and having played for 2 more days than other players, Wu Gui's level was still in the leading position among the players, so Wu Gui was still confident in a 2-on-3 situation. Yi Xuer and others in the distance naturally did not notice that there were 2 people who wanted revenge behind them. At this time, they were completely addicted to killing and stealing monsters, and they were looking for other prey with excitement. When they were about to enter the territory of the Ghost Mountain range, there were obviously fewer players, but they still found 2 players who were cooperating to fight the Wreckage Warriors. Suddenly, the 3 of them showed malicious smiles on their faces, and quietly approached the 2 players, ready to monsters and kill people at the critical moment. Time passed bit by bit, and just when the Wreckage Warrior was about to die, Yi Xuer and the other 2 took action. The Berserker was still in the front to stop the 2 players, and the 2 female assassins went around to attack from behind. This trick was still very effective. The players who were attracted by the Wreckage Warriors did not notice their existence at all, and were all knocked to the ground. Then, Yi Xuer and the other 2 quickly bullied them and attacked their fatal parts to death. But before the 3 of them could be happy, 2 berserkers holding big swords suddenly jumped out of the bushes not far away. In their astonished eyes, the 2 berserkers quickly approached and chopped their own berserker with 1 blow. -18 -7 2 damage numbers appeared, and their own berserker was instantly killed and collapsed to the ground. Taking advantage of Yi Xuer and the others' surprise, Wu Gui chopped the Wreckage Warriors one by one, snatching away the monster's experience. Then he exchanged glances with Li Tianxia and rushed towards Yi Xuer and the others. Obviously, Yi Xuer did not expect that she would be tricked. When she reacted, Wu Gui and Li Tianxia had already rushed to her. However, Yi Xuer did not panic. She raised her dagger and stabbed Wu Gui's neck in the front. But to her surprise, Wu Gui did not choose to dodge, so the 2 attacks hit each other at the same time. -12 -21 2 injuries appeared at the same time. Looking at the big sword in Wu Gui's hand that was flashing with blue light, Yi Xuer secretly said that it was bad, but the surroundings had gradually darkened, and the death prompt appeared. After killing Yi Xuer, Wu Gui immediately turned around and helped Li Tianxia kill another female assassin. Then the 2 laughed and raised their middle fingers to Yi Xuer's body. This made Yi Xuer, who was still watching the screen, tremble with anger, and secretly vowed in her heart that she must take revenge. In a manor villa in Jialan City, a woman in a pink dress was sitting quietly on the bed, with long purple hair falling on the bed like a waterfall, looking charming. After a moment of stagnation, Yi Xuer came back to her senses, her fangs exposed, and her face was full of anger. She looked back at the virtual helmet placed aside, and felt that she could not swallow this breath at all. Revenge! I want revenge! Angry Yi Xuer immediately took out her mobile phone and dialed a number. After a while, the call was connected. "Xuer? What do you want to talk to me about?" After working hard all night last night, Yi Chen asked weakly. "Brother, your sister was bullied, and the bullying was very bad," Yi Xuer said angrily. Hearing this, Yi Chen was stunned, and a burst of anger rose from the bottom of his heart. You know, Yi Xuer is like a jewel in their home and their family. How dare someone bully her? They are so tired of living. "Xuer, tell me who it is, I'll take him down," Yi Chen said coldly. "The other party is very strong, bring more people, I'll wait for you at home." "Okay, wait, I'll call someone." After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen pushed away the woman who was still wrapped around his arm, and stood up and dressed quickly in the other's puzzled eyes. After dressing, Yi Chen took out his mobile phone and said hello to all his friends in society. "I don't care how strong you are, if you dare to bully my sister, I'll make you look good." After going out, the angry Yi Chen gathered his brothers in front of a club. After discussing, in order not to cut the wrong people, everyone put a piece of red cloth on their arms, prepared a knife, got in the car, and drove towards the manor villa. When he got home, Yi Chen's aggressive appearance stunned the housekeeper. Yi Shuer had been waiting in the hall. Seeing Yi Shuer, Yi Chen approached with a worried look on his face. "Shuer, are you okay?" "No, I'm very angry now." Yi Shuer replied depressedly. "I've brought the people here. Tell me who bullied you, and we'll go and chop him up." Looking at the nearly 100 people holding knives behind Yi Chen, Yi Shuer was stunned. "So many? Didn't you say that the opponent is very strong?" "I just shouted more. I'm afraid I can't beat him when the time comes." "It's really my good brother." Yi Shuer smiled with narrowed eyes, and pointed to several metal boxes not far away to the housekeeper beside him. "Uncle Mu, distribute these things, one for each person." "Sister, what is this? We all have weapons." Yi Chen was a little confused. "The problem is that the knife is useless, this must be used." Hearing this, Yi Chen's heart tightened, thinking that his sister had brought some controlled weapons for revenge, which was no small matter. However, when everyone took the virtual helmets distributed, they were all stunned. Even Yi Chen was dumbfounded. "Do you need a virtual helmet to fight? Sister, can you tell me what happened?" Yi Chen asked with a look of doubt on his face. "Oh, two shameless guys robbed me of my monsters in the game and killed me." "Isn't that infuriating?" "Infuriating. Infuriating, yes, it's too infuriating. Will you help me?" At this moment, Yi Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he could only pamper this willful sister. "What are you all standing there for? Get ready to play the game. Gather after choosing your professions, and then follow my sister to kill people. If you don't help my sister get rid of this anger, I'll make you look good." Yi Chen glared at the crowd and shouted at them. Relying on the huge advantage in numbers, Yi Shuer led the revenge team to find and surround Wu Gui and Li Tianxia as expected after the resurrection, and killed them. However, the two big guys in the game industry naturally couldn't stand this breath, so they called some employees and found a group of players who had been killed in the game, formed a revenge organization, and started the revenge action. The first large-scale player conflict in the online battle was launched. During this period, the forces of the two sides became increasingly powerful, and they killed each other with bloodshot eyes. The next day, Lu Wu, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the little lowly and dragged to the computer desk. "What's wrong?" Lu Wu rubbed his eyes with sleepy eyes and asked in confusion. "Look at the game comments," Bailey said with a serious face. Lu Wu turned his eyes to the computer screen and saw the dense comments. He was puzzled, but when he saw the content clearly, his eyes widened. Yi Shuer is the cutest, 1:500 for soul coins, and the Guardian Angel Guild is recruiting people. Watermelon Taro, collect soul coins, urgently needed, unlimited collection, players with soul coins can privately chat with me. A mammoth, Li Tianxia Guardian Angel is a garbage guild, killing people indiscriminately, strongly resist, welcome everyone to join the Avengers Wild Boar Peppa, collect soul coins, I want to kill all the idiots of Guardian Angel, 1:600, unlimited collection. Big sword in hand, why doesn't this official have a recharge channel, I want soul coins. Crayon Shinchan, collect soul coins, unlimited, and find teammates to complete growth tasks. This nether warrior is too strong. He was hammered to death 3 times. He was almost crying. A knife into the soul, the number of members of the Dragon Club has reached 100. The president will soon reach level 20. We are preparing to establish the first guild in this game. We welcome powerful players. Invincible loneliness, I am drunk. I can't collect soul coins at all. Where is the gold-making studio? Are soul coins hidden for the new year? Collect a lot. The comments below the entire game are arguing, and the number of comments is still increasing. Except for the quarrel between Yi Shuer's Guardian Angel and Wu Gui's Avengers, all other players are buying soul coins. Lu Wu flipped through the comments and found that the initial purchase price of soul coins was 100:1, but in just a few hours, under the leadership of Yi Shuer, it was directly hyped up to 1:700. However, even at this price, a large number of players who want to play gold still have nowhere to buy. Get rich! Bailey's eyes are shining. At this time, she was already imagining that there would be endless delicious food every day, and a trace of crystal appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lu Wu was also very surprised. He knew that soul coins were very scarce in this game, but he didn't expect that the players' emotions would be so high. In the past few days, with the influx of players, in addition to the expenses of players completing tasks, Lu Wu's soul coins have been close to 10,000. What a concept! If this batch of soul coins is sold, he will have a huge sum of 7 million. Happiness came too suddenly, making Lu Wu a little dizzy. But after calming down and thinking, Lu Wu did not intend to sell all of this batch of soul coins. Although it can speed up the improvement of the player's strength, the role of soul coins is also very important to him. According to Bailey, if you want to rebuild the Bakey underworld, you will have to spend at least 50,000 soul points. The number of soul coins on you is still a drop in the bucket, but it is still okay to sell some temporarily to ease the tight days. After thinking about it, Luwu decided to take out 500 soul coins to exchange for money. Of course, this cannot appear in an official capacity. But before that, Luwu wanted to know what happened. I just didn't pay attention to it for one night. What exactly happened in this game? Luwu asked curiously. Bailey, the GM who doesn't need to sleep and always pays attention to the dynamics in the game, naturally knows it in his mind and smiles. While you were sleeping, two forces appeared in the game. One is the Guardian Angel Alliance formed by Yishware, and the other is the Avengers Alliance formed by Wugwei. The two forces got angry because of the early fight for monsters and started a night of fighting. Now they are completely at odds with each other and have reached the point of no return. Basically, when the people of the two forces see the players of the other alliance in the wild, they just fight without saying a word. It is precisely because of the competition between each other that soul coins that can quickly improve strength have become important strategic materials. Both sides have local tyrants buying them, and it has come to this point now. Luwu was stunned. He didn't expect that the civil war between players would start before the main line of Conquest began. However, Luwu didn't want to stop this. This is a good thing for the game. It can stimulate the enthusiasm of players to become stronger and increase the fun of the game. Luwu, you should find a way to sell some soul coins. At this time, Bailey Baoju grabbed Luwu's arm and shook it. Well, but you can't appear in an official capacity. Then you can appear as a player. Bailey quickly replied. Bailey's idea was exactly what Luwu was planning. After that, the two of them discussed it. Luwu put on the virtual helmet and chose the icon of the online game to enter the game. When choosing a profession, Luwu chose the mage profession. The mage profession was quite miserable in the early stage. In addition to the initial skill In-Chi Bullet, there was no decent damage type skill at all. However, Luwu knew that this profession had great potential. As for the professional skills, Luwu and Bailey have already started to design them. The premise for the appearance of skills is that Luwu repaired the Bakey underworld. According to Bailey, the Sutra Pavilion in the underworld collects many underworld spells and combat methods. As long as the Bakey underworld is repaired, these skills can naturally be recorded in the artifact. At that time, the mall will add a skill purchase column, and the player's strength will be greatly improved again. Therefore, the weak mage now will definitely have the highest output among other professions in the later stage, which is also the reason why the mage's equipment is higher than that of other professions. It will take time to collect 50,000 soul coins. For the time being, players can only rely on brute force to fight the initial battle. After completing the career selection, Luwu, wearing a linen shirt and holding a black staff, officially logged into the game as a player. Opening his backpack, Luwu found that GM Bailey had already given him 500 soul coins. Looking at the ruins of the underworld, Luwu raised his legs and began to walk outside, looking for big customers according to Bailey's instructions. Among the soul coins purchased this time, Yishware was undoubtedly the one with the greatest demand, so Luwu's target was also on her. As an authorized number, Luwu opened the map and saw the marking with flashing purple light spots. This is the current location of Yishware, who was guided by Bailey. At this moment, Yishware was blocking the entrance of the Ghost Mountain range with 100 people, intending to clear out the players of the Avengers. After Luwu walked out of the novice area and confirmed that there was no one around him, he summoned a cloud of In-Chi, which carried him to the location of Yishware. When he was 100 meters away from Yishware, in order not to attract attention, Luwu dispersed the cloud of In-Chi and walked forward instead. As soon as Luwu arrived, hundreds of eyes were cast on him. Boy, are you from the Avengers? A berserker stopped Luwu. I'm looking for Yishware to sell soul coins. Looking for me? Yishware flashed and jumped down from the tree next to her and landed in front of Luwu. Looking at Yishware, who had half of her equipment of blue quality, Luwu smiled slightly. I heard that you collect soul coins. I want to sell them. How many are you? I want them all. You name a price. How about 1,700? This should be the market price now. Okay, I'll take all the ones you have. Yishware agreed without hesitation. I have 500. Luwu smiled slightly. What? Originally thought it was a few more soul coins, but when Yishware heard 500, she almost thought she had heard it wrong. How many soul coins do you have? Yishware asked again, looking a little unbelievable. 500 soul coins. I can sell them all to you if you can eat them. Luwu said with a smile. Facing Yi Shuer, who looked suspicious, Luwu stepped forward, opened the mutual transaction column, put 500 soul coins on it, and then clicked to cancel the transaction. You believe it now? Seeing the 500 soul coins in the amount column, Yi Shuer was very surprised. You know, she only counted the soul coins she got from killing monsters, which was only about 60 at most, but the guy in front of her with the initial equipment actually had 500 soul coins. How could she not be shocked? Yes, I want them all, Yi Shuer said decisively. Okay, then go to the transaction website, there is a guarantee there. No need, tell me your account number, and I will transfer it to you now. Hearing this, Luwu was a little surprised. After all, this was not a small transaction. 500 soul coins were worth 350000. But since Yi Shuer believed in him, Luwu didn't care and reported his bank account. Benzi, go and transfer the money to him, Yi Shuer shouted to the girl beside her. The girl called Benzi nodded and disappeared. After a moment, the figure of the woman reappeared. Shuer, the money has been transferred. Yi Shuer nodded, the money has arrived, go and have a look. Luwu shook his head, since you trust me, then I trust you too, let's trade. Luwu opened the transaction column and traded 500 soul coins. The amount of 350,000 was naturally not pure trust from Luwu, but Bailey told him that the money had arrived, and this carefree attitude was completely pretended. After getting the soul coins, Yi Shuer opened them all with a happy face, and chose a red quality dress with colorful wings for 400 soul coins and put it on. Suddenly, a colorful light flashed on Yi Shuer's body, and a gorgeous dress was draped over her. Seeing Luwu was about to leave, Yi Shuer stretched out her hand to stop him. Anything else? How did you get this soul coin? A hidden mission? Yi Shuer was full of curiosity at this moment. Oh, it's the mission of the soul collector. I was lucky. I wandered around and picked up 5 initial souls and sold them all to the mall. Everyone. Originally, Yi Shuer wanted to ask where to trigger this hidden mission, but Luwu's words made him completely speechless. This good luck is really amazing. If there is nothing else, then I'll leave. I want to go around and see if I can pick up a few more. Luwu's words once again made everyone silent. After Luwu left, Yi Shuer turned around and asked everyone, has anyone picked up that thing? Everyone shook their heads. At this moment, a person hurriedly ran from the Ghost Mountain range, looking very panicked. Sister Shuer, the brothers were ambushed. Hearing this, Yi Shuer's expression froze. Again, the Avengers? No, it was the NPC in the game. Yi Shuer was stunned. Tell me specifically, what happened? Just now, our group of 10 was looking for players of the Avengers in the Ghost Mountain range, and we met a group of ghost soldiers riding wolves. They were wearing armor and their pupils were burning with flames. They looked very scary. When they saw the 10 of us, they actually asked us which ghost general we were subordinate to. Then what did you say? I said we were descendants of the king of Baki, and then they chased and hacked us. They killed us all in a moment, and I was the only one left who fell into a cave and ran away. Hearing this, Yi Shuer suddenly thought of the plot at the beginning of the game. It seemed that the ghost kings and ghost generals under the king of Baki had betrayed. Thinking in this way, Yi Shuer understood why these people were hunted down when they reported that they were descendants of the king of Baki. Brothers, enter the Ghost Mountain range and kill the traitors, Yi Shuer said coldly. After watching the opening CG, Yi Shuer hated these traitors very much. You know, the king of Baki sacrificed himself for the billions of lives in Baki, but they not only did not show gratitude, but also dared to betray him. This was unforgivable in Yi Shuer's eyes. Another point is that Yi Shuer felt that perhaps there might be hidden tasks in these ghost soldiers. Then the mighty team of hundreds of people marched towards the Ghost Mountain range. After exiting the game, Luwu immediately picked up his mobile phone to read the bank's reply. The amount of your account with the last number 6,573 is 350,000 yuan, and the current balance is 351,236 yuan. Delicious food, Bailey also shouted with his eyes shining. This money is really easy to make. Looking at the soul coins that are still increasing, Luwu feels happy. In order to celebrate the arrival of the first pot of gold, Luwu took Bailey to the best hotel near his home for a good meal, and also bought a lot of snacks for Bailey, who was a foodie. This made Bailey, who was easily satisfied, happy with his eyes curved into a crescent. When he returned home again, it was dark. Luwu sat in front of the computer and first opened the homepage of the 173 game platform and looked at the game voting rankings. Just as he thought, Jingzhan Online was still far ahead, and the number of players was still increasing, reaching 80,000. What Luwu needs to consider most now is the collection of soul coins, how to collect 50,000 quickly and open up the skill function. In fact, many players still have soul coins, and how to stimulate their consumption is also a problem that needs to be considered. This made Lu Wu hesitate whether to start a war and declare war on the ghost general Shana in the east. As long as there is a war, consumption will naturally increase. But Lu Wu thought about it and shook his head to deny his plan. First of all, the number of players has increased, but the strength is still not enough. If 80,000 players really fight, they will definitely not be able to defeat Setsuna, who has 100,000 ghost soldiers. Constant failures will easily frustrate the confidence of players and be detrimental to the game experience. After thinking about it, Lu Wu had an idea and then used the artifact to set a task for players who reached level 15. Exploration task: go to the east of the underworld and explore the territory of the ghost general Setsuna. The task reward depends on the exploration range. The difficulty of this task is undoubtedly extremely high. The strongest player is only at the level of an ordinary ghost soldier. But the characteristic of players is that they are immortal. It is best to use players to explore the strength of the instant ghost army, and then Bailey will monitor the players and give him feedback. After understanding the situation, Lu Wu can formulate a strategy for how to attack. 1 hour after the task was released in the game, many players began to move along the road east of the Hades, ready to test it out. Just when Lu Wu was proud of his decision, a server-wide prompt suddenly appeared. Congratulations to Chen Ziyu for establishing the first guild Delongui, recruiting heroes to build Beiki's glory. Lu Wu was also very surprised that the first guild appeared so quickly. He didn't expect that Chen Ziyu and the first batch of players reached level 20 so quickly. So he closed his eyes and cast his sights on the underworld. He saw a large group of players surrounding the Hades in the underworld, and standing in the center of this group of players was Chen Ziyu and NPC Lu Mo. Chen Ziyu was excited at this time. In order to establish this first guild, the brothers leveled up day and night in the Ghost Mountains, and finally collected 50 soul coins together, which was successfully established. After opening the guild, his function bar had more guild options. As long as they were in the same guild, they could see the location of other guild players. At the same time, the guild chat bar was opened, which undoubtedly helped them a lot in developing as a group. Brother, are you hiring? Brother, please take me with you. I don't have any other skills, but I'm good at spending money. Request to join the guild, please accept me. A group of new players were surrounding Chen Ziyu, wanting to join the guild and seek shelter, while Chen Ziyu was smiling and checking the information of the applicants, only accepting players with strength above level 10. After reviewing the information for about an hour, Chen Ziyu turned his head and looked at the NPC Lu Mo, who had an indifferent expression and a transcendent temperament. Brother Lu, how much do you know about the ghost general Shanshan who was entrenched in the east of Beiki? Hearing Chen Ziyu talking about the ghost general Shanshan, Lu Mo's expression surged with hatred. My adoptive father cultivated Shanshan in vain, but he chose to betray for the sake of profit. I wish I could kill him with my own hands. Chen Ziyu felt that Lu Mo, who often wandered around the underworld, was more like a person with flesh and blood and emotions than an NPC. Brother Lu, we must avenge this hatred. Do you know the specific situation in the east? I want to go and explore the situation first. Lu Mo took a deep look at Chen Ziyu and sighed. This instant ghost will have 100,000 ghost soldiers, with huge strength. It occupies the Lioli area in the east near the Yellow Spring Sea. If you want to go for reconnaissance, you must pay attention to your own safety and never show off your ability. Chen Ziyu nodded solemnly, and then sent a voice in the guild channel. All members of the Dao Long Club above level 15 will gather near the Hades after dinner and prepare to complete the exploration mission together. Daming, I will take care of you when I go together. I hope to kill a few instant ghost soldiers. Smiley face, Schwelly, go ahead, I will have 3 blue suits after completing the task, so happy. Ciao, for the glory of the king of Beiki. Seeing the reply in the guild chat bar, Chen Ziyu smiled slightly, and then chose to log off, planning to finish dinner quickly and then organize the guild to start the first collective task. After Chen Ziyu left, there were still many people around Lu Mo. Most of these people are female players, who are completely attracted by Lu Mo's appearance and keep pestering Lu Mo to chat with him. In the past few days, Lu Mo has accumulated a lot of popularity among female players, and many memories of the Beiki land have been implanted in Lu Mo's memory. It can be said that he is a qualified novice village chief, helping many players solve many confusions. In order to enrich the game fun of players, the second NPC has also been created by Lu Wu. The name is the Mysterious Merchant. This NPC is set as a lucky merchant wandering in the land of Beiki. Players who find this person can buy rare items that are not available in the mall. After looking at the daily life of the players, Lu Wu asked the god's perspective to move to Yi Shuer, who bought the soul coins. As the Ghost Mountain range appeared in front of him, Lu Wu's eyes suddenly condensed. Because in the depths of the dense forest, there was actually a team of ghost soldiers riding wolves. The clothes of these ghost soldiers reminded Lu Wu of the ghost wolf riders of the Moment Legion introduced to him by Bailey. At this time, in a dense forest in the Ghost Mountain Range, Yi Shuer and other 100-man teams continued to attack the ghost wolf riders, but there was an obvious gap in individual strength, resulting in continuous players being hacked and killed. However, this did not scare off the players. Under the command of Yi Shuer, the players stepped forward again and again like crazy people who didn't care about their lives, and rushed the ghost wolf riders to scatter. Kill all these Baki traitors. With Yi Shuer's angry shout, the players of Guardian Angel launched another charge, surrounded these ghost wolf riders and chopped them fiercely. Finally, in the crazy attack of the players, several ghost wolf riders could not bear it and fell off the wolf's back, but what greeted them was the ruthless slashing of the players, beheading them on the spot. They are going to run away, surround them, and don't let any of them go. Seeing that the ghost wolf riders were not going to fight and leave, the players were naturally unwilling to let them go, because they had sacrificed many brothers to kill these ghost wolf riders. Suddenly, the crowd formed a circle and trapped these ghost wolf riders in place. With the roar of the giant wolf, the players continued to shrink the encirclement, and the faces of the ghost wolf riders also showed fear. They couldn't understand why there were so many such strange ghost tribes here, and these ghost tribes all called themselves descendants of the king of Baki. You should know that after the death of the king of Baki, all his subordinates should have betrayed him, but the appearance of these people seems a bit weird. Don't let any of them go. Kill. With Yi Shuer's cry, the players quickly narrowed the encirclement. The berserkers at the front directly met the slashing of the ghost wolf cavalry with their bodies, and they would cut them even if they died. Under this crazy attack, the small team of ghost wolf cavalry finally couldn't bear it. After the last ghost wolf cavalry was killed by Yi Shuer's sneak attack, the entire ghost wolf cavalry team was completely destroyed. Wow, awesome. 666, finally killed these traitors. Boss Shuer is awesome. The players cheered, and Yi Shuer also smiled proudly. Hey, this ghost soldier exploded. At this time, the bodies of the ghost wolf cavalry were decomposed by the artifact, and the armor and weapons they wore were left on the ground. Wow, level 10 white armor, level 10 blue sword. Seeing that the items that were dropped could actually be worn, the crowd was noisy and rushed forward to pick them up. Yi Shuer did not stop them, because she knew that this was what the players deserved, and he even had level 10 red armor on him, so why would he care about these ordinary items? After the distribution, Yi Shuer faced everyone and waved her dagger with a heroic gesture. Brothers, let's have dinner. After dinner, we will set out to the East Lioli and kill the ghost soldiers and traitors. By then, we will each have a blue weapon and have a share. When I reach level 20, I will set up a guild. We want to become the #1 guild in this game. Do you have confidence? Yes. The players below shouted in unison. Hearing this, Yi Shuer smiled happily. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Ziyu began to organize people in the guild voice. Soon, nearly 200 players, all of whom had reached level 15, gathered near the Hades. Let's go! Following Chen Ziyu's order, the 200-person team began to advance eastward. The Lioli district in the east is not too far from the Hades, and the players' physical fitness has also been improved, making it very easy to rush. At the same time, as long as they encounter wandering souls or other underworld creatures along the way, the team will kill them. It can be said that they are aggressive and aim at the instantaneous ghost general. According to the map instructions, the players of the Dal Ong Club spent more than half an hour to reach the junction of the Lioli district and the Hades. Stepping into the Lioli territory, the players were surprised to find that the color of the sky had become much brighter, the blood rain that had been swaying had disappeared, the stones on the ground were colorful, and there were white flocks like snowflakes floating in the air, which was completely different from the previous Hades scene. While being surprised by the scene design, the players began to become alert. Because they knew that this was the territory of the ghost general Shana. Although they had 200 people, they actually came to explore with the determination to die. After all, they learned from Luomo that Shana had 100,000 extremely vicious ghost soldiers under his command. Let's go, be careful, and remember to remind each other if you find anything abnormal. Chen Ziyu waved his hand, and the team explored forward again. While moving forward, the players found that the ghosts in the Lioli district were not human-shaped, but in the form of animals. But they were also very fierce. They encountered wolves several times, and it took a lot of effort to eliminate them. After moving forward another kilometer and climbing a slope, the players' vision suddenly widened, but at this time Chen Ziyu suddenly signaled everyone to lie down. I saw a ghost soldier camp at the bottom of the slope appeared in their field of vision. Be careful, don't be discovered, this camp is not small. Chen Ziyu said in the guild voice. When everyone heard it, they slowly poked their heads out and began to observe the situation in the camp. Corpse wolves with green flames burning in their pupils were wandering around the camp, while a large number of ghost soldiers were busy carrying something. There are about 2,000 of them. It should be an outpost camp, but there are too many ghost soldiers. We can't handle them. Change direction and keep moving forward. Seeing so many ghost soldiers, Chen Ziyu was secretly shocked. He was about to lead his brothers to retreat and change direction to take a detour, but at this time, a corpse wolf closer to them twitched its nose twice, and its flaming eyes stared at the hillside where Chen Ziyu and others were. "Oh, whoa!" As the wolf howled, countless ghost soldiers raised their heads and looked in the direction of Chen Ziyu and others who were looking out. "Stupid dog, call you uncle." Seeing that he and others were discovered, Daming was so angry at this troublesome corpse wolf that he picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the corpse wolf, hitting it in the face. Daming, who was still not satisfied, wanted to continue smashing, but was stopped by Chen Ziyu. "Damn on, don't be willful, they are chasing us, run." Daming looked forward and saw countless ghost soldiers jumping onto the corpse wolves and began to gather, obviously preparing to come over to encircle and suppress them. "Brothers, run!" Following Chen Ziyu's order, the players turned around and ran in the direction they came from. The ghost soldiers in the camp quickly assembled, and with the roar of the ghost commander, they chased in the direction where Chen Ziyu and others fled. In terms of speed, the ghost cavalry riding corpse wolves were obviously much faster than the players. With billowing smoke and dust, they were getting closer and closer to the players. A pair of eyes burning green flames flashed with bloodthirsty light. As ghosts, they were eager to kill. "I won't run away. I'll fight these traitors. It's no big deal to die." At this time, Daming shouted angrily and turned to rush towards the ghost wolf cavalry. "Fight! Fight, I'm not afraid of I'm still a hero in 3 hours." Knowing that he would definitely not be able to escape, Chen Ziyu also showed a fierce look on his face and turned to face the ghost cavalry army. "Brothers, kill them for me." With Chen Ziyu shouting, the players collectively stopped their steps and all turned to face the ghost cavalry army. "Charge! Kill one and you'll win. Kill two and you'll win big. Kill!" The players' return attacks surprised the ghost cavalry. They didn't understand why they didn't run away. Did they want to die? Boom! The players' camp collided head-on with the ghost cavalry. The scene became chaotic. The battle broke out instantly. All the players were above level 10. They could still fight against the ghost cavalry, but they suffered a great loss in numbers. A large number of players were killed directly in this wave of charge. However, the players' desperate ruthlessness also shocked the ghost cavalry. They didn't understand what was wrong with these creatures. Their fighting style was like they didn't want to die. They didn't defend at all and just kept stabbing at you. Looking at the teammates who kept falling, Chen Ziyu's eyes were red. He turned sideways and picked up a ghost wolf cavalry. Then he took a step forward and smashed its head with a big sword. Not far from where the battle broke out, Yi Shuer looked at the billowing smoke and dust in the distance in confusion. What happened in front? "Sister Shuer, it seems that a battle has broken out." Yi Shuer heard it, curious in her heart, waved her hand, and the team accelerated its pace. When she saw the two sides of the battle clearly, Yi Shuer's face sank. "Sister Shuer, it's the players and the ghost soldiers fighting. Do we want to help?" "Nonsense, brothers, charge, kill all the traitors in Beiki." The team of hundreds of people followed Yi Shuer's steps and rushed towards the battle scene aggressively. "Boss, there is support." Chen Ziyu turned his head and looked, and immediately found Yi Shuer and others who led the team. "Brothers, thank you for your help." Chen Ziyu shouted loudly, and chopped a ghost rider to the ground. "You're welcome." Yi Shuer answered loudly, then flashed sideways and rushed into the ghost rider camp. The addition of this team of 100 people relieved a lot of pressure on the Great Dragon Society, but facing the powerful ghost cavalry, they were still at a great disadvantage. Just when everyone was forced into a desperate situation, another team came from the side and slammed into the waist and abdomen of the ghost cavalry. "The Avengers are coming to support us, brothers, follow me to kill." With Wu Gui's loud shout, another team of more than 100 people appeared and joined the battle. The clash of four forces made the scene even more chaotic. During the fight, Wu Gui even happened to meet Yi Shuer, who was killing the ghost wolf cavalry. "Kill the enemy first, and we will settle our grudge later," Wu Gui said. "Agree." Yi Shuer replied coldly. The two alliances put aside their hatred at the same time and decided to unite against the outside world at this moment. Faced with the brutal ghost wolf cavalry, the players put aside their temporary grudges and became an unprecedented team. Although they were still suppressed by the ghost cavalry in numbers, they were not afraid at all. With shouts of killing, the players rushed towards the ghost cavalry again. It is an honor to die, destroy the Beiki traitor. Yi Xuer stared at the ghost commander in the distance, who was wearing heavy armor and riding a burning warhorse. She jumped and killed it. Facing Yi Xuer, who was attacking head-on, the ghost commander showed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the huge battle blade behind him. Die! As Yi Xuer's figure emerged, the battle blade suddenly danced, and a sky-high sword energy shot out. Yi Xuer was chopped head-on, and the picture in front of her eyes began to darken slowly. You have been killed by the ghost commander, and the 3-hour resurrection cooldown period has begun. Xuer. His sister was killed, and Yi Chen, who was surrounded, was immediately angry. He roared and rushed towards the ghost commander. Seeing Yi Chen charging, the brothers around him gathered around and helped him to kill forward. Capture the leader first, brothers, it's okay to die, kill a ghost commander to bury with you. Chen Ziyu, who discovered this scene, also roared, and the team quickly turned around and followed Yi Chen to kill towards the location of the ghost commander. The three forces reached a consensus at this moment, and they would drag a ghost commander to die with them, and they all killed the ghost commander like crazy. In the confrontation, many players who did not buy weapons from the mall had their initial weapons broken during continuous use, but they still looked firm. Some picked up stones on the ground, and even fought with their bare hands. This crazy fighting posture made the ghost wolf cavalry dumbfounded. After so many battles, this was the first time they encountered such a crazy one. As players continued to die, the ghost wolf cavalry also lost many combatants. The battle was extremely tragic, and the ghost commander could not help but be moved. Under the hard work of the players, they really killed a way to the ghost commander. However, seeing the players rushing over, the ghost commander did not retreat, but held his war blade horizontally and slashed forward fiercely. A black blade light swept across, and a group of players fell down. So strong. Seeing the strength of the ghost commander, Chen Ziyu's face was gloomy. Pile him up to death, and don't care about the other ghost cavalry, just kill this commander. At this time, Wu Guoyi roared and took the lead to rush towards the ghost commander. Facing hundreds of players besieging, the ghost commander's green pupils shrank, and then the warblade slashed forward several times, slashing down another group of players. However, how could the players be scared away? They all roared and continued to rush towards the ghost commander. In this situation, the ghost commander finally couldn't stop the crazy approach of the players and was surrounded in the center. A burst of crackling and crazy slashing came towards him, and even the players without weapons wanted to climb onto the magic horse and bite the demon commander with their teeth. Although the players' attacks were violent, they were facing a boss-level monster with a huge difference in strength. In the angry eyes of the demon commander, a circle of green fluorescence appeared on his body. Roar! As the ghost commander roared, the green light suddenly spread, shaking all the players around him away. At this moment, the ghost commander went berserk. He raised his war blade fiercely, and the blades crisscrossed, killing all the players around him. At the same time, the magic horse under his feet also raised its front hooves and stomped down fiercely, causing the ground to shake and many players to fall to the ground. The surrounding ghost wolf riders also seized the opportunity at this moment and rushed into the player camp, slaughtering them. A large number of players died and entered the resurrection cooldown. When there was only one player left, the ghost commander waved his hand, and the ghost wolf riders stopped the attack. Riding on the magic horse, the tall figure of the ghost commander appeared in front of Daming, looking down at him. Tell me your origins. I'm telling you, a bunch of traitors, do you think I'm afraid of you? Daming kicked the front leg of the magic horse, but he took a step back. I can spare you, as long as you tell me why you came. The ghost commander stared at Daming coldly and asked again. I am a descendant of the king of Beiki. As for why I came here, of course I want to chop off your dog head. Daming's answer made the ghost commander's eyes even colder. The king of Beiki is dead, how can there be any descendants? How dare you lie to me? Hearing this, Daming was too lazy to talk nonsense. He took a step forward, suddenly jumped up, and slashed the ghost commander's head with the dagger in his hand. Bang! The blow hit the ghost commander's helmet, but he just bent his head slightly and was not affected at all. In Daming's surprised eyes, the ghost commander grabbed forward with his right hand and caught Daming's neck as his body fell. Last chance. In 3 hours, I will be a brave man again. Am I afraid of you? Daming struggled to raise his leg and kicked the ghost commander in the chest. Crack! This time, the ghost commander did not give him another chance and directly broke his neck. Lu Wu, who watched the whole battle, saw Daming die, and then he also withdrew from the god's perspective. In this battle, Lu Wu found that he still underestimated the power controlled by the ghost general Shana. This is a ghost commander, and he beat the strongest group of players here without any ability to fight back. If it is the strongest ghost General Shana, can he slaughter all the players alone? It seems that the players still have to continue to develop, and the East Lioli will not be considered for the time being. After thinking about it, Luwu opened the 173 game platform website and clicked on the comment area of Xingjian Online. Wild Boar Peppa, I'm so angry, this ghost commander is too tough, hundreds of people can't deal with him, I can't bear this breath. Dalong will continue to recruit people, and prepare to take revenge in a few days. One sword into the soul, the dragon will recruit people. At present, our guild has found the ghost clan traitor and needs a large number of combatants. Yi Shuer is the cutest, guardian angel recruits people and vows to kill Baki traitors. For high-powered players, our guild has benefits and can provide support and help with equipment. When will the moon be bright? This battle is so passionate. I feel my fighting spirit is burning. If anyone has soul coins, I will buy some at a high price and prepare to start the Krypton Gold State. Invincible Loneliness, 1:800 to collect soul coins, don't hide them, the highest price in history, unlimited collection crayon Shinchan, cool. At least I touched the head of the ghost commander, I feel great. After the battle, the players who entered the cooldown time of resurrection blew up the comment area. Not only the price of soul coins was constantly raised, but the three major guilds also began to collect powerful players. Many players who were not clear about this battle were asking about the details of the battle in the comment area, and the number of comments was constantly refreshing at more than 100 per second. It was originally an exploration mission, but it was turned into a head-on confrontation by the three major player alliances. This battle made the players realize the strength of the instant ghost general. After this, the player forces became much more united, and there were fewer PKs in the wild. The reason is very simple, because the three strongest alliance bosses of the players at this stage had a conversation. This battle undoubtedly made them feel aggrieved. After this battle, they decided to give up the temporary fight and plan to unite to pull out the Ghost Governor camp at the forefront of the Lioli district. Peaceful development has brought about overcrowding in the Ghost Mountain range, and a large number of players have gathered here to hunt and want to improve their strength. Fortunately, the Ghost Mountain range has a special domain field, where ghost creatures will continue to be born, which is equivalent to the refresh in the game, so that players will not have no monsters to kill. As they go deeper into the Ghost Mountain range, various more powerful resentful ghosts, fierce ghosts, white-haired zombies and other creatures appear, which makes the players suffer a lot. It can be said that they are in pain and happy. At the same time, the rise of the online game of Conquest has attracted a large number of gold-making studios. After all, the price of soul coins at 1:800 is really tempting. However, what shocked the gold-making studio was that the game could not be opened multiple times, and even the account could not be lent to others. Even if they used various means, they could not crack the game. Luwu even saw merchants in the black market of the game offering high prices for a cracking software, hoping to open multiple times in Conquest Online. Many network hackers also worked hard to study it, but the results were obviously unsatisfactory. The game still has 0 plugins and 0 merchants. Such a brilliant record has made Conquest Online popular again. Luwu is naturally confident about this. You must know that Conquest Online is actually a soul-binding game. There is no possibility of multiple plugins unless the player has 2 souls. At the same time, taking the suggestions of the players in the comments, Luwu and Bailey went to the underworld again. Relying on Bailey, the all-round assistant, the helmet and the server were also connected together, which solved the problem of players recording videos in the game. The emergence of this function is also more conducive to the promotion of the game. Players put the recorded videos on major video portals, which undoubtedly increased the exposure of the game. The number of players has also increased day by day, reaching a scale of 150,000, and many technical players have emerged. There are 3 technical players who attracted Luwu's attention on the forum. One of them, Nalanlan, hand-painted a topographic map of the distribution of monsters in various areas of the Ghost Mountain range, and marked the weaknesses of each monster. This map can be said to solve many problems for many newcomers to the game. Another player named Dwarf King even displayed the map he explored in the forum specially set up for the online battle on the 173 game platform after the new recording function was opened. According to this player named Dwarf King, he basically did not fight monsters when he entered the game, but began to explore this underworld world with a travel mentality. What surprised him was that all the scenes in this game were not repeated, and they were all very real. After 7 days of wandering in Baki, he felt that he had only explored a small part of the area, but it still feasted his eyes. At the same time, his map also let players know what is outside the Hades area. In the Dwarf King's map, the fog of the map of the area near the Hades disappeared, and 4 wild areas appeared, namely the Ghost Mountain range that players are most familiar with, the Langia Scorched Earth area in the west, and the Desperate Cliffs and the Death Forest in the front. In the description of the Dwarf King, these areas all have strange ghosts. Fortunately, he is wretched enough to go so far, but unfortunately he was swallowed by a huge viper in the Death Forest. The real-life pictures of the game taken by the Dwarf King made the players amazed. It turns out that the world is so big, and there are so many bizarre outside worlds. However, the Dwarf King reminded the players at the end of the post that adventure requires strength. In order to explore this underworld world, he decided to level up well and then start his adventurer journey again. The Dwarf King's post has been pinned to the top of the discussion area of Xinjiang Online for a long time, attracting the attention of many players, and at the same time once again aroused the desire of many players to become stronger. The last player is called One Punch and One Kick. He said that he was a firefighter and lost an arm and a leg in a disaster relief. This incident was too much of a blow to him, and he was unable to recover. He even attempted suicide. He was lucky enough to survive the rescue and began to resent life, hated the unfair life, and lived in self-destruction. After several twists and turns, he came into contact with the game and began to numb his life with virtual everything. At least in the game he is a complete person, but all this still makes him feel fake and has no real feeling at all, like a prosthesis. But he accidentally came into contact with the online battle. After experiencing it, he was surprised to think that his hands and feet had returned. This completely real feeling made him burst into tears. This was the first time he felt that the lost limbs existed again. At the end of the post, One Punch and One Kick expressed sincere gratitude to the game developers. This post of One Punch and One Kick touched many players, but also made people pay attention to the horror of the simulation of this online battle, which can actually allow a disabled person to truly have the touch of lost limbs. At the end of this post, in addition to the consolation of many players, some players also expressed their gratitude, because they found people around them who had the same painful experience, and had a place to regain their complete self. Xinjiang Online has gained many loyal fans. Many players spontaneously put forward recharge requests in the forum, hoping that the operator of Xinjiang Online will quickly open the recharge channel to enhance their gaming experience. Even because of this, Wu Guiyi personally called to ask. Lu Wu was helpless about this. Soul coins were not enough to build the underworld. If the recharge channel was really opened, he estimated that in less than a few seconds, the more than 20,000 soul coins on him would be emptied. So Lu Wu could only use the excuse that the game was still in development and free could better develop the game and reduce the gap between players. The prosperity of Xinjiang Online made Lu Wu feel pressured. Although the game experience is very complete at this stage, it is not rich enough. He must design more interesting gameplay as soon as possible. After reading countless players' suggestions, Lu Wuxin's gameplay of the online game of Xinjiang has become more perfect. First of all, this game does not have to be a fighting game, it can also be free and casual. For example, in the future, if the glass area of the Instant Ghost General is taken, players who like fishing can fish in the Yellow Spring Sea next to the glass area. According to Bailey, there are many rare fish in the Yellow Spring Sea that even have the effect of increasing the strength of the soul. In addition to selling to them all, players can also increase their strength by taking it themselves. For example, below the Cliff of Despair, the territory of the Rock Ghost King, there are many turbid places in that area, which is a good place to cultivate new spiritual creatures. If that area is taken, the function of raising pets can also be enabled for players, and even combat pets can be cultivated to help fight. It can be said that this underworld world is full of infinite possibilities. As long as the player's imagination reaches, they can all be developed into game fun. The boundary between the Glass District and the underworld. The Ghost Commander was looking coldly at the players who were provoking him in various ways not far away. He didn't know why these strange creatures who claimed to be descendants of the King of Baki appeared in the underworld. What he found most incredible was that there were many familiar faces among them that he had killed before. During this period, his camp had been harassed by this force for no less than hundreds of times. Since that battle, these beings who claimed to be players never played a direct battle with them, but formed small teams and constantly provoked them near the camp. Originally, it was thought that after a few cleanups, these weak beings would be afraid, but the fact was just the opposite. The harassment became more and more intense, which undoubtedly stimulated the Ghost Commander. This time he led all his subordinates to the underworld to see what was going on. When the army crossed the border, the clear sky became gloomy, which made the Ghost Commander subconsciously think of the king who had intimidated the land of Baki for tens of thousands of years, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Kill them all. Suppressing the fear in his heart, The Ghost Commander raised his war blade and pointed at the players in the distance and said coldly. Suddenly, thousands of ghost cavalrymen began to wave their weapons and rush towards the players who were still provoking. You are really amazing. These traitors can't stand it and rush over. Looking at Wu Gui, who was also observing the situation beside him, Yi Shuer said in surprise. That's right, haven't you heard that the old ones are still the best? Now continue to attract them to go deeper. I have asked people to promote it on the forum. By then, we have more than 100,000 players. Will we still be afraid of these thousands of ghost bastards? Wu Gui said proudly on the side. At this time, Lu Wu was also paying attention to this annihilation war organized by the players. Just 3 hours ago, the three major alliances and countless small teams of players reached a consensus on the forum and prepared to carry out a thorough extermination of the Ghost Commander. Moreover, the post of this extermination operation was pinned to the top of the forum, and countless players paid attention to it. Perhaps even the initiator Wu Gui did not expect that the mission would go so smoothly. The Ghost Commander actually led his own troops to prepare to launch an extermination operation against them. The 100-man team sent to provoke was quickly caught up by the Ghost Commander's army, and was annihilated without much resistance. Looking at the dark clouds in the underworld area, the Ghost Commander waved his sword and said, "Go to the Bakey underworld." Suddenly, smoke and dust rolled, and thousands of giant wolves carrying ghost soldiers began to run towards the underworld, which had become a ruin. Along the way, the Ghost Riders kept encountering lone players, and these players were also tragically killed by the sword, which made the Ghost Riders even more arrogant, thinking that no matter how many of these weak creatures there were, they were not vulnerable at all. However, when the Ghost Riders arrived at the underworld, the whole army was dumbfounded. There were endless players around the underworld, staring at them. What on earth are these things? Why are there so many of them? The Ghost Commander was very familiar with this area, but he couldn't understand why so many new creatures appeared here after being away for only a few months. Retreat! Faced with such a large group of players, the Ghost Commander's scalp tingled and he didn't plan to continue fighting. Even if he could win, the cost would be huge. However, how could the players who had been prepared long ago just let them go? Heads popped out from the back, quickly assembled, and formed a human sea barrier behind them again. This scene was broadcast live on the forum through a virtual helmet, so that the players who sacrificed for it could also see it. Countless people were paying attention to this player's counterattack. Wild Boar Peppa, 666, it's not in vain, brothers, kill all the traitors, come on. Invincible Loneliness, a reward of 10,000 is offered to the players who slaughtered the Ghost Commander's scum, come on. Wooden Man, I've been aggrieved for so many days, it's time to take revenge, no more words, win for me. Big Face Cat, tremble in fear under the siege of the evil forces of the players, stupid Ghost Clan traitors. Countless players made comments below the live broadcast, and the war was about to break out at this moment. This time, the Ghost Commander was really shocked. Faced with such a large group of players, he could only choose to retreat, but he didn't expect that the rear was also blocked. In order to kill a way out, the Ghost Commander waved his hand, and the army immediately turned around and killed the players behind him. Stop them, kill them, fill them with your lives, and the corpses will crush you to death, a player roared angrily. Suddenly, the player army also took action. The mighty group of players surrounded from all directions and charged at the Ghost Commander. Although most of the players were not high level, and some would even be eliminated in one blow, the players' desire to fight was high instead. The crazy collective suicide attack dispersed the entire Ghost Rider army in a moment. That it is not terrible to fight 10 with one person, but it is terrible to fight dozens or hundreds with one person. The player's fighting style has no formation, no command, and no skills. They just rush forward, relying on the advantage of numbers to continuously attack, one after another, and in an endless stream. For the ghost creatures, although they are bloodthirsty and cruel, they are also afraid of dying again, but the players are just the opposite. Death is commonplace for players. Except for the 3-hour cooling time that is depressing, they are not afraid of death at all, and they really fill it with their lives. This scene also makes the players who watch the live broadcast on the forum feel excited. Kick him in the crotch, right, that's the heavy blow brother, you left, lie on the grass, don't listen to me, die. Left hook, right hook, punch, side kick, brother, your fighting skills are too poor. Brother, you are cruel enough, you even bite people, I respect you as a man, remember your ID, and don't mess with you in the future. A group of onlookers gave off-field guidance to this battle. Players who died and quit continuously joined the ranks of onlookers, and the game was hot inside and outside. Unlike the players, the Ghost Commander had a gloomy face at the moment. Although a group of players fell down with every swing of his sword, the number of players was too large, so large that even the Ghost Commander found it extremely difficult to deal with. At this moment, the Ghost Commander suddenly felt his mount tremble violently, almost throwing him off. He immediately looked back and found a figure holding a big sword and stabbing the magic horse's buttocks fiercely. Off-sight, 666, a fatal blow, full marks. I remember that this brother seems to be the boss of the big dragon club, named Chen Ziyu, really good. The 1,000 years of killing performed with a giant sword seems to be a bit powerful, it's awesome. Brother is really talented, this must be a critical hit. Feeling the trembling magic horse under him, the anger in the eyes of the Ghost Commander seemed to be about to burst out, and the battle blade slashed to the back, trying to kill Chen Ziyu. At this time, a figure rushed from the side, pushed Chen Ziyu away, and took the fatal blow himself. Boss, help me get revenge. The brother who took the initiative to block the bullet shouted to Chen Ziyu before the screen went dark. Even in games, there is comradeship. Looking at the player who fell down after blocking the knife, Chen Ziyu mourned for 5 seconds, turned around and rushed to other ghost soldiers. Such scenes are everywhere on the battlefield. At this time, Li Tianxia, who was fighting side by side with Wu Gui, was holding a ghost cavalry tightly, looking at Wu Gui and shouting, "Brother, I'm holding him, you cut him, cut him." Wu Gui was stunned for a few seconds, and then quickly drew his sword and killed the ghost cavalry. Helping Li Tianxia up, Wu Gui patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, your fighting strength is definitely a reckless soldier in ancient times." Li Tianxia rolled his eyes. "Brother Wu, don't mock me, keep killing, don't let these grandsons run away." Then the two of them teamed up to kill the ghost cavalry again. The players were getting more and more excited, and more ghost soldiers fell on the side of the ghost cavalry regiment, and resistance became more and more difficult. Seeing that there was no hope of breaking out, the Ghost Commander roared angrily and jumped off the magic horse. The battle blade in his hand kept dancing, and the blade light shot out, and he cut a passage. However, before he could move forward, the road was blocked by players again, making it difficult for the Ghost Commander to move forward and unable to break out. At this time, a figure flashed from the side, accompanied by a flash of blue light, and a blue heavy sword hit the back of the Ghost Commander fiercely. Ha! As the Ghost Commander turned around, the light around him suddenly spread outward, and the giant sword behind him flew out. Turning around, he could see the person clearly, and the Ghost Commander's pupils suddenly shrank. "It's you." Daming grinned. "Yes, it's your grandfather. How is it possible? You are obviously dead, and I killed you myself." He felt that he often met familiar faces before, which made the Ghost Commander think that this kind of creature had many similar faces, but when he saw Daming, he realized that he was wrong. This made the Ghost Commander fall into panic. He couldn't believe that such a weird scene would appear. Could it be that these creatures can't be killed at all? They can even be resurrected. Seeing the shocked look under the helmet of the Ghost Commander, the onlookers outside the venue immediately laughed at him. 2333, "You stupid Ghost Commander, you are trembling under the watch of the evil players. Cover your face." Under the resurrection of the evil players, the Ghost Commander seems to be a little desperate. "I am laughing to death. This NPC's expression makes me feel so cool. I have taken a screenshot and prepared to make it into an emoticon package. Brother upstairs, remember to send me a picture when you are done." Facing the terrified Ghost Commander, Daming held the dagger horizontally. "Come on. I am not afraid of death. At most, I will still be a hero in 3 hours. If you are awesome, you can also resurrect and show me. Die." Facing the ridicule, the Ghost Commander had a gloomy face and slashed the battle blade at Daming fiercely. The Ghost Commander's angry attack was extremely powerful, instantly killing Daming and creating a deep pit on the ground. Daming's death did not affect the players' high spirits at all, and they surrounded the Ghost Commander in the center again, taking turns to attack like a death squad, making the Ghost Commander feel the terror from the evil forces of the players. As time went by, the Ghost Commander began to pant, and the speed of swinging the warblade began to decrease. His fighting spirit was getting lower and lower. He felt powerless when he thought that these creatures who called themselves players could not be killed at all. Seeing that the Ghost Commander seemed to be dying, the players became even crazier and all rushed towards him. "Don't fight for my first kill. Don't crowd me, let me chop it. It's good to share some experience. It feels like this boss is going to drop high-level red equipment, or even better equipment. Whoever picks it up will get rich. Get out of the way, let me come." The players have a clear understanding of the price of soul coins, and know how valuable a red-level equipment is. There are a lot of Krypton gold tycoons who will rush to buy it, and it is easy to sell it for hundreds of thousands. Thinking of this, the players went completely crazy and crowded around the Ghost Commander, wanting to touch the body of the Ghost Commander after he died. After the Ghost Riders were annihilated, the Ghost Commander became a hot commodity, and the Ghost Commander's resistance became increasingly weak, and cracks appeared on his armor in the continuous collisions. Ah! Get out of my way! Before he ran out of energy, a green light burst out from the Ghost Commander's body again, blowing away the players around him. Good boy, you still dare to resist, explode. Dying to struggle, explode quickly. In less than a second, the players surrounded him again, and countless attacks came again. In this continuous crazy attack, the flame in the pupil of the Ghost Commander began to shrink gradually until it went out. At the moment of the Ghost Commander's death, dozens of players around him upgraded at the same time. At the same time, the ability of the war artifact was activated, decomposing and peeling off the body of the Ghost Commander, revealing 3 items on the ground. Ghost Commander Dawnblade, red, Ghost Commander level weapon attributes, increases own strength by 18 points. Weapon skills, Windblade, can be launched once every hour, causing double attack range damage. Skills, wearing requirements, Warrior Profession, level 30, Ghost Commander Armor, red, broken, attributes, increases defense by 15 points, broken effect is halved. Equipment skills, Defense Light Curtain, broken, cannot be released, wearing requirements, any profession, level requirement. 25. Magic number 1 rune, one of the accessories of the Rune Hellware set, can be sold in the mall, worth 500 soul coins. The artifact quickly analyzed the attributes and values of these 3 items. Seeing the appearance of these 3 items, the eyes of the surrounding players were hot. In the bedroom, Bailey, who was watching the battle with Lu Wu, saw the Ghost Commander explode a blue rune fragment, and suddenly stood up with a look of surprise. What's wrong? Lu Wu asked. Didn't you want to set up a few hidden professions before? I think the opportunity has come. Huh? Looking at Bailey, who was excited, Lu Wu was a little puzzled. This magic rune was once used by Injoma, the first forger in Baki, to create special warriors. As long as we get this thing, I am confident that I can help you research a set of advanced solutions for rune warriors. Is this thing really that powerful? Lu Wu was a little surprised. Of course, the setting of the rune warrior was originally in my mind, but unfortunately there has been no physical object to study. As long as I have this thing, I promise to find a way for you to change your job as a warrior. Hearing this, Lu Wu also became interested. Please tell me what this plan is all about. Bailey nodded. This rune warrior is the name of a special warrior system created by Injoma, the first caster in Baki. The forging process requires a lot of materials to be integrated with the forged. The process is very complicated, but the finished warrior's strength will become extremely terrifying. However, we who have the artifact of Conquest don't need to be so troublesome. As long as I study this rune thoroughly and then implant the template into the artifact, I can create a hidden profession, rune warrior. In addition to upgrading, the growth system of this profession also has a rune collection growth mode. The addition of each rune can greatly enhance the strength of the rune warrior. After killing the Ghost Commander and his army, the players fell into a state of joy. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for many people. However, when the players logged into the game the next day, they found that there was an extra line of display prompts in the game. The first job transfer of the Berserker, the Rune Warrior. Many curious players clicked on this message, and the picture in front of them changed immediately, appearing in an empty wilderness area. In the middle of this open space, stood a tall warrior with runes of various colors engraved on his body. Professional introduction, Rune Warrior. In order to pursue the ultimate power, the Berserker abandons weapons, uses himself as a container, engraves the runes of heaven and earth, and forges the strongest body. Professional characteristics. Every time a new rune is engraved, the power of the Berserker can be greatly improved, and the characteristic skills of the inlaid rune can be obtained. Weapons worn, bare hands, boxing gloves. Professional requirements. The initial profession must be a Berserker, and the level must reach level 30. After the introduction disappeared, the Rune Warrior in the open space moved, and the runes on his body began to flash, and a buzzing sound appeared like an engine. Power rune. As the Rune Warrior shouted, the red gem on his body suddenly flashed, and his arms began to swell gradually, with veins popping out. He punched the ground fiercely, and smoke and dust rolled up. A huge pit appeared on the ground, and cracks began to spread in all directions. Defense rune. As he shouted again, the blue gem flashed with brilliant brilliance, and the Rune Warrior crossed his hands in front of his chest, bent his body slightly, and suddenly a blue arc-like curtain appeared. At the same time, a figure holding a staff appeared in front of the Rune Warrior. Death is coming. As the wizard shouted angrily, a meteor shower of energy fell from the sky. However, these attacks hit the blue light curtain, and except for a few ripples, they could not break its defense at all. Speed rune. After the attack, the green gem lit up, and the blue mist enveloped the rune warrior, and his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant, and continued to flash continuously around. After the demonstration, the game introduction appeared again. The rune warrior profession has a variety of growth modes, and the number of inlaid runes can be increased as the level increases. This update adds the Berserker job transfer profession, Rune Warrior, and a new NPC, Job Transfer Instructor. Rune Warrior job transfer requires completing the job transfer task before the job transfer is successful. Job transfer task introduction. You can learn more about the details from the job transfer instructor Master Chu as soon as the content of this update was released. It immediately caused a sensation in the entire Conquest online forum. Peppa Pig, so strong. So strong. Requesting job transfer materials, and will pay a high price for them. Lonely Wuyo. Why are there no other professions? Is the Berserker the biological son of this game? Is it too late to change professions now? Button injury, strong condemnation. Why is there no job transfer for me, the great assassin? I am jealous of the Krypton Gold player. Sad. Is there no future for me, the sewer mage? Crayon Shinchan replied to the Krypton Gold player, same as the mage, hugging and crying together. The Thunder Master replied to Crayon Shinchan, Adney, let's cry together, and give the RD a middle finger. The sword to the soul. Fortunately, I chose the Berserker, and I can see you guys are jealous and purple. While the players were discussing, a question post appeared on the forum. In this post, there was also a picture of the Rune Warrior's job transfer task details. Rune Warrior job transfer requirements. First stage, hunt designated monsters. Second stage, collect materials to create runes. One of them must be completed. Strength rune fusion materials, black charred ore, Langia scorched earth mining area, fire melting core, flaming hell, black armor fragments X10, dropped after killing black armor evil spirits, defense rune fusion materials, black charred ore, corpse water core, corpse water river area, netherworld beads X10, dropped after the death of the Netherworld Warrior, Speed Rune Fusion, Destruction Rune Fusion, Flying Rune Fusion, Burst Rune Fusion, Prison Bull Warrior Special Rune Fusion, Xingtian Warrior Special Rune Fusion. Third stage, successful job transfer. Start the career advancement mode. Beast Fighter. Who can tell me, what the hell are these job transfer materials? Except for the Nether Pearl, I don't know any of them, and I don't even know where these places are. Reply, Lonely Wuyo, 666, the harder the better. It's best to find the ones that you berserkers will become autistic to relieve your anger. Krypton Gold player, I agree with the above, but I looked at it and felt that the growth of this profession is really strong, with all kinds of amplifications. No, I'm already jealous and curse you can't find it. Wild Boar Peppa, I'm dumbfounded. The Rune Warrior is really strong, but the difficulty of this job change is definitely beyond your imagination. As for the Nether Warrior, we know there are only a few who can fight alone now, not to mention other monsters that sound very strong. One knife into the soul. I'd better find a way to collect the simplest strength, defense, and speed. I feel that those special runes are impossible for one person to obtain. Yi Shuer is the cutest. I strongly protest. Why don't my assassins have such a strong job change? I want to find a rune assassin. Yi Shuer's little follower replied to Yi Shuer the cutest. Shuer is right. Crayon Shinchan replied to Yi Shuer's follower, licking dog, licking in the end, nothing left. Looking at the players' discussions, Luwu smiled and rubbed Bailey's little head. You are amazing, you actually researched a new profession with just a rune. Bailey pushed Luwu's hand away with his little head, his face full of pride. That's right, now I'm studying the mage's job change, and then I will launch 3 mage-type job change directions for players to choose from. Which 3? Luwu asked curiously. The curse system that is good at control and debuffing, the demon system that is good at output, and the spirit system that is good at transformation. Each has its own characteristics, and they are all very powerful. Awesome! Luwu gave a thumbs up. What about the assassin? How about the assassin's job change? I'm still considering the assassin. All the professions I created require special materials from the underworld to be added to the players, which is equivalent to creating a new body template for them. It's not that you can add whatever you want, so every job change must be carefully considered and studied repeatedly. Can I help? Seeing Bailey working hard on his research every day, Luwu felt a little guilty. You just buy me a lot of delicious food every day. After all, researching this thing is very brain-consuming, and you need all kinds of delicious food to supplement your nutrition. As for helping with research, you don't need it. After all, research requires a high level of talent and IQ, and you definitely can help. Bailey's serious words made Luwu's self-esteem ache slightly. The Lioli district is near the coast of the Yellow Spring Sea. A huge body is sitting on a throne made of bones of various creatures. In front of him, countless creatures are bowing their heads in worship. What is the response from the Yellow Spring Sea? A deep voice came from the huge body, making the creatures below tremble. Master Shana, the Sea King said that as long as Master is willing to pay 100,000 in spirits as sacrifices every year, then the Yellow Spring Sea will recognize Master's status as the overlord of the Lioli district. Boom! A thick flame burst out from the throne, and the burning eyes were filled with endless anger. When the king of Baki was still alive, how dare he be so arrogant? Does he really think that I, Shana, am easy to bully? The soul fairy messenger in a black robe below trembled. What does Lord Shana mean? Shana was silent for a long time, and then slowly spoke. Forget it for now and agree to his request. When I break through to the Ghost King realm, I will get this debt back. The soul fairy messenger heard it and nodded, as if he thought of something. Lord Shana, the soul fire of Ghost 3 is extinguished. Ghost 3? Wasn't he stationed at the junction of the Lioli district and the underworld? Why did he die in such a safe area? The soul fairy messenger shook his head. Not only is he dead, it seems that all his subordinates are dead as well, because none of them came back to report the news. Is it the Rock Ghost King of the Northern Territory? Then Shana shook his head. It can't be him. He wouldn't be stupid enough to become my enemy just after occupying the Northern Territory. It should be some other force. You go and check it yourself. I want to know who is secretly targeting me. Upon hearing this, the soul ferryman bowed respectfully to Shanshan, then his figure melted into the shadows and quickly fled. Because the Conquest online forum was often full these days, Lu Wu and Wu Gui discussed and opened a new official homepage for Conquest Online. He completely transformed his small game website. At the same time, there were several more function columns that were about to be added to the web page, including the live broadcast. At the same time, the battle videos of players and the Ghost Supervisor were also sent to major video portals such as Station A and Station B by players. The number of players in Conquest Online has once again increased by leaps and bounds, reaching 200,000. Even if Lu Wu did nothing these days, the number of soul coins has been rising. In addition to the expenses of various tasks, Lu Wu's soul coins finally broke through 50,000 at this time, and the construction project of the Hades that had been planned for a long time was officially launched. Under Bailey's manipulation, a large amount of soul energy rolled out of the artifact, turning into a sea of soul energy that enveloped the abandoned Hades. With the help of the artifact, the buildings in the Hades began to be repaired, and a wonderful half-real and half-virtual landscape appeared, attracting a large number of players to stop and watch. Unlike Yin Chi, the repair of Soul Chi took more than 10 minutes before it was completely condensed. When a black towering building appeared on the ruins, the players watching below were shocked. Announcement for the whole area: professional skill learning is officially open. All players who have reached level 20 can choose the corresponding combat skills of their profession in the training pavilion to learn and comprehend. After this notice appeared, a large number of players who were leveling up in the wild began to rush to the area where the Hades was located, all wanting to see what this training pavilion was. At this time, Lu Wu had already entered the attic hand in hand with Bailey. This training pavilion was called the Book Collection Pavilion when King Baki was still there, and it contained all the training techniques and combat skills collected by King Baki. While renaming the Book Collection Pavilion, the artifact collected and sorted all the classics inside, and under Bailey's transformation, it became a place with both classical charm and fantasy colors. All the books inside were changed into figures, and players could see the detailed explanation and demonstration of the skill by clicking on the figure. Of course, learning skills here also requires soul coins, and skills cannot be learned with soul coins, and there are also level restrictions. This is mainly because some players' bodies, although upgraded and strengthened by soul points, still cannot withstand some of the domineering techniques, so Lu Wu added many learning restrictions here. At the same time, in order to better distinguish, Lu Wu once again asked Bailey to renovate the practice pavilion and divide it into 5 areas, namely the primary practice area, the intermediate practice area, the advanced practice area, the spiritual practice area, and the king practice area. Because of the large number of players, the setting of the practice pavilion is equivalent to countless parallel spaces, and each space can only have a maximum of 1,000 players. In other words, it is equivalent to the actual practice pavilion existing in the war artifact, and countless spaces are opened up in it, so as not to appear a large number of crowded and inaccessible phenomena. The two wandered around the practice pavilion, and after confirming that it was correct, they returned to the world of the living together. At the same time, a large number of players poured into the practice pavilion and began to check the skills. The 3 skill areas of the warrior class professional skill area, the mage class professional skill area, and the assassin class professional skill area all appeared densely packed with players. Many players have long complained about the skills, especially the mage profession. Even if the level reaches 20, there is still only the Yin Chi bomb skill. This makes many players feel that the mage profession is borne by a stepmother and is not taken seriously at all. However, this time, with the emergence of several basic powerful skills, mage players have ushered in spring. Summoning in soldiers, mage, skill introduction, manipulate in chi to condense in chi soldiers to serve you. The strength of each in chi warrior is equivalent to the strength of the player at level 1. A maximum of 10 in soldiers can exist at the same time. Skill requirements: learning this skill requires 10 soul coins and the level must reach 20. Skill upgrade: in soldier summoning level 2, learnable at level 25, in soldier summoning level 3, learnable at level 30. Note: for each level, the number of in soldiers summoned is x2, in turbidity erosion, mage, an evil thought skill that releases corrosive in chi mist with negative status, which can cause large-scale continuous damage. Skill requirements: learning this skill requires 10 soul coins and the level must reach 20. Skill upgrade: in turbidity corrosion level 2, learnable at level 25, in turbidity corrosion level 3, learnable at level 30. Note: each upgrade can increase the damage area and damage intensity. Evil thoughts: mage, evil thoughts skills, summon free evil spirits to possess, and the evil spirits will protect you. Skill requirements: learning this skill requires 40 soul coins and the level must reach level 30. Skill upgrade: evil ghost possession, level 40, night parade of 100 ghosts, level 80. Note: this skill has uncertainty, and the strength of the summoned evil spirits is affected by environmental factors. The higher the level, the stronger the summoned evil spirits. Seeing a bunch of mage-type skills appear, the mage players who have always regarded themselves as sewers collectively burst into tears. They know that spring is really here. After this battle with the Ghost Commander, the players also realized the gap between their own forces and the instantaneous Ghost Generals. Therefore, the player camp set off a wave of leveling frenzy. At the same time, many berserkers began to walk out of the Hades and go to the outside world to find materials for job transfer because of their desire to change jobs to rune warriors. In order to facilitate the player's large amount of time wasted on the road, Lu Wu used 5,000 soul power to condense 2 teleportation arrays, which were placed at the entrance of the Ghost Mountain and outside the Hades respectively. At the same time, an announcement was issued that all players can build teleportation arrays in areas where they have completed 100% exploration. This is undoubtedly good news for players. After all, every time they revive and go to the Ghost Mountain to level up, they still have to spend a lot of time on the road. Of course, the teleportation array established by Lu Wu is naturally not free, but requires a teleportation fee of 1 soul coin. What Lu Wu didn't expect was that half of this fee was earned back on the first day after the teleportation array was established. While the players started the leveling frenzy, another new column was opened on the official website of the Battle Online. That is the live broadcast function that many players have been looking forward to for a long time. This gives players who died in the game and entered the cooldown time a place to feast their eyes. At the same time, in order to obtain more soul coins from players, Lu Wu imitated other live broadcast platforms and set up a reward function. This reward does not consume cash, but soul coins in the game. Lu Wu set up a total of 6 gifts. They are Love, 1 soul coin, Cake, 1 soul coin, Ring, 5 soul coins, Flying Saucer, 20 soul coins, Yacht, 100 soul coins, Lucky Crystal, 1000 soul coins. Of course, the anchor does not pocket all the money from the reward. Lu Wu will charge a 50% service fee for any reward. In other words, these anchors are actually working for Lu Wu in disguise. However, on the first day of the opening of this function, there were more than 1,000 anchor registration applications. After the review was completed, various types of anchors were launched one after another, and many live broadcast columns appeared on the webpage. Some of the weird anchors quickly attracted a wave of fans. For example, no money to play Krypton Gold, live broadcast to earn soul coins to support your own cute girl, number of viewers, 390, single-player leveling guide in Ghost Mountain, teach you to make various traps, challenge wild monsters above your level, number of viewers, 1200, make your own house in the game, how to reasonably use outdoor materials to build a mud house, number of viewers, 876, Derby survives in the wild, opens up a new area, and will not go home until he finds the materials to assemble the Rune Warrior, number of viewers, 2876, live broadcast of taming corpse wolves in Lioli District, the 8th attempt, number of viewers, 3294, Berserker melee combat skills teaching, from a real Special Forces soldier, number of viewers, 2341, the spring of the mage is coming, outdoor PK teaching. I have defeated 5 berserkers today, it's really refreshing, number of viewers, 976, Assassin's Creed, the wandering death god in Lioli District is looking for a lone ghost. Soldier, number of viewers, 2111. The emergence of a large number of anchors has enriched the gameplay of the game Zhangjian Online. In the underground research and development room of Black Sea Technology Company, the capital of Dragon Country, virtual game cabins with flashing lights are flashing lights and conducting the final test experiment. The senior staff of Black Sea Technology are nervously watching this experiment, because they know that if the test is successful, then they will have the opportunity to quickly seize the market share. In the development of virtual game cabins, time is the most precious thing. If you are slower than others, you will be restricted everywhere. Beep. As the green indicator lights on all virtual game cabins light up, the senior staff of Black Sea Company showed excitement. Congratulations, the development is successful. This batch of virtual game cabins with nutrient solution can successfully allow players to stay in them for 24 hours without any impact on their bodies. The white-haired old man said with joy. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion in the research and development room, and everyone began to applaud. After confirming that everything was correct, the happy senior staff held an emergency meeting. Since we are going to enter the market, it is important to quickly occupy the entire market. What do you think? The CEO's words caused the audience to fall into silence, and then everyone began to express their own opinions. However, most of them were about reducing prices, opening up the market first, and finding agents. A young man sitting at the end stood up and said, "Since our product is mainly for games, why don't we find game merchants to cooperate with us? It's best to use their popularity to open up the market." Hearing this, everyone present nodded subconsciously. In order to quickly occupy the market, the several plans you mentioned will be implemented at the same time. At the same time, Shaoli, you will be responsible for connecting with the game manufacturers. Don't let me down. Just as the board of directors made a decision, the secretary ran in a panic. "Mr. Chen, just now, Jide from Country A announced at a press conference that they have developed a virtual game cabin." Hearing this news, everyone present was shocked. Then the secretary picked up the tablet and connected it to the projection in the conference room. Soon, the scene of the press conference emerged. After years of research, the virtual world will usher in a new era starting today, because the long-awaited virtual game warehouse has been developed. After countless data tests, I assure you that the stability of the game warehouse. Seeing this news, everyone present was like being poured with a bucket of cold water, and the previous joy disappeared. There is no greater joy than this. After a period of silence, the president of Black Sea Company immediately announced that a press conference would be held immediately, and all planned promotions would be quickly launched. It is imperative to take over the domestic market in the shortest possible time, and absolutely must not let Jide of Country A take the lead, and at the same time find ways to open up new markets overseas. The entire company suddenly fell into a tense operation. While Jide Company was releasing the news, Lu Wujing and Bailey were sitting on the bed, eating snacks and watching TV with a comfortable look on their faces. "Ha! Virtual game cabin? 24-hour experience?" Seeing this news, Lu Wu was shocked. You know, the biggest restriction for players now is strength. And for the physical safety of the players, he set a 12-hour game system. But after seeing this advertisement, Lu Wu felt that the time had come for the Netherworld player camp to develop faster. At this moment, Lu Wu's phone suddenly rang. After picking up the phone, Wu Gui's voice came from the phone. "Brother Lu, check the news, Jide Company has released a virtual game warehouse. You can experience the game 24 hours a day. I just happened to see it. Why are you so excited, Brother Wu?" Wu Gui took a deep breath. "Just now, the operation department of Jide Company found me and hoped that I could promote the cooperation. I thought of your game at the first time. This is a mutually beneficial thing. Your game can open up overseas markets through Jide Company, and Jide Company can also open up the domestic market through our game. Their representatives will come to the 173 headquarters to discuss with me tomorrow. I have invited 30 major game manufacturers including you. You must come on time tomorrow morning. 173 Company Headquarters, Conference Room." Many well-known domestic game manufacturers have sent representatives to attend the cooperation negotiation meeting initiated by Jide Company. At this moment, Wu Gui looked anxious and looked at his watch from time to time, but he could not see Lu Wu. "Mr. Wu, it's almost time, let's start this meeting." The speaker was a representative sent by Jide Company, a middle-aged man with glasses, a well-tailored suit, and a very elegant temperament. Wu Gui sighed and was about to announce the start of the meeting when the door of the conference room was pushed open and Lu Wu walked in with Bailey. Seeing Wu Gui, Lu Wu smiled a little embarrassedly. "There was a traffic jam on the road. Sorry, I'm late." "Sit down. Why did you bring your sister?" Wu Gui pointed to the seat next to him and looked at Bailey and said, "My sister doesn't like to be alone." Originally, Luwu did plan to come alone, but when Bailey saw that Luwu was leaving without her, her expression suddenly became very sad, like an abandoned lamb. There was no way, Luwu had to bring her along. Seeing Luwu pull out a seat and sit down, and at the same time hold Bailey on his knees, Wu Gui felt a headache, but still said, "Everyone is here, Orisa, you start." The man standing at the front of the conference table heard it, nodded, and pressed the remote control in his hand, and suddenly a 3D virtual projection appeared on the conference table. Looking at the data, Luwu was confused, and the representatives of the game manufacturers around him carefully examined it. I think everyone knows the strength of our Jide company. In the field of virtual helmets, we are the world leader. Now, we have produced a game cabin that is more advanced than virtual helmets. I think everyone understands the purpose of my visit, so let's officially start discussing the project. The data I show you is the growth data chart of the virtual helmet share occupied by our Jide company in the world in recent years. Everyone here is a major game manufacturer in Manhwa. I think if your game is implanted in it, then everyone knows that this will greatly help your game promotion. Luwu almost dozed off after an hour of self-praise, and Bailey had already been lying on the conference table, with a trace of crystal hanging on the corner of his mouth. Well, since it is a mutually beneficial project, we at Tencent agree to sign this cooperation agreement, but what are your requirements? After listening to the introduction, the representatives present were basically very excited. It's very simple, pay 5% of the profit share every year as the basis for cooperation. 5%? Hearing this, everyone present fell silent. It seemed a little difficult to come to a conclusion, and many representatives began to take out their mobile phones to call the company's senior management for advice. I'm not interested. At this time, Luwu spoke, and his words immediately caused a brief silence in the conference room. Well, sir, are you dissatisfied with our cooperation requirements? The representative of Jide said with a smile. Not if you want money. At this time, the little girl rubbed her eyes and said. The scene fell into silence again. I think, sir, this is a mutually beneficial cooperation. Implanting your company's game will be very helpful in expanding overseas markets. Before Luwu opened his mouth, the little girl said again, that won't work either. Talking about money hurts feelings. Wu Gui was very embarrassed and quietly pulled Luwu's sleeve under the table. Sir, what do you think? The representative of Jide company cast his eyes on Luwu. My sister said exactly what I think. I give up this cooperation. Wu Gui was dumbfounded. He originally wanted to remind Luwu to agree. This was a complete opportunity, but he didn't expect Luwu to refuse so easily. In Wu Gui's view, with the potential of the game Xingjian Online, if he was not satisfied with the conditions, he could sit down and continue to talk. It was completely hopeful to reduce the paid income to about 2%, but he didn't expect Luwu's attitude to be so firm. Well, I regret your decision, sir, but I respect your choice. The representative of Jide smiled again and said politely. After saying that he gave up, Luwu stood up and walked out of the meeting room with the little girl. In fact, Luwu was originally confident about this cooperation. After all, as the representative of Jide said, it was an opportunity for mutual benefit. However, the biggest problem was that Jide actually wanted to charge a fee, which Luwu could not accept. Although this 5% may not seem much, considering Luwu's ambition and the fact that the game Xingjian Online is popular all over the world, it seems a huge amount. At the same time, he was not in a hurry to promote the overseas market, because he had confidence in Xingjian Online, so he would not share any of the benefits of Xingjian Online with others, just like he rejected Wu Gui's acquisition. After taking Bailey home in a taxi, Luwu turned on the computer and clicked on the game homepage to see the daily life of the players. After scanning the homepage, Luwu's eyes were suddenly attracted by a live broadcast bar at the top. The Rise of the Tamer, the nth attempt to tame, number of online viewers, 38236. Seeing that so many players were paying attention to this live broadcast also aroused Luwu's curiosity, and he clicked in. After putting on the virtual helmet and officially entering the live broadcast, Luwu found that an assassin man appeared on the screen. At this moment, he was quietly moving towards a corpse wolf. Everyone, pay attention. This time we will try to use force to oppress him first. When he knows that he can't beat me, we will use food to tempt him. I believe that this time we will succeed. When the assassin finished speaking, a barrage of comments flashed by. 666, brother, goodbye, this time I continue to bet on your failure. Perseverance Emperor, master of taming beasts, live to die. Dash? Brother, you are the worst person I have ever seen in live broadcasts. I have been following you for the past few days. I don't know how many times you have died. Please stay calm. Death is not scary. What is scary is that you are addicted to death. Don't think I don't know that you are using taming beasts as an excuse to commit suicide. Brother, I think you need to go to the zoo to practice for a few years before you can live broadcast. Don't try it. I'm afraid I'll die of laughter in your live broadcast room. Dense bullet comments passed by, all of which were not optimistic about the man who dared to challenge the beast. But the man took firm steps, using the assassin's primary skill Shadow Step to quietly approach the corpse wolf, and pounced on it the moment the corpse wolf noticed it. Suddenly, the assassin man and the corpse wolf wrestled on the ground and kept rolling. Seeing this scene, Lu Wu also smiled. After knocking down the corpse wolf, the assassin man decisively took out the vine rope he made from his waist and the corpse wolf. After that, as he said before, food temptation and force suppression took turns. In the end, the corpse wolf was dying, and the bullet comments were all brushing, "Let the poor grey wolf go." Just when everyone thought that the taming of the beast had failed again, the corpse wolf's pupils suddenly showed a trace of struggle, and then whimpered and lowered its head to the assassin man. The assassin seemed a little bit incredulous. He carefully untied the rope and immediately held the dagger, as if to prevent the corpse wolf from biting him. What shocked all the players who were watching the live broadcast was that the corpse wolf did not resist, but lowered its head and walked to the assassin's side, rubbing his calf. Tamed? The assassin was a little bit incredulous, then picked up a dead branch from the ground and threw it forward. "Go pick it up." The corpse wolf looked up, looked at the assassin with a puzzled look, and then rubbed his calf again. "It seems that it is still immature, but it is tamed now." The assassin's face showed joy. The comment area was completely blown up by this scene. "Master Tamer is awesome, you really succeeded, you are awesome, I'll give you my love, 01 soul coin, I've been following you for so long, I always thought you were a funny anchor, how come you suddenly became a powerful anchor? Brother, you are awesome. I want to try it too, this corpse wolf can be used as a mount, it's awesome just to think about it, I'm so impressed, I'll give you my only 3 soul coins, 3 cakes, awesome, the first mount in the whole area was born, brother, you are famous. Congratulations, brother, you have successfully changed your job to the hidden job Pokemon Master, bring your Pokeball and start your journey to capture Pokemon. The screen was full of bullet comments, various hearts, cakes and other gifts were on the screen. This successful taming of the beast can be said to have opened up another way for players to play. A large number of stimulated players began to rush to the Lioli district, all wanting to learn how to catch a cool mount. Driven by a certain anchor, a wave of animal taming craze has been set off in the game. Many players began to form groups to go to the Lioli district to find lone wild animals and learn to tame them in the way of a certain anchor. Although the success rate is extremely low, the players are happy to do it. Soon, some players rode on the huge corpse wolf, which made those players who failed to tame it envious. At this time, a 3-person team was trying to tame the corpse wolf in the Lioli district. Looking at the corpse wolf tied to the tree and struggling wildly, the 3 people used various means. Just when the corpse wolf was tortured to death and they thought they were going to succeed, a figure suddenly appeared beside the tree. With the appearance of that figure, the tree began to wither rapidly, and the dying corpse wolf also whimpered with fear in its eyes. Wisps of black air emerged from the corpse wolf and quickly drilled into the body of the black-robed figure. "You are looking for death." Seeing that the taming was about to succeed, but was destroyed by the figure in front of them, the 3 players seemed very angry and drew their weapons to argue. But at this time, the black-robed figure turned around, revealing the skeleton shining with a dark luster under the black robe. The scarlet pupils suddenly flashed, and several black vines suddenly emerged on the ground, trapping the 3 players in place. "I ask, you answer." A hoarse voice came from the mouth of the soul-crossing envoy. "NPC?" Seeing this person, the 3 players were stunned. "NPC?" The soul-crossing envoy was also a little confused, not knowing why these people called him that. Looking at the players who were still struggling, the soul-crossing envoy stretched out his hand again, and the black vines tied him tighter. "Tell me, where are you from? Do you know why the ghost governor stationed here died? Are you from the instant ghost general?" The 3 players were not stupid, and immediately guessed the origin of this person. "Yes, I am the soul-crossing envoy under Lord Instant, so now you can tell me your origins and the ghost governor's affairs." When the 3 heard this, they all looked at each other. "Are we finished? Maybe. The creditor came to our door. I remember I kicked the ghost commander at that time. Shoo, he's listening. Did you kill Ghost 3? Hearing their conversation, the flames in the pupils of the soul-crossing messenger suddenly rose. "No, with your strength, how can you kill Ghost 3? Isn't he just an NPC? Why are you talking so loudly? It's like we're afraid of you. If you have the guts, let us go. After I change my job, we can fight one-on-one," the leading player said with dissatisfaction. Change my job? The soul-crossing messenger heard the unfamiliar words again and seemed very confused. I'll give you one last chance. The soul-crossing messenger's patience gradually wore out. He no longer wanted to continue chatting with these three strange creatures. Don't kill us. The three of us hold grudges. If anyone kills us, we will kill them back. Don't make any mistakes. Yes, yes, yes. If you kill us, we will definitely come after you when we become stronger. Hee, if you come after me after you die, I don't think you will even have the chance to transform into an original soul. However, seeing the attitude of the three people, the soul-crossing envoy knew that he could not ask anything, so he stretched out his hand again, and a ball of black mist poured into the vines. The vines that absorbed the black mist grew rapidly, and at the same time, sharp black thorns emerged from the vines, fiercely piercing into the bodies of these players and squirming. Ha! Unable to absorb the soul. The soul-crossing envoy was surprised to find that the souls of these three players could not be absorbed, as if some powerful force fixed these three souls in their bodies. The soul-crossing envoy, who did not believe in evil, waved his hand again, and suddenly a large ball of black mist poured into the vines, and the skin of the vines appeared mottled red spots, which looked very evil. Under the huge strangulation of the vines, the three players who turned on the pain shield died with a depressed look on their faces, and the corpses on the ground began to slowly turn into black mist and dissipate. But what made the soul-crossing envoy feel incredible was that there was no soul power lost in the bodies of the three dead creatures, and the souls that were originally integrated into the body also disappeared inexplicably. How is this possible? This strange scene completely shocked the soul ferryman. You know, the law of the underworld is that after a creature dies, the soul enters the cycle of reincarnation, and the soul power dissipates and merges into the world. Everything that happened before his eyes completely overturned the soul ferryman's cognition. Just when the soul ferryman was lost in thought, a five-man team appeared in the distance. Boss, look at this guy in the distance. The guy called the boss was a berserker with a giant sword on his back. The purpose of this trip to Lioli was also to tame beasts. Hearing the younger brother's words, the berserker looked up and looked at the soul ferryman next to the dead tree not far away. What's wrong? I don't see anything wrong. Don't you think this shape is a bit like the official hidden NPC Mysterious Merchant? Mysterious Merchant? Hearing this, the leader of the berserker tiger body trembled. Many players have only heard of the mysterious merchant but have never seen him in person. However, they know that they can buy many good things from this NPC that cannot be bought in the mall. In the forum, they saw a lucky guy who happened to meet the mysterious merchant. After bargaining, he spent 5 soul coins to buy a fragment of the Rune Warrior job transfer material, and then sold it for more than 100 soul coins. They were envious at the time. Brothers, we are rich. The 5 members of the team showed excitement on their faces and ran towards the soul ferryman, fearing that he would disappear. The soul ferryman, who was still in shock, seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head to look at the 5 players who were running quickly in the distance with ecstasy on their faces. After running closer, the leader came to the soul ferry messenger, stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder. Brother, are you selling goods? I want to buy. Soul ferry messenger, ? First time is strange, second time is familiar. We meet by chance. It is fate. How about giving me a discount? The soul ferry messenger was completely confused at this moment. He didn't know if these strange creatures he had never seen before were filled with foul air in their heads, and the words they spoke were completely incomprehensible. Seeing the soul ferryman who had been silent, the leading berserker felt a little uneasy. Could it be that my bargaining method was wrong? But the guy who met the mysterious merchant in the forum didn't tell me how to bargain. What should I do? After thinking about it, the berserker smiled again and patted the soul ferryman on the shoulder. Brother, let's take a look at the goods first. I heard that you have a lot of good things here. Yes, let us see the rare items you have here first. The 4 players on the side also said excitedly. Facing the constant inquiries of the 5 players, the flames in the pupils of the soul-crossing envoy gradually rose. Finally, he waved his hand, and a black mist emerged and enveloped the 5 people, locking them in it and floating them up. Do you know how the ghost commander stationed here died? The soul-crossing envoy asked with a triumphant attitude. The leading berserker struggled twice, but found that he could not break free. He looked at his friends speechlessly. What? The mysterious merchant also showed off his military power before doing business? Ahem. Boss, I haven't encountered it either, and I don't know the process. Then, do you want to praise him a few words to make him happy? And then give us a discount? Hearing the conversation of the players, the soul-crossing envoy completely lost hope. With a wave of his hand, the black mist began to surge, crushing all 5 of them. Seeing that the soul and soul power disappeared again inexplicably, the soul-crossing envoy showed a thoughtful look, and then his figure flashed, turning into a black shadow, and quickly swept towards the direction of the underworld. The scene here was naturally discovered by Bailey, who was under 24-hour surveillance, and he quickly reported it to Lu Wu. It seems that Shanshan has sent people to investigate, but what is the origin of this soul ferryman? Bailey held up his little head, sat in front of the computer desk, and chewed snacks in his mouth. The soul ferryman is the highest position under the Ghost King and Ghost General. He is in charge of collecting and handing over Een spirits. Each Ghost King and Ghost General will be assigned a soul ferryman. Their strengths vary, and they are good at using blood sacrifice techniques. Een spirit? What is that? Lu Wu asked curiously. It's equivalent to money in the real world. After all, soul power is something that ordinary people can't collect. Beiki has many areas that produce Een spirits. Een spirits are different from the original souls. They are more like a material that can be used for cultivation or to make weapons and equipment. Anyway, they have many uses. Lu Wu nodded. So these Ghost Kings and Ghost Generals don't occupy the Hades area because there are no Een spirits here? Bailey stuffed a handful of snacks into his mouth and answered vaguely, well yes, although the Hades is the capital of Beiki, the supplies here are the most scarce. Although he knew the origin of the soul ferryman and the purpose of his trip, Lu Wu had no idea how to deal with him, and couldn't help but look at the foodie Bailey again. I don't know either. The soul ferryman can merge into the shadows. It's hard to kill it with the strength of the players. Seeing that Bailey didn't know how to solve this hidden danger, Lu Wu fell into deep thought. At this time, Bailey pointed to the computer screen. Wu, look, they are discussing this on the forum. Lu Wu stepped forward and immediately saw the post that the player had just posted. Mantiniu, can anyone tell me why NPCs are so unreasonable? I thought I was lucky enough to meet a mysterious businessman, but I got nothing and was killed. Can anyone tell me why? Now I am in a state of doubt about my life. Below the post were several screenshots of this person in the game, and it was the soul ferryman. Where is Mondo going? Covering his face, brother, you are probably a mentally retarded person. Although this guy looks like a mysterious businessman, what can you tell you is that he is a mysterious businessman? Didn't you see that he is a skeleton? Soda water, brother, you actually met this guy too. The three of us brothers also met him when we were taming animals in the Lioli district. This guy is not a mysterious businessman, but a subordinate of the Ghost General Shanshan. You are really awesome. You took the initiative to go and die. I give you a 666. My cute king, where is he? Where is Shanshan's subordinate? This mage has practiced his magic skills to level 2. It is just around the corner to summon thousands of troops. Let me take my ghost soldiers to slaughter him. The arrogant wolf replied to my cute king, is the little mage upstairs very arrogant? Let's go solo in the wild and teach you how to be a man with a big sword. My cute king replied to the arrogant wolf, our mage is invincible in single combat, the most awesome, and abuses all the berserkers. I am looking for a chance encounter in the wild to let you know what the human wave tactics are. The swordsmanship master replied to my cute king, don't brag, mages are awesome now, but don't you know that each version has a new god? When we change our job, we can beat a whole company of your mages alone. Seeing the comments of the players, Lu Wu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The recent opening of the mages' skills has made many mages who have been in the sewers for a long time seem very inflated. After all, with the skill of summoning ghost soldiers, the wretched flow mage has become very powerful in the wild. Just as he was about to continue browsing the discussion posts of the players on the forum, Bailey's expression suddenly changed. He is here, and he has come to the underworld. When Lu Wu heard this, his mind was immersed in the artifact, and he observed through the connection between the artifact and the underworld. I saw a black shadow slowly emerging near the underworld, and then drilled in. Seeing the repaired underworld in front of him, the soul-crossing messenger was filled with fear at this moment. But he didn't believe that the dead king was still alive. You know, he saw his death with his own eyes, and he even remembered clearly the breath of the king of Beiki's soul power. So after wandering and struggling at the door for a long time, the soul fairy envoy gritted his teeth and chose to enter, intending to explore and take a look. After a round, the soul fairy envoy was shocked again. Seeing with his own eyes that the destroyed outer buildings of the Hades were actually intact, even those tiny traces were no different, which made him really think that the king of Beiki had returned. But he didn't understand why, except for the Sutra Pavilion, other buildings disappeared. This was naturally because Lu Wu's soul coins were only enough to restore the Sutra Pavilion, and other buildings such as the Material Warehouse and Equipment Warehouse did not have enough soul coins to repair them. Obviously, this was something the Soul Fairy Envoy could not think of. Seeing the Soul Fairy Envoy constantly wandering in the Hades, Luwu suddenly had an idea, and then manipulated the artifact to slowly condense a figure in the Hades. Who? Feeling the sudden gathering of Inchi, the Soul Ferryman suddenly cast his eyes towards a place in the underworld. Who do you say I am? A majestic voice came from that figure. The sky suddenly became overcast, and the huge Inchi formed a tornado that continued to reverberate in the underworld, and the figure gradually became clearer. King Baki. No, it's impossible. The soul-crossing envoy was shocked and his body began to tremble involuntarily. He looked up at the whistling Inchi in the sky, and suddenly bowed his head and knelt on the ground. Duyen welcomes my king back. Do you know the consequences of betrayal? Luwu said in a deep voice. The voice echoed in the underworld through the Inchi, making the soul-crossing envoy, who had already been frightened, tremble constantly. I know my sins and am willing to die to atone for my sins. I hope my king will remember my years of hard work and not extract my soul. The soul-crossing envoy replied tremblingly. Hearing this, Luwu was dumbfounded. He just suddenly thought of it and came here to pretend, but he didn't expect that the soul-crossing envoy was so easily frightened that he was about to commit suicide to atone for his sins. Looking at the soul-crossing messenger who was kneeling on the ground and trembling, Luwu thought for a moment and asked again in a deep voice, Deaf, you want to be so easy to get rid of betraying me? Hearing this, the soul-crossing messenger's body shook, the soul fire in his skull fluctuated violently, and his head pressed even lower. I beg my king to forgive me. Duyen is willing to atone for his betrayal. Bailey, who was also observing this scene, was stunned. She didn't expect Luwu to play this trick, and this soul-crossing messenger was so easy to fool and surrendered. Originally, Luwu wanted the soul-crossing messenger to commit suicide directly, but when he thought that he was serving the moment ghost general of the Lioli district, Luwu had another plan in his mind. Atonement? How do you want to atone? Luwu said again in a deep voice. While speaking, the Inchi in the sky continued to condense and echo, setting off the momentum of Luwu's condensed figure. I am willing to help my king regain the lost territory and restore my king's glory. Luwu was happy to hear this. He didn't expect that the Soul Fairy Envoy would be so self-conscious before he even opened his mouth. Luwu pretended to be silent for a while, then slowly opened his mouth. What do you want to do? As soon as Luwu said this, the Soul Fairy Envoy suddenly looked up at Luwu. You are not the king of Baki, who are you? Why do you say that? Luwu was depressed at the moment, not knowing where he went wrong and was actually discovered. If you were the king of Baki, you would never let me go even if I had great value. I have followed him for thousands of years and I am very familiar with him. Moreover, I saw the death of the king of Baki with my own eyes. His soul power was dissipated on the spot. How could it be fake? Who are you? The answer of the Soul Fairy Envoy gave Luwu a headache. It turned out that he was still too naive. Who are you? How did you repair the Hades, and why did you come here? I think the death of Ghost 3 is also related to you and the creatures that suddenly appeared outside. The Soul Fairy Messenger stood up, and his hoarse voice echoed in the Hades. Yes, the Ghost Commander was killed by my people, and the next one is Setsuna. Since he was found out, Luwu was not in vain and admitted it frankly. His doubts were answered, and the soul fire in the Soul Fairy Messenger's head suddenly surged. He slowly stretched out his hands, and 2 balls of black flames rose from his hands. You are really bold, outsider. Baki is not a place for you to run wild. Just as the battle was about to break out, Luwu spoke again. Without the king of Baki, do you think Baki is still a complete Baki? That's not your turn as an outsider. The Soul Fairy Messenger stretched out his hand and waved, and 2 balls of black flames suddenly flew over. Boom! Lu Wuyong's figure, which was condensed by Yin Shi, was instantly defeated and turned into a ball of black mist. But Lu Wu once again manipulated the Yin Shi and condensed his body again, and this time he appeared directly in front of the soul-crossing envoy. Die! Fierce flames suddenly rose up, surrounded Lu Wu, and continued to burn him. The black fog dissipated, and Lu Wu once again manipulated the artifact and condensed in another place. You can't kill me, Duyen. Duyen, who didn't believe in evil, once again manipulated the black flame to follow Lu Wu's figure, defeating him again and again. After dozens of times, Duyen realized that he was really helpless against him and stopped. Lu Wu wanted to say something again, but Bailey, who was watching from the side, spoke up. Wu, give me the control of the artifact, and I will tell you. Lu Wu was stunned for a moment, but still nodded and gave the authority to Bailey. Under Bailey's control, the figure gradually solidified and turned into a young figure. This person looked 5 points like Lu Wu, wearing a purple candle dragon robe, with purple light flowing in his black jade-like pupils, and the faint pressure seemed to be born. The unruly, domineering breath came to his face. This familiar feeling made the soul-crossing envoy almost kneel down again, but when he thought that the person in front of him was not the king of Baki at all, he immediately straightened up. Stop pretending, you are not him. You can't scare me. Duyen, I am indeed not the king of Baki, but I have his blood in my body, and I shall inherit the land of Baki. The soul-crossing envoy was about to continue to mock, but he saw the king of Baki wave his hand, and a drop of blood floated over. Luwu felt extremely annoyed about the origin of this drop of blood. Just now, Bailey suddenly came over, grabbed his hand and bit it hard, which hurt him badly. The soul-crossing envoy waved his hand and took the drop of blood, looked at the king of Baki in confusion, and then chose to swallow it into his mouth. After standing in such a confrontation for a while, the soul-crossing envoy suddenly raised his head and said in horror, "Are you really the descendant of the king of Baki? I think you already have the answer in your heart, why ask more?" The soul-crossing envoy's heart was extremely complicated at this time. He had just tested this drop of blood and found that there was actually the blood of the king of Baki in this drop of blood. Although it was very thin, it could indeed prove the identity of the person in front of him. "Why have I never seen you for thousands of years, and why are you back now?" the soul-crossing envoy asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, Luwu took over the control returned by Bailey and said, "This Baki is the territory of my Lu family. Even if the ancestor is dead, he must be surnamed Lu." "Ah, little, I think you are crazy. Do you have the qualifications to fight the Ghost King and the Ghost Generals?" The hoarse laughter of the soul-crossing envoy was particularly harsh. "It's not up to you to decide whether you are qualified or not. Now I'll give you a chance to submit to me." "Why?" the soul ferryman said with an ugly crack on his face. "You have seen those creatures who call themselves players, and killed them, right?" Luwu also smiled. "I have seen them. I have killed them," the soul ferryman said nonchalantly. As soon as he said this, the soul fire in the soul ferryman's skull suddenly jumped violently. "Impossible, you were saying that the reason why the souls of these creatures disappeared and the soul power did not dissipate is because of you. You have mastered the law of reincarnation in the underworld." The soul ferryman's guess scared him a lot. You know, the law of reincarnation in the underworld is a supreme power that even the king of Baki has never mastered. If the man in front of him really mastered it, fear surged in the heart of the soul ferryman again. "Now I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me, or wait to be destroyed with Shanshan. The choice is yours." Luwu's tone also became tough. "How can I believe you? Your idea of taking back the land of Baki is too crazy. I'm afraid of eternal damnation." This time the soul ferryman did not refuse, but stared at Luwu and asked, "Do you think I'm a lunatic?" Luwu smiled. "No." After a long silence, the soul ferryman spoke. Then his body slowly sank and knelt on the ground. "Greetings, my king." After confirming that Luwu was the descendant of the king of Baki, and considering Luwu's own mysterious strength and the possibility that he could master the law of reincarnation, the soul fairy messenger, who had been struggling for a long time, chose to pledge his loyalty. However, Luwu did not let him stay, but asked him to return to Shana, planting a root of evil beside him. Following the steps paved with bones, the soul fairy messenger came to the throne of bones and slowly lowered his head. "Lord Shana, I have returned from the investigation. Why did Ghost 3 die?" The figure on the throne slowly spoke. The soul fairy messenger stretched out his hand from his black robe and handed over a dead branch. "Tree demon? The stone ghost king? It's really him." The voice on the throne sounded extremely angry. "One Bayu is not enough, he also wants to get his hands on my Lioli. Do you really think that Shana is easy to bully? Anyone dares to offend me. Lord Shana, how should this matter be handled?" The soul fairy messenger lowered his head and asked. Shana was silent for a long while, and then spoke again. "Don't deal with it yet, or wait until I break through the Ghost King realm." The soul-crossing messenger nodded and was about to retreat, but Shana spoke again. "By the way, go to Huangquan Sea and tell the Sea King that I agree with his suggestion." Hearing this, the soul-crossing messenger bowed to Shana, the subordinate nose, and then slowly retreated. After the soul-crossing messenger pledged his allegiance, Luwu and Bailey laughed in the bedroom. They didn't expect that they could get this troublesome guy so easily, and this guy was really going to trip up the ghost general Shana, which undoubtedly made Luwu and Bailey very happy. During this period, the power of players has also developed very rapidly. Because of the rapid spread of the popularity of Xinjiang Online, many powerful game guilds soon settled in it. The entry of these guild players makes the game more exciting. As the saying goes, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. It is normal for friction between players. Outdoor PK is the most popular thing besides killing monsters and upgrading. There are often small frictions between individual players that escalate to a war between two guilds. The development of the entire player force is positive and all players want to improve their strength. They often collectively denounce the official on the forum, asking why there is no recharge channel. Lu Wu was also a little amused and helpless about this. He had seen players scold the game for excessive Krypton gold, but this was the first time they scolded the game for not giving Krypton gold. Another collective protest to the official was the assassin players. In their opinion, assassin players have now become sewer professions. According to the players, they are almost autistic because of being abused. The reason is also very simple. Berserkers are a profession that fights head-on and has strong single-player ability. Unless assassins have strong skills, they are not opponents at all. The mage profession is even more difficult to fight. Now the mage with summoning and evil thoughts skills is the king of PK in the wild. It is a profession called the sun at this stage, which makes a group of sewer mage players who have been frustrated for a long time show off. But at least the berserkers still have the hope of changing their jobs, while their assassins don't even have a decent single combat ability except for stealth and instant burst output, which makes them very frustrated. Lu Wu was helpless about this. After all, career development must be based on reality. It depends on when the all-round little will figure it out. However, Lu Wu's problem was quickly solved by an anchor. This anchor once joked in the live broadcast room that he used to be a killer in reality and wanted to teach everyone some assassins' extremely strong assassination skills. This attracted the attention of a large number of assassin players, and Lu Wu also curiously entered his live broadcast room. The title of the assassin players' live broadcast is Professional Killer, Teach You the Reckless Berserker, the Fragile Mage, and the Extreme Use of Skills in the Wild. The killer's live broadcast is a practical tutorial. During the live broadcast, he constantly looks for players from the enemy guild in the wild to assassinate. Unlike other assassins, his method is very unique. He does not fight with the berserker players at all. Instead, he uses the two skills of Poison Needle and Melee Backstab to consume the berserker and use Shadow Steps to roam. The berserker simply cannot catch up with the assassin in terms of speed. When being consumed, he can do nothing but chase and run, and when the berserker player chooses to escape, the assassin approaches again, fights with him with a backstab, and after causing bleeding effect on the berserker, he escapes again and continues to release poison needles remotely. This style of play has a very high winning rate in his live broadcast room. Except for encountering a few berserkers with super swordsmanship, he basically wins. When fighting against the mage, the assassin directly gives up the backstab skill, but consumes the poison needle throughout the whole process, not giving the Een soldiers a chance to get close. As for the mage's Een Turbid Erosion skill, because it is a large-scale damage, it is still less powerful than the single-target output poison needle damage. In addition, the assassin's health is higher than that of the mage, so he can completely rely on shadow steps to kill the mage, and there is no need to get close. The filthy style of play of the assassin soon became popular in the forum, and a large number of assassin players began to learn his techniques to PK in the wild. However, due to the high degree of reality, many assassin players found that the poison needles in actual combat often missed, which made assassin players who like PK begin to study throwing skills. This post also made more players understand the importance of skills. In this game, strength is of course the first standard, and people with strong skills have the ability to challenge across levels. Just like a berserker player, Qingfeng Mingyue, who is very popular in the forum. This player is called the number 1 swordsman at this stage in the game. It is said that this person is also a swordsman master in reality and is very famous. His level is only 15, but in a guild war, relying on his body movement and swordsmanship, he actually killed the joint attack of 5 players over level 20. It can be said that he became famous in one fell swoop and became a high-level player in the eyes of berserkers. Technical posts have always been popular posts in the online forum of Xinjiang. The emergence of various high-level players enriches the diversity of the game. And this game gives players the feeling that it is more like another world, not just a game. Lu Wu was impressed by a post by one of the players on the forum. The player described an incident in his life. One day, the player's girlfriend asked him why he played games every time he got off work. What was so fun about that crappy game? Could they still be together properly? The player replied, "You don't understand. I have one more world than you." In the end, they broke up. But Lu Wu was deeply touched by this sentence. He felt that the development of the game was beyond his expectations. However, other players did not feel the same way as Lu Wu. They all replied below, "Brother, you deserve to be single." At 3 a.m., the light in Lu Wu's room was still on. Bailey was chewing potato chips on the side, and from time to time he looked up at Lu Wu, who was thinking hard. At this time, there were several drawings in front of Lu Wu, which were full of sketches and text notes of various settings. While Lu Wu was thinking, he added annotations to the drawings from time to time. Although he is the king of Baiki behind the scenes, his life is not so easy, and that group of players also makes him worry about it. Especially recently, the calls for the official to open recharge have become louder and louder, which gives Lu Wu a headache. After thinking for a while again, Lu Wu took a deep breath, moved the mouse to light up the screen, and wanted to see if the players in the forum had any suggestions. While browsing the posts, a player's live broadcast was pinned to the top, which aroused Lu Wu's interest. The title of the post is, "Battle on the Seaside, the excitement is not to be missed." Lu Wu clicked in and found that the player was actually at the junction of Liuli District and Huangquan Sea. He was crawling on a cliff by the sea, broadcasting the game scene to the forum players from a high place. Lu Wu didn't know how the player entered the territory of the ghost General Shantan, but what caught his attention was that at this moment, countless sea monsters were rushing towards the shore on the surface of the Huangquan Sea. On the other side of the sea, huge waves kept pushing up, attacking with the force of a mountain pressing down on the top of the head. At the top of the waves, a sea monster that looked like a whale but was several times larger than a whale was standing on the back of a naked man holding a trident. "Shantan, come out! Roar!" With the man's earth-shaking roar, the huge sound waves turned into almost tangible ripples, sweeping towards the shore in circles. "What kind of monster is this?" I lost more than 10 drops of blood after shouting, and I fell into a disordered negative state. The player crawling on the ground said with a constipated look, "Outside the field, brother, the money for the medicine is on me. Don't divert the camera, don't miss the NPC battle." Hold on, it seems that this NPC riding a whale wants to challenge Setsuna. Exciting. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Whoa, man riding a whale, I support you to defeat Setsuna." Who is this guy, Poseidon? Is it such a big show? 2333, the brother upstairs. "You have watched too many movies, but I feel that this brother looks like the most popular beast tamer in the live broadcast after his training. Don't you see that the sea is full of monsters he tamed? Setsuna, come out." The huge roar sounded again, and all the trees on the shore were shaken violently by the strong wind formed by the sound waves. "Please stop shouting, my ears are buzzing. No, I have to take drugs." The player who was broadcasting live was very depressed and took out the red potion and poured it into his mouth, otherwise he was afraid that he would be killed instantly next time he shouted. After the shout, a gust of cold wind blew on the shore, and then 6 short figures suddenly appeared, and on their shoulders, there was a huge skeleton throne. "Sea King, don't go too far." As Shan said, the flames on the throne suddenly appeared, facing the aggressive Sea King in the distance. "Going too far? So what if I bully you?" Asterisk asterisk. 6661. With his fists clenched, Setsuna suddenly stood up from the throne of bones, and his tall figure looked at high from afar. "If you want to fight, I will accompany you." "Ha, you finally stopped being a coward? You dare to refuse my proposal. I think you have been ready for this battle." Setsuna, who was about to take action, looked condensed. "Reject?" Thinking that he had clearly told Du Yen to reply with an agreement, how could it become a rejection? Seeing Setsuna suddenly not taking action again, the Sea King sneered, and with a fierce move of the trident, the waves kept surging, gradually forming a huge wave 100 meters high, and fiercely pressed towards the shore. "Sea King, wait, I think we have a misunderstanding." "Coward!" A trace of contempt appeared in the eyes of the Sea King, and the huge wave continued to press down, with no intention of stopping at all. Boom! The huge waves hit, and the skeleton throne was carried by 6 short creatures and disappeared in an instant, while the figure of Shana remained in place. Roar! As Shana roared, his figure continued to rise, turning into a giant with a height of more than 10 meters, a green face and fangs. The huge waves hit his muscular dragon body, making a bang-bang sound. At this time, the Sea King standing on the back of the giant whale let out a melodious long roar, and the army of sea monsters seemed to have received an order, rushing to the beach frantically and surrounding Shana. "Sea King, when have I ever rejected your proposal? I promised you the sacrifice of 100,000 ghosts every year. Why are you forcing me?" Facing the siege of the army, Shana waved his hand, and countless ghost wolf cavalry and iron beast cavalry appeared on the shore. Hearing Shana's words, the Sea King sank, and a huge airflow gushed out from the blowhole on the back of the giant whale under his feet, launching his body towards the shore like a missile. Seeing the figure of the Sea King coming, Setsuna's pupils suddenly shrank, his muscles tensed, and he roared and raised his fist to meet him. The two fists collided, and the power that burst out instantly formed a gust of wind, blowing away a large number of sea monsters around. Drip drip black blood dripped from the collision of the fists, and Setsuna suddenly staggered back a step. At this time, the figure of the Sea King fell to the ground with a thud. I really don't know where you got the courage to refuse, Setsuna. Looking at Setsuna with a very bad face, the Sea King said jokingly. Sea King, I said, I agree to your request, why bother to force me? There must be something wrong here. Feeling the huge power in the Sea King's body, Setsuna was shocked. Obviously, the real strength of the Sea King was far beyond his imagination. There was no power to fight between them. Faced with such a strong and powerful Sea King, Setsuna could only suppress his anger and choose to compromise. Agreed? Okay, I accept, but the sacrifice must be doubled. Sea King unceremoniously doubled his request. You. Setsuna's face was livid, but facing Sea King, he found that he had no room for negotiation. At this moment, the players watching could see Sea King's appearance clearly. There were 3 blue stripes on the left and right sides of his face, like fish gills, and his chest was covered with light blue hair. He was about 2 meters tall, but even standing in front of Setsuna, who was more than 10 meters tall, he was completely suppressed in momentum, exuding a fierce aura all over his body, like a ferocious beast. Off the field, what a tough guy, but why don't you beat Setsuna? Keep beating him. So strong, Setsuna actually bled with one punch. Is this Poseidon level 999? Don't make any noise, I'm already a fan of Poseidon, waiting for him to beat Setsuna up. One punch is too strong, is there such a profession? I want to switch to Poseidon. Why are you chatting now? Keep beating him, I have prepared melon seeds and cola, please keep beating him, don't let me down, Poseidon. Why, don't you want to? Aquaman stretched out his hand, and the trident suddenly shot out from the sea, and then he held it tightly in his hand. After taking a deep breath, Setsuna opened his mouth with a sullen face. I agree, take your army away. Ha ha ha. Seeing Setsuna's surrender, Aquaman's unbridled laughter echoed on the shore. He looked at Setsuna again with a playful look, and then with a long roar, all the sea monsters on the shore rushed towards the sea. If I had known this, why would I have sent an envoy to provoke me? Shan Na, you have to understand that without the king of Baki, your Baki land is a mess in the underworld, and anyone can bully you. After living for so long, do I need to remind you of the law of the jungle? After saying this, the Sea King jumped into the sea, and then a wave appeared on the sea surface. Looking at the departing Sea King, Shan Na's eyes became resentful, and he roared and punched the ground fiercely. The ground shook immediately, and a fist mark went deep into the ground. Du Yen, you're looking for death. Off the field, there's stupid fruit on the stupid tree, and you and me under the stupid tree. Is this battle over? Same stupid, how come Face C, is the fight over? Why doesn't Poseidon fight anymore? Are my melon seeds and Sprite White taken apart? Bad review, must give bad review, this Poseidon is so useless, he just let the grandson of Setsuna go, what the hell? This battle just ended when I was excited? He even took off his pants and it was over? I strongly despise Poseidon, he was so fierce in the beginning, why did he just say a few harsh words and left at the end? Although I didn't hear what they said, I felt that it was Setsuna who begged for mercy, but Poseidon let him go. Shame on Setsuna, he must have begged for mercy, otherwise he would have been beaten into a pig's head. There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. The players were extremely unhappy with Aquaman's behavior. He stopped the battle just when it reached its climax, which made many players feel uncomfortable. After closing the live broadcast page, Luwu turned to look at the perpetual motion machine Bailey. Shali, who is this guy? Ha! Bailey, who was still chewing food with his cheeks puffed up, looked at Luwu in confusion. Luwu supported his forehead and pointed to a screenshot on the computer screen. It's the one with chest hair. Bailey, who heard clearly this time, stretched his neck, swallowed all the food in his mouth, and then glanced at the screen. Sea King? He is a powerful figure. He had several fights with Lord Baki King. Fought with my ancestor? Bailey nodded vigorously. Yes, I fought with him often. King Baki would go to fight him when he had nothing to do. Once he took me with him. Then I saw Lord Baki King pressed him to the ground and rubbed him. It hurt just to see it. Luwu was stunned. Why did my ancestor go to fight him? Bailey spread his hands and said helplessly, does fighting need a reason? If there is, then maybe Lord Baki King wants to bully him. Bully? Bully? Thinking of the domineering Sea King just now, Luwu held his head again, feeling that his ancestor was really amazing. He could actually press such a fierce man to the ground and rub it. Sure enough, he was still far from his level. By the way, why do you ask the Sea King? Bailey stretched out his little hand to the snack bag beside him, took out another box of coincidence force from it and asked while opening it. Luwu heard it and told him what he saw on the live broadcast just now. Shan Na was beaten? Bailey's face was stunned at first, and then he laughed. It's what he deserves. I think the Sea King must have thought that the king of Baki was dead, but he couldn't help but avenge the bullying he had suffered, so he beat Sean Na, the subordinate of the king of Baeki, to vent his anger. Is this Sea King the most powerful existence in this Yellow Spring Sea? Lu Wu asked again. Puff. Upon hearing this, Bailey spit out all the coke he had just drunk. Cough cough, ha ha ha. Seeing Bailey's eyes as if he was looking at an idiot, Lu Wu smiled awkwardly. Is there something wrong? Do you know how big the Yellow Spring Sea is? He, the Sea King, is only the overlord of the sea area close to the Baeki land. How can he be called the king of the Yellow Spring Sea? That is a height that even the king of Baeki could not reach at his peak. The entire Yellow Spring Sea connects all the underworld areas. Its area can be said to be no smaller than that of the land. At the same time, the entire Yellow Spring Sea is divided into 7 sea areas. This Sea King is at best one of the overlords of one sea area and can't even dominate one sea area. You're so powerful that you can't dominate a sea area? Lu Wu seemed very surprised. He had just seen the strength of the Sea King, and he felt from the bottom of his heart that he was extremely powerful. Bailey nodded. I heard from Lord Baeki King that the sea area close to our Baeki land is called the Wangshu Sea area. The top overlord of this sea area is Tao Wu. It is said that he is so powerful that even Lord Baeki King was not its opponent. As for this Sea King, he is at most a subordinate of Tao Wu in charge of a sub-sea area. After a long silence, Lu Wu digested the information Bailey said, and raised his head again. Shaoli, after we take over the Liuli district, do you think we should form a navy? Otherwise, we won't be able to resist the invasion of the Sea King. Bailey nodded at Lu Wu's suggestion. I have thought about it, but we have to repair the equipment warehouse of the underworld. There are many design drawings in it, including the design of a ghost ship that grows by devouring materials. Repairing that place will be very helpful to the development of our player forces. After listening to Bailey's proposal to repair the equipment library, Lu Wu originally planned to do it immediately. However, he learned from Bailey that the repair of the equipment library actually required 500,000 soul points, which made Lu Wu temporarily give up this plan. The reason is also very simple. Many items in the equipment library are full of soul power. This is not like a library, but just books. If they are repaired, additional soul power is needed to fill those soul tools, which causes huge consumption. However, Bailey's creation of the ghost ship aroused Lu Wu's interest. In Bailey's description, the ghost ship is a special ship that can devour the spiritual materials of heaven and earth to transform and evolve itself. This kind of ship is not afraid of being destroyed at all. Even if it is completely dismantled, as long as the core exists, it will be restored to its original state after devouring a large amount of spiritual materials. It is very suitable for players to use. When the design drawings are obtained, the initial ghost ship can be made and sold to players, and then the players can cultivate and evolve by themselves. The idea of developing the sea and land at the same time appeared in Lu Wu's mind. At the same time, the video broadcast live on the forum last night aroused the players' yearning for the Yellow Spring Sea. Many One Piece fans are ready to start making ships by themselves, and are ready to take down Setsuna's Glass District to start a great adventure on the sea. Setsuna in the Glass District has become a thorn in the eyes of all players at this moment, and they can't wait to eradicate it immediately. However, many players have seen the video on the beach, and they also know how powerful Setsuna is. Now the player forces can't fight against it at all. Even if they have an advantage in numbers, the gap in single unit strength is too huge, so they still have to develop as the main force. However, the forum has never lacked talents, and several tactical masters immediately began to formulate combat plans. There are even strange beings who want to go to the Yellow Spring Sea to find Poseidon and seek cooperation with him. Of course, this proposal was immediately rejected. Although many players admire the sturdy Sea King, they also understand that this guy is definitely not easy to negotiate with. Even Setsuna has to endure humiliation and surrender, and there is no possibility for players to negotiate with him. But even so, the players still did not give up, and began to formulate new tactics, and at the same time let everyone accumulate strength. When they are strong, they will definitely annihilate Setsuna and seize his territory. At the same time, in order to facilitate the players, Lu Wu asked Bailey to open a new function in the game, the auction house. The emergence of the auction house allows players to find the items they need more conveniently. As long as they fill in the name of the item in the search bar, they can find the items marked with prices by other players. And those players who want to change to higher level equipment can also sell their extra weapons while changing equipment. Of course, Lu Wu also set a service fee for this function, and soul coins are extracted according to 20% of the selling price of the item. On the first day of the launch of the auction house function, tens of thousands of items were put on the trading column. And the types of items are very messy. In addition to weapons and protective gear, there are even players who put weird stones on it, hoping to get a bargain and sell them at a sky-high price. This made many players couldn't help but complain that there are profiteers everywhere, and even made some old players recall the memories of being cheated when setting up stalls in other games. The day after the auction house went online, Luwu was sleeping and was suddenly awakened by Bailey's shaking. When he opened his eyes, Luwu found Bailey holding a broken dagger, staring at him with shining eyes, which made Luwu feel terrified. "Wu, I found the direction of the assassin's job change. Let's talk it over. Put down the knife first." Luwu pulled the quilt. Seeing this, Bailey took a step back with excitement, holding the dagger and waving it in the air. "This is a relic of the cursed clan. It was found by a player. I think there is hope for the assassin's job change." Glancing at the dagger that was obviously missing a corner and was rusty, Luwu couldn't see what was special about this dagger. "Is this thing powerful?" Bailey nodded vigorously. "It's powerful. This is the weapon of the Curse Clan. I have always considered the development direction of the Curse Clan becoming assassins or hidden professions, but I can only think about it, but this time it can really be realized." Hearing this, Luwu's face showed surprise. "Tell me in detail, what's going on?" Bailey nodded. "The Curse Apostles were once a powerful race in the land of Baki. It is said that this race is related to the Hell in the underworld. Every one of their people is a natural killer and has the ability to summon cursed demons. They openly provoked Lord Baki and were bloodily suppressed by Lord Baki's army. It can be said that this race has disappeared in the land of Baki, but I didn't expect to find their things here. I thought I could only look for it in the equipment warehouse after it was repaired." Bailey's eyes narrowed into a crescent. "I was bored just now, so I was browsing the auction house, and I found this cursed weapon. I don't know which player put it up, but this thing is only sold for 5 soul coins. Haha, it's a big bargain. What about the effect of this thing?" Luwu also smiled. "I'll make a template for you to see." Bailey took Luwu's hand and activated the power of the artifact, traveling to the underworld. Luwu, who was wearing pajamas, was pulled by Bailey into the laboratory in the underworld. After tinkering with the dagger, with the help of the experimental machine, the dagger was decomposed into countless tiny particles. With a wave of Bailey's hand, these particles were absorbed by the artifact's secondary ring in Bailey's hand and transmitted to the space of the artifact, turning into a series of data. Then Bailey began to carefully arrange the groups of data. After 2 hours of reorganization and arrangement, Bailey finally showed an excited smile on his face. Luwu hurriedly walked forward and immediately saw the content displayed on the data. Professional introduction: Cursor, willing to be cursed, betray faith, and become a cursor who wields death. They absorb the source of power in pain. In their eyes, death is just the beginning, and living is the Avicii hell. Professional characteristics: master the power of curse and have the power to summon cursed demons. Wearable weapons: dagger. You are amazing. Luwu's eyes were excited, and then he rubbed Bailey's little head hard. "Don't make noise, it's not finished yet, wait a little longer." Bailey, who was wearing a lab coat, pouted and pushed Luwu back a few steps. Then, Bailey started to get busy again. This made Luwu, who was standing aside, sigh and feel relieved. There is a saying that behind every successful man stands an almighty little lowly. Who says it's not true? At noon, the game prompt sounded in the minds of all players in the game. Region-wide announcement: game update, add assassin job transfer profession, curse. Seeing this regional notice, all assassin players were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. After entering the career display, the scene changed rapidly, and the players' perspectives appeared in the familiar wilderness again. At this time, in the open space in the wilderness, the previous rune warrior turned into a figure wearing a black tights and a devil mask on his face. Professional introduction: Cursor, willing to be cursed, abandon faith, and become a curse walker who controls death. In pain, they absorb the power of curse. In their eyes, death is the real beginning. Professional characteristics: master the power of curse and have the power to summon cursed demons. Weapons: dagger. Professional requirements: the initial profession must be an assassin and the level must reach level 30. After the introduction dimmed, the figure in the center moved. Hell rode one night's slaughter. As soon as the words fell, a black circular formation suddenly appeared under the feet of the cursor, and black fog surged out of it. The roar of evil spirits emerged, and vaguely black dry arms stretched out from it, as if trying to grab something, but quickly disappeared. At the same time as the formation appeared, a 3-meter-tall ghost slowly condensed behind the cursor. This ghost had a green face and fangs, and was red all over. He held a huge red blood blade in his hand, and exuded a fascinating aura. After the formation disappeared, the cursor held the dagger and slashed forward. At this time, the Night Slaughter demon behind him also followed the cursor's action and swung the blood blade forward fiercely. Suddenly, a blood-colored stream of light passed through, and a deep knife mark appeared on the ground. Then the screen paused and the skill introduction appeared. Hell Road 1, Night Slaughter, read, summon the demon Night Slaughter to become a guardian apostle, which lasts for 30 minutes. During this period, all damage caused will be added with the power of Night Slaughter. At the same time, under the protection of Night Slaughter, the damage received will be reduced by 15%. The skill introduction disappeared and the screen continued. Hell Road 2, Avicii. At the same time as the second skill was released, the Night Slaughter demon dissipated. A formation appeared under the feet of the cursor again, and a double-winged Avicii demon phantom condensed behind him. With the wings of the Avicii demon flapping violently, he actually took the curse clerk with him and flew up. In midair, the curse clerk swung his dagger forward, and the shadow of the Avicii demon let out a low roar, and the figure quickly rushed in the direction pointed by the dagger. Boom! The ground shook, and a deep pit appeared in the bombed area, and a raging fire burned in the pit. Pada the curse clerk's body fell, and he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and his body landed steadily. Hell 2 Avicii, none, summon the Avicii demon to become an offensive apostle for 1 minute. During this period, he gains the ability to fly, and can choose a certain area as the target of the Avicii demon's attack, causing large-scale destructive damage. Hell 2 Prajna Sacrifice. After the third skill was released, the third formation appeared on the ground. This time, what was beyond the expectations of all the watching players was that the one behind the curse clerk was not an evil ghost, but a golden Buddha statue sitting cross-legged on a lotus. At the same time, a demonstration figure appeared in front of the curse clerk, a berserker holding a silver giant sword. Ha! With the berserker's roar, the attack was launched. The curse taker just glanced at him coldly, raised his dagger and thrust it forward. The berserker, who was advancing, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He struggled with anger, but could not break free of this invisible. Then a scene that shocked the players happened. The curse taker raised his dagger and thrust it into his chest. Puff! It was originally a self-harming attack, but the curse taker was unscathed, while the berserker in the distance suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and a blood hole appeared in his chest. Seeing this, the curse taker sneered. This time he moved the dagger towards his neck and stabbed it hard. At this time, the face of the Prajna golden body Buddha statue showed a kind smile, like a benevolent person who saves all living beings, with Buddha's light flashing on his body, and a huge Buddha seal hanging above his head. On the neck of the berserker in the distance, a mark turned from light to dark, and then the body fell to the ground with a bang and turned into black smoke. Hell Path 3, Prajna Sacrifice, Extreme, one of the 3 extreme paths, incarnation of Prajna demon, lasting for 1 minute, during which the selected target can be controlled to enter a restrained state, and any damage caused to oneself is reduced by 85%, and the selected target will bear this part of the damage. After the display of the 18 paths of hell ended, the game prompt appeared again. Note, the cursor can master the 18 kinds of demon transformations in the hell, and has 18 forms of attack methods, which are divided into 4 levels from low to high: mind, nothingness, emptiness, and extreme. Among them, the 3rd, 9th, and 18th paths are extremely evil paths, which are extremely difficult to master. For details, you can consult the transfer instructor. Seeing the transfer of the cursor, the players went completely crazy. One knife into the soul. Why do I feel that the cursor who has completely mastered the 18 paths of hell is more powerful than the rune warrior? Too scary. He can kill others by committing suicide. Invincible. Ishwar is the most terrifying. Hurry up and change my job. I want to control the hell. It's so cool. The evil ghost phantom fights together. It's so cool, isn't it? As expected, my assassin is the son of the game. Other scum jobs can easily kill Crayon Shinchan. Where is our mage? My middle finger is almost erected uncontrollably. Someone help me hold it down. Assassin's Creed. Go find a job change instructor immediately. I feel like I won't be able to sleep if I don't change my job now. A mammoth. To be honest, the cursor is really cool. It completely satisfies my fantasy, especially the phantom demon behind. Please ask for job change materials. I want to change my job immediately. Black Wizard. I'm crying if I say too much. Where is the spring of the mage? Why is the assassin so fierce? If we play to the later stage, our mage will definitely die if he encounters an assassin who has mastered the 3rd hell. Jiasu, don't make a fuss. I counted with my fingers. Our mage should change his job to Athena, and the successful job change will be directly deified. And one move will kill the earth in seconds. A mysterious god replied to Jiasu. You counted by pinching your philtrum, right? Athena, do you want to add a few more Shochon to form a Saint Seiya group for you? With the appearance of the Curse Master's job transfer, all assassin players fell into a state of excitement. In their opinion, the rise of assassins is inevitable. As long as they change their job to cursors and master the 18 paths of hell, they will be invincible. However, the truth is always beyond imagination. When seeing the requirements for changing jobs, all assassin players burst into tears. Cursor job change requirements. Task 1, the assassin player must be level 30. After accepting the job change task, you can get extra blood essence by hunting any other monster, excluding players. Collecting 10,000 blood essences will open the Hell Path 1 and successfully change to the curse. All assassin players were excited to see that task 1 was so simple. Compared to the difficulty of the rune warrior who needs to find all kinds of materials to change his job, the assassin is relatively easy except for some hard work. But seeing the skill mastering requirements below, all assassin players burst into tears. Mission 2, Career Advancement Hell 2, Avicii, none find the source of the power of the 3 curses and hand them over to the job transfer instructor. The job transfer instructor will engrave the 3 curses into the body, and then you can complete the second career advancement, Avicii Demon Hell 2, Prajna Sacrifice, Level No Form, Prajna Sacrifice, and comprehend the true meaning of Prajna and death, extremely difficult, players need to comprehend it by themselves. Hell 4, Shake the Mountain. Virtual collect the fragments of the spirit of the mountain and submit them to the job transfer instructor to complete the advancement. Seeing the requirements of the following advanced tasks in Hell, all assassin players are confused. Assassin's Creed, why are the requirements of this strongest Prajna sacrifice so vague? Comprehending in death, does it mean that we have to commit suicide continuously? Why are there skills for players to comprehend by themselves, and can't skill instructors teach them? The Great Assassin player replied to Assassin's Creed, maybe the instructor doesn't know either. Funny, a mammoth, I'm confused as well. The learning of Prajna sacrifice is too abstract. This is the first time I encounter the ability to comprehend on my own. This is too difficult. I'm waiting for the assassin to comprehend it and then release the tutorial. One sword into the soul. Sure enough, the stronger the ability, the more difficult it is to learn. I finally feel balanced. However, I feel that the assassin's job change is really easy. Just kill monsters. We berserkers don't even have a job change now. I feel sad. Yi Shuer is the cutest. Brothers of the guardian angel, go with me to sweep the ghost mountain range. When I collect 10,000 blood essences, I will become the number 1 cursor in this game. Yi Shuer's little follower replied to Yi Shuer's the cutest. Shuer must be the strongest. Come on. Crayon Shinchan replied to Yi Shuer's little follower, hello, dog, we meet again. Wave Yi Shuer's little follower replied to Crayon Shinchan, Crayon Shinchan replied to Yi Shuer's follower, he knocked him to the ground with a staff. Except for Yi 2, assassin players are completely confused about the way other professions advance. Luwu can't do anything about this. After all, the template of the Curse Clan is well designed, but the advancement depends entirely on the player himself. Especially Prajna's sacrifice of life. Even when the Curse Clan was there, only a few people could master this skill, so based on reality, players still have to practice on their own to learn these powerful abilities. The reason why E2's ability is easy to master is that Bailey always sets a convenient transfer channel for the Curse Clan in the artifact. When the player gathers 10,000 blood essences and hands them over to the job transfer instructor, all of these blood essences will be sent to the artifact space, and then the artifact will help the player to engrave these blood essences into the body, which is equivalent to helping the player to forge a new body. The player completely saves the steps of swearing and sacrificing to the hell, which can be said to be much easier. Although the task is very difficult, it does not affect the excited assassin players at all. They can be seen everywhere frantically looking for wild monsters. With the appearance of the cursor, the mage players are a little depressed, but they are also looking forward to the appearance of their job transfer. Luwu will naturally not let them wait too long. Under the research of the almighty Bailey, the template of the mage has begun to be finalized. As long as Bailey is tested and confirmed to be feasible, it will be put into the game. At the same time, in order to enrich the playability of the game, Luwu plans to set the next building to be repaired as the Spirit Summoning Room. This Spirit Summoning Room is where the King of Baki used to store the defeated enemy generals and the heroic spirits who died in battle. There are many souls of fierce generals who once followed the King of Baki to expand the territory. It is a sacrificial building. Luwu gave up the repair of the equipment library and chose the summoning room first for his own considerations. At this stage, the job transfer has been gradually improved, but the hidden job is completely blank. According to Bailey, there are several extremely talented warriors among these heroes, and their inheritance can be completely stripped out by artifacts. Then set some randomly triggered job transfer tasks in the game. After the player completes it, he can get this inheritance power and become a hidden job in the game. If this function is launched, then the player can really open up all-round development. Because these hidden jobs are completely alternative, and even separated from the three major jobs, it can make the game full of more unknown playability. However, all this is still in the planning stage. Although Luwu's soul coins are growing rapidly every day, the consumption is also very huge. For example, Luwu recently set up 2 teleportation arrays at the junction of the Hades and the Glass District to facilitate players to go back and forth. This also cost him a lot of soul coins, so the remaining soul coins are still a gap from the 200,000 soul coins needed to repair the summoning room, and he still has to accumulate them. However, the underworld is always full of surprises, and accidents can happen everywhere. Just after Luwu and Bailey had just decided on the development direction of the hidden profession, Bailey frowned, and then sank his mind to a player in the underworld. Seeing this, Luwu also turned his perspective to the underworld. In a dead forest in the Lioli district, a berserker player was looking up at the blue sky with a look of despair. It was not that he wanted to see the sky, but that he fell into this more than 10-meter deep pit, and there were smooth rock walls all around. He didn't know what to do except look at the sky. He tried to climb several times, but the rock wall was too shiny and hard, and his blue-quality giant sword couldn't cut into it. He tried several times, but he didn't climb out of 1 meter and slipped again. He had thought about committing suicide to get out, but what made him even more desperate was that every time he was hurt, a green light would seep out from the surrounding rock walls to repair his injuries. In this situation, Sun Shi leaned against the wall with a decadent look on his face, staring at the sky with lifeless eyes, and fell into autism. White Charm Tomb? Woo, this player actually walked into the White Charm Tomb. Looking at the very decadent berserker, Bailey shouted in surprise. Where is the White Charm Tomb? Luwu asked curiously. A kind of spirit beast unique to the land of Beiki. It is a very precious and noble existence. When this kind of creature is about to die, it will find a hidden place to leave a life inheritance, leaving it to the underworld creatures with a predestined relationship to inherit. He is lucky. Although Luwu didn't understand it very well, he felt it was impressive. The preliminary production of the map template of the land of Beiki has just been completed. Players who are not familiar with Beiki can join the group to take a look. Group number 3188157004. Faced with this situation where he couldn't leave but couldn't die, the autistic Sun Shi suddenly had a light in his eyes, clicked on the player panel, and selected the online live broadcast option. He typed in the title, "I'm in a desperate situation, waiting for rescue online, very urgent." After starting the live broadcast, he just quietly waited for other players to save the weak and pitiful him. After a while, players appeared in the live broadcast room one after another. What is this place? It looks like a nice scenery. It's simple. Perform a set of wall climbing skills and go up easily. In addition, Wudon's ladder cloud vertical is also good. You are too weak. Do as I say, step on your left foot and your right foot to rise into the air all the way, and you will come out in a moment. In addition to some players who were watching the fun, there were also players who put forward their own serious ideas. And Sun Shi also tried one by one, but the results all ended in failure. An hour later, Sun Shi became more autistic. He looked up at the sky in despair and lay down again slowly. Seeing this scene, Lu Wudu felt anxious for him, so he registered an account on the official website and posted a comment in the live broadcast comment area. "Brother, cut your finger and smear your blood on the rock wall." Sun Shi glanced at Lu Wu's comment, and silently turned his head to look at the sky again. He was not moved at all, and didn't even want to try it. This made Lu Wu very helpless. It was obvious that this player was completely autistic and didn't want to try the crooked way in the comment. There was no way. Lu Wu opened the reward panel, directly rewarded 5 soul coins, and then made another comment. "Brother, do as I say, these 5 soul coins are for you." Seeing the soul coins, Sun Shi showed a strange look on his face. In his opinion, this player was a little perverted in his heart, and he actually liked to watch this kind of scene. However, for the sake of 5 soul coins, Sun Shi still stood up and sighed, raised the giant sword and slashed it on his wrist, and quickly pressed it against the rock wall while the healing power on the rock wall had not yet appeared. Then, a scene that surprised the melon-eating players and Sun Shi happened. The rock wall actually sucked Sun Shi's arm tightly to the rock wall, making it impossible for him to pull away, and the blood flowing from his wrist was all absorbed by the rock wall. However, this did not cause Sun Shi to panic. Instead, he showed joy on his face. In his opinion, he could finally be free. The players outside the field were also curious. "Brother, take care, see you in 3 hours." The large amount of blood loss made Sun Shi's face extremely pale. When he thought he was about to die, suddenly a force surged from the rock wall. With a cry, the shadow of a white spirit deer jumped out of the rock wall, circling around Sun Shi, and a faint green crystal light was scattered in the pit. Seeing this scene, all the onlookers were shocked and didn't know what was going on. After the white deer circled Sun Shi for a while, Sun Shi was surprised to find that his life value was full again. Just when Sun Shi was about to fall into autism again, the white deer cried, lowered its head and jumped into Sun Shi's body. Bailey, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately activated the artifact and began to digitize the inheritance. Green light circulated in the pit. With Sun Shi as the center, a green cocoon slowly formed, surrounding him in the center. Region-wide announcement: congratulations to player Sun Shi, successfully changed his job to a hidden profession, White Charm. A region-wide announcement suddenly appeared, causing an uproar in the game. Soon, Sun Shi's live broadcast room was found, and the number of onlookers immediately exceeded 50,000. And a moment later it reached 100,000. While eating melons, this guy changed his job to a hidden profession. Newcomers can watch the replay. Awesome, Big Brother, the first hidden profession in the region, but why is it an egg? 666, what is White Charm? Please solve it. Comments were refreshed at a rate of hundreds per second. At this time, Sun Shi only felt that something was constantly stuffed into his brain, but all these inheritances were intercepted by the artifact and turned into data to be displayed in his eyes. A moment later, in the expectant eyes of countless players, the green cocoon suddenly broke, and the pit was immediately covered by green fog. The players who watched the live broadcast held their breath, all looking forward to Bai Mei's first appearance. But when the white mist dissipated, revealing Sun Shi's appearance, all the players showed strange expressions. A small white dog with smooth fur appeared at the bottom of the pit. Off-site, ha, I laughed so hard that my nose bubble burst out. Congratulations on changing my job to a dog. No, I just had surgery today, I want to quit, I'm almost laughing to death. 2333, congratulations, the hidden profession is very domineering, so handsome. I was drinking water just now, I couldn't help but spray it out, and congratulations +1 at the same time. Are you trying to make me laugh to death and then inherit my Manhwa? What a shameless guy, ha. At this time, Sun Shi was also extremely confused. He didn't know what happened. He only knew that he seemed to have changed his job to a hidden profession, but how did he become a dog? He subconsciously clicked on the occupation panel. Player, Sun Shi, player level 21, 26%. Occupation, White Charm Spirit Beast, Form 1, details of White Charm Spirit Beast, a rarine spirit beast unique to the land of Baki, with noble divine beast blood flowing in its body. Whenever its lifespan is approaching, it will find a hidden place to leave its life heritage for the underworld creatures with a predestined relationship to inherit. Occupational characteristics, each upgrade increases the growth attribute by 100%, and a heritage skill can be comprehended when the level reaches 20/60/90/120, and the second form can be opened after reaching level 150. Note, the blood in the body of the White Charm has a healing effect. Seeing Sun Shi's occupation panel, all the players who were originally laughing outside were stunned. I want to become a dog too. It turns out to be the inheritance of a divine beast. I'm so jealous. What a great deal. Doesn't it mean that when you level up one level, you are equivalent to level 2 for us? That's amazing. I've really made it. Except for the cute appearance, the growth attribute is simply explosive. I'm so jealous. Did you notice that his blood can heal? The first priest in the whole district has appeared. It's not a priest, it's Tang monk meat. Brother, I have my basin ready, support a wave of blood, the mole medicine is too expensive. I prepared a water tank, are you ready to bleed? Don't make a fuss, brother little white dog, are you interested in becoming my mount? I will take you to Xiao Baki and kill all the ghost traders, isn't it wonderful? Sun Shi's attribute panel caused a great sensation among the players. All players fell into an excited state and talked about Sun Shi, who had become a little white dog. And Sun Shi's inheritance can only be said to be luck. Even Lu Wu didn't have Bai Mei's transfer panel. Other players want to transfer to Bai Mei, unless they find the place of life inheritance left by Bai Mei like Sun Shi. Of course, the probability is definitely very slim. Seeing the attribute panel, Sun Shi's face showed an ecstatic look. As a low-end player, he had no skills and no money to spend, so he could only rely on killing monsters to slowly upgrade and accumulate equipment, but now it is different. With this hidden profession, he can definitely join the ranks of high-end players, or even top players. However, he was a little uncomfortable with the dog's form. He stretched out his hand to look at his paws, and tried to run in the pit. After getting familiar with his body, Sun Shi's face condensed, and his figure jumped up, jumping back and forth on the rock wall. Relying on the powerful attribute blessing of the new body, Sun Shi jumped out of the pit easily this time. Taking a deep breath of the outside air, Sun Shi felt happy and felt that he was about to reach the peak of his life. Off-site, what a flexible dog. Sure enough, the attributes of the previous level doubled after the job change? I'm so envious. Brother, are you interested in joining the Guardian Angel Guild? We need talents like you. Brother, the Wolf Warrior Guild is suitable for your development. Come and join us and build the most powerful guild in this game together. Be my mount, dog. After looking at the players' comments, Sun Shi smiled. For the first time, he felt that he was valued so much. Just as he was immersed in a wonderful fantasy, a net made of vines suddenly fell from the tree beside him, covering Sun Shi before he could react. Then several wooden sticks hit him hard. This made Sun Shi bark in pain. Brother, it seems that it is not a corpse wolf, but a little white dog. After lifting a corner of the net, a woman holding a staff said disappointedly, "It's okay, tie it up and practice first. After all, corpse wolves are not easy to tame, but this little white dog should be easy." The speaker was a bearded assassin player. "Yeah, then I'll try first." The female player nodded while holding the staff. So, with Sun Shi's confused expression, he was dragged out of the net and tied to a dead tree. Off-site, ha ha ha. I can't do it anymore. Someone, help me up. Our hidden professional boss is going to be tamed. These two players are so awesome. They kidnapped the #1 hidden professional player in the district. I laughed so hard that my stomach hurts. Ha ha ha. Waiting to be tamed, begging for violent abuse, tortured to death, to relieve my jealousy. The first mount of this game, by May, is about to be born. Eat melons, eat melons. Seeing the female player eager to try and take out the cane, Sun Shi grinned and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, I'm a player, I'm a player." However, his shouting was just a burst of woof 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 to the female player. "Sister, look, these wild creatures are all beasts. Don't underestimate them because they are small. They are very fierce. You have to beat them hard to make them fear you. This is the first step of taming. I learned this from the master tamer." The female player heard this and nodded vigorously. "Brother, I know." Hearing this, the players outside the field burst out laughing, and Luwu and Bailey, who were also watching, couldn't help laughing. Pa, the vines hit Sun Shi's body, making him grimace. Pa pa pa. Under the continuous whipping, Sun Shi screamed "awo awo," and the female player's eyes revealed a hint of excitement while whipping, which made Sun Shi feel desperate. If he could cover his face, Sun Shi really wanted to cover it. Thinking that he was still live streaming, he wanted to die. He had missed the best time to break free before, and now he was tightly. Sun Shi had no idea what to do. He was even afraid that the two players would kill him in the end. Especially the assassin player. Sun Shi heard that the assassin players nowadays are crazy for the blood essence and they even want to kill the flowers and plants on the road. At this time, Sun Shi suddenly remembered that he was already level 20 and seemed to have a heritage skill. He immediately called out the skill panel. Donlin Yulu, inherited skill, can sprinkle healing rain within a specified range, consuming 2% of its own maximum health per second. Large-scale group healing is not actually a combat skill. Sun Shi glanced at the female player in front of him with some despair and shed a tear. "Brother, the little white dog is crying." The assassin saw this and walked up to Sun Shi. "Why are you crying? Isn't it embarrassing? You are such a big dog and you are still crying." Outside the field, I laughed so hard. "Brother, you are right. You are such a big dog and you are still crying. It's really embarrassing. Let's take screenshots of the emoticons. Ha, I feel that sooner or later I will die of laughter in your live broadcast room. Didn't you notice the inherited skill? I feel that whichever guild gets the dog will have a much better PK ability in the wild. It's simply a magical skill. I noticed it. This is the first time I have seen a healing skill, and it is for a group. The dog will become a hot commodity now." Facing the two players who abused him, Sun Shi turned his head and sobbed twice. He had given up resistance and adjusted the pain to 0 by the way, so that at least he would not feel any pain. Later, Sun Shi was not disappointed. The two players who came to train the beasts continued to start his inhumane domestication experiment. In the end, it was the players who were almost dying of laughter who couldn't stand it anymore and logged into the game to rescue the little white dog that was about to succumb and become a mount, which ended the Sulong taming. Although Sun Shi's experience made the players very happy, many players also noticed one thing at this time. That is, there is actually a legacy in the game, and finding the legacy can become a powerful hidden profession. Many players' hearts suddenly became hot, and they began to search for caves and pits all over the mountains and plains, just to get a hidden professional inheritance like Sun Shi. This caused many strange things to happen in the game. Some players with obsessive-compulsive disorder jumped when they saw a pit and drilled when they saw a hole, causing many ridiculous events. There are even excessive players who specifically jump off the cliff, delusionally thinking that there is a peerless legacy waiting for him under the cliff. Longdu, the headquarters of Black Sea Technology Company. At this time, everyone sitting in the conference room looked solemn and worried. We are still a step behind. Now the more influential game manufacturers in China have reached a mutual promotion agreement with Jide. Let's talk about what to do. Wu Li, who was sitting in the main seat, glanced at everyone and spoke. The senior executives of Black Sea Company never thought that Jide's actions would be so fast. While holding the press conference, their representatives had already begun to travel between various cities in Longwa and snatched away most of the cooperative promotion projects of game manufacturers. Thinking that years of research efforts may fall into a dilemma under this impact, everyone present felt uncomfortable. Mr. Wu, according to the news, there is still a more powerful game manufacturer that has not reached an agreement with Jide, and it is said that they took the initiative to reject Jide technology. 1. Wu Li, who was sitting in the main seat, sighed. It's better than nothing. Go and negotiate to see if you can get the cooperation and try to meet their requirements. Although he was helpless, Wu Li still didn't intend to let go of this cooperation opportunity. After the meeting, the Black Sea Company headquarters quickly contacted Lu Wu through the 173 game platform. Originally, the head of the Black Sea Company wanted to come over for negotiation, but Lu Wu refused and just asked one question. Is there any fee for cooperation? The head of the Black Sea Company seemed very surprised. He didn't know why Lu Wu asked this question, but he still answered decisively, promotion is for win-win cooperation, so there is no fee. At the same time, our game warehouse has your company's games implanted in it. In other words, as long as the player buys our game warehouse, even if he doesn't download it, your company's games will be in the game list. Hearing the answer, Lu Wu immediately agreed to the cooperation request, which made the head of the Black Sea Company a little confused. He didn't expect the progress to be so easy. At the same time, Lu Wu also promised the Black Sea Company representative on the phone that when they officially released the game warehouse, they would promote it in the game. The next day, Lu Wu received the promotion cooperation contract sent by the Black Sea Company. After carefully reading it, Lu Wu signed it after confirming that it was correct. After keeping a copy, he sent it back to the Black Sea Company, and the cooperation between the two sides was officially reached. However, the news of Lu Wu's cooperation with Black Sea Company soon reached Orisa, the representative of Jade Company. This surprised Orisa, who was responsible for the promotion of the cooperation project. He did not expect that the person who rejected his request would cooperate with Black Sea Company. He immediately reported the news back to the headquarters in Country A. Jade Technology Company has never been soft-hearted towards its business rivals, and immediately decided to block the game Xingjian Online in the game warehouse it released. In other words, as long as the game warehouse is produced by Black Sea Technology Company, Xingjian Online cannot be downloaded. In the eyes of Jade Company, there are so many choices for game manufacturers, and players will definitely make the right choice. At this time, the underworld. Meet my king. Du Yen bowed respectfully to the figure not far away. Why did you come back? Didn't I ask you to stay with Shanshan? Lu Wu asked calmly, as he condensed the image of King Beiki. I had to go back. Shanshan has discovered that I have ulterior motives. If I continue to stay with him, I will surely die. Oh? Why? Lu Wu asked in surprise. Before, I followed the king's order and returned to the ghost general Shanshan. I first used the branches of the tree demon to deceive him about the cause of the death of Ghost 3. Later, he asked me to reply to the Sea King about the tribute. As a result, I informed the Sea King that the ghost general Shanshan refused his request. This angered the Sea King, and he immediately attacked with a tide of sea beasts. At that time, I knew I was going to be exposed and had to leave. Hearing this, Lu Wu immediately thought of the seaside battle that the players broadcast live that day, but he didn't expect that the reason for all this was actually manipulated by Du Yen. By the way, I brought this before I came. As he said, Du Yen stretched out his hand from the black robe, revealing the black ball in his hand. Lu Wu was somewhat puzzled. He waved his hand, and Yin Chi condensed, lifting the black sphere in front of him. The artifact's analytical ability was activated. Yinling Zhu, 230119 Yinling item details. Items for storing Yinling. My subordinates are in charge of the storage of Yinling in the Liuli district, so before leaving, I brought out all the Yinlings owned by the instant ghost general. This betrayal was thorough enough. He stabbed his former master before leaving. He is really an old shady guy, but I like him. Lu Wu smiled. Du Yen, you did a good job. As he said that, Luwu waved his hand, and a ball of soul power surged from his sleeves and drilled into Du Yan's body. Boom! This soul power was like an accelerant, causing the soul fire in Du Yan's head to surge, and the color slowly changed from green to scarlet. It can be clearly seen that Du Yan's dark bones began to thicken, and a few crystal-clear dark green spots appeared. Du Yan fell into shock. After living for thousands of years, this was the first time he saw such a method, which could actually manipulate soul power and directly raise his strength by half a realm. Looking at Luwu again, Du Yan fell to his knees with a plop and kowed out to him. "Thank you, my king, for your gift." Luwu nodded. In fact, it was not difficult for him to improve Du Yan's strength. This is different from players. The growth of players requires accumulation step by step, just like digging a ditch, turning it into a pond, and then turning it into a lake. It has to come step by step, and Du Yan has been practicing for thousands of years. His foundation is solid, and he just added water to his pond. But even so, in Du Yan's view, this is also an incredible and shocking method. This improvement made Du Yan have a deeper understanding of Luwu's mystery, and he even felt a little happy that his betrayal was so correct. Although Du Yan returned this time, Luwu did not intend to let him stay in the underworld, and immediately said, "Du Yan, I have a task for you." "My king, please tell me, I will do my best." Du Yan said respectfully. "Go and seek refuge with the Stone Ghost King." Du Yan was stunned. "My king wants me to instigate the relationship between the Ghost King of Rock and the Ghost General of Moment?" Du Yan thought for a moment and asked doubtfully. "That's one of the reasons, but I will take care of Moment. The main thing is that I want you to understand the current situation in the Northern Rock region and report to me after you understand it." "But will the Ghost King of Rock trust me?" Du Yan hesitated. "Take this." Luwu waved his hand and used the artifact to extract 150000 Yinling from the Yinling Pearl, leaving 80,000 and handing it back to Du Yan. After taking the Yinling Pearl, Du Yan nodded solemnly this time. "I will definitely fulfill your mission." After that, Du Yan turned into a black shadow and quickly escaped from the underworld, heading towards the Northern Rock region. After Du Yan left, Luwu's consciousness also left the underworld. Originally, Luwu was going to hand over all the Yin spirits to Du Yan as a price for him to surrender to the Rock Ghost King. After all, in Luwu's opinion, the soul power he possessed was obviously more useful than the Yin spirits. However, this idea was stopped by Bailey, so Luwu extracted 150,000 Yin spirits and stored them in the war artifact. "Shaoli, what is the use of this Yin spirit?" Luwu looked at Bailey and asked after his consciousness returned to the room. "Of course it is useful. You know, other people don't have artifacts like us that can control soul power, so the creation of weapons and equipment basically relies on Yin spirits. Only high-level equipment will use rare soul stones, and Yin spirits have another very important use, which is to build shuttle channels." "Can't this soul power also be used?" Luwu was stunned. "They're different. A portal can be created with soul power, but a shuttle passage cannot. It requires sacrifice, and Yinling is the object of transporting sacrifice. There is a big difference in essence." Luwu rolled his eyes. "Be more specific, you know, I'm an illiterate in the underworld." Bailey squinted and smiled, nodded. "Haven't we been thinking about the construction of the copy? These Yinling can be put to better use. The reason why I asked you to leave 150000 Yinling is because the sacrifice connected to the Hell Road is exactly this value." This time Luwu understood, and said in surprise, "That means, the function of the copy can be opened?" Bailey nodded. "Yes, this time I chose the Hell Road, which is a forbidden area in Hell. Demons are constantly born in it. It is very suitable for players to level up, especially assassin players. Many of the materials they need for job transfers can be found in it. More importantly, there are 18 floors in the Hell Road. The deeper you go, the stronger the demons are, so it is particularly challenging for growing players." "How long does it take to build a shuttle array?" Luwu thought for a while and asked. "About an hour." Luwu nodded, and with a thought, he issued a notice to all players in the district through the Conquest artifact. Announcement for the whole district: this game will be maintained in 10 minutes, and the dungeon function will be opened at the same time, so stay tuned. After the announcement appeared, the players were in an uproar. Luwu had also considered this. After all, it was too conspicuous to carve the formation outside the Hades, and he had to appear at the scene in person. As a person behind the scenes, it was better not to be exposed. After waiting in the house for 10 minutes, Luwu looked at the online rate and found that there were still 70,000 to 80,000 players online. So he directly used the artifact authority to force all these players out of the game. Players with nowhere to go began to gather in the forum. Crayon Shinchan, oh my god, I almost killed the iron corpse, but I spent 20 minutes grinding. Is there any compensation? Wild Boar Peppa, same as above, I was pushing the Nether Warrior with my friends, but I was ruthlessly kicked out of the game when I was about to die. I strongly demanded maintenance compensation. The request is not high, just a purple weapon is fine. A mammoth, didn't you notice the point? The dungeon is open. Invincible loneliness, collecting soul coins daily, becoming stronger by spending money. If there are any players who sell soul coins for a long time, please add me on QQ1234567. Assassin's Creed, all the functions of this game are great. I am looking forward to the dungeon. I will find a dungeon pioneering team and advance and grow together the strongest Sydney. I hope the dungeon has a higher explosion rate. I want to change my equipment, but it's a pity that the soul coins are gone in a flash. It's pitiful. From the forum, it can be seen that players have high expectations for the dungeon. Luwu will naturally not let them down. He took Bailey to the underworld. The area near the Hades, which was originally crowded with people, became very deserted after the maintenance was started, but this is exactly what Luwu wanted. The two walked around the Hades and finally chose a location not far from the Hades and began to build an altar. Of course, Luwu is always a bystander in this kind of technical work. Bailey stretched out his hand and all the Een spirits in the artifact were taken out. Suddenly, green floating objects like jellyfish floated around. At this time, Bailey began to manipulate the Een chi, first drawing a huge circle on the ground, and then constantly carving twisted patterns inside. After more than 10 minutes of carving, Bailey, with a serious face, stretched out his hand again, and suddenly the Een chi around rushed to the circular array diagram, and it continued to condense, and the array began to flash black light. Buzz buzz. As the pattern on the array was almost materialized, the ground began to shake slightly, and the scarlet light was revealed through the carved patterns. Sacrifice! Bailey shouted, and suddenly the floating Een spirits around were driven and all rushed towards the core of the array. Woo and ancient vicissitudes of life came from the formation, like an old man's farewell to the world at the last moment of his life. Then, a scene that surprised Luwu happened. A pair of red arms with magma flowing on them suddenly stretched out from the formation, and grabbed forward fiercely, and all the ghosts condensed above the formation were sucked away. Looking at the arm, Bailey's face was serious, and he uttered a few words that Luwu couldn't understand at all. After hearing it, the pair of arms made of magma shook gently, and an old sigh came from the formation, and then the huge arm slowly sank until it disappeared. The formation carved by Bailey turned into a red circular pit, with light flowing inside, and you couldn't see the bottom. Done. Bailey smiled happily, looking at Luwu, as if he was going to praise me. Luwu reached out and rubbed Bailey's little head. What is this arm? And what did you just say to him? Bailey pouted. Don't call him an arm. He is one of the oldest gods in the underworld. Although he is dead, he is still the supreme being. I just used the ancient sacrificial language to communicate with his remaining consciousness and sacrificed 150,000 ghosts in exchange for a shuttle passage to the underworld. Did he agree? Of course I agreed, otherwise this shuttle gate would not be built successfully, because he is the god who governs one of the forbidden areas, the hell. Even after death, he is the only god of the hell. Luwu nodded. Do we have to do the same for other dungeons in the future? Well, all forbidden areas have remnants of the consciousness of the ancient gods in the underworld. It is because of the dead ancient gods that those areas are called taboos, and each forbidden area must be allowed by the gods to open and connect, so you have to find a way to encourage players to plunder some ghosts, so that we can continuously open new dungeons. After completing the depiction of the Hell Road, Bailey took out an initial soul from the artifact space, implanted the settings of the dungeon instructor into the initial soul, and then withdrew from the underworld with Luwu. After looking at the forum, he found that the players were all speculating on what the dungeon would be like. Luwu thought about it and posted a message on the homepage. Game maintenance is over, dungeon, Hell Road is opened, NPC, dungeon instructor is added, Hell Road, dungeon. Hell Road has 18 floors that can be used for upgrading and training. Each scene has several boss-level monsters and countless powerful creatures. For details, you can consult the dungeon instructor. Group dungeon requirements. The minimum number of participating teams is 10. Seeing this news, players who have long been impatient began to log into the game one after another, and all rushed to the dungeon teleportation point. Wow, a large-scale dungeon requires a minimum team of 10 people to teleport. Is the requirement so high? Sad, a lone wolf player is passing by, looking for a team to take him in. The assassin team is recruiting people. Come to assassin, let's fight for job transfer materials together. There is even a time limit. You can only stay for 1 hour before being teleported out. The handicapped party is dissatisfied. After many players learned the details of the Hell Road from the dungeon guide next to the dungeon teleportation point, they couldn't wait to enter the dungeon to experience it. At this time, Bailey also created a mage character for himself to mix with the players. Bailey had never been to the Hell Road and was very curious, so he planned to go with them to take a look. Luwu naturally would not stop this. Anyway, it was a condensed body, there would be no danger. And many teams are recruiting people for the stability of the land reclamation, basically the more the better. Bailey also mixed into a team at this moment. Coincidentally, this team happened to be Yi Xuer's Guardian Angel Guild. The requirement for opening up the wasteland together is to join a guild. Bailey clicked on the application for membership, and after getting approval, he joined this large guild. Coincidentally, he was assigned to Yi Xuer's team. As the boss, Yi Xuer looked at the team list and confirmed that there were 30 people. Then she shouted in the guild voice channel, "Let's go." Then she reached out and touched the channel of the copy teleportation point, and a panel popped up. Copycat selection, there is only one option for one, Hell Road. Yi Xuer reached out and clicked again, and suddenly the members of the whole team felt a sense of weightlessness. In fact, this group teleportation, in Bailey's setting, is to teleport the players collectively to the artifact space first. During this period, the player's perception is blocked, and then the artifact is directly sent to the copy transmission channel. This setting is for the convenience of players. After all, it is very inconvenient to let players jump into the channel one by one, and the speed is slow. In terms of teleportation, it is set to be random teleportation, and it depends on luck where it appears. When the body regained perception again, the team members found that the environment they were in had changed dramatically. The land around them was dry and cracked, with red magma flowing in the cracks. Even if everyone lowered their perception, they could still feel a rolling heat wave coming towards them. 18 Layers of Hell Part 1, the text showing the environment slowly faded in the eyes of the players. What a real hell environment, awesome. The players were amazed at the environment of the Hell Road dungeon. Some players even curiously put their hands into the cracks in the ground to touch the magma. Suddenly, their arms felt a burning pain and the number of blood loss jumped on their heads. Okay, don't touch it randomly, and go forward in a group. According to the dungeon instructor, there are many precious materials and treasures in this dungeon. Look carefully and don't miss them. After looking around, Yi Xuer spoke in the guild voice. Then the team began to move forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, a waterfall formed by magma appeared in front of them. Originally, Yi Xuer wanted to bypass the waterfall and continue to move forward. At this time, a sharp-eyed player suddenly found that there seemed to be a cave on the left side of the waterfall, so he said it in the guild voice channel. They came here to hunt for treasures. Yi Xuer was also curious. With a wave of her hand, the team began to approach the waterfall. The closer to the waterfall, the more obvious the heat wave. Except for the strong berserker, the mage profession basically has a -1 number on its head every 5 seconds. Fortunately, they had reached the cave entrance, otherwise they would not dare to go any further. Yi Xuer walked to the cave entrance, poked her head inside and found that she could not see the end at all. She waved her hand and walked into the cave first, followed by everyone. This cave is close to the lava waterfall, but after entering, everyone found that there was no heat inside. The deeper you go, the colder you feel. As the vision becomes darker and darker, Yi Xuer motions for everyone to take out the torches purchased in the mall, and the vision in front of them brightens again. Under the swaying campfire, the cave looks even more gloomy and terrifying. Such a real scene makes some timid players shrink their bodies. Continue to move forward, and when you come to the corner at the end of the cave passage, everyone suddenly stops. A gust of cold wind blew from the corner, and the coldness invaded several people, making them feel that there was a monster lurking around the corner. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xuer walked in front. Although she was actually very scared, as the boss, face was more important than life. Turning the corner, the vision suddenly opened up, and an open field appeared in front of them. With their appearance, several clusters of flames rose from the rock walls around the open field, illuminating the surroundings. When everyone saw the scene in the open field clearly, all the players in the team trembled in their hearts. Because in front of them was actually a tomb, densely packed. At least dozens of coffins were neatly placed here, which greatly shocked Yi Xuer and others. Yi Xuer kept comforting herself that everything in front of her was fake, all fake. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xuer took the lead and walked towards these coffins. When she came to the center of the open space, Yi Xuer was about to observe carefully, but she heard a loud bang coming from the side. She was so scared that her face turned pale and she almost screamed. Turning around, she found that it was her brother Yi Chen, who was holding a giant sword and smashing a sarcophagus. "Brother, what are you doing?" Yi Xuer couldn't help but scold. I feel that there must be a legacy in it, or at least a treasure. Yi Chen turned his head and answered very seriously, and was about to swing the giant sword again. Yi Shuer was stunned for a moment, and then she thought that what Yi Chen said seemed to make some sense. After all, the treasures were hidden in hidden places. Seeing that Yi Shuer did not stop her, several players who were persuaded by Yi Chen's words also picked up their staffs, giant swords, and daggers and began to smash the sarcophagus, trying to smash out a hidden profession. After a symphony of bang bang, a group of players gasped and looked at the sarcophagus that was not damaged at all, looking very depressed. It's so infuriating. Can't you install a switch? Can't you let people play? The game experience is extremely poor, Yi Chen complained. Hearing this, the corners of the mouths of all the players present twitched, thinking in their hearts, your ancestors' coffins are equipped with switches? If I die, I will install a switch on my coffin, press it to open, press it to close, easy and convenient. Yi Chen continued to sigh. Everyone in the team was completely speechless about Yi Chen. His best friend Zhuoshu then asked, Brother Yi, is it a sliding cover or a flip cover? Yi Chen. Touch screen is more advanced. Bailey, who had been watching silently on the side, interrupted at this time. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, Bailey shyly shrank back with her staff raised. What should I do? It's too uncomfortable to have treasures but not be able to take them. Yi Chen turned his eyes to his sister Yi Shuer. It seems that we can only give up. Remember this location and open the coffin when we are stronger. Yi Shuer said helplessly. Although they gave up opening the coffin, everyone began to continue searching in the tomb to see if there were any treasures that were missed. As a result, they really found 3 sealed stone altars. After a while of knocking, everyone found that the stone altar was made of the same material as the stone coffin and could not be smashed open at all. Actually, there may not be treasures in these jars. There are many such jars buried in the fields of our village. If you are lucky, you can open it and find old wine that has been sealed for many years. A simple-looking Quang Zhan in the team said. What if you are unlucky? Everyone cast their eyes on him curiously. Bad luck may be due to ancestors. Everyone. Hearing the words of the simple Quang Zhan, everyone looked at the 3 jars with strange eyes. Thinking that they were filled with ashes, everyone felt a chill and put the jars on the ground. Seeing everyone's actions, Bailey silently stepped forward a few steps and picked up the 3 jars. If you don't want them, I will take them away. Looking at the short Bailey holding 3 jars, such a discordant picture made everyone laugh and cry, but they still shook their heads. Bailey smiled, and then a blue light flashed, and all the jars in his hands disappeared and entered the artifact space. Everyone didn't think it was strange. After all, every player has a private space, but what they don't know is that this private space is actually the internal space of the war artifact, which is just divided for each player. After sweeping the stone tomb again and making sure that nothing was missed, the team members followed Yi Shuer to the outside of the tomb, and at the same time took note of this place, preparing to open the coffin and search for treasures when they are stronger. As soon as they walked out of the cave, everyone felt a gust of wind and heat coming towards them. Looking up, they saw a huge fire dragon swooping down from a distance, and under the fire dragon, more than a dozen players were running desperately, and the leading player was holding a fiery red egg in his hand. Brother, help, help! Seeing the figures of Yi Shuer and others, the leading player showed ecstasy on his face, and immediately adjusted the direction and ran towards them. Brother, don't come over. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen pointed his giant sword at the player team running towards him and roared heartbreakingly. Brother, help! Don't come over. The players on both sides screamed at each other. This is the boss, I'm giving you the first kill, help! The leading player continued to roar, your brother, why don't you go and kill first? If you get close to us again, I'll kill you, believe it or not. Yi Chen roared. The players on Yi Shuer's side looked at the dragon getting closer and closer, and they all roared heartbreakingly, hoping that those bastards who stole the eggs would not come to harm them. Quick, enter the cave. Seeing the fire dragon getting closer and closer, Yi Shuer immediately said, and then led the team into the cave again. In less than 5 seconds, there was a tremor, and rubble kept falling from the top of the head. Roar! The roar of the fire dragon sounded outside. The cave shook and swayed again, and the falling rubble became more dense. After everyone staggered to stabilize their bodies, they found that there were 3 more players around them. Looking at the player holding the dragon egg, both sides were silent for a few seconds, and then Yi Chen slowly raised the giant sword. Looking at the dragon egg with a faint sound of young dragon roar, Yi Shuer's heart was moved at this moment. She was an expert in killing and robbing, so she did not stop Yi Chen from doing it. Brother, let's talk it over, don't fight. The leader of the Quanzhan smiled awkwardly and retracted his hand holding the dragon egg. Hand over the egg. Yi Shuer pulled out her dagger and said bluntly. The leader of the Quanzhan wanted to cry but had no tears. After stealing the egg, their team thought they would be fine if they ran away, but they didn't expect that the dragon egg could not be put into the private space. After the fire dragon found out that the dragon egg was stolen, it actually sniffed the dragon egg and chased all the way. There are only 3 people left in the team. If a fight really breaks out, he knows that he is definitely not a match for Yi Shuer and others. Looking at Yi Shuer and others who are ready to fight, the leader of the Quanzhan twitched his mouth twice. Just as he was about to start the mouth cannon mode, his body tilted and the cave began to shake again. This time the shock was more violent than before. With the roar of the dragon, the whole cave seemed to fall apart and swayed wildly. This time, it was not rubble that fell, but boulders. Boom! 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 One by one, the players were buried by the boulders, and the shock was still intensifying. It was obvious that the fire dragon outside had gone completely crazy. At this moment, Yi Shuer jumped forward and took the opportunity to kick the crazy warrior who was holding the dragon egg to the ground and snatched the dragon egg from his hand. Seeing this, the crazy warrior's eyes were bloodshot. You know, for the dragon egg, their team has almost sacrificed, and he knows the value of the dragon egg without thinking. It must be very precious. However, when he wanted to stand up in it, a huge rock fell from the sky and hit him hard. After snatching the dragon egg, Yi Shuer immediately used the private space to put it in, but to her surprise, the dragon egg could not be put into the private space, and the space also gave a prompt. No items with signs of life can be placed in the private space. At this critical moment, a clear dragon roar came from the dragon egg, and a fiery red light began to flow outside the eggshell. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared on the eggshell, and then the crack expanded rapidly. Bang! The eggshell shattered at this moment, and a cute little fire dragon flew out of the eggshell. Oh, the little fire dragon looked up and chirped happily as soon as it appeared. Baji! Yi Shuer grabbed the little fire dragon's neck and lifted it in front of her. Unwilling to give up, Yi Shuer tried again to stuff the little fire dragon into her private space. This time, a scene that surprised her happened. The little fire dragon turned into a stream of light and drilled into her body and disappeared. Announcement for the whole area. Congratulations to player Yi Shuer for hatching her first pet, fire dragon, juvenile. At the same time as the announcement appeared, a roar was heard outside the cave again, and then the cave collapsed completely, and Yi Shuer was buried by the falling rocks at this moment. The fire dragon egg hatched at a critical moment, and was stored in the space after being digitized by the artifact, which made Yi Shuer lucky enough to get the first pet in the game. The berserker and others who had their dragon eggs taken away were furious and immediately started a war of words on the official website forum. The guild demolition office, to which the berserker belonged, also announced a challenge to the Guardian Angel Guild. With the increase in the number of players, guilds have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. The demolition office was originally a relatively strong guild in other games. It was a collective exchange of games after the rise of Conquest Online. Although it was established not long ago, its strength is also extremely strong, not inferior to the Guardian Angel at all. At this time, Yi Shuer was very happy. Although the first copy challenge ended so quickly, everything became worth it after getting the fire dragon egg. She was even more determined in her heart that killing and robbing is the true meaning of the fun of the game. She was not at all false to the challenge of the demolition office. She immediately accepted the challenge on the forum and prepared to have a large-scale guild war in the wild after resurrection. However, other players were not concerned about the quarrel between the two guilds, but the fact that there were pets in the Hell Road dungeon. This made many players jealous, and many individual players also began to form groups to enter the Hell Road, hoping to hatch a pet. However, even in the first layer, the Hell Road is full of dangers for players. The weakest monsters such as the fire demon in it can only be killed by players in groups. Although there are relics and treasures, they are not easy to find. Strength and luck are indispensable. Just like Yi Shuer's team, even if they found the sarcophagus, they couldn't open it at all, which was useless. However, as more and more players poured into the Hell Road, and those who found materials or treasures posted pictures to the forum to show off, the enthusiasm of players for the Hell Road became even greater. It can be said that they were tortured by this high-difficulty dungeon and were happy. After the resurrection cooldown ended, Yi Shuer logged into the game again with anticipation. Clicked on the attribute panel and swept his eyes to the extra pet. Fire-eating dragon level 0, juvenile, pet details, a fierce beast of fire attribute. It lives in high-temperature areas all year round and has fire immunity. Pet attributes: Strength 4, Agility 4, Endurance 4, Spiritual Power 6. Pet qualification: High. From low to high, it is divided into low, medium, high, Spirit Beast, Spirit Beast, Divine Beast, and Spirit of the World. Pet skills: None. Can grow and comprehend. Growth requirements: Devouring Fire attribute. Spirit stones can increase pet experience. Note: pets can be resurrected by purchasing pet resurrection pills in the mall after death. Bailey had already made arrangements for the setting of pets. After all, pets are completely digitized, and some spirituality can be said to be lost. For example, the fire-eating dragon, which should have been a fierce beast of the spirit beast level, can only reach the advanced level after digitization, which is also inevitable. Moreover, the digitized pet must be in the juvenile state of just hatching, and it can only be put into the artifact at the moment of contact with the outside world. If it is an adult, even with the help of the artifact, it is impossible to digitize it. As for the pet resurrection, Luwu will naturally not let players use the power of the artifact for nothing. There must be a fee, and it is not cheap. Each resurrection requires 30 soul coins. After reading the pet attribute panel, Yi Shuer clicked on the summon pet, and suddenly a black vortex appeared in front of her, and the chubby little fire dragon flapped its wings and flew out excitedly. Awoo! The little fire dragon flew around Yi Shuer twice, and then got into her arms and rubbed it. Seeing this, Yi Shuer pinched the little fire dragon's neck, lifted it in front of her and looked at it carefully. It seems a little weak. It takes time to cultivate it, so troublesome. Yi Shuer seemed a little disappointed. The little fire dragon seemed to understand Yi Shuer's words, and immediately puffed up his cheeks and spit out hard. Cough. Looking at a small flame, Yi Shuer had no expression on her face. It's good for lighting a cigarette, Yi Chen said with a smile on the side. Yi Shuer took the little fire dragon back to the pet space, and then glared at Yi Chen fiercely. Prepare to gather, people. I think the people from the demolition office are ready. Take them down. Okay. Yi Chen put the giant sword on his shoulder, grinned and walked out. At this time, Luwu and Bailey were discussing the recent conflicts between guilds. Due to the opening of the hell, players robbed materials, relics and treasures, and the conflicts between them can be said to be escalating. The mutual attack between the Guardian Angel and the Demolition Office is just one of them. There are conflicts and frictions in various guilds, so Luwu plans to hold the first hegemony event in the game. In front of Luwu, on a drawing, the 5 words Guild Hegemony were scribbled. Luwu's idea is very simple, that is, to build a huge battlefield in 100 cities in the artifact space. All guilds with more than 500 people can sign up for this guild contest. The theme of this event is to capture the flag. There will be a flag in the center of each city. Any guild that occupies the city can convert this blank flag into the flag of its own guild. Of course, capturing the flag is just a process. Even if your guild captures the city and changes the city flag, players from other guilds can still recapture it. This is a large-scale competition that focuses on siege in the early stage and defense in the later stage. It lasts for half a day. After the time is up, the 100 guilds that defend the city will be rated as the strongest 100 guilds, and Luwu also prepared guild rewards for them. Of course, this is a big project. Even if you can easily condense Chi to create a city in the artifact space, the amount of work is too large, and it will still take Luwu a lot of time to build it. So this event is still in the preparation stage and will not be open soon. There are already more than 300 guilds with more than 500 members in the game. Luwu plans to start the competition when the number of such guilds reaches 500 or even more than 1,000. By then, it will definitely be an epic battle with many heroes competing for supremacy and exciting scenes. On the 3rd day after the opening of the Hell Road, Luwu's soul coins finally reached 200,000, and the soul summoning hall that he had been planning finally began to be built. It took 30 minutes, and a towering pagoda appeared near the Hades. And the players in the game also received the first surprise of this update. Region-wide notice: this update opens the hidden profession Sun Chaser Archer and Inheritance Trial. This hidden profession is limited to 10 people. You can consult the professional instructor for details. The inheritance of the Sun Chaser Archer is the first gift Luwu gave to the players. Heroic spirit Zhu Ri was once the top archer under the command of King Beiki, and his strength reached the realm of Ghost King. His archery skills were the best in the land of Beiki. It can be said that he was a subordinate that King Beiki valued very much. However, in the battle to eliminate the cursed clan, the patriarch of the cursed clan sacrificed his life to open the Prajna sacrifice and forcibly killed him. The death of Zhu Ri made King Beiki very distressed, but he could do nothing about it. However, his soul was still collected by King Beiki into the Hall of Summoning Spirits and became one of the heroes worshipped by future generations. This time, when the Hall of Summoning Spirits was repaired, the first hidden profession extracted by Bailey was him. Of course, because the game is completely real, and archery is not something that ordinary people can master, Luwu set a limit of 10 people and opened a hidden profession challenge trial at the same time. The requirements of the trial are very simple. All players who sign up will be teleported to a shooting range built by Bailey in the artifact space. Players need to conduct trial tests in 3 projects: 50-meter and 100-meter fixed target archery and 150-meter moving target archery. In each round, players have 5 archery opportunities, and the 10 players with the highest scores will inherit the hidden profession Sun Chaser Archer. The appearance of this trial made many players very excited, but it is obvious that the archery trial is extremely difficult. The arrows shot forward in a parabolic manner. If ordinary people do not have systematic training, they can't even hit the target, let alone the most difficult 150-meter moving target. But it still can't stop the players' enthusiasm for hidden professions. In addition to players who are not interested in the archer profession, a large number of players signed up for this inheritance trial. The next day, the registration ended, and the number of registrations reached 250,000. The trial that the players were looking forward to finally began, and all the registered players were teleported to the shooting range in the artifact space. In order to prevent players from affecting each other, each player is divided into different spaces, and a scoreboard is hung in the distance of the shooting range, which allows players to easily observe their score rankings. The first round of the test was a 50-meter target shooting. Each target had 5 rings. Hitting the bullseye was worth 10 points, and the other outer rings were worth 1 point. Hitting the target but not the rings was worth 5 points. Missing the target was worth no points. The minimum requirement for qualifying in the first round of target shooting was to score 10 points. After the test was officially launched, each participating player had an iron bow in his hand and was given 5 arrows. Although the first round of the test was only 50 meters away, the difficulty was too great for players who had never been exposed to bows and arrows. After shooting 5 arrows, only less than 40,000 players out of 250,000 advanced to the second round. This made Lu Wu, who had been watching, helpless. It was obvious that the profession of archer was too advanced and not something that ordinary people could play. The second round of testing began, and all the players who advanced cast their eyes on the scoreboard. First place, Li Lin, 50 points, second place, Sumu, 50 points, third place, Yi Chen, 50 points, fourth place, Mo Lingtian, 50 points. All the 10 players who entered the top 10 achieved a 100% hit rate. In the eyes of many players, these people must be masters who have practiced archery in reality, otherwise how could they have such a strong hit rate? However, Yi Chen didn't think so at this time. Looking at the target that was pulled 100 meters away, he seemed a little confused. He didn't have much hope for this archery inheritance, so he just participated in it for fun, but who knew that he shot randomly and hit the bullseye with every arrow? Seeing that he was ranked 3rd on the scoreboard, Yi Chen was ashamed. At the beginning of the second round, new arrows were distributed, and Yi Chen took out an arrow from his quiver again and put it on the bowstring. Swoosh! The sound of breaking wind appeared, and the arrow shot out. Beep! The scoreboard in the distance lit up, 10 points. Yi Chen was completely confused this time. You know, he had never learned any archery at all, and he had never even touched a bow before. He was convinced by his luck. Could it be that I really have a talent for archery? So he pulled out an arrow from his quiver again and put it on the bowstring, aiming slightly and letting go again. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. 10 points. After 4 shootings, Yi Chen was full of admiration for himself, feeling that he was really a genius, and at the same time felt that archery was too simple. Entering the third round, there were less than 3,500 players left, and Yi Chen was still ranked 3rd, which made Yi Chen's heart swell gradually. At the beginning of the third round of tests, the fixed target became a moving target, and the distance became 150 meters. In addition, each archery had only 30 seconds, which made it more difficult. Seeing the target shaking back and forth irregularly at 150 meters, Yi Chen was a little unconfident this time. He tried to take out an arrow, put it on the string, and after roughly predicting the movement of the target, he let go. Bang! Beep! 10 points. The bowstring shook, and the scoreboard in the distance also reported the score at the same time. Ah, I am a genius. Yi Chen's face showed ecstasy after getting 10 points again. The next 4 arrows, just as Yi Chen thought, hit the bullseye. When the final results came out, Yi Chen was very proud. Announcement for the whole district: the ranking of this inheritance trial is as follows: and the top 10 players will start the job transfer inheritance. First place, Yi Chen, 150 points. Second place, Mo Lingtian, 149 points. Third place, Li Lin, 143 points. Fourth place, Su Mu, 141 points. Although I want to be low-key, my strength does not allow it. Seeing that he got the first place, Yi Chen laughed. The trial ranking appeared, and Luwu cast his eyes on Bailey. Let's start the inheritance. Bailey nodded, put his consciousness into the artifact, copied the inheritance of the Sun Chaser shooter into 10 copies, and transferred them to the templates of the 10 winning players. At the same time, Bailey spent 2,000 soul points on each player to help them reconstruct their body templates so that they can better adapt to this inheritance. At the same time as the inheritance was opened, Luwu did not disappoint those curious players. He opened 10 live broadcasts at the shooting range, corresponding to the 10 players who got the hidden profession. After the inheritance began, a piece of information emerged in the minds of Yi Chen and others. Congratulations, you have successfully transferred to the Sun Chaser shooter. Click on the attribute panel to view the profession details. At the same time, the shooting range will continue to be open for 30 minutes. Please take the time to adapt to the new skills at the shooting range. Sun Chasing Archer, the best archer in Baiki. Inherited professional background. The Sun Chasing Archer was obsessed with archery and practiced hard for decades. However, he still had not achieved perfection in archery until his old age. In his old age, when his Zine fire was about to go out, he happened to see the silhouette of the Golden Crow Emperor passing by at dusk. Looking at the scorching sun fire that spread all over the sky, he had an epiphany in his heart. From then on, he realized the breath of the sun, his life level was sublimated, his Zine lifespan was extended, and his archery skills improved by leaps and bounds. In just 3 years, he became the best archer in Baiki. Career growth. Each time you upgrade, your attributes are enhanced by 50%, and you get an additional special passive bonus Eagle Eyes, and an additional energy bar, Breath of the Sun. Eagle Eyes, passive, your visual ability is developed, and you can adjust the pupil's focal length by yourself. Breath of the Sun, 100 energy, each sun-chasing shot consumes 1 point of Breath of the Sun, and the skill consumes additional energy, restoring 1 point every 3 seconds. Comprehended skills, Sun-Chasing Scattering, Slide, Annihilation, Sun-Chasing Scattering, 5 points of consumption, shoots 5 arrows with the Breath of the Sun at the same time for range damage, Slide, 3 points of consumption, use the Breath of the Sun flexibly, add it to your feet, and slide quickly over a short distance, can be used to dodge attacks, or to approach opponents, Annihilation, all remaining energy, concentrate all the Sun-Chasing power in your body to forge an aura arrow, and deliver a fatal blow. No arrow is required during the release of this skill. This profession will open the second stage after the player reaches level 100 and completes the professional advancement. For details, please consult the professional instructor. Professional weapon, bow and arrow. Seeing the inheritance panel of the Sun Chaser Archer, the players watching the live broadcast outside were envious. 666, 10 archery masters, you got the inheritance by your own ability. I admire you. I'm envious but not jealous, because you got the inheritance by your own ability. Even if you were given this profession, I would definitely not be able to shoot it with my ability. I admire you. This profession really requires archery talent to perform, and ordinary people really can't do it. For the 10 players who obtained the inheritance, the onlookers were basically convinced. After all, this was all obtained by personal ability, unlike opportunities, and the players all gave their blessings. Yi Chen was ecstatic when he got 3 skills just after changing his job. Thinking that there was still 30 minutes of skill experience time, Yi Chen felt proud. He picked up the iron bow again, took out an arrow from the newly added quivers in front and put it on the string. After squinting his eyes and aiming, he chose a fixed target 50 meters away and shot this confident arrow. Beep 0 points. The scoreboard in the distance announced the score. Ahem, mistake. Knowing that he was being broadcast live, Yi Chen smiled awkwardly and took out another arrow. But then Yi Chen couldn't laugh anymore. Because he shot 5 arrows in a row, but none of them hit the target. Faced with such a situation, Yi Chen was dumbfounded. With trembling hands, this time Yi Chen aimed at the target 100 meters away. The ability of Eagle Eye was instantly activated, and the target in the distance was clearly visible in his eyes. Lifting the bow again, Yi Chen took a deep breath, and then slowly released his hand that was pulling the bowstring. Beep 0 points. Beep 0 points. Beep 0 points. Yi Chen, who didn't believe in evil, this time set his sights on the moving target 150 meters away and started shooting frantically. Beep 0 points. Beep 0 points. The consecutive 0 points made Yi Chen completely dumbfounded. The off-site players who watched Yi Chen's live broadcast were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. A mammoth, isn't he the first? This result. A terrible guess suddenly emerged in my mind. Crayon Shinchan, the arrow method of fate. When fate comes, it will hit. I guess the upstairs thinks a Yishware is the cutest. I used to wonder why my brother obviously didn't learn archery. Why is he so accurate? Now I know the reason. It's a breathtaking fact. A knife into the soul. The breathtaking operation. Is it really the legendary arrow method of fate? Lonely and invincible. Maybe the automatic aiming is turned off, showing his true strength. Watermelon Taro. So, is his account useless? The sword-carrying guard replied to Ziguataro, basically, it's useless. Gold Saint, the atmosphere seems a bit serious. Let me ask everyone, can I laugh now? The bronze player replied to the Gold Saint, ha ha ha, let me laugh first. At this time, Yi Chen realized a very serious problem. Maybe the 15 arrows before were all his mistakes. This guess instantly made Yi Chen's face pale and his eyes gradually dulled. After changing his job to archer, the only weapon he can equip is the bow and arrow. When Yi Chen thought of this, his hand holding the bow trembled even more. He tried to take out the blue giant sword from the space and pick it up. Game prompt, you have changed your job to Sun Chaser Archer, and your weapon is bow and arrow, and you cannot equip a giant sword. Oh my god, can I change back to Berserker? Yi Chen squatted on the ground and screamed with his head in his hands, looking desperate. Off the field, Crayon Shinchan, the show of the flower. Congratulations on driving someone crazy. A mammoth. Brother, don't cry, use your random archery to show off to the whole audience. One sword into the soul. Don't cry, you can also use a bow. Use a bow to hit people, ha ha ha. Watermelon Taro, such a tragic thing, don't you have any sympathy? Look at how hard our number one cried. No, how sad. Yi Shuer is the cutest. Brother, some things are irresistible, come on. From today on, practice archery and become a master of archery as soon as possible. The strongest Shueli replied to Yi Shuer the cutest, master of random archery? Funny, Yi Shuer the cutest replied to the wax strongest Shueli, would you want to cause trouble? The strongest Shueli replied to Yi Shuer the cutest, I dare not, but you have a master of random arrows, we are afraid of being shot in the head. Funny. After looking at the comments on the live broadcast, Yi Chen became even sadder. Thinking of the simple and crude berserker class he once had, he felt at that moment how stupid he was for not cherishing it and even coming to participate in this archery trial. What made him even more heartbroken was that and he became the first place. Glazed area. On the throne of bones, Shan Na looked at the mountains in the north with a gloomy face, and his fists gradually clenched. He never thought that Du Yan would betray him, and what made him even more heartbroken was that Du Yan took away all his yin spirits. Now he is completely in trouble. First of all, he has promised to offer 200,000 yin spirits to the Sea King. Secondly, his strength was about to break through the Ghost King realm, and this batch of yin spirits was also one of the keys to his breakthrough. But now, everything is gone. Thinking of the news from the messenger he sent, Du Yan surrendered to the Rock Ghost King and offered all his yin spirits. Shan Na's eyes were full of flames. On one side is the Sea King, and on the other side is the Rock Ghost King. Both sides are stronger than him, and his breakthrough, which he was very sure of, was also curbed. This made Shan Na not know what to do next. Master Shana, since the Glazed district is sandwiched in the middle and is very unsafe, why don't we change camps and go to the Hades to take shelter first, and then make a long-term plan after Master breaks through the Ghost King realm? Hearing this, Shana was stunned. After thinking carefully, this method is indeed feasible. Although the Hades does not have the resources of the Glazed district, it is far away from the Yellow Spring Sea. He doesn't believe that the Sea King will chase him all the way from the Glazed district to the Hades to ask for the 200,000 yin spirits. But then Shana frowned. What about the yin spirit pool in the Glazed district? We can't give it up. This yin spirit pool is the birthplace of yin spirits. It has always been managed by Du Yan. The yin spirits born every year in it are necessary for Shana to practice. He is unwilling to give it up. The soul-catching messenger heard this and sighed, Master Shanshan, it's time. Now only if you break through the Ghost King realm can you gain the right to speak in this Bakey land. Otherwise, the next time the Sea King comes and we take out the promised ghost, the consequences may be terrible. The analysis of the soul-catching messenger made Shanshan's eyes appear a little hazy. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, order it down, take all the materials you can bring, and go to the underworld in 10 days. On the second day after the hidden profession Sun Chaser was opened, there were many more NPCs near the underworld. The addition of these NPCs was also created by Lu Wu to enrich the gameplay. Among them, the most popular ones are the chubby dark cuisine chef and the goat-bearded old man who teaches players to make poisons with various herbs. Especially the appearance of the fat chef, many players have tasted the taste experience that they don't have in the world of the living. Although some players often use poisonous underworld materials to make food and are poisoned by dark cuisine, for many foodies, this is nothing. Even players with heavy tastes brought the legs of corpse wolves and corpse elephants to the fat chef for cooking. It can be said that the appearance of the fat chef is the biggest benefit for foodie players. After the appearance of the fat chef, players also have an additional fun, that is, to find edible materials, whether poisonous or not, and make them into food to eat before the 12-hour game time comes. Relying on high realism, eating in the underworld has 100% authenticity, which once again captured the hearts of a group of players. Players with a keen sense of business have even opened one food live broadcast room after another. There is a foodie player in the forum who experienced death again and again like Shinong, tasting hundreds of herbs, and wrote a dark food record. It describes the materials found in the area near the underworld, and how to match them and give them to the fat chef to make very delicious food. But the most popular NPC is still Lumo, the village chief of the novice village. Lumo is the first NPC that players come into contact with. From his mouth, players learn that there are so many wonderful things waiting for them to explore in this magnificent and bizarre underworld. It can be said that Lumo popularized the blank of this world for players. Lumo's personality is very easygoing. He often talks with players and patiently listens to the players' distress. In terms of emotions, he is more like a big brother next door, not a false existence, so Lumo is recognized by players as the most popular NPC. On this day, Luwu received a call from Wugui, telling him that the 1-month selection was officially over. As all players thought, Xingjian Online topped all games with a far leading vote. This dark horse was beyond many people's expectations, but after experiencing the game, this expectation turned into amazement and praise. Even Li Tianxia himself was completely captured after experiencing the battle online and became a major force in the game, the vice president of the Avengers. After the results of this selection came out, Wu Gui hoped on the phone that Lu Wu would start to consider the issue of the game theme song, and he could find him if he had any difficulties. Lu Wu was considering this. But which traffic star to invite to sing, and the production of the theme song really gave him a headache. He also asked Bailey with hope. But what he received was Bailey's look of looking at an idiot. I only know how to research and develop, I can't sing, and I can't compose music. Lu Wu had no choice but to throw the problem to Wu Gui. Wu Gui didn't mind at all and readily agreed. He also said that he would recommend several celebrities to him for him to choose. As for the theme song of the game, he would also ask professional masters to make it. As for the expenses, he would naturally not let Wu Gui help pay for the money. Now that the game is on the right track, there are many ways to make money. Recently, Lu Wu plans to open the fashion function. The existence of fashion will not improve the player's strength, but for the sake of beauty, he thinks that many players who love beauty will be willing to spend this money. This is also the only way to recharge and purchase items in the game. As the reputation of Conquest Online grows in the 173 game platform, the heads of other game platforms can't sit still. Using various channels, they called into the internal employees of 173 and asked for Lu Wu's contact information. Now Lu Wu can receive dozens of calls a day, all from other game platforms hoping to put the game Conquest Online on their platform and seek promotion cooperation. Lu Wu undoubtedly declined all of them. Of course, Lu Wu did not refuse completely. After all, he and Wu Gui had an agreement that the 173 game platform had the exclusive promotion of Conquest Online for 2 months. Wu Gui had helped him a lot, so he naturally wouldn't break his promise. As for 2 months later, that was when Xingjian Online would become famous. Baron is an international student from Country D. During his time studying in Long Country, Baron's biggest hobby was rock music besides playing games. Because of his hobby, he formed a rock band with his friends who studied abroad with him, and launched an attack on his rock dream. However, because he accidentally came into contact with the game Xingjian Online, Baron almost forgot that he had a dream of music and was addicted to it all day long. In the game, he is a berserker and has joined a guild. Every day, he and his guild friends have passionate outdoor PK, play dungeons together, and go out of the underworld to explore together. This game makes him feel that he has a second real world, and Baron is completely addicted to it. On this day, after 12 hours of playing, Baron, who was still not satisfied, was kicked out of the game. Taking off his helmet, Baron smacked his lips, complained a few words of frustration about the crappy development, and habitually opened the game forum to see what strange events happened in the game today, or to see if there are any technical posts from high-level players to learn from. However, his eyes were quickly attracted by the official release title pinned to the top. Game Theme Song Collection. In the underworld, there is a piece of peaceful and comfortable pure land. Under the leadership of the king, thousands of races coexist harmoniously here, living in this peaceful land without disputes. However, there is only a thin line between peace and the raging of war. When the evil dragon descends, the land of Baki welcomes its dark night. Light and darkness grow and decline, new evil forces emerge, and the war is ignited again in this land that has been silent for thousands of years. At this moment, as a descendant of Baki, you polish your sword, put on your gear, release your blood in the jungle, implement justice on the sea, and write your new journey with blood and tears. Requirements for theme song solicitation. 1. The content of the song must be positive and in line with the game content. 2. The author of the participating song must own all copyrights, and it is strictly forbidden to steal other people's works. 3. The final right of interpretation of this theme song solicitation activity belongs to Xinjiang Game Company. All awards are set. The winner selected as the theme song can get one of two awards, 13,000 soul coins, 21 million cash. Seeing this theme song solicitation activity, and then seeing the two-choice award, Baron's eyes widened. Looking at the comments, he found that other players were like him, and they all looked very shocked. Lonely Woody, I want 3,000 soul coins. I'll spend money to find someone to compose the music, and the soul coins will wait for me. Crayon Shinchan replied to Lonely Woody, you are a rich man, but if your song does not win the award, wouldn't it be a loss? Lonely Woody replied to Crayon Shinchan, I'm not short of money, I'm just afraid that there will be no soul coins for me to spend. The strongest Sydney, 3,000 soul coins, my god, I feel dizzy, no, my eyes are blurry, let's convert it to 24 million. Help me, Yishware is the cutest, I choose 3,000 soul coins. One knife into the soul, I think only an idiot would choose 1 million cash. Soul coins are in short supply now, and the price of selling them is more than double 1 million. A mammoth. I also know a famous lyricist, I'm going to go out with a few bottles of Mutai to play PY, I want this collection activity reward. Watermelon Taro, this loser can only eat melons and laugh at the big guys fighting. After reading the comments, Baron fell silent. It must be said that this event was too tempting for him, and it was to make a theme song for the game he liked very much. His rock dream was stirring again. Finally, he took out a notebook from the drawer, picked up a pen and started to create. The next morning, in the school's music room, several good friends who received the call and rushed over looked at Baron with dark circles under his eyes in surprise. Brothers, help me, Baron said a little weakly. Looking at several friends who looked at each other in bewilderment, Baron handed them the copied music score in his hand. The Phoenix Baron? You wrote it. I heard that you are addicted to games recently. Why are you starting to make music again? Baron shook his head weakly and told him about the theme song solicitation. How about it? Are you willing to help me? Looking at Baron's expectant eyes, several friends looked at each other and laughed. After getting the answer, Baron also grinned. A guitarist, a bassist, a drummer, a lead singer, and a rhythm player. After the 5 people had a rest in Baron, they gathered in the school music room again and started to challenge the theme song collection activity. Put on your war paint, you are a brick tied to me that's dragging me down, strike a match and I'll burn you to the ground. We are the jack-o'-lanterns in July, setting fire to the sky. Here comes this rising tide. And now the crisis is everywhere. So come on, we will all go to the battlefield and kill the enemy bravely. Put on your war paint. Silver clouds with gray linings, and I have seen the dawn of victory behind the dark clouds. So we can take the world back from a heart attack, and we will eventually take back the city from the hands of the lost and violent. Then I'll raise you like a phoenix. Put on your war paint, please put on your battle makeup. Their ensemble sounded in the music room, attracting the attention of many passing students. Listening to the passionate music, they subconsciously stopped, gradually infected by the high-pitched melody, and the blood in their hearts surged. This theme song solicitation activity was naturally initiated by Lu Wu. Before Wu Guai responded, he felt that he might find surprises among the players. As the only judge, his workload suddenly increased sharply one day after the theme song solicitation was officially opened. Looking at the dense submissions in the mailbox, Lu Wu's scalp numbed. Looking at Bailey, who was eating, Lu Wu cast an expectant look, but Bailey responded with a firm look and a cheering gesture. Lu Wu, who wanted to cry but had no tears, could only grit his teeth and start screening. In order to be responsible to the players, Lu Wu would listen to each submission carefully, filter out the unbearable parts, and then compare the songs that he thought were okay. After 5 days of hard screening, in the end, Lu Wu only had 3 songs left. Lu Wu liked all 3 songs very much, namely, Who Will Rule the Land of Baki, submitted by Lonely Woody, Ancient Language, The Awakened King submitted by Zai, The Phoenix submitted by Baron. This song really exists. Although he liked them all very much, there could only be one first place, and Lu Wu fell into thinking. After listening to it repeatedly several times, Lu Wu finally decided that the winning song was The Phoenix submitted by Baron. Because this song is more exciting than the other 2, it is very suitable for games with the theme of conquest. After deciding on the first place, Luwu sent an email to Baron, informing them of the award notification, and the reward would be sent to his account after the song was officially released. Next, Luwu had to wait for the professional singer invited by Wu Gui. At the border of Dragon Country, on the top of Fuhu Mountain, two figures looked at each other from afar in the mist. One was wearing a light blue shirt, holding a Qingfeng long sword in his sleeves, looking proud and indifferent. The other was wearing a black robe, holding a black long sword that swallowed up the mist in the mountains, with a red scabbard hanging behind him. Aojian, I still won. Drops of blood slid down the wrist of the blue shirt figure, and the hand holding the sword loosened at this time, and the Qingfeng sword fell to the ground with a bang. In the duel with your father, I accidentally killed him. It was my fault. I understand your desire for revenge, but your kendo talent is still inferior to mine. Even if I give you another 10 or 20 years, you will never be my opponent. The black-robed man looked at Aojian and spoke with a complicated expression. Talent? The Qingshan man's calm face gradually revealed a painful look. Thinking of how he practiced swordsmanship hard for revenge, abandoned his wife and daughter, and devoted himself to kendo, but in the end it was all in vain. Aojian's heart was filled with reluctance. He raised his head again, his face was ferocious, and he stretched out his hand to grab. The Qingfeng long sword suddenly floated up and was tightly grasped in his hand. Come again! Green lotus sword flowers bloomed on the top of the mountain, breaking through the clouds and mist, and the sharp sword blades shot out in all directions. Aojian, your sword heart is unstable. If you continue to fight, you'd better be careful not to stray into the sword path. As he said this, the black-robed man held the long sword forward, and a huge sword shadow emerged, covering him. No matter how fierce the sword energy was outside, he was as stable as Mount Tai inside. Ah! Die! At this time, Aojian's eyes were red, and he was completely in a state of madness. He kept waving the long sword, and the devil in his heart continued to grow. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and the sword energy on the top of the mountain seemed to have no source, and it all dissipated. The Qingfeng long sword also broke at this moment. Aojian's figure fell to his knees with a plop, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Alas Aojian, although you are obsessed with swords, you have now completely become a devil. Turn back and give up the sword. Aojian did not reply this time, but stared at the broken sword with a dull look, as if his mind was drained. Alas Wuching sighed again, put away the black sword and turned away. The clouds on the top of the mountain were shrouded again, and Aojian still stared at the sword like a puppet that had lost its mind. A year later, the drizzle continued, and Aojian's figure appeared again on the old town street paved with bluestone slabs. His figure walked out of the town along the path, stepping on the muddy land all the way to the mountain. When he reached the top of the mountain, Aojian looked at the two tombstones that were leaning against each other and were about to be covered by weeds from a distance, and then turned away again. He was obsessed with swordsmanship, and the sword was his life. He lost too much to practice swordsmanship. Even though the death of his wife and daughter had made him feel miserable, he never regretted it. He was born as a sword, so he was named Aojian. This is what his father told him, and he has been working hard for it. But at this time, Aojian is completely confused. His father was accidentally killed in a duel with Wuching, but now even if he gave up everything for the sword, he is still not his opponent. He didn't know where to go next, nor where to pursue the illusory supreme swordsmanship. Confused and decadent, Aojian just kept walking, without direction, without goal, just wanting to find the supreme swordsmanship in his heart. That day, Aojian, with his soul lost and his hair disheveled, leaned against a corner of the street with a listless look. At this time, two young men walked past him. Hey, do you know, the Demolition Office and the Guardian Angels had another fight in the wild yesterday. There was a swordsman who played a berserker who was simply invincible. His swordsmanship must be a supermaster in reality. I really want to worship him as a teacher and learn swordsmanship. Hearing this, Aojian, who had been shrinking in the corner, gradually brightened his cloudy eyes. He suddenly stood up, appeared in front of the young man who was talking, and reached out to grab his arm. Kendo master? Where is it? Tell me where it is. Ah, you hurt me. The young man's face flushed with pain, and he slapped Aojian's arm again and again. Tell me, where is the sword master? Xingjian Online, in the game of Xingjian Online, his name is Mu Jioga. This is the first time that Aojian has come into contact with virtual equipment. After clumsily getting dressed, he put on the virtual helmet and entered Xingjian Online. Seeing the almost real world in front of him, Aojian was shocked. He has lived in a remote ancient town since he was a child. He has been practicing swords since he was a child and is obsessed with swords. This is the first time he has come into contact with such high-tech equipment. Fortunately, everything such as creating a character has game guidance. Following the operation steps, he chose the sword-fighting crazy war and officially started the game. Aojian, who has reached the realm of sword practice, has a deeper feeling of reality and illusion than other players. He even doubts that everything in front of him is real. But he has only one goal, that is to find that Mu Joga and learn his swordsmanship. In this process, he did not kill a single wild monster, but just kept asking and searching. After spending most of the day, he finally met Mu Joga at the demolition office meeting. "I want to challenge you." This was the first sentence Aojian said. Looking at the level 0 on Aojian's head, Mu Joga smiled and shook his head. "Come back when you are at a higher level." "You dare not? Sword Heart, go forward, you are not worthy of practicing sword." Hearing Mu Joga's refusal, Aojian shook his head disappointedly and turned away. Mu Joga is also a sword fanatic in reality. Hearing Aojian's words, a surge of anger surged in his heart. "It's not your turn to say whether I am worthy or not, arrogant. If you want to fight, then I will accompany you." This time Aojian smiled. He turned around and raised the initial long sword. Unlike other players, Mu Joga also bought a long sword in the mall, instead of choosing large weapons such as giant swords and expanding axes that have the greatest increase in the berserker profession. The level difference between the two is 26 levels, but as soon as they fought, Mu Joga was completely stunned. The swordsmanship and body movements displayed by Aojian were completely different from any swordsmanship school he had ever encountered. It was as if he was fighting with only a sword, a sharp sword that killed people. In just 3 rounds, Aojian stabbed him more than 10 times with the long sword in his hand, but he did not touch Aojian at all. If it were not for his high level, good attributes, and defensive protective gear, Mu Joga believed that he would have been defeated. After several rounds of fighting, the word -1 kept appearing on Mu Joga's head, which made him pale. He couldn't believe that his swordsmanship, which he was proud of, was as vulnerable as a child's sword dance in front of this person. "Go to hell." At the last moment, Mu Joga finally couldn't hold on and stretched out his hand to use the berserker skill, earth-splitting slash. A fiery red sword blade emerged along the ground to form a moon arc and slash towards Aojian. Seeing this scene, Aojian's pupils suddenly shrank, and his figure quickly flashed to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. "Woo, there is a fluctuation in the inheritance of the summoning spirit hall," Bailey, who was eating, suddenly said with a condensed expression. "Ha?" Luwu raised his head and looked at Bailey in confusion. "Let's go and take a look." Bailey's consciousness entered the artifact, and Luwu also put his consciousness into the artifact. Mu Joga's battle with Aojian continued. After knowing that he was not Aojian's opponent, Mu Joga finally couldn't help using his skills. His self-esteem would not allow him to fail. However, what he didn't expect was that Aojian's sword moved with him, and every time he dodged a skill, he could draw his sword at the critical moment. Facing such a terrible opponent, Mu Joga became more and more exhausted. Looking at his blood volume that was almost at the bottom, Mu Joga was a little panicked, and his sword skills were even more chaotic. But Aojian still had a stern face, and the long sword in his hand was like an arm, constantly swinging at Mu Joga's body. Ding! "You have killed the player, Mu Joga." When the prompt appeared, Mu Joga showed reluctance, slowly fell to the ground, and then turned into black smoke and dissipated. At this time, Aojian was also a little horrified. In the previous duel, he found that Mu Joga's swordsmanship was too ordinary, even unbearable to him, and he didn't look like a swordsman at all. He was extremely disappointed at first, but when Mu Joga used his skills later, he was stunned. Because he could clearly feel that the energy around him was activated when Mu Joga used his skills, which made him feel a little incredible. It seemed impossible to him that a person with such poor swordsmanship could draw the energy of heaven and earth while swinging a sword, but it really happened. Just when Aojian was confused about this, a prompt appeared and then he felt a magnificent power descending on his head. Announcement for the whole area: congratulations to player Aojian for understanding the sword heart and obtaining the hidden profession, 10 Paths of Magic Sword. Seeing this scene, Luwu and Bailey were also very surprised. Some hidden professions in the Hall of Summoning Spirits require special conditions to be triggered under Bailey's settings. Because these heroes actually still have some residual consciousness, in Bailey's settings, heroes can choose their own successors. And because the Hall of Summoning Spirits is actually built in the artifact space, heroes can completely feel the players, but this is the first time that heroes have resonated with players and triggered the settings of the artifact, directly opening the inheritance. What kind of power is this? Aojian was horrified. He could clearly feel a supreme sword power hovering above his head. Feeling this extremely domineering power, Aojian's lips trembled slightly and his face was full of obsession. This kind of power is the ultimate swordsmanship that he has never had, but he has been pursuing all his life. Aojian slowly stretched out his hand, wanting to touch the power above his head. At this moment, this power suddenly poured into his body. The artifact was also activated at the same time, digitizing all the swordsmanship inheritance. At this time, in front of Aojian, a figure with an old face and 9 spiritual swords slowly emerged. Then the occupation panel of the 10 Paths of Demon Sword appeared. 10 Paths of Demon Sword, occupational background. In order to avenge his father's murder, Jianqiu devoted himself to swordsmanship, but due to his talent limitations, he narrowly escaped death many times, while the enemy's swordsmanship became stronger and stronger. His own swordsmanship progress could not keep up with the enemy's progress. In this desperate situation, Jianqiu closed himself off for 30 years to comprehend the swordsmanship, and vowed not to leave the mountain until he had comprehended the peerless swordsmanship. 30 years later, Jianqiu walked out of the desperate cliff, carrying 9 swords, and killed his former enemy in 1 round. Sword sorrow quotations: if you don't have enough talent, you can make up for it with swords. If 1 sword is not enough, you can use 2 swords. If 2 swords are not enough, you can use 3 swords. I have been learning swords for 30 years and created 10 swords. This 10th sword is me. Occupational introduction: carrying 9 spiritual swords, you can grow with your level, comprehend the deep swordway, cut the sky, cut the earth, and cut the enemy. Occupational weapons: special occupation, no weapons to wear, occupational growth, no attribute bonus, and you cannot learn any berserker skills. 10 magic swords. 10 magic swords. Aojian's face was dull and he muttered to himself, "No, where did this power go? Where did it go? Come out." Feeling that the power disappeared after entering his body, Aojian roared unwillingly. At this time, he suddenly turned his head and looked behind him, but found that 9 spiritual swords of different colors were floating on his back, growing with the level. Aojian looked at the occupation panel again. He immediately realized something, turned around and ran out of the underworld. Looking at Aojian running out, Luwu and Bailey looked at each other in disbelief. This inheritance was actually obtained by a level 0 player. However, what the two did not know was that because the inheritance was digitized, Aojian almost thought that this supreme inheritance had disappeared. After understanding that only by upgrading could he continue to summon the power of the 10 swords of the magic path, Aojian began his journey of upgrading, fighting monsters and understanding the sword. After understanding Jianqiu's 10 paths of the magic sword, Aojian felt that his chance for revenge had come. That was the real supreme sword path. He believed that as long as he understood the power of Jianqiu's sword path, Wu Qing would never be his opponent. Moreover, Jianqiu's sword path was created for revenge, and the enemy was also a being with a talent far beyond his own. How similar was this experience to him? As Jianqiu said, since the enemy's talent far exceeded his own, then use 2 swords, 3 swords. Jianqiu's sword path is exactly what he pursued. Perhaps Aojian did not know that it was precisely because his sword heart was so similar to Jianqiu's that it resonated with Jianqiu's heroic spirit and granted him a lifelong inheritance. At this moment, Aojian found his goal in the game. His originally decadent mentality was swept away, and his almost broken sword heart was condensed again. After Aojian changed his job to a hidden job, many players in the forum were discussing who this player was and whether the hidden job he changed to was strong. Soon, a player uploaded a 10-minute video, which caused a sensation in the forum. In the video, a player who was only level 4 was challenging the Nether Warrior in the Ghost Mountain range. What shocked the players was that there were 9 glowing spirit swords floating behind this level 4 player, and the shape was extremely cool. What made the players even more incredible was that this player was only level 4, but he could easily deal with the Nether Warrior who was much stronger than himself. The spirit swords in his hands kept switching, and he walked around the Nether Warrior with his body movements, and each sword accurately stabbed the vital parts of the Nether Warrior. The video lasted for 10 minutes. Just relying on his strong personal strength, this level 4 swordsman killed the Nether Warrior alone. After picking up the Nether Pearl on the ground, he turned and walked towards the depths of the Ghost Mountain range. After watching the video, the players were impressed by the skills displayed by this player. A sword into the soul, this is the real big brother, he must be the job changer of the 10 paths of Demon Sword. Crayon Shinchan, I worship the big brother, this technique is like a cheat. I watched it carefully 3 times. Every move is predicted. What's more terrible is that every time the sword is drawn, it is cut on the head, throat, and other parts. This is a real big brother. A mammoth, a humanoid plug-in, the most deadly. A sword that cuts the sky. After watching this video, I suddenly want to replace the giant sword with a long sword. I am really impressed by this technique. I kneel down. A rough man, I have been wondering why the berserker would set up light weapons such as long swords. The lethality is obviously not as strong as giant swords and giant axes. But after watching the battle video of Mujoga from the demolition office and this humanoid plugin, I understand that the long sword is the strongest, provided that your skills are strong. The captain of the demolition office, it should be this god. I heard Lamu say that he was severely abused by a level 0 trumpet. I didn't believe it before and thought it was a joke, but now I believe it. I am convinced. Captain of the demolition office, we need this kind of strong man in the demolition office, join us. Cracked voice to hoarseness, Watermelon Taro, there are more and more masters. Suddenly stood up, eyes sparkling, should we attack and defeat Setsuna? I can't wait. Crayon Shinchan replied to Watermelon Taro, Shiora sit down, wretched development Setsuna will be finished sooner or later. The strongest Sydney, QVQ knocking powerful high-level player, this technique really deserves the title of humanoid plugin, wanna hug the thigh. It can be seen from the comments that all players are shocked by the sword skills displayed by this player called humanoid plugin. Obviously, this personal ability has exceeded their imagination. And Luwu also checked Aojian's soul out of curiosity, but found that this person's soul was obviously much stronger than other players. Bailey's explanation for this is that this person must have practiced in reality, and his strength is not low, otherwise the strength of the soul would never be enhanced. Hearing Bailey's words, Luwu was stunned. Can you practice in reality? Bailey also seemed a little surprised. If the underworld is real, can't there be cultivation in reality? Luwu, then why have I never seen a cultivator? Have you seen the underworld before? Bailey looked at Luwu as if he were an idiot. Luwu was speechless for a moment, and even felt that it made sense. Speaking of cultivation, Luwu's mind flashed with images of cultivation, zombies, Taoism, Buddhism, and immortality. After all, he was a man who had just made it to the starting point. Bailey looked at Luwu, who was in fantasy with an expressionless face. Don't think too much. The world of the living has been in the Dharma ending age for a long time due to the serious loss of spiritual energy. Although there are still cultivators, they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. You may not be able to see one in your lifetime. Then why do cultivators come to play games? Have they discovered something? Luwu suddenly thought of a serious problem and couldn't help asking. Bailey heard this and suddenly laughed. Wu, you underestimate the artifact. This is the lifelong effort of the king of Baki. No matter how much they investigate, they can only find out that it is a game, but they can't find out the fact that the underworld exists. This made Luwu relieved. He was really afraid that he would become the target of these cultivators in reality. It would be troublesome if the righteous people like Kunlun and Shushan joined forces to capture him. Wu, in fact, it is a good thing for us to have cultivators become players. Why? I never told you before. You only know that the king of Baki created the war artifact to dominate the entire underworld, but you don't know that as long as he becomes a player, he will never be your enemy, but will become a force for you to develop your power. Why is this? Luwu seemed very surprised. Because their souls have been marked with the mark of the war artifact. If they betray, you can call their souls back into the artifact and erase them. This is also a very important item in the undead army plan of Lord Baki, because he wants to make sure that no one dares to betray him. Hearing this, Luwu was stunned. He didn't expect that the war artifact would be so domineering. Thinking of his plan to make this game popular all over the world, he couldn't help but shudder. In Luwu's plan, he wanted to make the underworld a second world for humans. No matter what age, everyone can find fun in it. Upgrading and fighting monsters is just one of them. Doesn't it mean that if he really does it, he will rule all mankind? Shaoli, can I ask you something? Bailey raised his head curiously. What is it? Ask? Can you tell me about your origins? Luwu took a deep breath and asked this question. In fact, he had been thinking about this question for a long time. He participated in the development of such a terrifying artifact from beginning to end, and he also got the full trust of the ancestor. His own ability is also so outstanding. He has been curious about Bailey's identity for a long time. I was picked up by Lord Bay. King Baki, Bailey said awkwardly, pulling the corner of his clothes. When Luwu heard this, he was stunned at first, then a smile appeared on his face. He reached out and rubbed Bailey's little head. If you don't want to say it, don't force yourself. I'll wait for you to tell me in person. A trace of sadness flashed across Bailey's eyes, but he still nodded heavily. Wu, I will definitely tell you. But you have to believe me, my destiny is completely tied to you. Even if the three realms are against you, I will not betray you. Luwu also grinned, rubbed Bailey's little head again, then turned and walked out of the room, preparing to cook a table of delicious food to reward the GM who worked hard every day. The rising sun dyed the Kakijewel Mountains, which were covered with snow all year round, red. Duyu, lonely and invincible, opened his arms and felt the wonder of nature in this silent world. The cold air stimulated his cheeks and flushed, but his eyes revealed an indescribable enjoyment. Standing on the cliff at the highest point of the mountain and looking down, the red clouds rolled, and the ground below was covered in silver. The continuous mountains were like entwined snow dragons. The biting cold wind collided in the air, and the whistling sound of tearing was like the roar of an angry dragon. Looking back at several members of the team, Guyu's face showed helplessness. This time he came all the way to the Kakijua Mountains and climbed the highest peak because his father gave a death order and he had to come. Otherwise, in Guyu's opinion, it would be better to stay at home and play Conquest online, and collect some soul coins to strengthen himself. His father is a business tycoon with countless industries. According to his father, he used to be just an ordinary extreme athlete. A certain Nyo beverage group sponsored their team to conduct a wingsuit flight challenge, which led to the Kachido Mountains. But when he climbed to the highest peak, his father met a strange man. According to his father, all his current achievements were due to the guidance and blessings of that strange man. For the atheist Guyu, these words were just stories. He naturally did not believe in strange men or gods, but he had no ability to resist his father's request and could only obey. In order to help his son successfully climb to the highest peak, his father spent a lot of money to hire a professional mountaineering team to protect him throughout the journey. At the same time, he also gave him a jade pendant, saying that he would be able to see the strange man after taking out the jade pendant at the top of the mountain. As he got closer and closer to the top of the mountain, Guyu's face showed excitement. Now he knew why his father liked extreme sports. It turned out that conquering nature was so fulfilling. Stepping to the top of the mountain, Guyu looked down at the mountains covered by clouds and mist, and let out an excited long roar. What Guyu didn't notice was that at this moment, the jade pendant in his pocket suddenly flashed a ray of light, and in a wooden house on the top of the mountain, a man in tattered clothes, sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. Great! Hee, it is said that the peak on the other side of the cliff is higher than this mountain. It seems that I have to challenge it. Guyu murmured excitedly. This time he just came out for fun. Looking at the mountaineering team that had already started to build camping tents, Guyu took out the oxygen bottle and took a few sips, told them to go inside and take a look, and then walked in. He didn't believe that anyone could survive in such a place with thin air and howling winds. Now he just felt that his father was either fooled or had hallucinations. Turning around the towering stone pillar, Guyu was about to move forward, and suddenly he was surprised to find that there was a bald man in thin clothes not far away looking at him with a smile. Guyu. Is there really a master? Guyu was shocked and seemed a little unbelievable. You're here. The man looked about the same age as himself, but Guyu could feel the vicissitudes of life in him, which was a very strange feeling. Are you the master my father mentioned? Guyu asked with some doubt. I don't dare to be a master, but if your father is Guyuan, then I am the person you are looking for. Yes, my father is Guyuan, and he asked me to find you. Guyu responded quickly. The bald young man nodded. Come with me. Guyu was already somewhat convinced at this moment. Anyone who could survive in such a place must be a master. After walking a few hundred meters with the man, a small wooden house appeared in front of Guyu, and the man pushed open the door and stretched out his hand towards the house with a smile. Seeing this, Guyu followed him in. The house was very simple, with a wooden bed and 2 wooden chairs. In addition to a few white plants, there was no quilt or food. This shocked Guyu, and he was curious about how this person survived here. Seeing the man sitting down by the bed, Guyu also sat down on a wooden chair beside him. Back then, your father interrupted me when I was about to go crazy in my cultivation and saved my life. At that time, I said I would help him twice. I have helped him the first time. Now tell me the second request. Shiming smiled and said. Guyu was stunned for a moment. Well, my father said that I am useless and only know how to play games. I want the master to help me to see if I can turn back from my wrong path. After saying this, Guyu was a little embarrassed. Although he had no problems, his father's attitude towards him was always that he hated him and thought that if he let him inherit the family business, the Gu family would end sooner or later. Guyu didn't think so. He still played games as usual and went out to be cool occasionally. Anyway, he felt that there was endless money at home, so he could be cool for a while. Why live so hard? Hearing this, Shiming nodded, looked at Guyu carefully, and then nodded. Your character is different from your father's. As your father said, if you want to inherit the family business, you will definitely squander all your savings. Guyu. He was depressed, but Guyu still asked, what can the master do? Shiming nodded, I can use the 5 ghosts wealth-bringing technique to pray for you and improve your fortune. Under the protection of the 5 ghosts, your fortune will be very prosperous. Even if you are in a bad situation, it will not be a problem to keep your father's foundation. Guyu was stunned. He was somewhat convinced by the master, but he felt that he should not be so bad. Even if he spent money, his biggest consumption recently was collecting soul coins in the game. He didn't do anything out of the ordinary. How could he say that he was a prodigal son? Looking at Guyu, Shiming smiled again. Okay, let's start. I have nothing to worry about after I get rid of this love. It is my blessing. After speaking, Shiming pointed to the ground, and then a scene that shocked Guyu happened. A rotating black hole slowly emerged from the ground, and bursts of cold air came out from inside, making Guyu shiver. This kind of coldness penetrates deep into the bone marrow, and even wearing heavy protective clothing cannot resist it. This method has caused a great psychological impact on an atheist like Guyu. 5 Ghosts' Fortune. Shiming bit his fingers, and strands of blood were sucked into the black hole. 7 Descendants of the Ghost Fortune, please borrow the magic from the ghosts and gods. As the blood in the body continued to flow away, Shiming's face gradually turned pale, but his eyes became more determined. Guyu on the side was completely stunned, and his worldview was overturned at this moment. But when 5 nearly transparent figures slowly floated out of the black hole, Guyu suddenly widened his eyes. Master, you also play Conquest Online? These 5 figures were very familiar to Guyu. They were just the ghosts in the depths of the Ghost Mountain range. Compared with the wandering ghosts, they were just more solid in form, and everything else was exactly the same. Under normal circumstances, Guyu and his team members would have to kill dozens of these ghosts a day, so Guyu was completely confused and didn't know what was going on. Looking at the stunned Guyu, a trace of confusion flashed in the eyes of the 7 people, but they didn't ask, but turned their heads to look at the black vortex again. After the 5 ghosts appeared, the 7 people bit their tongues and spit out a mouthful of blood. This ball of blood floated in the air, dispersed into 5 parts, and poured into the bodies of the 5 ghosts. The bodies of the 5 ghosts also became more solid at this moment. At this time, the 7 people pointed at Guyu and said, "The 5 ghosts share wealth." The 5 wandering souls seemed to have received an order, and quickly floated to Guyu's side, circling around him, and there was a transparent lace connecting them. Seeing this, Shiming's eyes showed a relieved smile. He waved his hand, and the 5 ghosts slowly faded away and the black vortex dissipated. Okay, you go now. My fate with the Gu family has ended. From now on, we are just passers-by. Even if you come to find me again, I will never see you again. Shiming's face showed a little fatigue. Hearing this, Guyu looked strange, stood up and began to search in the room. Under Shiming's puzzled eyes, Guyu searched the room and returned to the original place again. Master, where is your virtual projection device hidden? Virtual projection device? Shiming was stunned. Master, don't fool me. Are the 5 ghosts you just summoned called ghosts? Do you really think I haven't played Conquest Online? I can kill a dozen of this thing a day. In Guyu's opinion, Shiming must be a player of Conquest Online, but he used virtual projection technology to fool people. If he hadn't played this game himself, he would really believe it. Shiming was also stunned, but he could tell that Guyu seemed to have seen the 5 ghosts and even called out their names. Seeing Shiming still confused, Guyu grinned and stepped forward to pat Shiming on the shoulder. Master, what profession do you play? I have established a guild now. Do you want me to help you level up? I don't know what you are talking about. Although he was very confused, Shiming still shook his head calmly. Hey, don't pretend with me. It's just 5 ghosts. I have killed the Netherworld Warrior, the Iron Corpse and even the Fire Demon. These ghosts are nothing. 5 ghosts bring wealth, what the hell? I kill dozens of them a day and I haven't seen any of them drop any good stuff for me. Hearing this, Shiming frowned. Do you know the Netherworld Warrior and the Iron Corpse? As a descendant of the ghostly way, except for the Fire Demon mentioned by Guyu, he has seen the other 2 ghosts in the sex illustrations. What surprised Shiming was why Guyu, an ordinary mortal, knew them so well. How could I not know? Have you visited the official forum of Conquest Online? Do you know the local tyrant who collects soul coins every day? That's me, Guyu said proudly. What is this Conquest Online? The 7 people were very curious at this time, not knowing why there was something in the secular world that could understand the underworld. Jinjan Online game, don't pretend with me, I've made it so clear. Guyu widened his eyes. I still don't understand. Shiming said. Okay, the favor is over, I can go back and report, you just keep pretending. Looking at Shiming who was still pretending to be stupid, Guyu waved his hand, turned around and walked out of the wooden house. Looking at the white scenery outside, Guyu hummed a little song while walking. As he thought, this expert was a charlatan. He even guessed that there must be a space under the wooden house of this expert to store daily necessities, otherwise how could he live without food and drink? But he was too lazy to pay attention to these. Thinking of being able to go home and continue playing games, Guyu felt very comfortable. After Guyu left, Chi-Ming still looked like he was frowning and thinking hard. Originally, he thought that he could finally retreat without any worries in order to cut off everything, and his state of mind would not be affected by it, but now he found that after Guyu came, his state of mind was disturbed. After thinking for a while, Chi-Ming, who still couldn't figure it out, took out a satellite phone from the bedside, installed the battery, and dialed a number. After a while, the call was connected. "Grandpa, how come you have time to call me?" A slightly old voice came from the satellite phone. "Do you know Xingzhan Online?" Chi-Ming thought for a while and asked, "Xingzhan Online? I don't know, please wait, I'll have someone check it out." After he finished speaking, the voice of the man instructing his men came from the other end of the phone. About 5 minutes later, the voice appeared again. "Grandpa, I checked it out. It's a virtual game. It is said to be very realistic. This should be it," Chi-Ming thought to himself. "I will come to you after I leave the mountain in the next few days. Please prepare a copy for me. I need it." After he finished speaking, Chi-Ming hung up the phone. At this time, on the lawn of a golf club, a man in his 50s with a slightly old face was holding a golf club with a strange look on his face. After his father was born, his grandfather disappeared with an old man in a black robe. It was said that he went to seek immortality. Since then, there has been no news. Just when everyone thought he was missing, he suddenly appeared one day. At that time, his father was already in his twilight years, but his grandfather still maintained a young appearance, which really shocked them. It was with the help of this grandfather that he was able to create this career. Only then did he know that his grandfather had really become a legendary ascetic. Except for a few rare appearances, he could not find any trace of his grandfather. This time, he suddenly received a call from his grandfather. Originally, he thought something big had happened, but his grandfather turned out to go out to play games, and his brain suddenly short-circuited. At the entrance of the Ghost Mountain range, Chi-Ming's figure appeared here. Because he couldn't resolve his confusion, he chose to enter the world, and asked his descendants to arrange virtual helmets and other items, and logged into the game. After experiencing the content of the game, Chi-Ming was shocked. Although he had never been to the underworld, he suspected that the game scenes in front of him were all made based on the real underworld. In order to understand the truth, he ordered his grandson to investigate the situation of the boss behind the game. But the result was that the boss of this game was just an ordinary person, and that person had no background at all, and everything seemed very strange. As for the research team behind him, no information was leaked, and such a tight blockade was surprising. Originally, his grandson was going to continue the investigation, but was stopped by Chi-Ming. Because in his opinion, the investigated game boss was just a front cover, and there must be a very scary person practicing behind him. He even suspected that the possible behind-the-scenes person had reached the realm of Tong Jodo, and could go back and forth between yin and yang, and could be called a land immortal. He didn't know why the great man wanted to make such a game, but as a descendant of the Guiyun Dao, he was full of curiosity about the underworld, and he had to explore it anyway. So, Chi-Ming chose to enter the world completely this time and lived under the arrangement of his grandson. But his grandson seemed very confused. You know, in his impression, his grandfather has always been a leisurely and unfathomable hidden master, but now he stays at home playing games every day, and even reaches the point of staying at home. His heart is broken, and the image of his grandfather is gradually collapsing, and he feels that the world has become strange. While experiencing the game, Chi-Ming understood that upgrading can make him stronger. After several upgrades, he also became fascinated by this feeling, because he found that the enhancement of attributes can actually enhance the strength of his body in the game, and it is extremely real, which makes him more determined than before. In the game, Chi-Ming chose the mage profession that is relatively appropriate to his own abilities, and also learned his first skill, summoning Yin soldiers, in the practice pavilion. However, after performing it several times, Chi-Ming was shocked, because releasing skills can actually cause energy fluctuations in the air, which other players cannot feel, but as a cultivator with a strong soul, he can clearly perceive it. In order to verify this, he spent 3 days continuously releasing skills, and then realized the trajectory of the space energy. After confirming that he had mastered the trajectory of this elementary ability, he began to try it in reality, and the result shocked him. Although he made countless mistakes, he really summoned a half-broken ghost soldier. You know, this is the world of the living, and the game is just an illusion, but the terrifying thing is that the ability to summon ghost soldiers has really been released. Such an amazing discovery shocked Chi-Ming, and also made him realize the horror of this game. He suspected that the powerful person behind the scenes might want to use this game to leave a legacy. For the cultivation method in the game, for the possible inheritance, and for the yearning for the underworld, Qiming was completely addicted to the game. However, what made Qiming's grandson Qilu feel upset was that his grandfather actually asked him if he had money. At that time, he didn't think much of it. But when he asked his grandfather what he wanted to do, Qiming said a sentence he learned from the official forum: buy soul coins, and then pay for it to become stronger. Qilu was stunned. The impression of his grandfather changed dramatically at this moment. Qiming didn't care about this at all. As the players in the forum said, how can you become stronger without paying for it, not to mention that he had to learn skills and buy equipment, and there were places to spend money everywhere. How could he explore the game well without money? Qiming, who was over 100 years old, deeply understood a truth at this time, that only by charging money can the game experience be improved. This time when he came to the Ghost Mountain range, Qiming walked into the mountain alone as usual. When he was about to enter the depths of the mountain range, he suddenly found another warrior standing next to a pile of boulders. Because he often hangs out in the forum, Qiming knows that this nether warrior is a rare monster that can explode items. He was immediately delighted and was about to go forward to kill the monster, but he saw a figure flashing aside and walking in front of him. My! The man turned around, glanced at Qiming indifferently, and was about to walk towards the nether warrior. First come, first served, don't you understand this etiquette? Qiming was not angry, but he didn't intend to let the monster go, so he followed decisively. Swish! A red long sword came from nowhere and was held in Ao Jian's hand. At the same time, 8 more spirit swords of different colors appeared behind him, hovering on his back, emitting streams of sword energy. Seeing this, Qiming frowned. He could feel the overflowing sword energy, and felt that this person seemed a little different from other players he had seen. Do you want to die? Ao Jian held the spirit sword in his hand and looked at Qiming coldly. I often see people fighting over monsters on the forum, but this is the first time I've seen it in person. So please teach me. Qiming smiled slightly and stabbed his staff on the ground. Suddenly, black fog rolled, and ghost soldiers crawled out of the mud. The 2 real practitioners started fighting in the game for the first time. Seeing that this person was still unwilling to give in, Ao Jian's heart turned cold, and the red sword shook, sweeping out a sword flower, and his figure rushed towards Qiming like thunder. Seeing this, Qiming was not afraid, and began to control the ghost soldiers to resist, while releasing a Yin turbidity erosion on the spot, while he kept retreating. During the fight, Ao Jian was surprised to find that the 7 summoned ghost soldiers were completely different from the ghost soldiers controlled by other mage players he had encountered before. It seemed that each of them had independent consciousness and would even take the initiative to dodge attacks, and they all dodge in advance, which was very strange. Ao Jian naturally didn't know that Qiming was actually a cultivator in reality. He had a strong soul and was already practicing magic. It was very easy for him to multitask. However, Ao Jian also had some guesses in his mind. He flashed and went straight to Qiming this time. Seeing this, Qiming didn't panic. He relied on the deceleration and toxicity of the Yin turbidity to fight against Ao Jian. At the same time, the Yin soldiers always appeared at the critical moment to resist Ao Jian's fatal blow. For a while, the 2 sides were evenly matched. After fighting again for a while, Ao Jian suddenly stopped attacking. Are you a cultivator? Qiming smiled slightly. If I guess correctly, it should be the Ao family swordsmanship. Hearing Qiming talking about the swordsmanship he had used, Ao Jian was stunned. Who are you? Ao Jian put away the red sword and asked in a deep voice. Qiming smiled slightly. Does it matter who I am? Since we are both practitioners, then this nether warrior. Impossible, it's mine. Ao Jian interrupted Qiming and said coldly. It's impossible to tell the winner between you and me, not to mention that I found it first. Ao Jian did not reply this time. The red spirit sword in his hand turned into a little spiritual light, and then condensed into a red sword form on his back. Then Ao Jian stretched out his hands and made a move. The cyan and blue spirit swords behind him flew out and were held in his hands. It's impossible to tell the winner? You underestimated me too much. Ao Jian's attitude made Qiming very helpless. It turned out that the people of the Ao family all had bad tempers. But Qiming did not intend to give up. He finally met another warrior, and he didn't want to leave like this. After another fight, the 7 were surprised to find that Ao Jian's swordsmanship had completely changed. The weapons in his hands kept switching, and his swordsmanship became more domineering and tricky. Sometimes it was as violent as a raging fire, and sometimes it was as cold as ice. It was unpredictable and made him unable to resist for a while. Ao Jian approached him again. The 7 were trying to control the ghost soldiers to resist and retreat, but they saw the 9 spirit swords behind Aojian were pulled out from behind at the same time, and with Aojian's finger, they shot out. This sword control technique was something the 7 had never expected. The ghost soldiers in front of him were torn to pieces in an instant, but the spirit swords continued to move forward, and the 9 spirit swords pierced his body at the same time. The scene in front of him slowly dimmed at this time, and Aojian just glanced coldly at his fallen body, then turned and walked towards the ghost warrior in the distance. The 9 spirit swords inserted into his body shook slightly, and then automatically floated back to Aojian's back, neatly spread out in a fan shape. In this duel with Qiming, Aojian did not use his full strength from the beginning. He had been using the Ao family swordsmanship before, but after knowing that Qiming was also a cultivator, he knew that his Ao family swordsmanship could not do anything to him, so he decisively changed his attack method and used Jianzhou's 10 magic swords, and easily killed him with the sword control technique. Seeing the power of the 10 magic swords, although Aojian was calm on the surface, he was extremely excited in his heart. He knew that this road was indeed right. This was the true supreme swordsmanship. As long as he continued to comprehend, he would eventually achieve great success in the swordsmanship. Although he had never seen Jianzhou himself, Aojian now regarded him as his mentor and was determined to live up to his inheritance and become the strongest swordsman. The reason why he wanted this nether warrior this time, in addition to wanting to upgrade, there was another very important point, that is, in the gradual game experience, he also understood the importance of soul coins. Even Aojian, who looked down on material things, also had a desire for soul coins. Because the power of his spirit sword not only grows with its own level, but also can add various materials to make the spirit sword more powerful. There are a lot of materials in the auction house, but the premise of buying is to have enough soul coins. The value of a ghost warrior starts at 100 soul coins, so Aojian can't refuse this temptation. Aojian is happy, but the 7 people who quit the game are stunned. Ao family kid. You me off. Qiming, who had always been calm and composed, was now in a state of great emotional fluctuation. This was the first time he had encountered someone who didn't give him face and even killed him. The scene of 9 spirit swords stabbing at the same time appeared in his mind, and Qiming was still a little frightened at this moment. Sword control technique? This is definitely not the sword technique of the Ao family. Did he really get a certain inheritance in that world? Thinking of this, Qiming's heart also became hot. If he can get it, why can't I get it? Perhaps Qiming didn't know that during his duel with Aojian, a certain inheritance in the summoning spirit hall in the artifact space also resonated and fluctuated, and at the moment when the inheritance was about to come, he was killed by Aojian and quit the game. If Qiming knew that his inheritance was interrupted because of Aojian, the hatred between the two would be even more than just stealing monsters and killing people. At this time, Luwu and Bailey also withdrew from the god's perspective after Qiming died. Due to the appearance of the cultivator, Luwu was still very concerned about Aojian. He didn't expect to see such a battle while observing Aojian. What Luwu didn't expect was that these 7 people were also cultivators. Luwu didn't know what was going on. How did these hidden cultivators appear one after another? Did they discover the difference of the game Xingjian Online? Luwu was a little worried. But Bailey told Luwu to put his mind at ease. First of all, as long as those cultivators condensed the Yin body in the artifact, they would be marked, and betrayal would be equal to death. Secondly, the Xingjian artifact would only be considered a game in the Yang world. No matter what, they would not find out the existence of the Yin world. In response to Bailey's explanation, Luwu also asked his own confusion. What if there is someone in the Yang world who can go back and forth between Yin and Yang? If the cultivator who can go back and forth between Yin and Yang meets a player, then everything will be exposed. You don't need to worry about this. Going back and forth between Yin and Yang is something that only the immortals on Earth can do. With the depleted spiritual energy in the Yang world, it is impossible for strong people of that level to exist. As for those former immortals on Earth, they have all left and can never come back. Where did they go? Luwu was curious. Bailey pointed to the sky and stuck out his tongue. Luwu, ? By the way, there is another question. If players encounter that kind of particularly powerful gods in the underworld, can the war artifact protect their souls from being extracted? When talking about this question, Luwu's eyes showed worry. Luwu was not worried at all when encountering a being of Duyan's level, but knowing that there were gods in the underworld, he was afraid that those daring players would really stick to it and test it on the edge of death. Wu, do you know what material the war artifact is made of? Bailey did not answer directly, but just looked at Luwu and said solemnly. Luwu shook his head. The supreme law of the underworld, reincarnation, is inextricably linked to the artifacts of war. As for the details, Wu, I can't tell you now, but you must understand that your worries are non-existent. No matter how powerful the gods are, they are only under the law, and no one can transcend the supreme reincarnation. Lu Wu's heart was filled with a huge wave when he heard the explanation, and many questions emerged in his mind. Why was the ancestor, who was just a king of Baiki, related to the supreme law of reincarnation? Also, who was Bailey and why did he know all this? But he said he believed in Bailey, so he chose to wait for the day when Bailey would tell him the truth in person. Christmas, a festival that came from the West, has now become popular in Longwa and has become an important festival. However, compared with the West, Longwa's Christmas has an indescribable romantic feeling. Walking on the streets at night, many shopping malls have Christmas trees outside, and the flashing neon lights are full of festive atmosphere. After dinner, Lu Wu and Bailey were strolling in the mall, and they saw couples. Looking at Bailey, who was eating with relish while holding a cone, Lu Wu suddenly felt that this festival was really not friendly to him. Originally, Lu Wu planned to buy some new clothes for Bailey, but it seemed that Bailey was not interested at all, and his eyes were always lingering in those snack shops. Rubbing Bailey's little head, Lu Wu pointed to a children's clothing store not far away. It's time to buy new clothes. Bailey was about to answer, but suddenly his face changed. Wu, let's go home. What's wrong? Lu Wu also realized that something might have happened, and asked quickly. The moment is here. With the arrival of Christmas, there are rarely many players in the game. Of course, singles are an exception. At this time, the players wandering in the Lioli district suddenly discovered a mighty black army coming from the Lioli district. The players who discovered this scene felt nervous and rushed towards the Hades, shouting frantically in the guild voice channel, asking everyone to spread the news, otherwise the Hades would be in danger. Bailey, the GM, learned about the situation through the players who discovered the movement of the instant army in advance, and decisively asked Lu Wu to go home quickly. At this time, the area where Lioli and the Hades meet, the roar of beasts shook the sky, and a mighty army of 100,000 was approaching. At the forefront of the army of Shan Na, on the throne of bones, Shan Na's eyes were cold. What kind of creatures are those along the way? Why are they here? The soul-catching messenger under the throne bowed to Shan Na. Lord Shan Na, these creatures often appear in the Lioli area, but they are not vulnerable at all. I think they should be a group of wandering people from other large areas. Shan Na nodded and looked at the Hades area. Keep moving forward. After receiving Shan Na's order, the beast cavalry composed of corpse wolf cavalry, corpse elephant cavalry, and rhino cavalry began to move forward again. More and more players also knew the news of Shan Na's attack and began to mobilize quickly, forming temporary legions to prepare for the enemy. However, the closer they got to the border area between the Hades and Lioli, the more confused Shan Na was. Why are there more and more creatures? Finally, he ordered the capture of several individual players and had the ghost soldiers bring them to him. The players had all watched the video at the beach, so they were naturally familiar with Shan Na. Looking at the figure on the throne of bones, the three captured players were a little worried. Players often communicate with each other on the forum. Everyone thought that they would find a chance to attack Shanshan, but they didn't expect that Shanshan would take the initiative to attack this time. The worst thing was that the number of players tonight was obviously not as many as in the past few days. Which domain are you from? What tribe are you from? The soul-catching messenger looked at Shanshan and then asked the three players. The descendants of the king of Baiki are from Gao Dashan. Yu Dahai, the descendant of the king of Baiki. Pang Wanli, the descendant of the king of Baiki. Facing Shan Na, the three players were not afraid at all and reported their identities generously. After hearing the replies from the three players, Shan Na was stunned and a strange look appeared on his face. Seeing this, the soul catcher stepped forward and slapped each player in the face. How dare you be so presumptuous when you see Lord Shan Na? You try to hit me again. Several players were obviously hot-tempered. After being slapped in the face, they exploded on the spot and cursed the soul catcher. Pa pa pa. The soul catcher had a cold face and attacked again. I'll ask you again, what race are you and why did you come to the underworld? You will die a horrible death. You have no son. Shan Na, you thief, take care of your dog. If you can't manage it well, don't you know to tie a rope? Being slapped again and restrained at the same time, the three mad players could not break free and could only continue to curse. The soul-catching envoy's face turned pale with anger after hearing these words. He turned his head and looked at Shan Na. After Shan Na nodded, he raised the sickle in his hand and chopped down quickly, killing all three players. Looking at the players who turned into black mist, Shan Na showed surprise on his face, but he didn't say anything. He just signaled the army to continue moving forward, and ordered to kill all such creatures found along the way. In Shan Na's opinion, since he moved to the Hades, he couldn't allow other tribes to live here. Before breaking through the Ghost King realm, this was his territory. However, as he got closer to the Hades, the number of players suddenly decreased. Until the Hades appeared in front of him, Shan Na was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the distance, nearly 100,000 players were densely packed and looking at them from a distance. "Brothers, the bastards Shana are coming, are you ready?" Wu Gui, who was temporarily the commander-in-chief, turned around and looked at his brothers behind him, raised his battle axe, and roared with a determined face, "Kill the bastards!" The players behind him shouted in unison. Looking at the player camp in the distance, Shana's face was gloomy. "This tribe has a lot of people. If we go to war, my army will also suffer a lot of unnecessary losses." Seeing this, Gaohan hurriedly said, "Lord Shana, we can't go back to the Liuli district, and although this tribe is large in number, its strength is vulnerable. We must win this battle." Shana nodded after hearing this. In his opinion, as long as they killed tens of thousands of people, this tribe would naturally be scared to death, and they would be vulnerable in the future, so he nodded, "Then let's fight." After receiving the order, several rhinoceros beasts came with huge war drums behind the army of Shana and stepped heavily. Looking at the player army in the distance, Setsuna slowly stood up from the skeletal throne, with a large banner with the word Setsuna written on it erected behind him. Setsuna then raised his hands high and clenched them hard, and suddenly the sound of boom, boom, of war drums rang out from behind. Roar! After receiving the order to attack, all the beasts roared, and the ghost soldiers riding on the backs of the beasts also showed bloodthirsty light in their eyes, roaring and running forward. The collective charge of 100,000 troops was a shocking scene. Players who had never seen such a real war environment were completely stunned by the scene before their eyes. Smoke and dust rolled, and the earth was shaking constantly under the mad rush of 100,000 instant beast riders. At this time, Wu Gui raised his battle axe, "Follow me and kill. I swear to chop off the instant dog's head. Kill." The players who came back to their senses heard Wu Gui's roar, and determination appeared on their faces. They all roared and followed Wu Gui to run wildly towards the instant army. The sudden attack by Shan Na was completely beyond Lu Wu and Bei Li's expectations. When they arrived, they found that the war had already broken out. At the moment when the two forces collided, a large number of players and ghost soldiers were knocked to the ground, and the killing began. Facing the Shan Na army, which was almost the same in number as their own, the players had a very difficult time resisting, and it could even be said that it was a one-sided killing. However, the players were not afraid at all, and followed the friendly forces in front of them to attack frantically. As people continued to fall, the player camp was pressed by the Shan Na army and began to retreat, step by step towards the center of the underworld. Seeing this scene, Shan Na sneered. As he expected, this group of aliens was vulnerable. Boom! 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 The sound of war drums sounded again, and the blood rain in the sky was splashed. The ghost soldiers who had already killed Red Eyes all looked up to the sky and roared excitedly. "Kill! Don't leave any!" Shan Na's voice echoed, and all the ghost soldiers had bloodthirsty eyes and rushed towards the players again. "Boss, there are too many of them, what should we do?" Li Tianxia asked Wu Gui loudly after he chopped down a ghost soldier with a sword. "Kill!" Wu Gui just replied with a simple word "kill" and rushed forward again, swinging the battle axe in his hand and chopped down several ghost soldiers. This was the first time that the players had come into contact with a real war. They could not adapt to this tragic environment, but they were not afraid of death. They knew that the rear was the underworld, their base camp, and they all fought to the death. As comrades continued to fall, the blood in the hearts of the players was gradually aroused. The attack became more violent, and the desperate madness also caused the Shanshan Legion to start to suffer losses. Seeing this scene, Shanshan's face condensed. This was completely different from what he thought. Logically, the death of his companions should have caused the morale of these alien troops to collapse, but why did it become even crazier? The army of 100,000 people was already in a state of great distress due to the increasing casualties. Finally, he could not help it. He roared, leaped into the air and turned into a hideous muscular giant, rushing towards the players. "The Shana is here! Come and die!" Seeing Shana appear, the players became even crazier, and all rushed towards the direction where Shana came from. Aunt Shana roared, and after approaching the players, he slapped the ground with his giant hand. Suddenly, a huge pit was smashed into the ground, and all the players within this range were shattered by the huge force. At this time, Lu Wu and Bei Li, who were observing this battle, looked solemn. The situation of the player camp in this battle was not optimistic. At this time, a piece of information appeared in Lu Wu's mind. "My lord, Lu Mo requests to go out and is willing to kill the traitor Shana to prove for my father." My lord, Fatty Lee requests to go out and is willing to kill Shana to prove for the king of Bakey. My lord, Master Chu is willing to request to go out and is willing to kill Shana to prove for the king of Bakey. Dozens of NPC request information appeared in Lu Wu's mind, which made Lu Wu stunned. Just as when they were created, their memories seemed real to them. They were also subordinates who followed the king of Bakey and also had hatred for Shana. Glancing at the players who were fighting hard, Lu Wu's eyes gradually became firm. Accurate. After receiving Lu Wu's order, Lu Mo, who was in the underworld, showed hatred in his eyes, and his figure flashed, heading towards the battle place of the army, and other NPCs followed Lu Mo's steps towards the battlefield. The power of Mo Na is almost unstoppable. Facing his crazy killing, the players encountered unprecedented challenges. Facing the players who continued to commit suicide, Mo Na finally became impatient, took a deep breath, and suddenly spewed out the hot underworld fire. This underworld fire is extremely overbearing. As long as the players are infected, they will be burned into black mist and exit the game in an instant. Under the rapid spread of the underworld fire, a large number of players were killed and injured. At this critical moment, dozens of figures appeared. They stood in front of the players, working together to resist the burning of Mona's underworld fire, and resisted the most deadly attack for the players. The appearance of these dozens of figures stunned the players. They did not expect that NPCs would come to help at this moment. At this time, Lu Mo and others were blessed by Lu Woyong's soul power, and their strength was maximized. However, due to the limitation of the foundation, the strength that could be improved was far less than that of Shan Na. It can be said that they were determined to die in this battle. Seeing Lu Mo and others, Shan Na showed a trace of contempt in his eyes, raised his fist and smashed it forward, and suddenly the nether fire gushed out from the ground and spread madly forward. Go! Looking at the players who were still stunned in the same place, Lu Mo turned back and shouted at the players with difficulty. In Lu Mo's memory, these players are real, and they are also the descendants of their Bakey. He is unwilling to let them sacrifice in vain. Go! Lu Mo shouted again, and his burned red face looked extremely hideous at this moment. Brother Lu, fight together. The players were also infected, and they were unwilling to leave, and attacked Shan Na again. Facing the players who attacked again, Shan Na's heart was ruthless, and the power of the nether fire in his mouth increased again, which made it more difficult for Lu Mo and others to resist. Under the burning of the nether fire, Lu Mo and others became weaker and weaker, and the soul power in their bodies was about to be exhausted. Looking at Shan Na, Lu Mo's eyes flashed with hatred, and then turned his head to look at the players who came to support without hesitation, and a trace of warmth flowed in his heart. They are all working hard to restore the glory of their father, I can't let them down. Thinking of this, Lu Mo poured all his strength into his palms and slapped back fiercely. A huge energy wave was set off, forcing all the players who came, go! Survive and avenge us! Go, avenge us! The fat chef also turned around and pushed all his strength to the players, pushing the players back again. Don't forget the skills I taught you, survive! You are the hope of Bakey. Master Chu also smiled and pushed the last of his strength to the players. At this moment, the nether fire finally broke through the defenses of Lu Mo and the others, igniting them. Even in the burning of the nether fire, their eyes looking at the players were still full of hope. The players who saw this scene were completely infected. They still clearly remember the elder brother Lu, who was like a neighbor's brother, telling them stories and talking to them. They also remember the fat chef who was chubby, liked to joke, but had beautiful cooking skills. They also remember the serious and rigid mentor Chu Shi who taught them skills very attentively. The sacrifice of these familiar characters made the players stunned. The blood rain splashed in the sky and dripped on the faces of the players. They looked dull and felt as if they had lost something. Turning to look at Setsuna and others again, this time, the players were completely crazy. In the main forum of the online game, a video was posted by a player who died and quit. Our friends are gone. I ask my comrades to come back and fight side by side. Avenge them. In the video, Lu Mo and others used up their last strength to make the players retreat, and were finally ignited by the nether fire and turned into ashes. This video completely shocked the players outside. Crayon Shinchan, I still remember talking with Brother Lu at night, and the good wine he gave me. Goodbye, brother. I will avenge you. Years like songs, goodbye, brothers, I will bloodbath the army of Setsuna to avenge you. The strongest Shueli, I was on a date outside, and I never thought that this would happen. Little soldier Shueli, please return to the team. I will kill Setsuna for revenge. Foodie Xiaojia, I am really angry when I think that I will never be able to eat the dark cuisine made by the fat chef again. On the way home, brothers, hold on. The death of Lu Mo and others made the players completely angry. Many players informed each other and rushed home quickly. At this time, many players who were fighting online learned what happened on Christmas night from the QQ group created by the guild or the text messages from friends. The anger of the players was completely ignited. In a hotel, a man hurriedly put on his clothes and ran out of the door in the angry and puzzled eyes of his girlfriend. In a KTV, several boys suddenly put down the microphone, said goodbye to their friends with grief and anger, and rushed home. In a bar, several friends were laughing and drinking, and suddenly one of them had a cell phone ring. After he answered the phone, his face became solemn, and then he said a few words to several friends. Several people immediately walked out of the bar and took a taxi to rush home. In a billiard room, one of them read the text message and told his friends the content. Several people hurried to the bar to pay the bill and hurried home. Such scenes happened in many places. The figures of players appeared in the game one by one. At this moment, they were all summoned by their comrades and joined this battle of revenge. In the voice channel of the demolition office, the roar of the president sounded in the ears of the members. Brothers, I am in front, I want you to step on my body and rush forward. Kill. In the voice channel of the Avengers Alliance Guild, Wu Gui's roar sounded, Unity will not stray, guard the Hades. Kill with me. In the voice channel of the Dragon Club, Shen Ziyu roared, for the glory of King Baki, for the deceased friends, we will die without regrets. Kill. In the voice channel of the Invincible Mythology, Lonely Invincible waved his sword and looked at Shauna, and roared, tonight I swear to kill Shauna, and I will never stop until I die. At this moment, all the guilds gave up their disputes, united as one, and launched a crazy attack on Shauna. Even Shauna was stunned. There were more and more creatures in front of him, and the number directly exceeded 300,000. He didn't even know where these creatures came from, as if they could never be killed. Looking at the players who were united as a team, Lu Wu was also encouraged. He took out the music file sent to him by Baron from the mailbox and asked Bailey to digitize it and convert it into the artifact. Behind the army, the sound of boom boom of war drums resounded through the world. At this moment, the BGM sounded in the ears of all the players. The Phoenix put on your war paint, put on your war paint. You are a brick tied to me that's dragging me down. Strike a match and I'll burn you to the ground, setting fire to the sky. Here comes this rising tide, so come on, put on your war paint. Silver clouds with gray linings so we can take the world back from a heart attack. Music resounded throughout the battlefield, covering the beating of the war drums and igniting the blood of the players. Roar! Kill! The two torrents collided again, and the players transformed their anger into strength and burst out with unparalleled fighting power. Weakness is not terrible, what is terrible is the lack of determination to fight to the death. With the blessing of BGM, the player camp did not retreat another step, but instead pressed the army of Shan Na to retreat to the rear. The war continued to heat up. Even if Shan Na took action personally, he felt powerless in the face of such a large group of players. What made him even more terrified was that the number of players was still increasing. In this battle, the players gradually overwhelmed the army of Shan Na in momentum. Yi Tu team, follow me to kill. The assassin team led by Yi Shuer rushed to the forefront of the battle. With Yi Shuer's words, the team members roared. One after another, huge red figures appeared behind them, covering them. The huge blood blades swung, and blood-colored streams shot up into the sky. This team was built by Yi Shuer at great expense. There were a total of 10 people. Each of them killed enough blood essences to become the first batch of players to change their job to cursors. They exerted great power at this moment. The demon-like figure of Yi Tu shocked Shan Na while beheading the ghost soldiers. Yi Tu! Hell Road! You are the descendants of the Curse Clan! Shan Na was horrified. He knew how powerful the Curse Clan was. He was a member of the army that encircled and suppressed the Curse Clan. It was a powerful race that required the king of Baki to personally fight against. He never thought that these weaklings in front of him could actually master the power of the hell, and the fear in Shan's heart spread. But the death of Lu Mo and others completely ignited the anger in the hearts of the players. Their hatred was irreconcilable and it was impossible to stop. This hatred could only be washed away with blood. Roar! Shan's old thief, I want you to die. A mad warrior broke away from the crowd, ran towards Shan with red eyes, and swung the giant sword in his hand fiercely on Shan's leg. In his mind, he recalled the heart-to-heart talk with Lu Mo when he broke up half a month ago. Thinking of Lumo's earnest teachings and smiling face, he was completely angry. Kill! The Myth Guild, lonely invincible, threw off his cloak, revealing the runes embedded on his body, clenched his fists tightly, and as the green gem lit up, his figure suddenly jumped towards Shan, and then the red gem lit up, and a punch with all the strength in his body hit Shan's head hard, knocking him back a small step, and leaving a fist mark on his head. After spending a lot of money to purchase soul coins, Guyu finally gathered all the materials for job transfer and became the first rune warrior in the game, showing his powerful strength. At the same time, a figure jumped into the battlefield, attracting the attention of many ghost soldiers. The man was carrying 9 spirit swords. With his appearance, the sword energy was centered on him, and a blade storm was set up, clearing a vacuum zone. Under the control of Ao Jian, the spirit sword was like a death scythe that harvested life, showing unparalleled power. Although Ao Jian looked down on everything, he knew one thing, that is, Jianqiu was his mentor, and his mentor had been loyal to King Beiki all his life. The appearance of Ao Jian completely stunned Chu Shana, and he couldn't help but shouted, "Jianqiu's swordsmanship! Isn't he dead?" However, Shan Na's shock was not over yet. At this time, several arrows and streams of light streaked across the sky and landed behind Shan Na's army, bursting out a dazzling halo and blowing away a large number of ghost soldiers. Impossible! Impossible! The power of Juri, he was already dead, how is it possible? The reappearance of these familiar abilities made Shan Na fall into fear. In his mind, he could not help but think of the comrades who had served the king of Beiki with him, who had powerful strength but died in the battle. Roar! Comrades, press forward, and fight to the death. Wu Gui's roar sounded. Roar! The players roared in unison, collectively taking a heavy step forward, and the earth was shaking at this moment. Looking at the player army whose momentum was rising steadily, the original momentum of Shan Na's army was completely suppressed, and fell into a passive retreat. However, the players had already had the intention to kill Shan Na's army, and formed a kilometer-long enemy line, led by 10 figures of Yi-2, and charged forward together. The magic group began to summon the skeleton army, and the dense ghost soldiers emerged, making the player lineup look even larger. Dog, heal your comrades! The ancient roar sounded in the voice channel of the Mythology Guild. Then a little white dog jumped high and released the inherited skill, and green raindrops fell from the sky. Under the baptism of raindrops, the injured players on the enemy front stood up again with a firm look, raised their weapons, and joined the fight. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for the players who fought online. After the battle lasted for 4 hours, the players had already pressed the instant army to the junction of the Hades and Lioli, and the battle had not stopped. Those dead players were also watching the battle through the official website live broadcast from the outside world, and they would quickly join the battle when the resurrection cooldown ended. The power displayed by the player camp in the 4-hour battle made the ghost soldiers led by Shan Na feel horrified. This kind of madness and endlessness was something they had never seen in their lives. It seemed that these creatures were not afraid of death at all. Even if they died, they would cut them with a knife and bite them. Up to now, more than half of Shan Na's army had been killed or wounded in this battle. Even Shan Na was pale. With such a huge loss, he knew that he would never have the right to speak in Beiki again. Even if he wanted to withdraw his troops now, it was too late. The players had no intention of letting them go. Shan Na had no doubt that even if his army returned to the Lioli district, these crazy players would follow and kill them. He never thought that the power he had accumulated for many years would be buried in the hands of these players. Faced with this desperate situation, Shan Na roared and jumped into the player camp. Shan Na's strength was strong, but in the eyes of the players, so what? Shan Na! Die! Everyone surrounded Shan Na, and inflicted damage on him frantically. Even though the damage was insignificant, even someone as strong as Shan Na could not hold out for less than half an hour under this crazy siege before retreating to his own camp with horror on his face. At this time, the dense scars on his body were all caused by angry players. As the saying goes, ants can kill elephants. The dense damage made even a strong existence like Shanshan unable to bear it. Looking at Shanshan, who was forced to retreat, the players roared again in excitement, and the earth trembled. In this situation, Shanshan finally couldn't bear it anymore and roared loudly, "Retreat!" Seeing that Shanshan wanted to retreat, the crowd of players surged. "Shanshan, dog thief, go to hell, you must die tonight. Kill him and avenge your dead brothers. Tonight we will fight to the death. Brothers, make a concerted effort. Kill all the Shanshan dog thieves. Dog thieves, don't even think about leaving now. Kill!" Looking at the fearful soldiers in front of them, the blood flowed in the players' bodies. Everyone shouted and rushed forward with weapons, not giving Shanshan's army a chance to leave. In all guild voice channels, the commanders roared vigorously and continuously attacked the retreating Shanshan army. The entire battle line began to move forward, from the Hades all the way into the Lioli district, and then continued to chase and kill, and the Shana army was finally pressed to the Yellow Spring seaside, reaching a point where there was no way to retreat. After 8 hours of fighting, the dawn slowly rose from the sea level. This battle lasted for a whole night, and the player camp lost more than 400,000 people. Relying on resurrection, the player camp still maintained a number of more than 200,000 people, and the Shana army suffered as many as 80,000 casualties in the fight that night. The remaining ghost soldiers also lost their fighting spirit and were trapped on the beach of the Lioli district. Brothers, victory is in sight. To commemorate our dead friends, cut off Shana's head. Wu Gui raised his sword, pointed at Shana, and issued the final attack order. Roar! The players roared in unison, step by step approaching the remaining ghost soldiers. Looking at the player army that was forcing him, Shana regretted it very much. If he was given another chance, he would never provoke these crazy creatures. It can be said that Shana also lost the desire to continue fighting at this moment. Thinking of the idea that he thought that killing some of them would be enough to scare these creatures, Shana's heart was filled with regret. Kill! The war broke out again, and the player camp launched the final general attack. Amid the deafening shouts and killings, the ghost soldiers kept falling down, and it was very difficult to resist. As more and more ghost soldiers died, Shan Na was completely desperate. He looked at the sea, glanced at the densely packed players in front of him with resentment, and then jumped towards the sea. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing that Shan Na wanted to abandon the army and leave alone, Guyu roared, runes on his body flashed, and he jumped up with all his strength, and punched Shan Na fiercely. Whoever stands in my way will die. Shan Na roared and punched Guyu. The two fists collided, and Guyu was instantly beaten into a ball of black mist, but Shan Na's figure also paused in the air and fell rapidly. As he landed, dozens of figures surrounded him at the same time. 10 phantoms of Yi Tu suddenly swung their blood blades and slashed at Shan Na. Aojin, who was standing by, also made a sword gesture, and 9 spirit swords rushed towards Shan Na. Get out of the way. Shan Na waved his fists and defeated several figures of Yi Tu, but he was still attacked several times, and at the same time, the 9 spirit swords even cut a hole in his body. At this time, other players also swarmed up, not wanting Shan Na to escape. Shan Na was already exhausted from fighting all night, and facing the swarm of players, he could only resist with difficulty. He wanted to escape again, but when he jumped up again, 9 arrows of annihilation suddenly appeared and pushed him back into the encirclement of the players again. The players tried their best to trap Shan Na in place and prevent him from leaving. Feeling his power constantly fading, Shan Na roared in grief and anger, and his figure rose from the ground again, using all his strength to jump towards the sea. This was his only chance. If he failed, he would only die. Looking at the moment when the player leaped high again, their eyes were red with anger and they were all roaring, but they were helpless because they had already exhausted all their means. At this moment, Yi Chen, who was not far away, took a deep breath and slowly raised his sunbow. All the energy of the sun chaser was released, and a burning energy arrow slowly formed on the bowstring. Looking at the figure of the moment, Yi Chen roared and suddenly let go. This arrow, which condensed all the hopes of Yi Chen and the players, cut through the sky and hit the back of the moment. Looking at the moment falling towards the sea again, Yi Chen's eyes revealed a smile, and he murmured to himself, "Fate, it's wonderful." This time, the fallen Shan Na was no longer able to recover. After fighting all night, his strength was completely exhausted. Apart from his exhausted body, he had no killing ability to exert. Facing the players who rushed over and even climbed on his body and slashed continuously, Shan Na showed unwillingness and kept waving his arms, like an elephant struggling to death. The fire of life began to slowly extinguish in such a crazy siege. Finally, his body fell to the ground with a bang, and the soul fire in his body was completely extinguished. A large area of collective upgraded white light flashed. Roar! Looking at the sun gradually rising from the sea level, all the players raised their weapons and roared in unison. After the death of the ghost general Shan Na, the Christmas Eve battle was a perfect ending in the hearts of all the players, and everyone felt hearty. In this peaceful world, only the battle online can bring them the most iron and blood collision, the most primitive wild impulse. The blood in the hearts of all the players is still boiling, and hundreds of thousands of players are excitedly roaring, venting their excitement. A large number of players rushed to Yi Chen, lifted him up and threw him to celebrate. Yi Chen's arrow was beyond the expectations of all the players. No one was optimistic about this arrow. Everyone sneered at Yi Chen's archery skills. His archery skills even became a laughingstock on the official forum many times. But this time, at this critical moment, Yi Chen's performance made all the players cheer for him. Outside the field, the players who saw this scene roared collectively and slapped the table excitedly. Yi Chen, you are such a talent. I really want to kiss you. Do your best. Don't let me down at the critical moment. I give you full marks for this arrow. Smooth Wugui, desperate Yi Liangchen, this arrow is the best. 666, this arrow will go down in the history of this game, it's so cool. I suddenly became a fan of this kid. If anyone laughs at Yi Chen again in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless. Celebrate together, our Bakey army won. Everyone is great. After 9 hours of fighting, we won the final victory. Cheers! For victory! We are the strongest. All the players at this moment were in excitement, roaring and screaming on the beach, venting their blood. Seeing this scene, Luwu smiled in his mind and saved this scene with a magic weapon. At the same time, a parchment book appeared in front of all the players in the game, with the 4 characters Chronicle of War written on the cover. The page slowly turned, December 252318, Christmas. After 9 hours of fighting, the Bakey army finally forced the Shana army to the Yellow Spring Coast, killed the rebel general Shana, and won an epic victory. This Christmas battle will be recorded in the history of war. Below this line of text, there is a picture of all the players holding their weapons high and shouting excitedly. Announcement to the whole area, all players who participated in this Christmas battle will receive the epic title, Unwavering to Death, epic title, dedicated to those warriors who fought desperately in the Christmas battle on December 252318. Title attribute, get 2 extra free trials every day. Looking at this screenshot recorded in the battle, the players raised their weapons again excitedly and fell into cheers. They feel honored and proud for this, because they are a member of this epic battle and have been awarded an epic title, which is the highest honor that future generations do not have. Offsite, congratulations to everyone, congratulations to myself, the epic title. So cool. I'm so happy. Although I'm dead, I'm really happy. Thank you for Christmas, I'll remember it in my heart. I didn't expect that I could also participate in such a real battle. From fear to perseverance, and then to anger, I fought hard for this. Thank you to all the comrades who fought side by side. Thank you for having you. Our Bakey army is the strongest. Fight. Our glory will surely fill the history of the battle. Moving towards the future, Bakey army member Shueli is ready. Moving towards the future, Bakey army member Wugui is ready. Moving towards the future, Bakey army member Guyu is ready. Moving towards the future, Bakey army member Chen Ziyu is ready. Moving towards the future, Bakey army member Yi Shuer is ready. Everyone made a vow to fight on the forum. They all firmly believed that the glory of the Bakey army would not stop here, and they also challenged the new chapter of the new battle in the coming 2319. Then all the players laughed and made a fuss all the way towards the Hades. At the front of the team, the battle flag of the Setsuna army was torn off the flag, and Setsuna's head was picked up on it. It was taken back to the Hades as a souvenir and hung on the outer high wall of the Hades. Many players began to take photos with Setsuna's head outside the high wall. One by one, the players uploaded the group photos to the forum to show off their achievements. This day was a carnival moment for the players. Everyone rarely went to fight monsters to upgrade or look for treasures, but instead held a celebration banquet in the center of the Hades. All players took out their stored wine, spiritual materials, and food to share with each other. After the celebration banquet, the players spontaneously organized to come to the outside of the Hades and built a hero tomb for the dead Lu Mo and others. All players bowed to these sacrificed heroes. Lu Wu also felt very sorry for the death of Lu Mo and others, but it was their sacrifice that made the players burst out with unparalleled combat power. Although he could recast the souls of Lu Mo and others again, the passing away was after all the passing away. They would forever lose the memory of the players and become a brand new NPC, no longer the person familiar to the players. After thinking for a while, Lu Wu gave up the resurrection of Lu Mo and others, but recast their souls and put them into the game with a new identity. Just like those tombstones standing one by one, in the hearts of the players, there is only one of them, so let them stay in the hearts of these players and become a memorable history. At the end of the Christmas campaign, after fighting all night, tired players began to quit the game one after another. It was at this time that the official website of Xinjiang Online released an update notice. Update maintenance notice, adding a new expansion pack Turbulent Waves. In the Christmas campaign, the Bakey army won the final victory after a hard fight and obtained the ownership of the Liuli district. However, in the northern region of Panshur, there are more terrifying and powerful enemies waiting for players to challenge. On the mysterious Yellow Spring Sea, countless treasures and ancient ruins are waiting for you to conquer and explore. The Ghost King of Panshur in the north and the Yellow Spring Sea in the east, New challenges are coming again, and the horn of war is blown again. Let us reorganize our battlesuits and set sail in the stormy waves. Update content: 1. Special items added to the mall: Ghost Ship, Ghost Ship, Ghost Ship, Guild only, a sea expedition weapon specially built for large guilds, with the ability to evolve by swallowing spiritual materials, and players can choose the training method by themselves. Ghost Ship cultivation main branches: Ghost Form, Speed-based evolution mode. After the owner chooses this mode as the evolution direction, the Ghost Ship will convert all the spiritual material energy it devours into an evolution direction that focuses on improving the efficiency of the ship's sailing speed. In the later stage, it can evolve special sailing abilities. Tyrant Form, Hull Hardness-based evolution mode. After the owner chooses this mode as the evolution direction, the Ghost Ship will convert all the spiritual material energy it devours into an evolution direction that focuses on improving the hardness of the hull. In the later stage, it can evolve special collision skills such as Dragon Horn Fury and Tyrant Body. Disaster Form, special form. With this state as the cultivation method, the Ghost Ship will obtain the dual evolution directions of Ghost and Tyrant Body. At the same time, there is a chance to obtain primary consciousness in the devouring evolution and master the power of the ocean. Note: please choose the disaster form carefully. In this state, the spiritual materials consumed by the Ghost Ship evolution will be doubled. Mall price: 3,000 soul coins. Ghost Ship, build a Ghost Ship of your own, with more than 100 branch cultivation methods waiting for players to explore. Set sail towards the sea. Price: 200 soul coins. 2. Detailed explanation of marine treasures. Son of the Sea, fruit, a mysterious fruit blessed by the sea, a priceless epic treasure. After swallowing it, you can get the blessing of the Yellow Spring Sea God and randomly get a talent level ability. King Linmu, one of the best spiritual materials for evolving ghost ships, with a probability that the ship can comprehend special abilities. Sea Spirit Fish, there are millions of spiritual fish in the Yellow Spring Sea. Swallowing spiritual fish can obtain attribute bonuses related to the grade of spiritual fish. Fish level classification: fish level, useless ordinary, spiritual level, sea spirit level, psychic level, sky spirit level, sea spirit. Note: swallowing spiritual fish above the sea spirit level has a chance to obtain special abilities. 3. Marine ruins on the sea. There are many islands and the inheritance left by powerful sea tribes. For details, please explore by yourself. For marine disasters, the mysterious Yellow Spring Sea is full of countless undercurrents and marine disasters. Please pay attention to safety while exploring. 5. Add new NPCs such as weapon forgers, skill instructors, and navigators. Maintenance time for this update: 12 hours. Sorry for the inconvenience. Players in the forum went wild after seeing this notice. The strongest Sydney. Wow. Is Sydney finally going to become the Pirate King? Crayon Shinchan, the Navy headquarters has been established. The pirates upstairs, come to the bowl. Watermelon Taro, isn't the sea child fruit the devil fruit? I seemed to see a magnificent sea battle, and I was shaking with excitement, but when I saw that the cheapest ghost ship cost 200 soul coins, I huddled in the corner and couldn't help sobbing, and it was so uncomfortable to hold back the word MMP in my heart. Lonely and invincible, the disaster ship looks good, funny face. In addition, we collect soul coins, unlimited. Don't be afraid that I don't have money, I'm afraid that you don't have soul coins. Players with soul coins, please join the group. 318815704. Yishware is the cutest, so sad, extremely short of soul coins. Why hasn't this game opened the recharge channel yet? Also, who is the boss of this game? Will he pay the RD team? Angry little tiger, find a rich woman, the kind that can buy me soul coins. The leader of the demolition office. There are so many treasures in the Yellow Spring Sea. I have a hunch that I will soon inherit a hidden profession. Shoudao Changsheng, 7 people. Oh my goodness, this world is getting more and more exciting. I won't say anything more. I'll ask my grandson for money to Krypton Gold to become stronger. The most handsome Yi-chan replied to Shoudao Changsheng, grandson? How old are you? Shoudao Changsheng replied to the handsome Yi-chan, hee, I am over 120 years old. The most handsome Yi-chan replied to Shoudao Changsheng, hee, middle finger. Director of the demolition office, interesting, it seems that we have one more goal, ocean and land. Our demolition office will be the first. Waist pain when standing and talking, naval battle? I am a first mate in real life, it seems that it is time to show my skills. Surprise. JPG, plant, as an explorer, I am ready to set sail. In addition, I will collect soul coins. I want to build a ship of my own and start my personal sea adventure. Happy after the release of the new expansion pack Stormy Waves, players responded strongly and were full of curiosity about the Yellow Spring Sea. It can be said that the price of soul coins fluctuated again shortly after the release of the expansion pack. All major guilds want to build a guild-level ghost ship before others. With a large number of acquisitions, the price of soul coins began to rise, even to the point where there is no market for it. Because players who are also curious about the sea and have a desire to explore it also want to build a ghost ship of their own, and are not willing to sell their soul coins. This has led to many more complaints on the forum, and even hundreds of thousands of players have pinned a post titled "This is a crappy game, and you haven't opened a recharge channel yet, I strongly protest," on the forum homepage. The intention is very obvious, which is to force Lu Wu to open the recharge channel quickly. However, Lu Wu just glanced at it, continued to calmly peel the apple, and then handed it to Bailey's mouth, watching her eat it bite by bite. Recharge? What recharge? It doesn't exist. The opening of the new expansion pack has once again made players excited. After the maintenance was over, a large number of players poured into the game. As soon as they entered the game, the player's sight jumped to the new CG screen associated with the expansion pack. I saw 4 dark blue characters, turbulent waves, appear on the screen, and then the screen passed through the glass area from the Hades to the sky above the yellow spring sea. The picture kept moving forward, seabirds were singing in the sky, and sea fish jumped out of the water from time to time on the sea surface, splashing waves. Everything seemed very beautiful and peaceful. At this time, 4 characters of the Delusion Sea area appeared, and then a giant black warship broke through the characters and smashed hard on the sea surface, immediately raising huge waves. As the warship appeared, lightning and thunder flashed in the sky, a hurricane was hung, and countless sea monsters emerged from the sea, roaring at the warship with their heads raised, and swarmed in. The warship, surrounded by sea beasts, seemed to be torn to pieces by the violent sea beasts at any time. At this time, a roar resounding through the world sounded from the hull, covering the roars of the sea monsters, and then a huge 8-clawed monster appeared above the hull. Moira! Leave it to you. On the front deck, a man in a black robe waved his hand and pointed at the densely packed sea monsters on the sea surface, and said lightly. The huge monster phantom called Moira turned his head and looked at the black-robed man. His pupils flashed with scarlet light and blinked, as if answering the man, and then his body broke away from the hull and pounced on the sea monster. The moment Moira came into contact with the seawater, a huge whirlpool suddenly emerged on the sea surface, and all the sea monsters around were pulled into it and torn to pieces. After tearing all the sea monsters to pieces, Moira waved his 8 claws and roared to the sky again. Then the phantom floated back to the battleship and slowly faded away. At this time, the man in black robe walked to the edge of the boat, leaned on the railing, looked at the sea surface that had been dyed red, and said with a smile, "Moira, it's time to eat." As his voice fell, the scarlet in the sea water faded visibly, and the hull began to flash with a dark red light. It was even faintly visible that the surface of the hull was slowly wriggling, as if this was not a battleship at all, but a living monster. Then the screen slowly dimmed, and a line of introduction data emerged. Moira LV-13, Disaster Class Ghost Ship. Moira, a top-level battleship cultivated by feeding a large amount of marine creatures' essence blood and a large amount of spiritual materials. Attribute introduction, hull hardness level 14, sailing speed level 12, arranged from low to high, a total of 24 levels. Ability introduction, Moira's Fury, dominant impact, sea spirit blessing, bloodthirstiness, special passive, Moira's Fury, summons the spirit of Moira's battleship to appear, lasting for 30 minutes, with a cooling time of 1 day. Dominant impact, speed increases by 100% within 1 minute, hull hardness increases by 2 levels, with a cooling time of 6 hours. Sea spirit blessing, under the protection of the sea, the sailing speed is increased by 30%, lasting for 3 hours, with a cooling time of 1 day. Bloodthirstiness, special passive, under the training of the captain, Moira has gained a new evolutionary direction. In addition to being able to devour spiritual materials to evolve, he also has the special ability to devour the essence and blood of marine life to evolve. Overall evaluation, a bloodthirsty evolutionary calamity class battleship. The data then slowly faded, and at the end of the screen, a line of words appeared again. Want to own a battleship that you personally named and cultivated? Then, the sea is your ideal choice. Seeing this CG, the players were excited again, and lines of bullet comments flashed across the CG. Please teach me how to cultivate a battleship like Moira, I want it so much. Different cultivation methods will lead to different evolved abilities. This is really exciting. What if I cultivate a weak battleship? Reply to the above, only weaklings can cultivate weak battleships, my battleship must be the strongest. AAA sell myself to the rich woman and beg her to support me, I want to have a boat. I have already thought of a name for my boat, let's call it Golden Mary. Shut up, that's my boat, put it down, no one is allowed to name it before I collect all the soul coins to build the Golden Mary, I'm warning you with the staff. I only want Moira, she's so handsome that she's crying. Knock on the table, do you have enough soul coins? What are you arguing about without soul coins? Although I want it too, crying. I want to cultivate a battleship with invincible defense, and I have even thought of a name, let's call it Invincible. I have fallen into fantasy and cannot extricate myself, and I am so happy. Looking at the surging waves in the CG, I wanted to recite a poem for everyone, but I am not educated, so I can only lie on the grass. The waves are so big. The poem above is great. I give you a 666 OC, you are all water. Shut up. You are even less educated. I feel that the price of materials is going to rise sharply. Those who are advanced in the game should go to the auction house to buy spiritual materials in seconds. The price will definitely rise. Stock up on materials. It's time to make a fortune. Wait for the rich to buy them at high prices. Why are you talking about it? Don't you know how to make a fortune quietly? Angry, the 10-man team is recruiting, and we are still short of 3 people. Come with soul coins and good character. Each person will pay 20 soul coins. Let's set sail first. As for the name of the boat, everyone can discuss it. In addition, the captain is a beautiful woman and the ownership of the boat must be given to the captain. After seeing the content of the CG, all the players had a heated discussion about the training method of the ghost ship and what name the ship should be. The opening of the new expansion pack can be said to have given players a brand new experience, making them look forward to the follow-up of the game. The demise of the Instant Army in the Christmas campaign allowed Lu Wu to earn enough soul coins. After having enough soul coins, the material room and equipment warehouse of the underworld were also built while maintaining it. The ghost ship that players see is naturally the design in the equipment library, which was developed by Wanning Bailey and then digitized. It can be said that Lu Wu intends to start the main line of the game from both sides at the same time. After all, in addition to the Rock Ghost King, the Sea King is also a hegemon that Lu Wu is more troubled by. With the threat of the Sea King, players are not safe in the Glass District, so Lu Wushan asked players to start the ocean development route in advance. When the players are strong, the Sea King will naturally not be a threat. At the same time, Lu Wu also set up a portal between the Hades and the Glass District to facilitate players to go back and forth. In the mall, in addition to the most important ghost ship, there are also many new things. For example, fishing gear, bait, and the like. The appearance of such things makes some players in the game very excited, because they learned from the official website that the spirit fish in the Yellow Spring Sea are all good things. It is precisely because of the appearance of these new items that there is a new type of lifestyle players in the game who make a living from this. After officially entering the game, all players walked out of the underworld and rushed to the Yellow Spring Sea. The announcement of this update and the description of the Yellow Spring Sea scene in the expansion pack made players full of yearning for the sea. On the official live broadcast platform, the number of viewers in a live broadcast room is growing rapidly, which also aroused Lu Wu's curiosity. Build a raft by yourself, aspire to become a fisherman, move bricks to collect soul coins to buy a boat. In the live broadcast room, 2 players relied on the resources on the seaside to teach players how to make a raft. It can be said that the explanation is very detailed, and most players can't afford a ghost ship, so many people are studying and watching seriously. Saw the tree, make wooden strips of suitable size, use vines instead of hemp ropes, and tie the wooden strips tightly. In less than 3 hours, the 2 players made a simple raft. Seeing the fruits of their labor, the 2 players smiled. Everyone, the first step of saving money to buy a ghost ship is completed. Now let's go to the sea. Then the 2 players spent 10 soul coins to buy fishing gear and bait, pushed the raft to the Yellow Spring Sea, and paddled towards the depths of the sea. Off-site, it's really simple. I feel like this raft will be broken apart by a wave. 2 big brothers, I wish you a great harvest of fishing today. You are also saving money to buy a ghost ship. Come on. I wish you a great harvest. I will buy you a spirit fish if you catch one. In fact, compared to using this raft, I think it's better to go diving to fish. This way, you don't need to buy fishing gear and save money. Funny, what should I do if I encounter a sea monster? Fear, same deep sea phobia, not to mention that there are really sea monsters in this sea. I won't go out without a boat. With the blessings of the players, the player paddled to the sea. After about an hour, the land in the distance has become very small and almost invisible, and the 2 players finally stopped sliding, took out their fishing gear and started fishing. Time passed by, and the fish basket on the player's raft was already filled with 10 fish. Although the 2 players had a lot of experience in sea fishing, their luck did not seem to be good. After spending about 2 hours, they did not catch a single spirit fish. At this time, the fishing rod trembled again, and the player Bamu's face showed an expectant look again, and slowly began to lift the fishing rod. However, this time the pulling rod was not as smooth as the previous times. The fish that bit the hook seemed very ferocious, struggling wildly and with great strength. This scene made many watching players realize that this time they might really be able to ship. Bamu's face also showed joy, but he was not calm for a few seconds, because the fish's struggling force was too great. No matter how hard he tried, he could not lift it, and the raft began to slide rapidly into the distance due to the force. "Brother, help me, there's a big catch." Faced with such a fierce struggle, Bamu was a little overwhelmed and hurriedly called for help from his friend. Then the two of them worked together, holding the fishing rod tightly, leaning back, competing with the fish for perseverance. Off the court, 23:33, The Old Man and the Sea Live version. "You caught a shark this time. If you keep drifting like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to find your way home, brother. Come on, hold on, it's a ghost ship. Imagine a beautiful future, hold on. Maybe it's a small sea monster, funny, I bet it's a spirit fish." In this competition of perseverance, it is obvious that Bamu and his friends are no match for the fish monster on the seabed. At this time, their faces have been flushed, and their hands holding the fishing rods are shaking. Faced with this situation, Bamu gritted his teeth and spent 2 soul coins to buy 2 bottles of endurance potion in the mall. After taking them in turn, they started the competition again. After drinking the potion, the two finally felt better, but the competition of strength was not over yet. They kept drifting, and the land in the distance was completely invisible. In addition to the direction instructions on the map, both of them were a little confused about where they were. This protracted battle lasted for more than 5 hours. Many players came back from dinner and found that the two were still competing with the fish monster. Just when both of them were about to give up, the fishing rod suddenly lost its power and the two almost fell back into the sea. When the two were confused about what was going on, a big red fish jumped out of the sea, and the splashing waves sparkled brilliantly in the sun, and then fell into the sea again. The two hurriedly tightened the fishing rod again, and at the same time, ecstasy appeared on their faces. Because at the moment when the big fish jumped out of the water, they saw the attributes of the fish. Red fruit fish, sea spirit level, a docile sea spirit level fish. After taking it, it can increase 10 to 30 points of random attributes, and there is a very small chance of comprehending sea-related abilities. Note, you can choose to sell it in the mall, 200 soul coins, off the field, it's rich, you two are going to be rich. Oh my god, you actually caught a sea spirit level fish. Fortunately, it's a docile type, otherwise I'm afraid you can't beat it even if you catch it. Funny, what the hell is the note under the attribute bar, sell it in the mall? I regretted selling my netherworld pearl to the mall before. You know, the price outside is 150 soul coins now. I agree, I didn't know before, it's a big loss to recycle it in the mall. I'll offer 250 for this fish, sell it to me. Sell it to me. I want 300. Sell it to our myth guild, our president's soul coins will be useful, but you can buy it with cash. You name the price. Seeing that it was a sea spirit level spirit fish, the comment area suddenly exploded, and everyone began to compete to bid. This made Bamu and his friends full of fighting spirit again, and they secretly vowed to take down this red fruit fish. Although it was a docile type, the power of the sea spirit level red fruit fish was too strong, and the two could still deal with it very hard. However, as time went on, the power of the red fruit fish finally began to weaken, the drift speed of the raft slowed down, and the force on the fishing rod began to decrease, which gave the two people hope, and they quickly began to pull the fishing rod, trying to pull the red fruit fish onto the raft. Just as they expected, except for a few sudden outbursts during the tug of war, the red fruit fish was obviously exhausted, and its resistance was getting weaker and weaker. Victory was in sight, and smiles appeared on the faces of Bamu and the others. But at the moment when the red fruit fish was about to be pulled out of the water, a huge black shadow with an area of 1 kilometer suddenly appeared under the raft. Moreover, this huge black shadow quickly floated up in the live broadcast screen, and all the players watching the live broadcast held their breath. At the moment when the red fruit fish was pulled out of the water, a huge mouth suddenly emerged from the bottom of the water, swallowing the raft and the red fruit fish into its stomach at the same time. The two players suddenly became unstable and grabbed around randomly, but then they felt a domineering force filling their bodies, and their bodies were torn apart in an instant. Only then did the players watching the live broadcast see the true face of this monster. The head that was exposed above the water alone was 1,000 meters in diameter. In the center of the tiger-like head, there was a red king flashing. The part of the body that was exposed above the water was covered with dark brown scales that reflected light. Even through the live broadcast, the players felt the extremely overbearing pressure. As the giant beast dived into the water, a piece of information emerged. Tao, overlord of the Delusion Sea, the top ocean king who has ruled the Delusion Sea for tens of thousands of years, his strength has reached the level of the spirit of the sea. Specific information? Unrecognizable. Off-site, oh my god, we caught the highest level of sea spirit. It's so big, this monster is too big. I feel like such a monster can swallow a dozen instants in one mouthful. I'm scared. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? I estimate the size of this monster is 10,000 meters. This is too scary. Thinking back to the time when I secretly fantasized about being lucky enough to catch a sea spirit level spiritual fish, and then getting rich, is this even possible? I'm so drunk. Yes, why not? Didn't you see that our two friends succeeded in catching it, but the price was very high, funny, so this is the sea spirit level. I'm scared. Frightened, if they caught this sea spirit, I guess warships of Moira's level would be killed instantly. These two brothers are so lucky, they encountered the most powerful one in the Wangshu Sea on their first trip to the sea, but it's a pity that the red fruit fish is gone, the boat was destroyed and the people capsized. Oh my god, don't compare this level of ferocious beast with Shanshan, it's too fierce. Oh my god. At that moment I thought I was watching a giant beast disaster movie. These two are so lucky. The first time it was a sea spirit fish, the second time it was directly a top-level sea spirit level, terrible. So terrifying. Ding, congratulations to the two brothers, you have successfully achieved the achievement, Sea Spirit Fisherman, congratulations. Congratulations. Is this the overlord of the Wangshu Sea? The boss of the Sea King? It's too difficult to conquer the sea. Accept the challenge, my hell battleship has aimed its main gun at it. Isn't it just a sea spirit? Believe it or not, I can fight him for a round. I believe the above, will I be eaten in one round? Funny, I feel that it should be the red fruit fish that attracted Tao Wu. Maybe it was just hungry and swallowed these two brothers. I can only say that they are extremely lucky. Looking at the live broadcast room that fell into darkness, all the players watching the live broadcast were shocked. The size of Tao Wu alone was enough to put people under great pressure, not to mention the strength that had not yet been demonstrated. All players felt that they could not match such a powerful overlord of the sea. However, challenges bring motivation. After a debate, the players all vowed that they would kill Tao Wu one day and share the soul and flesh of the sea spirit. Even Lu Wu and Bailey were extremely surprised by the appearance of Tao Wu. This can only be called a coincidence among coincidences. This overlord who has lived tens of thousands of meters under the sea in the Wangshu Sea for many years actually happened to come to the sea surface to find food at this time, and also ate the two players who were fishing. It can only be said that he was too lucky. Soon, a message was posted on the forum, and a group of spectators surrounded it. What happened? Where is my sea spirit fish? I am in a daze. Comments, Watermelon Taro, front row spectators, and congratulations to my brother for successfully fishing the spirit of the sea. Bamo replied to Watermelon Taro, I am asking about the sea spirit fish? Don't talk nonsense. Watermelon Taro replied to Bamo, I saved your live video, watch it yourself. Funny, video attachment Idao Rohan, oh, brother, congratulations, you successfully let us witness the grace of Tao Wu. Handsome. Crayon Shinchan, brother, do you want revenge? Funny, the strongest Sydney, is it the OP? Hug and don't cry, the red fruit fish has been buried in the belly of Tao Wu. Just now many people in the guild called me to watch your live broadcast, saying that good things were released and asked me to buy them quickly. Then I saw that scene as soon as I entered the live broadcast room. I was really drunk. Xiaodao Changshang, Tao Wu? What a terrible beast, I guess this beast is not far from becoming a god. The most handsome Yichen, can I kill it with one arrow? A mammoth replied to the most handsome Yichen, yes, brother Yichen is the strongest. The strongest Shueli replied to the most handsome Yichen, it must be killable. Our big brother Yichen is a wind-resistant artifact. What's a Tao Wu? 2 are enough for one arrow. Assassin's Creed replied to the most handsome Yichen, brother Ya's arrow is unstoppable, what Tao Wu, what sea spirit, one arrow shoots through the sky, and the sun can be shot down for you to kick as a ball. Crayon Shinchan replied to the most handsome Yichen, brother Yi, you have been a little swollen recently, funny, by the way at everyone, promise me, we won't be licking dogs, okay? Funny, Crayon Shinchan at everyone, by the way, rub all the dog heads upstairs, funny, Bamo, I've watched the video, my god, this Tao Wu is too cruel, give me back the red fruit fish, angry. Seeing the content in the video, many players who did not watch the live broadcast were also shocked, and all players began to discuss Tao Wu's toughness in the forum. However, the players' shock was not over yet. 3 hours later, Bamo logged into the game again at the resurrection point in the underworld, and then he opened another post in the forum. The appearance of this post instantly detonated the entire forum, and all players came here in admiration. It seems that I grabbed something when I was swallowed. It seems that I got something extraordinary. Let's take a look. It appears for the first time. Estimate the price. There is a picture at the bottom of the post. A light blue spine as long as an arm appeared in the eyes of the players, and there are also attribute screenshots on it. Demon Dragon Skeleton, incomplete. The skeleton of the Black Dragon, a heavenly spirit-level marine beast, can be used to make purple weapons and armor. Sell it in the mall and exchange it for 800 soul coins. Players were envious and jealous of Bamu for being able to obtain such marine treasures after his death. However, the enthusiasm of players to explore the Wangshu Sea was also mobilized. There was even a saying circulating in the forum, "Want treasures? Then set sail." In a few days, there were more than 100 guild-level warships, and the number of small ghost ships reached tens of thousands. The marine power of the Baki army gradually took shape. On this day, the official website of Xinjiang Online once again issued a notice, attracting the attention of all players. New Year's Eve and New Year's Day event notice. Thank you for your continued support for this game. During the New Year's Day, this game launched a special New Year's Day event. Players who perform well during the event can receive special game rewards. During the 3-day New Year's Day event, all players' monster killing income will increase by 10%. This festival event is divided into 3 major items. Event 1, New Year's Eve Fishing Competition, Day 1. This event will be launched on New Year's Eve. Before the event starts, players can find navigators on the Liuli coast to sign up for this event. After the event is officially launched, any fish caught by the player will receive corresponding New Year's Eve event points. The top 1,000 players will receive a level 20 red weapon or armor of their profession, optional. The top 100 will receive 200 soul coins, the top 10 will receive 300 soul coins, the top 3 will receive 500 soul coins, and the first place will receive 1,000 soul coins and the title of New Year's Day Star. Details of the points for fish in this event: Ordinary Fish Points, 1, Spirit Fish Points, 50 points, Sea Spirit Fish Points, 500 points, Psychic Fish Points, 4,000 points, Sky Spirit Fish Points, 80,000 points, Sea Spirit Fish, Promote to Champion. Special Fish, 1,000 to 80,000 points. Seeing this event, the players seemed very excited, but when they saw the points given for each fish, they immediately became excited. The strongest Sydney, clench your fists. RD, come out for a moment, I'll give you the fishing rod. You show me how to catch a sea spirit level Taowu. Crayon Shinchan, covering face, that's a bit too much, even the sea spirit is included. Whoever can catch it, I'll eat it live. One knife into the soul. I feel that the sea spirit level is already the limit for us now. If it's a team, we can only deal with the psychic level at most, but this sea spirit is going to take our lives to catch it. Covering face, lonely invincible. Oh interesting, I'll drive my Black Pearl battleship to the open sea to fish on the day of the event. Watermelon Taro replied to lonely invincible, boss, bring one. There are no boats or battleships. I'm afraid I can't catch fish at the seaside. Xiaoda Changsheng, I haven't fished for more than 60 years. I miss it so much. Soda water. You're done. I'm going to sacrifice my grandfather who was addicted to fishing. He is a strong player among fishing players. Crayon Shinchan replied to Su Dishui, what the hell? Grandpa is going to play, so awesome. Soda water replied to Crayon Shinchan, not only my grandpa, but my parents also love fishing, so the whole family goes together. Cool. Activity 2, New Year's Day Treasure Hunt, second day. During the activity, New Year's Day vouchers will be randomly refreshed in the Hades and Glass areas, with around every 10 minutes. All players will search for vouchers in the 2 areas during the opening time of the activity. Vouchers can be exchanged for rewards at the NPC, Festival Messenger. The exchange reward table is as follows: 1 New Year's Day voucher, 10 bottles of blood recovery potions, 5 New Year's Day vouchers, a random blue weapon at level 30, 20 New Year's Day vouchers, a random red weapon at level 30, 50 New Year's Day vouchers, a level 50 skill book of this profession, 100 New Year's Day vouchers. Activity title, New Year's Day Star, New Year's Day Star, blue title. Wearing this title can increase the character's movement speed by 10%, 300. New Year's Day vouchers, inherited profession, Ghost Beast. Seeing the second activity, the forum was once again full of discussions. Idao Rohan, I want to ask, can the New Year's Day vouchers be traded? This is very important. Lonely Invincible, if it can be traded, collect the New Year's Day vouchers on the day of the event. That day I will stand next to the activity ambassador and collect cash. Crayon Shinchan, local tyrant players, don't even think about being presumptuous. I'll collect 300 vouchers and take the inheritance first. The strongest snow pair, it should not be tradable. It's time to see my luck. Snow pair, don't ask for anything else. I just want the title of New Year's Star. From now on, you can call me Sister Snow Pair, who walks like a flying bird. The most handsome Yi Chen, can this be left to fate? Watermelon Taro replied to the most handsome Yi Chen, please don't open the lean fate cheat. It's too scary. If you do this, our game experience will be very bad. Yi Shuer is the cutest. I have already changed my job to a cursor, so I'll just take the event title. Event 3, Big Price Reduction in the Mall, third day. On the third day of the New Year's Day event, all mall products will be reduced by 10%. This event will last for 1 hour. Players are requested to hurry up and buy these 3 events. These 3 events are the New Year's Day celebrations created by Lu Wu for players. As for the third event, of course, Lu Wu added it to recover blood. It is obvious that he is going to bleed a lot of money to the players in the first 2 activities. On the third day, because of the 10% discount, it is obvious that a large number of players will seize the time to buy items. At that time, these expenses will naturally return to his hands. There is a saying that goes, "The wool comes from the sheep." As a person with the highest authority, Lu Wu deeply understands this truth. The emergence of the event can be said to have made the players very much looking forward to it. They are all eager to discuss how to show their skills during the event, and the forum is hot again. The strongest Sydney, 10% off, hehe, my cute boat can be built a knife into the soul, looking forward to it brothers of the Big Dragon Club, let's work hard together to get the first place during the event. I am a crazy warrior, the event is quite exciting, but what about the recharge channel we are most looking forward to? Who deleted the post of the blood letter of 10,000 people, stand up and see if I don't twist his neck Crayon Shinchan, yes. Suddenly I remembered that this recharge has not been opened yet. Does this game want to go bankrupt? The boss generates electricity with love? Pay wages with love? A mammoth, brothers, create another post. We must tell them righteously that we are strong. Strong. We want to open. Recharge. Lonely invincible, I agree. How can we become stronger without recharging? It is wrong for your game to do this. It breaks the rules of the industry. What will the ancestor of the recharge flow, Malauzu, think? Crayon Shinchan replied to Lonely Invincible, I guess Malauzu will come out and beat the boss of Xingjian online, and tell him what it means to recharge to become stronger. Funny, Lu Wu read the comments, smiled indifferently, and deleted the post that he had just created and was being pushed up like crazy. In the deep lush forests of the northern region of rock, an ancient giant tree was slowly twisting its body, and its branches suddenly danced like snakes. Is Shanshan dead? New forces in the underworld? Is the news reliable? A crack appeared on the ancient tree, and a deep and heavy voice came from inside. Lord Rock, after investigation, my subordinates found that the news is true, and the Lioli district has been occupied by these new forces. The Iron Corps commander below replied. When we discussed the division of territory, we chose to hand over the Lioli district to him, and I thought he would be destroyed because of this. I didn't expect that he would not fall into the hands of the Sea King, but into the hands of foreign forces. It's really pathetic. The Rock Ghost King shook his body as he spoke, and the ground began to shake immediately. The soil under him was blown away, and his huge body rose from the ground. Lord Rock, should we start a war against the underworld? These outsiders are of unknown origin and are a great threat, the Iron Corps commander asked subconsciously. No, you also said that the origin of this force is unknown, so it is better not to provoke a war easily, and don't let other forces reap the benefits. Then, what if they attack? The Rock Ghost King heard it and laughed. The huge laughter shook the surrounding trees. Then it turned its gaze to the Iron Corps commander. I am not Shanda. In this land of Baki, except for the old corpse in the burial ground, who has the confidence to fight against my tree demon army in my territory? As he spoke, the Rock Ghost King seemed to think of something and looked at the Iron Corps commander again. By the way, what is the situation of the Wood Spirit clan? The Iron Corps commander was stunned, and then replied, they are stubborn and still refuse to submit to you, sir. My patience has been exhausted. I, Rock, have given their Wood Spirit clan a lot of face, but since they don't want it, then let them be exterminated. As the Rock Ghost King spoke, the trees in the entire forest began to twist and wave. Looking from the sky, it was like a group of demons dancing wildly. Before the New Year's Day event started, players still chose to upgrade and fight monsters. After all, there were only a few players who had soul coins to build their own ghost ships to go out to sea. At this time, at the entrance of the Ghost Mountains, hundreds of players gathered here, looking at the dozens of figures in front of them. Their expressions were very solemn. The dozens of figures surrounded all had human appearances, and they were very handsome, which could be said to be in line with human aesthetic standards. But the players all knew that they were not players from their own camp, because they all had long light green hair and dark green pupils, and were obviously foreigners. Mewling Clan, a humanoid race that masters the way of the Wood Spirit. Adult members of the Mewling Clan have special abilities such as growth, healing, and blessing. Mewling Clan? Boss, should we kill them? The question was asked by a man holding a staff. The man called the boss did not reply, but looked at the surrounded members of the Wood Spirit clan and shouted, Hey, What are you doing in the underworld? Don't you know that this is the territory of the Beiki army? The members of the Wood Spirit clan, who had originally looked determined and looked like they were ready to resist to the death, were stunned when they heard this. A handsome man from the Muling tribe walked out of the team with a longbow on his back, glanced at the people present, and then cast his eyes on the boss of the demolition office, Lu Chai. You said you are the Beiki army? Nonsense, I am not the Beiki army, but you are. Lu Chai glared. As far as I know, the Beiki army of the king of Beiki has been shattered. Why is there still a Beiki army now? The man from the Muling tribe seemed very surprised. With millions of Beiki descendants, how can the Beiki army fall? Lu Chai glared again. Tell me, what are your origins and what are you doing here? If it weren't for the fact that you are in human form, my brothers and I would have chopped you down long ago. Hearing that Lu Chai was going to take action, the man panicked. We are the Muling tribe, the medical tribe appointed by the king of Beiki. Appointed by the king of Beiki? Lu Chai was a little confused. Then the man from the Wood Spirit tribe told about how his tribe was trapped in the northern region of Panchur after the death of King Beiki, and refused to surrender to the king of Panchur. In the end, the tribe was exterminated, and only a few dozen of them escaped. After hearing the description of the man from the Wood Spirit tribe, the players present were stunned. That's a friendly army? Could it be sent by the king of Panchur to investigate us? I think it's better to be cautious and kill them. I don't know if it's credible. Go ask the NPC. They should know. Don't argue, since you say it's a friendly army, but I don't believe it. So, you follow me and ask the steward of the Hades. If he says yes, then you can stay in the Hades. If not, then he. Standard of the Hades? The man from the Wood Spirit tribe was stunned again. After so many years in Beiki, they had never seen the forces before, and when did the underworld have a butler? However, the situation was pressing, and the Mulingzi man looked at the remaining tribesmen, with a trace of sadness in his eyes, and chose to compromise. So dozens of Muling tribesmen were disarmed by the people of the demolition office and escorted to the center of the underworld. Luwu had naturally noticed this and asked Bailey. However, Bailey was also very surprised at the existence of the Muling tribe. In her opinion, those loyal forces of the king of Beiki should have been destroyed by the rebels, but she didn't expect that the Muling tribe still existed. I think I know the reason. It should be the specialness of the Muling tribe. Bailey looked up and said after thinking for a moment. Special? Well, the Wood Spirits are different from other fighting races. They are a supporting race with weak combat power but with healing and repair abilities. It is obvious that the Rock Ghost King abducted this race and wanted to take them back to improve the combat power of his own forces, but he obviously did not succeed. After Luwu learned that the Wood Spirits were indeed loyal, he gave new orders to the housekeeper in advance before the arrival of the demolition office. After the demolition office arrived and saw the housekeeper's eyes suddenly turned to the Wood Spirits and others who were surrounded in the middle. You didn't die. The Muling people, ? It's really the blessing of the king of Beiki. I didn't expect you to escape the encirclement of the rebels and survive. The housekeeper's eyes were filled with tears. The Muling members, ? At this time, they were confused and had no idea who this emotional old man in front of them was. He seemed to be very familiar with us. After asking the housekeeper, the players learned that these dozens of Muling tribe members were indeed friendly forces. This made the players let down their guard and began to take the initiative to chat with the Muling tribe members. The Muling tribe was also very curious about these players who claimed to be descendants of Beiki, and they were very happy to communicate with them. However, the more they talked, the more confused they became, and the Muling tribe members almost thought they had traveled to the Hades in a parallel space. Because the Hades that the players talked about were not the Hades they knew at all. For example, when the players said that the king of Beiki died together with the Black Dragon King, the Muling tribe members were very confused, and they didn't even know who the Black Dragon King was, but it sounded like he was very powerful. As for Lu Mo, the fat chef and others, the Muling tribe members were also confused. The more they talked, the more they doubted their lives, not knowing whether they were fake or the players were fake. However, when they heard that the players united as one and killed Setsuna after a night of fighting, an idea came to their minds. These people are really good at bragging, without blinking an eye. Even the Muling people suspected that if they didn't stop them, these players would blow up. In their opinion, although Shauna was weaker than other Ghost Kings and Ghost Generals, he was not so bad. However, this suspicion turned into shock after seeing Shauna's head hanging on the wall of Hades. Only then did they realize that these guys were really so strong. Soon the appearance of the Muling people was exposed by players on the forum, and many curious players came from all directions to see the style of the Muling people. The friendliness of the players also made the Muling people put down their vigilance and began to integrate into the players. However, the enthusiasm of the players made several girls of the Muling tribe feel very awkward, and felt that these players approaching them seemed to have some intentions. Forum, fellow travelers, such a beautiful and gentle Muling girl, a possibility suddenly emerged in my mind. Everyone in the Assassin's Creed reply channel, impossible, the girls are very kind, don't even think about flirting with them. The strongest Sydney, the boys of the Kodak tribe are also very handsome, but unfortunately I have a boyfriend, so I can only look at them for pleasure. 1,000 years of cold iron. I was injured when upgrading the Ghost Mountain range just now, and I met a girl from the Kodak tribe who treated my injuries very politely. I feel like I'm in love. Shy, cute King Slime. Sure enough, beauties in the second dimension are the real beauties. My otaku soul is burning. Book 1 in advance. Crayon Shinchan, I seem to smell a strong otaku odor. Funny. Watermelon Taro replied to Crayon Shinchan, you should be the strongest nitpicker in this forum. Funny. Crayon Shinchan replied to Watermelon Taro, funny. Plant, take the Kodak tribe girl out to sea to watch the sunrise and sunset, together in the beautiful dusk. Crayon Shinchan replied to Plant, I suspect that you have hidden important information in the ellipsis. No matter what, I'll report it first. Funny. Lulu welcomed the arrival of the wood spirits and asked his butler to arrange an area for them at the border between the Netherworld and Lioli as their new territory. According to Bailey, the Muling tribe is loyal to the king of Baki, and their own abilities are also very outstanding. They can play the role of military doctors in battle, which is also very helpful to the players. As for the fact that the Muling tribe has a different understanding of Baki's history from the players, Lu Wu, for the sake of insurance, asked the housekeeper to find the Muling tribe and bring them all to the underworld. Under the pretext of swearing to the statue of the king of Baki that they would never betray, he asked them to recite the oath of allegiance to the artifact prepared by Bailey. After the artifact received the oath of allegiance of the Muling tribe, they were directly sent into the artifact, and their memories were slightly modified to become new alternative NPCs. As for the so-called dating Muling tribe sisters and brothers by the players, Luwu would not care. Anyway, he set up contact protection in the game. Unless you are willing, it is impossible. This contact protection setting was proposed by Luwu and set by Bailey. It was originally set for the safety of players. Later, the protection of players to NPCs was added. Only when the intimacy index reached 100 can you do more intimate things. Luwu also used the artifact to put the members of the Muling tribe on the protection list. Unless they volunteered, the players could not cross the border. The Muling tribe also quickly integrated into the player group during this period. In their opinion, the players should be a group of fighters with special racial talents secretly cultivated by the king of Baki. However, when the players' immortal talents were first revealed to them, they were still stunned. Because these creatures can recover as before in just 3 hours even if they die. This terrifying ability scared them. They only then knew how these creatures who claimed to be descendants of the king of Baki and called themselves players defeated Shanshan. And they also had an absurd feeling of holding a thigh. However, the underworld is infinite and full of wonders. After more contact with the players, they got used to it. At the same time, they became the medical aid station for the players with their own racial talents. At the beginning, when they met players who were poisoned by eating something outside or were seriously injured and came to seek medical treatment, they would also panic and provide emergency treatment to the injured players. However, after more contact and getting used to it, the Muling people gradually became calm, even calmer than the players. When they met those who were seriously injured, they said a few words learned from the players. Brother, what are you afraid of? You are still a hero after 3 hours. Your injury is incurable. Die early and go online early. It's better to die quickly. Hey, brother over there, your injury is too troublesome. Why don't you die first and make a bed for the brother who comes later? Brother over there, your injury looks a bit scary. Otherwise, let's not waste time. You die first as a respect? The changes in the Muling tribe stunned the players, but the barriers between them also dissipated, and they even began to treat the players as brothers. The Muling tribe also has a racial characteristic, which is brewing. The wine produced by the Muling tribe is mellow, has the effect of restoring health, and is not intoxicating. It is very popular among players. Players often go to the Muling tribe to brush their favor, but in fact they are asking for wine. After more contact with players, the character of the Muling tribe has gradually been affected. From time to time, they blurt out a network slang. This change makes Lu Wu stunned. It is true that the environment determines the character. The Muling tribe, a race that does not fight with the world and has an easygoing and elegant personality, cannot escape the fate of being polluted when thrown into the big dye vat of players. The name of the fourth disaster is really not false. New Year's Eve. Countless players walked out of Hades and headed for the Yellow Spring Coast in the Lioli district. That was where the event started. As night fell, the coast was full of large and small ships and rafts, and the shore was crowded. All players were eager to start the event, ready to sail to the sea for a contest at any time. Lu Wu, who had already made preparations, also began to act, and condensed a huge clock in the sky above the sea. The event is about to start, please be prepared. Players who leave the coast and enter the sea before the event starts will be deemed to have waved. While the clock was counting down, countless colorful fireworks exploded over the entire coastline, lighting up the sky. Then the countdown bell rang. Dawn. Dawn. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. At the end of the countdown, the game prompt sounded again. The New Year's Day event officially begins. For a period of 6 hours, all fish caught during this time period will receive points rewards, and the fishing competition officially begins. Looking at the fireworks in the sky, all the players cheered, and then set sail with their companions, heading towards the bright moon hanging high in the sea. Many players who did not have guild ships and boats also followed up by paddling small rafts. This event has greatly mobilized the enthusiasm of the players, because this event does not require your ability to be strong, but only requires your luck. However, because many players have watched Bamu's fishing video, they basically act as a group and a small team. After all, it is difficult to catch a higher grade spiritual fish by oneself. If there are many people, they can also take care of each other. Players who do not have ghost ships and rafts all fished on the shore. Although the chance of getting spiritual fish is relatively low, it depends entirely on luck. It is not certain that they can get rich rewards on the shore. This New Year's Day event of the players not only attracted all the players, but even the wood spirits came because of curiosity. When they saw the fireworks exploding in the sky and the cheers of the players, they also smiled. In their opinion, this is a celebration ceremony of the player community, and they all curiously join in, watching the players fishing, and even enthusiastically set up a grilled fish stall on the shore to prepare grilled fish dinners for the fishing players for free. After the first player caught a sea fish, the scoreboard also appeared at the same time. All players can clearly see the translucent score panel hanging in the upper right corner of the screen, which shows their current ranking. Below the score ranking template, there is also an activity chat box, where players can communicate with other contestants. About half an hour later, 100 guild-level ghost ships sailed into the Delusion Sea. After entering this sea area, they dispersed, chose a location, and began fishing. Basically, the scoreboard is changing every second, and the rankings are constantly changing back and forth. At this stage, it is impossible to tell who will win first place. On a cliff on the coastline, a bald man held a fishing rod in his right hand and a bottle of muling wine he had asked for from the muling tribe in his left hand. He took a sip from time to time, while staring at the water with his eyes. Sure, who didn't think he could get the top few places in this fishing competition? He was a rough man, didn't know how to fish, and was clumsy in upgrading and fighting monsters. As for participating in this competition, he just thought it was fun. So he didn't choose to find a team to act together, but found a remote cliff alone, looked at the moon, blew the sea breeze, and fished by the way. As for what he could catch, Sherhu was also very much looking forward to it. He was looking forward to sending the fish he caught to the shore for the brothers of the Muling tribe to make delicious food, not the points in the competition. In his own opinion, he was just a salted fish, and there was no such thing as a ranking or a reward. Eating and drinking well was the important thing. For this salted fish mentality, Sherhu found an excuse for himself, calling himself a life player, saying that fighting and killing was too, and being leisurely was the taste of being a human being. Thinking about his worries and feeling the sea breeze, Sherhu calmly fished without any of the nervousness of other contestants. His luck was not bad either. In less than 2 hours, he caught 3 sea fish, 3 sea turtles, and a large lobster. Glancing at the fish basket, Sherhu happily prepared to catch another one and send it to the barbecue stall of the Muling tribe. Then he swung his fishing rod and waited patiently again. At this time, the game prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears, and a line of red words appeared on the score template in the upper right corner. Congratulations to player Sunchi for catching a sharp-toothed fish, sea spirit level, earning 500 points and getting the latest second place. At the same time as the prompt appears, a picture appears in the event chat box. A little white dog is holding a fish larger than his body with a happy face, and there is a paragraph below. Guzi is really a European emperor. He actually went out to sea to catch a spiritual fish. Hee hee, the Mythology Guild wishes you all the best. Sherhu glanced calmly and continued to enjoy the moonlight. Congratulations to player Meng Xiaochun for catching a blood spiritual fish, sea spiritual level, and getting 500 points. His ranking has now jumped to third place. The appearance of another prompt made Sherhu sigh. Looking at the sea, he couldn't help but mutter, "Endless European dogs, endless African tears, curse you Europeans to be single for life." After saying this, Sherhu felt the fishing rod tremble slightly. Realizing that the fish was hooked, he stopped being distracted and began to pull the fishing rod. Just as he thought, it was easy to lift the rod, and it was obviously not a good thing. But after lifting the fishing rod, Sherhu was confused. What is this? Hanging on the hook is a strange fish with a dragon head and a fish tail. This made him freeze for a while, and then the artifact was analyzed. But seeing the analyzed attributes, Sherhu widened his eyes, and at the same time, the district-wide notice was released. Congratulations to player Sherhu for catching the special fish AOU, see spirit level, earning 1000 points, and now ranking first. AOU, see spirit level. According to legend, in ancient times, golden and silver carp wanted to jump over the dragon gate, fly into the clouds and ascend to heaven to become dragons, but the moment they jumped over the dragon gate, the gate closed, and they could only become dragon heads and fish bodies, called Ayu. Male Ayu have golden scales and gourd tails, while female Ayu have silver scales and lotus tails. They swim in the sea and play all day long. This fish is a descendant of Ayu, and its bloodline is impure. Note, this fish has impure bloodline. Although it is a special fish, it can be classified as a sea spirit level quality, and the conversion points are still the special minimum of 1000 points. Sherhu was stunned when he looked at the Ayu in his hand. He accidentally became the European emperor. Can you take back what you just said? Sherhu looked very confused as he saw the weak lobster in his hand. He glanced at the leaderboard and found that his name was already listed in the first place. The corners of his mouth twitched. Thinking of his curse just now, he suddenly felt a little amused. When Sherhu caught the lobster, many people asked about the price in the activity chat bar. However, Sherhu ignored them and threw the lobster into the fish basket. Then he picked up the fish basket and walked towards the beach. He couldn't sell it. Although he was not very rich in reality, he still had more than a dozen houses to rent. He could be said to have no worries about food and clothing. Playing games was for fun, so he naturally didn't consider the problem of money. So, the first sea spirit fish to be put on the barbecue stall appeared. Several friends of the Wood Spirit clan were also stunned by Sherhu's behavior. He was willing to roast this extremely valuable spiritual fish. In their opinion, this was simply a waste of natural resources. If it were them, they would definitely use it to make spiritual medicine or raise it to see if there was any way to cultivate it. But since Sherhu insisted, they didn't say anything. Soon, the beach was filled with the aroma of the fish. Looking at the chat box that was still asking for the price, Sherhu thought for a moment, smiled, and handed the roasted fish with a branch to his mouth, and then started to take screenshots. Click then, Sherhu sent the screenshot to the chat box. I heard you were looking for it. It tastes pretty good. After sending this picture, Sherhu sat down at the barbecue stall, eating while reading the replies of the irritable players in the chat box. However, after just a few bites, Sherhu's eyes widened. The taste of this spiritual fish is smooth and tender, and it disintegrates into strands of meat when you put it in your mouth. It will fall apart as soon as you chew it, and the rich fragrance fills your mouth and nose, making him feel that all the pores in his body are dilating with the fragrance. This extreme taste bud experience shocked Sherhu's heart. He felt that he had never eaten such delicious food before, and at the same time, he continued to eat until he bit the branch and realized that he had finished it. Digest the abalone and gain 15 free attribute points. The game prompt appeared. Sherhu threw the branch and exhaled a ball of hot air from his mouth. At this time, he felt comfortable all over, and his heart was even more eager for spiritual fish. Sherhu, who was still unsatisfied, stood up and looked at the lady of the Wood Spirit tribe, pointing to the fish basket. Sister, this basket of fish is for you. I will continue fishing. The lady of the Wood Spirit tribe nodded cutely, still a little surprised in her heart that such a sea spirit level abalone was gone. After eating the spiritual fish, Sherhu was completely conquered by this taste bud enjoyment that could not be experienced in reality. He didn't even plan to continue the seafood feast he was originally going to eat. This time he planned to try his luck at the beach again. Maybe today would be his lucky day. The fishing competition continued, and the announcements during the period were constant, which further stimulated the player's desire for spiritual fish. Even if you can't get the spirit fish, as long as you can make the list, the equipment and weapons you get will be at least as valuable as an ordinary spirit fish. All players are eager to be the lucky one. The coast of Lioli district was even more bustling, with everyone staring at the fishing rods, expecting the next one to be a spirit fish. In the Wangshu Sea area, although the number of fish increased, sea beasts occasionally appeared. When encountering small sea beasts, none of these large guilds were daunted, and they just drove the ghost ship to crash. For warships like ghost ships that have self-repairing capabilities, ordinary collisions will not have much impact at all. Waves of small naval battles took place in the Wangshu Sea. Although the players were unfamiliar and unskilled in naval battles, they still enjoyed it and laughed and played together. Some players even posted funny photos of catching sea monsters on the event chat box, and the festive atmosphere in the entire game was full of joy. The Wooden Spirit Tribe barbecue stall on the coast was overcrowded and could no longer accommodate extra players. Many smart players also learned to set up barbecue stalls on the side, but they were not as enthusiastic as the Wooden Spirit Tribe. They all charged for services and earned a lot of soul coins. All players who have experienced the taste of spirit fish will be conquered by this ultimate delicacy. Lu Wu had a deep understanding of this. At this moment, he and Bailey were observing the internal situation of the game while eating a spiritual fish that was thrown into the mall by a cute player. The taste of this spiritual fish made Lu Wu addicted, not to mention Bailey, who was a foodie. After eating the whole spiritual fish, Bailey didn't feel anything, but Lu Wu's face was flushed. He only felt a warm current echoing in his body, making him feel comfortable all over. Rubbing his stomach, Lu Wu was already thinking about how to trick a few more spiritual fish from the players. This event was carried out very smoothly. When the bell of the end of the event echoed in the ears of the players, the scoreboard stopped jumping. The New Year's Day fishing competition is over, and the rankings are as follows: first place, Sangyu second place, Shihu third place, Yijingjing fourth place, Sun Shi, Little White Dog, fifth place, Feng Xiaoxin. After the event officially ended, all ships began to return. On the coast, countless players sat together, sharing today's harvest and talking about what they saw and heard on the sea. This is the first time for many people to spend the holiday in the game, and this atmosphere makes them enjoy it very much. In the game, the relationship between them is very complicated. They are comrades who fight side by side, enemies who fight each other when grabbing monsters, and friends who share food on the beach. But in this increasingly indifferent society, this kind of sincere treatment and unrestrained feeling in the game makes them feel very comfortable and nostalgic. Tear off the hypocritical mask in reality, although the appearance will be vulgar, but what is there to be afraid of? Talk loudly, drink big mouthfuls, speak freely, and have a PK to cheer you up in the moonlight and in front of the bonfire. Let everyone cheer for you. This feeling is really great for them and very enjoyable. The next day, players who had finished their rest offline came online one after another and began to prepare for the second day of the event. Compared with the fishing competition, this event is more anticipated. Countless players wandered around the Hades and Glass District, looking for a feng shui treasure land that they thought was suitable, and quietly waited for the event to start. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the expectation of the players, the game prompt appeared. The New Year's Day event treasure hunt officially begins, lasting for 6 hours, and the game voucher is refreshed every 10 minutes. At the same time as the game prompt sound appeared, Lu Wuxin moved his mind, and a graceful figure wearing red hanfu, carrying bamboo baskets, formed above the Hades and Glass District. As the event officially started, they began to float in the sky, and at the same time, they kept taking out the New Year's Day vouchers set in the shape of red envelopes from the bamboo baskets and waving them towards the ground. Suddenly, the players surged and rushed towards the red envelope rain. The value of this New Year's Day voucher is there, which is equivalent to the game giving money to the players. Even if you only pick up a New Year's Day voucher, you can exchange it for 10 potions. The two areas were raining red envelopes for a full minute, covering a wide area, making the players very excited. The most exciting thing about this wave of activities is the hidden profession. Anyone can get this opportunity, and everyone hopes that they are the lucky one. The border area between the Glass District and the underworld. As the activity began, the 7 people who had been prepared for a long time put their staffs on the ground, and the black fog on the ground surged, and dozens of ghost soldiers emerged. Then the 7 people moved their minds and manipulated the ghost soldiers to line up on the left and right with themselves as the center, separated by a distance of 3 meters, and began to move forward together. It is very easy for the 7 people to do many things at the same time. As long as they find red envelopes along the way, the 7 people can manipulate the ghost soldiers to pick them up. As they walk along, the speed of picking up red envelopes is obviously much faster than others. This method of the 7 people quickly attracted the attention of others. A passing mage saw the 7 people's operation and was very surprised. Then he also summoned dozens of ghost soldiers, and wanted to learn the way of the 7 people to pick up the vouchers. However, no matter how he manipulated them, these ghost soldiers seemed to have no way to be flexible except for the command of attack and protection. Report cheating. The mage was indignant, followed behind Shi, took a picture of his way of picking up the voucher, and sent it to the event chat box. I report this person for cheating. How did he do this? We all have 9 years of compulsory education, why are his ghost soldiers so good? Seeing Chi's way of picking up red envelopes, many players suddenly became uneasy. Maybe it's really as you said, his ghost soldiers have been to school and are relatively good, funny. I watched the video and tried it. My ghost soldiers are like stupid pens, I can't control them. Multitasking, draw a circle with your left hand and a square with your right hand. Some people are just gifted with this, you can't compare. The above is the right answer. This game has never had any cheats. Haven't you seen many script merchants who are honest? This is too awesome. It turns out that awesome people are awesome everywhere, and there are more and more masters in the game. 100-meter long carpet search. This guy is awesome. Look at the first one on the scoreboard, it should be him. Sure enough, it's another humanoid plugin. The breathtaking operation is on the stage again. Mortals like us can't catch up. Just as the players said, the 7 players relied on their powerful ability to multitask. In less than an hour, they jumped to the top of the list and kept widening the gap with the second place. Unlike the calm carpet search of the 7 players, the other players seemed very crazy, like headless flies, running around aimlessly. The Mewling tribe was confused again when they saw this scene. In their opinion, this race is indeed very characteristic. It was understandable to fish yesterday, but what is the situation of running all over the mountains and fields today, like a madman? Brother, are they all fools? A little sister of the Mewling tribe who looked 7 or 8 years old raised her head and looked at her brother curiously and asked. The man of the Mewling tribe, who was called the elder brother, reached out and rubbed his sister's head. Don't talk nonsense, you must respect the customs of other races. Oh. The little girl nodded, then I will go and play with them. The man's expression froze when he heard it. Don't go and play with idiots. Little girl. The treasure hunt carnival lasted for 6 hours. When the bell rang, some players shouted excitedly, while others were dejected. The New Year's Day treasure hunt event has officially ended. All players with vouchers please go to the event messenger to redeem rewards. The ranking of this voucher is as follows. First place, Shiren, 328 vouchers. Second place, Shueli, 133 vouchers. Third place, Chiwen Jiang, 102 vouchers. Fourth place, LV Shun, 102 vouchers. Fifth place, Li Chushen, 101 vouchers. Relying on the powerful ability of multitasking, Shiren surpassed everyone with a far-leading performance. As the event ended, a large number of players began to flock to the event messenger in the underworld, and Lu Wu's big bleeding time came. Just as everyone expected, as soon as the exchange was opened, Shiren exchanged for the hidden profession, Ghost Beast. Congratulations to the player Chiren for successfully exchanging the highest reward of this event and obtaining the hidden profession Ghost Beast. Amid the envy of the players, Chiren felt a sudden surge of power into his body, and a string of data emerged before his eyes. Ghost Beast, occupational background. The strongest ghost nurtured by the Ghost Mountain range was formed after practicing for 10,000 years. It was once the strongest overlord of the Ghost Mountain range. Later, it voluntarily pledged allegiance to the king of Baki. It died in the Battle of the Abyss and was later sent to the Summoning Spirit Hall to be worshipped by future generations. Occupational abilities: summoning spirits, ghost beast power, destruction, spirit summoning, summon ghosts of various forms for your own use. The number of summons and the strength of ghosts increase with the level. Ghost Beast Power. After use, you can obtain a Ghost Beast amplification, and the strength attribute will be increased by 200%. All attacks will be accompanied by the power of Ghost Beasts. The duration is 10 minutes and the cooldown time is 4 hours. Destruction. Activate the power of the Ghost Beast in the body to carry out a large-scale damage attack. Within 5 seconds after this skill is cast, the player's body will explode, and the damage range will spread to 100 meters. The damage intensity decreases from the caster in the center to the outside. Seeing that he finally got the inheritance, Shi Ming smiled. He has practiced hard for so many years, and for the first time he felt that the inheritance could be obtained so easily. However, when he saw the third ability of the Ghost Beast inheritance, Shi Ming was stunned. Isn't this a suicide attack? It doesn't match my identity. On the third day of New Year's Day, Lu Wu's blood recovery day finally arrived. Just as he expected, for the rare discount for the whole venue, many hesitant players also made up their minds to change their equipment or buy the necessary items. Lu Wu's soul coins have warmed up again. This New Year's Day event can be said to have made the players very happy and received high feedback. However, due to the players' desire for recharge, Lu Wu finally responded to the players' expectations in the forum and prepared to open the recharge channel. Update notice: this update will open the recharge channel. All recharge ratios are 1 renminbi, 1 dragon coin. All dragon coins will be used to purchase gorgeous fashions after the fashion auction event is opened. Fashion auction: 3 sets of fashions will be opened every week for bidding in the form of dragon coin auctions, and each auction is limited to 1,000 sets of each set of fashion. Lonely and invincible, the smile gradually solidified. What the hell is a dragon coin? Where is my soul coin? The cutest Yi Shuer, report the address, prepare to die, RD personnel. Crayon Shinchan, the happiest thing is to see the rich people wanting but not getting. Funny, Assassin's Creed, I want soul coins, I don't care, I want soul coins. The strongest Sydney, RD, no matter how you roar, I am as still as a mountain, and I can suppress everything with a flip of my hand. You mortals dare to challenge our GMs. Did you see that Taowu diving? I will crush it to death with a few clicks of the keyboard, believe it? Crayon Shinchan replied to the strongest Sydney, really? Luwu also understands the players' complaints about recharge, but he doesn't have so many soul coins for the players to consume. If he really wants to open the recharge, he even suspects that his soul coins will be bought out by the players in less than 10 seconds. Luwu has seen the rich people in this game, such as Lonely Woody, Yi Shuer, Lu Chai from the Demolition Office, etc., all of whom are rich. Therefore, the recharge channel of soul coins will not be sold before he becomes rich. Moreover, soul coins are also of great use to Luwu. The construction of the game requires soul coins everywhere. Of course, his expenditure is also to earn soul coins better and cultivate the player's power. At this time, Luwu somewhat missed the battle between the players and the army of Shantan. The destruction of the army of Shantan in that battle can be regarded as making him earn enough soul coins. Fighting to support fighting, this is the best way for players and Luwu to grow. Luwu has set his sights on various areas around the Hades and is ready to release exploration tasks again. At the end of the New Year's Day event, players are once again on the road to becoming stronger. However, compared with the previous time, players have more choices this time. Ocean development, land strength expansion, dungeon treasure hunting, etc. The diversity and playability of the game are also increasing with each update. At this time, the Desperate Cliff area. Guyu, Lonely Invincible, and Sun Chi, one person and one dog are preparing to climb the highest peak here. The last battle on the snowy mountain made Guyu completely fall in love with the feeling of challenging nature. He felt very fulfilled after success, so this time he chose to try this more dangerous Desperate Cliff. As for why Sun Chi was brought along, it was naturally because Sun Chi had the ability to recover health, and could play a good auxiliary role when encountering wild monsters. Sun Chi originally resisted Guyu's proposal. The hardships of life have not yet been eaten, why should we seek suffering for ourselves? In Sun Chi's view, this is completely the case of rich people who have nothing to do and are looking for some suffering. However, this firm attitude changed after Guyu threw out a stack of banknotes. He immediately expressed his desire to go. In fact, he also likes mountain climbing. So one person and one dog came to the Desperate Cliff Mountains. This mountaineering is different from the past. There are many monsters in the Desperate Cliff Mountains, which is a big trouble on the way to climb. However, every time Guyu was injured, Sun Chi would donate some blood with a bitter face to help Guyu recover. The two climbed for about 3 hours, and when they looked up, the end of the cliff peak was still covered by clouds and mist, and they could not see the end at all. The two wanted to continue climbing, but Sun Chi's nose suddenly twitched, and then he said, "Boss, there is a smell of wine here." Luwu naturally helped Sun Chi to unlock his speech function, because this guy complained on the forum all day because he couldn't speak. Luwu, who was in a dilemma, asked Bailey to help him modify the settings so that he could speak normally. Guyu heard it, and stood up straight, looking around. "Follow me." Sun Chi wrinkled his nose slightly, and then ran towards a flat place around the mountain. Seeing this, Guyu followed him. After walking around the mountain for half a circle, the two stopped quickly because they found a wooden house not far away, and there was a faint light and shadow from the swaying campfire inside. The man and the dog looked at each other and walked towards the wooden house together. The two looked outside the wooden house for a while, and after confirming that there was no danger, Guyu raised his hand and knocked on the wooden door. "Is anyone there?" However, there was no response from the inside, which made Guyu curious. He was about to push the door and when the wooden door creaked open. An old man with unshaven beard and white hair squinted and poked his head out. "What's the matter?" Can I ask you about the Cliff of Despair?" Guyu thought for a moment and said, and at the same time he was curious about why the old man settled here. "Ask," the white-haired old man said lightly. "Won't you invite me in and sit down?" Sun Chi suddenly spoke up, which scared the old man. "Your dog can talk. Is it a demon?" Guyu. Sun Chi. Guyu calmly suppressed Sun Shi, who was about to jump up and bite him, and spoke again. Old man, I'm curious why you live here, and how high is this cliff? I want to climb to the top to see it. Climb to the top? With your skinny appearance and a dog, you want to climb to the top? Forget it. The white-haired old man hit him unceremoniously. The old man's venomous tongue almost made Guyu angry. If Sun Shi hadn't pulled him hard from below, he would have taught the old man a lesson. Guyu was about to speak again, but the old man turned sideways, opened the wooden door, and signaled that the two could come in. This made the two of them a little surprised, but they still walked in. The furnishings inside the wooden house were simple, with a wooden table and a bedboard. There were kerosene lamps on the wooden table and around the house. There were also many rusty ironware scattered on the ground. There was a smell of alcohol in the house. Because there was only one wooden chair in the house, the old man motioned for the two to sit on the wooden bed, then turned to the compartment and brought 2 glasses of fragrant fruit wine. After the two took the fruit wine, Guyu asked, "Why do you say that we can't climb to the top of the desperate cliff? Is there any danger?" When the old man heard this, his expression suddenly became very serious. Guyu thought that the old man was going to tell him the legend of the desperate cliff, and his expression gradually became serious. Your dog's drinking action is really like a human. Guyu. He turned his head and found that Sun Shi was already holding the fruit wine and drinking it in big gulps, and his face was flushed with intoxication, but when he heard the words of the old man Sun Shi immediately looked unfriendly. Guyu calmly pressed down Sun Shi, who was about to jump up with his teeth bared, and said with a bit of toothache, "Can you give me some useful information?" The old man looked at Guyu and the other two with a strange look on his face. "Why do you want to climb to the top of this cliff?" Guyu originally wanted to say that he was going up to play, but suddenly he felt that it was not appropriate to say this to the natives in the game. After thinking for a while, he spoke again. "We heard that there are treasures on the top of this cliff, so we want to try our luck." "Just one person and one dog?" Sun Shi quickly pressed down Guyu's clenched fist, signaling him not to be impulsive. Facing the old man's occasional venomous tongue, Guyu felt that his temper was getting worse and worse. Just when he was about to explode, the old man turned and went into the compartment. Not long after, he came out with a parchment scroll in his hand. Under the curious gaze of Guyu and the other two, the old man spread the parchment scroll on the table. The two immediately stepped forward to watch. In the center of the parchment was a towering mountain, but what made Guyu and the other two feel strange was that the mountain was divided into several sections, and in each section, there was a hideous demon painted. "Did you see anything?" The old man stroked his beard and asked seriously. Guyu nodded. "If you go up this cliff, every step is guarded by demons, which is very dangerous." The old man shook his head. "These demons are all dead, it's not dangerous at all." Guyu. His fists clenched again, and Sun Shi held Guyu tightly, indicating that he must restrain his impulsive desire. "Then can you tell me why you want to show us this scroll?" Guyu asked with gritted teeth. At the same time, he was prepared in his heart, fearing that this poisonous old man would say, "I'm just showing it to you for fun. I'm asking you to look at this line of words on the scroll." The old man with a white beard pointed to a line of small words on the lower right side of the scroll and said. Guyu and Sun Shi heard it, and they both curiously leaned over. However, Guyu and Sun Shi had never seen this kind of font before, and they both looked a little confused. Fortunately, the existence of the artifact, automatic detection, began to translate, and the font began to distort in the scroll. "We Baki swear that our clansmen will guard the desperate situation for generations, cut off the source of evil, and uphold the destiny." "What do you mean?" The man and the dog looked up in confusion. "It's a long story." The white-bearded man sighed to the sky. "To make a long story short," Guyu answered decisively. "Do you know who I am?" The white-bearded old man's expression became serious again. "You old man are so bad." However, Guyu and Sun Zi only slandered in their hearts, and did not speak, and shook their heads at the same time. "I am the descendant of the king of Baki," the white-bearded old man said with some pride. After saying this, the white-bearded old man thought that Guyu and Sun Shi would be very surprised, but he found that the two of them were staring at him with an idiot look. "What? You don't believe it?" This time Guyu and Sun Shi did not answer, but turned around together and walked towards the door side by side. "After all this time, it's a fool." "Stop." Seeing that he failed to pretend, Whitebeard suddenly got anxious. "What are you doing?" The two turned around slowly and asked expressionlessly. "Look what this is." The white-bearded man took out a ghostly seal from his pocket. Guyu and Sun Shi looked at each other and wanted to leave again, but then they turned around suddenly. Baki King Seal, ancient. The Baki King Seal, created by the first Baki King, the founder of Baki, symbolizes the supreme power and glory of Baki. Expired. Hiss. Looking at the introduction of Baki King Seal, Both of them were a little shocked. But why is it expired? Sun Shi was a little puzzled. It's probably too old and it doesn't work well. Guyu shook his head. Do you believe it now? The white-bearded old man said proudly. The two looked at each other, sat down by the bed again, looked at the white old man, and waited for his story. Seeing the man sitting down, the white old man sighed. It's a long story. Long story short, the two said in unison. The old man rolled his eyes. My ancestor was the founder of Baiki Land and ruled Baiki Land for hundreds of thousands of years. This cliff of despair is his burial place and the place he guarded all his life. The demons you see in the scroll are his subordinates who once guarded his tomb. They are also the first evil gods who carry out his will after his death and guard Baiki Land. What is this first evil god? Is it powerful? Guyu asked curiously. This cliff of despair is the horn on the head of the evil god. Do you think it is powerful or not? The old man seemed a little dissatisfied with Guyu interrupting his story. Hiss! Guyu and Sun Shi shuddered when they heard it. You know, the height of this cliff of despair is straight into the sky. If this is just a horn on his head, then they can't imagine how huge the real body of this evil god is. It can be described as covering the sky and the sun. So your ancestors defeated the evil god, sealed it here, and let your descendants guard it for generations? How is that possible? Even 10 ancestors can't defeat the evil god. The white old man rolled his eyes. I don't know the specific reason why the evil god was sealed, but although the evil god was guarded, it was not stable. Evil thoughts often flowed out. My ancestor fought with a strand of evil thoughts of the evil god at the beginning, and used up his last strength to kill the evil thoughts. His own cultivation was greatly damaged, and he died on the top of this desperate cliff after 100 years. But what does this have to do with the difficulty of climbing to the top of the mountain? Guyu asked curiously. It's not the difficulty, but the inability to climb the mountain. This time the white old man's expression became very serious. Why? I'm afraid that if you climb to the top of the mountain, you will be corrupted by the evil thoughts of the evil god, and your body will be taken away, becoming the new incarnation of the evil god. And the demon in this scroll was sent by my ancestors to prevent anyone from climbing the mountain. So mysterious? Guyu and Sun Shi looked at each other, but in fact, the fire of death in their hearts was burning. I warn you too, don't climb the mountain, otherwise your body will be taken away, but if you become the incarnation of the evil god, it will bring disaster to the land of Baiki. Facing the solemn warning of the old man by Guyu and Sun Shi looked at each other again and spoke righteously. Don't worry, for the safety of Baiki, we will never climb the mountain. In response to the warning of the descendant of the king of Baiki, Guyu and Sun Shi said that they would listen to the advice and never climb the mountain again for the safety of Baiki. Half an hour after saying goodbye to the old man by Guzi, hurry up, it's getting dark, work harder and climb up before the online time is up. Okay. The man and the dog relied on their enhanced bodies, and climbing was much easier than in reality. They kept jumping towards the top of the cliff of despair. However, the higher they went, the more they felt that there seemed to be a force constantly sweeping around them, as if a pair of evil eyes were staring at them in the dark. It took 8 hours, with only a short rest in between, and the two finally broke through the clouds and saw the top of the cliff of despair. It was at this moment that Guyu's heart twitched. He couldn't help squatting on the ground and began to vomit. All kinds of negative emotions kept pouring into his mind. He felt as if his body was out of control, and his eyes turned red at this moment. Boss, are you okay? Sun Shi asked worriedly when he saw this. At this time, Guyu, with red eyes, suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Sun Shi's neck, and his 5 fingers gradually closed. This frightened Sun Shi so much that he subconsciously woofed on the spot. Boss, what's wrong with you? Sun Shi struggled to pry Guyu's arm open, but found that the rune ruby on Sun Shi's body lit up, and the power in his hand gradually increased. Just when Sun Shi was at a loss, Guyu suddenly let go, and the whole person fell to the ground again, opened his mouth and began to breathe heavily with horror. Just now, an inexplicable force enveloped his whole body, and all kinds of killing scenes instantly emerged in his mind. Under the cover of all kinds of negative emotions, he felt that his spirit almost collapsed. This feeling was too real. Even if he thought it was just a game, it still made him feel scared. He looked up at the top of the mountain again, thinking of the warning of the old man by, this time he was really a little scared. Boss, there seems to be something strange here. I feel like something is staring at us. You noticed it too? Guyu's expression was a little solemn. He thought it was his illusion before, but he didn't expect Sun Shi to feel it too. Then shall we continue? Looking at the top of the mountain, the timid Sun Shi swallowed his saliva. What are you afraid of? The worst thing is to die once. Can you really die? Guyu blared at Sun Shi and said firmly. Sun Shi had no choice but to follow Guyu and continue to climb to the top of the mountain. It took another half an hour, and the figures of a man and a dog finally appeared on the top of the mountain. When they saw the scene in front of them, Guyu and Sun Shi were stunned. A rusty pagoda pillar stood in the center of the mountain, and next to it, there was a dark skeleton sitting cross-legged. The two curious people walked to the side of the pagoda pillar, turned on the screenshot function, took a few pictures, and then began to look at the pagoda pillar. Sun Shi walked around the pillar twice, and suddenly his right leg. "What are you doing?" Guyu glared. Sun Shi realized something and put his legs down awkwardly. "I don't know, it seems to be an instinctive reaction." In order to ease the embarrassment, Sun Shi stretched out his claws and wanted to pat the stupa pillar twice, but when he touched it, a black light suddenly appeared, and a layer of green light also appeared on Sun Shi's body surface. The moment the two lights collided, Sun Shi was suddenly bounced out and fell hard to the ground. This startled Guyu, and he hurried to Sun Shi's side and helped him up. "Dog, are you okay?" Sun Shi shook his head in confusion. "This pillar is very strange. The moment I touched it just now, a thought suddenly appeared in my mind, as if telling me that it doesn't like me." Seeing that Sun Shi was okay, Guyu breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and came to the pillar again. Thinking of what Sun Shi said, Guyu thought about it, and then stretched out his hand to try what the feeling Sun Shi said was. But the moment his palm touched the stupa pillar, he felt the negative emotions appear again, and it crazily drilled into his mind. At this moment, Guyu's eyes turned red again, and a world of blood boiling appeared in front of him. On this sea of blood, a thin figure curled up his body and kept floating with the waves. For who knows how many years, this lonely figure just floated like this, only occasionally opening his eyes to curiously look at this world, but most of the time he was still asleep. Guyu didn't know why, he felt that time passed very quickly in this space. He didn't know whether it was 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. A ray of light broke through the sky and appeared in this world. With the appearance of this ray of light, the sea of blood set off a huge wave, the whole world began to shake, and continued to collapse and shrink, pouring into the boy's body. The light became brighter and brighter, and in the end, this world was completely absorbed by the boy, and the surroundings became empty. The boy was finally enveloped by the light and slowly opened his eyes. Wow! He made the first cry in the new world. "Why is it red?" A puzzled voice sounded. At this time, Guyu's sight appeared in a huge palace. Several giant figures of huge size were surrounding an altar, looking at the crying boy on the altar with great confusion. "Blood! Disaster! Unlucky! Abandon it, this child is born with a strong blood power. I am afraid it will bring bad luck to my tribe." Several priests in the tribe looked at the blood boy, and said solemnly to the giant king wearing heavy armor, "No, he is my child, I will not abandon him no matter what." The giant king stretched out his hand to pick up the child from the altar, gently touched the blood boy's face twice with his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. The blood boy also burst into tears and laughed at this moment. Looking at the back of the tribe leader going away, several priests sighed, but they could do nothing. Time passed again, and the blood boy began to grow up. But what is different from his fellow tribesmen is that other children of the same age are already over 3 meters tall, but he is still only over 1 meter tall, which makes him suffer discrimination in the tribe and seem out of place. But the blood child didn't feel sad, and he was still very happy every day, because he still had a father and a mother who loved him very much. One was the patriarch of the tribe, and the other was the new high priest of the tribe. With the blessing of his parents, he felt very happy. At this time, the picture in front of Guyu jumped again. When the picture became clear again, the world in front of him changed drastically. Above this giant city, burning coffins cut through the sky and fell from the sky, and the entire giant city was shrouded in a sea of fire. What was even more terrifying was that ferocious corpses crawled out of the coffins that fell to the ground. The war was about to break out. Facing the attack of the Ba corpses, the giants rose up to resist. However, the strength of the Ba corpse army was too strong. Even if the whole tribe exerted all their strength, the giants still could not resist. Under this massacre, the casualties of the giants continued to increase. At this time, Shuahai had grown up and reached a height of 18 meters. Looking at the tribesmen who grew up with him and followed their fathers to put on armor and rush to the battlefield, the blood child's heart was full of torment. At this moment, he wished so much to help his father. This was the first time he was so eager to have power. The war lasted for half a day. The giants kept retreating. More than half of the tribesmen were killed or injured, but the number of Ba corpses was still increasing. This made the entire giant tribe fall into despair. At this moment, a coffin 100 meters long and more than 30 meters wide fell from the sky. When it landed, the whole giant city shook violently like an earthquake. A Ba corpse 100 meters tall, burning with flames, emerged as the coffin lid opened. Drought Ba. Several priests of the giant tribe lost their voices. At the same time as this figure appeared, all these powerful Ba corpses knelt on the ground, as if welcoming the arrival of their king who was dominating the world. Blood source. A hoarse sigh sounded, and Hanba opened his eyes and locked his gaze on the blood child who was protected behind him, with a trace of desire in his eyes. Leave it to me. Looking at the giants in front of him, Hanba spoke again. Roar! All the members of the giants raised their hammers and slapped them on the giant shield, revealing determination in their expressions. Even those priests who had said that the blood child would bring disasters were determined at this moment. Since he became a member of the tribe, he was one of them. Even if they had looked down on him and despised him, the giants would never give up their tribesmen because of the coercion of external forces. The blood child who saw this scene was full of emotion. This time Hanba did not speak again, and a flash of scarlet flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, all the Ba corpses stood up with a roar and pounced on the giants. The giants were completely unequal in strength, and they could not resist the crazy attack of the Ba corpses at all, and fell one after another. The blood child who saw this scene showed a strong hatred in his eyes. At this moment, he hated his weakness so much that he didn't even have the strength to raise the weapons of the tribe, let alone fight the enemy with his tribesmen. One by one, the tribesmen fell in front of him. When the figures of his father and mother were also torn apart by the Ba corpses, the blood child completely collapsed. Looking at this world that had turned into ruins, drops of blood and tears flowed from the pupils of the blood child. At this time, the figure of Hanba appeared in front of the blood child. Looking at the boy in front of him, Hanba suddenly laughed. As a blood source, you actually have feelings, which is ridiculous. Why am I so weak? Why am I so weak? I am not willing. The blood child looked at the huge figure in front of him, his face ferocious. Because you have feelings, this is your original sin of weakness, so becoming the blood food for my promotion is your only choice. Looking at the blood child, Hanba laughed. Hearing these words, the blood boy's body shook, as if something was shattering, and a huge force suddenly emerged in his body. In Hanba's shocked eyes, the blood boy's body continued to rise, and blood pillars appeared around the blood boy. In the blink of an eye, the blood boy's height was the same as Hanba's, and this increase continued. Hanba, who realized the problem, immediately stretched out his hand and slapped the blood boy with a fierce palm. Boom! The ground shook, and the blood boy was instantly slapped away. However, the changes in the blood boy's body did not stop. His body continued to expand in the air, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a huge existence like a mountain. I can become stronger without emotions. I can become stronger without emotions. The blood boy muttered in the air, and an unprecedented powerful force echoed in his body. The death of his parents and tribesmen filled his heart with all kinds of negative emotions, and also cut off his last concern, and the power of the sea of blood was completely stimulated. At the same time, with the blessing of the giant's innate abilities, his size continued to increase. Even Hanba was completely shocked by the scene before his eyes. You are not the blood source. You are the source of the sea of blood. Seeing the blood child whose body had grown to the height of the sky, Hanba was filled with fear. He found that he was completely wrong. He originally followed the breath of the blood source, but he did not expect to find the source of the sea of blood, a power that even he could not control. Roar! The blood child, who had turned into a giant, roared to the sky. The clouds in the sky were all shaken away by his shout, and a strong wind was set off on the earth. Faced with this terrifying scene, Hanba had no intention of continuing to seize the blood source. He entered the coffin and then soared into the sky. Roar! Seeing Hanba, the blood child roared again, and his huge arms penetrated the sky and earth, and slammed into the coffin. Boom! The space was shaken by the punch, and Hanba's coffin was instantly shattered into pieces. His figure was thrown into the distance like a cannonball, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roar! The blood boy felt that there was no place to vent the power in his body, so he raised his leg and stomped on the giant's city. Suddenly, the whole city and the corpse of Hanba were all trampled hundreds of meters underground. Kill! Without the shackles of emotions, the blood boy was completely furious. His mind was filled with all kinds of negative emotions. At this moment, he wanted to destroy this world. When the disaster came, the blood boy kept moving forward in pursuit of Hanba's breath. Everywhere he passed along the way became a place for him to vent his anger. Countless races were turned into dust under his power. He wanted to destroy the sky. Guyu was stunned when he saw this scene. This power of destroying the world shocked him, and he had already guessed the identity of the blood boy. He should be the so-called evil god mentioned by the old man. At this moment, the scene jumped again, and the blood child who had transformed into the evil god appeared in an unfamiliar place. He could feel the breath of Hanba here, and he was about to start his destruction again. But this time, everything was not as easy as before, because he met a person, a woman who was not even as big as an ant in his eyes. "My name is Lee, do you want to be friends with me?" The woman looked at the evil god and said with a smile. The evil god didn't say anything. He roared and swung his hand down. The huge force made the space distorted. But this time, there was no crushing force as before. The punch stopped just before hitting the woman. The evil god roared unwillingly, but his body seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force and couldn't move at all. "Big guy, you are too dangerous. Have a good sleep. When you become cute, I will let you out. We will be friends then. That's the agreement." The woman smiled slightly, raised her hand, and the evil god's huge body slowly left the ground. Then the woman stretched out her hand and pressed it. Amid the evil god's roar, the earth cracked, and his body continued to sink. Even the evil god couldn't resist this kind of power. He struggled hard, but everything was in vain. His body slowly sank and was covered by the earth, revealing only a single horn on his head. The graceful woman in white smiled and turned away. As time went by, the horn was covered by soil and became a mountain. The legend of the evil god still circulates on this land. You can take a look at the map in the comment area. The highest peak of the cliff is a horn. Guyu was stunned when his sight was taken away from the ancient scene. Boss, are you okay? Why are you standing there stupidly?" Sun Shi hugged Guyu's thigh and howled. "Go away!" Guyu kicked Sun Shi away and his expression became very serious. The scene just now was like a dream, but he clearly felt the evil thought of destroying the world in the heart of the evil god. From birth to the destruction of the world, the change in the mentality of the evil god made him feel the same. This feeling was very strange, as if he had been the evil god. Looking at this pagoda pillar, it was obvious that this pillar was placed here later, and this skeleton should be the first king of Baiki. Guyu fell into deep thought. He didn't know what was going on. Why did Sun Shi bounce back when he touched it, but he had a different experience when he touched it? "Do you desire power?" At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. He was very familiar with this voice. Although it was much older, he recognized the owner of the voice as soon as he heard it. It was the evil god. "Evil god?" Guyu said subconsciously. "Do you crave power?" The voice appeared again. "What do I crave for you?" "Speak human language," Guyu said bluntly. Although he knew that the evil god's change was due to external interference, he himself was a collection of evil. Guyu thought that the evil god was trying to seduce him to do bad things. After Guyu finished speaking, the voice disappeared for a while, and then appeared again. "Help me do one thing, and I will give you infinite power." "Let go," Guyu said unhappily. At this time, Lu Wu and Bailey looked solemn. They watched the scene that Guyu had just encountered, and saw part of the evil god's memory like Guyu. At this time, Lu Wu suddenly turned his head to Bailey, and Bailey stood up from the bed like a frightened deer. "I haven't asked yet," Lu Wu said unhappily. Bailey heard it and smiled awkwardly. "Tell me, is the woman in white who calls herself Li Yu?" Suddenly Lu Wu glared, like a parent asking his child if he had done his homework. "No," Bailey answered decisively. Looking at Lu Wu's obviously unbelieving eyes, Bailey raised his right hand. "I swear, it's not me, but we know each other." Lu Wu thought for a moment and spoke again. "You told me that you were only over 300 years old, but the woman in white in the picture just now must be hundreds of thousands or millions of years old. Can you tell me how you know each other?" Bailey's face showed embarrassment again, and then fell silent. "Give you 30 seconds to organize your words or make up a story." So Bailey frowned and fell into deep thought. After 30 seconds, Bailey raised his head, hesitant to speak, thinking again and again, and then said with tears in his eyes, "Wu, I can't make it up." "Lu Wu. Then tell the truth," Lu Wu asked unhappily. "No, if I tell you now, your soul will collapse instantly, because you can't bear my secret." Bailey's face showed a little horror. "So mysterious." Lu Wu was a little surprised. "Well, I will find a way to improve your soul power. When you have the strength to know the secret, I will tell you," Bailey said with a firm look. After hearing this, Lu Wu hesitated for half a second, but nodded. Since he chose to believe in Bailey, he would continue to believe in him. It was because of Bailey that his life became colorful, and they gradually developed an emotional bond. He felt that Bailey must have his own difficulties. However, this feeling of having a secret but not being able to know it made Lu Wu uncomfortable. "By the way, this evil god is so powerful, will it hurt Guyu's soul?" Although Bailey said that the artifact was powerful, Lu Wu was still a little worried. Impossible, the strength of the evil god is only the strength of an ordinary god. Although there are not many such strong men in the underworld, they are not too few. Compared with the power of the 6 reincarnations, it is still far behind. You don't need to worry at all. Lu Wu heard and nodded. By the way, this evil god is tracking Hanba. Where is Hanba? Bailey heard and smiled mysteriously. The old corpse in the burial ground, the most mysterious Baki strong man. Help me kill Hanba, I will give you powerful power. The voice of the evil god appeared in Guyu's mind again. Hanba? Where is he? Guyu was also impressed by Hanba. He had a body of 100 meters high and a powerful army of Ba corpses. Although he was knocked away by the evil god's punch, he did not die. He is here. When the evil god's words fell, a picture emerged in his mind. The ground was full of corpses, countless bones piled up into a mountain, and even a huge dragon skeleton stood. This place looked desolate and terrifying. He's hiding here, help me kill him, and I'll give you supreme power. The voice of the evil god appeared again. Guyu heard it, and a tangled look appeared on his face. To be honest, he was also very unhappy with the drought. If it weren't for him, the evil god would still be the blood child of the giant clan, living a naive and carefree life. But he knew the power of the drought. With his strength, even if hundreds of thousands of players came together, they would definitely not be his opponents. I can't beat him, Guyu said very realistically. At this moment, deep underground at the foot of the mountain, a pair of evil eyes suddenly opened, and magma and flames surged inside the pupils, like a burning hell. At the same time, an evil force suddenly surged out of the ground and reached the top of the mountain in an instant along the horn. The old man who was drinking in the wooden house suddenly opened his eyes, with a look of astonishment on his face, but then shook his head, picked up the wine pot again, and drank from the bed. I hope you will stop doing evil after fulfilling your obsession. This time I won't stop you. On the top of the mountain, thick black fog formed, and a pair of red eyes flashing scarlet light emerged from the black fog. You can't do it, but I can. At the same time as this voice appeared, the black fog rushed into Guyu's body frantically. Seeing this scene, Lu Wu's heart tightened. Ah! Countless negative emotions filled his mind again, and Guyu wailed in pain. After a moment. Ah! Evil god! Why can't I take it? Why is your soul permanently fixed in your body? Why? I don't believe it. The black mist surged in Guyu's body again, constantly washing his body. Ah! Guyu was still wailing. After a moment, the evil god was completely confused. Ah, my head is going to explode. Stop howling. The evil god shouted angrily, and the black mist also surged out of Guyu's body at the same time, and the red eyes appeared again. The soul is forever fixed. Which god are you descended from? I am your uncle, and I was going to find a way to help you get revenge. Now we are not done, and you really want to take over my body. Guyu held his still aching head and said indignantly. Facing Guyu, who could not be possessed, the evil eyes turned their sights to Sun Shi, who was trembling beside him. This scared Sun Shi and he subconsciously barked. However, the evil god just glanced at him and then fixed his sight on Guyu again. Am I being despised? Bah, no vision. Sun Shi was very entangled at this moment. Lend me your body, and I will return it to you after killing Hanba, and at the same time give you supreme power. The evil eyes stared at Guyu, and the voice directly appeared in Guyu's mind. Lend it to your uncle, I won't lend it, Guyu said angrily. But at this moment, the game prompt sounded, Ancient Revenge, chance task lend the body to the evil god for 3 hours. After the borrowing time is over, you can get the evil god's power gift. Is it really possible? Bailey looked at Lu Wu and seemed a little moved. Well, since you said you owe the evil god a favor, then I agree. Lu Wu smiled. Well, but don't worry, it only takes 3 hours. After 3 hours, the artifact will strip the evil thoughts of the evil god, and Guyu will definitely not be hurt. Bailey said affirmatively. Lu Wu heard it and nodded. He believed in Bailey's decision. At the same time as the task appeared, a suspended contract picture appeared in the mind of the evil god buried deep in the earth. Swear by the body of the evil god, under the witness of the 6 reincarnations, borrow Guyu's body for 3 hours, and give the parasitic host power after the time is up. The task appeared on one side and the contract of the supreme reincarnation appeared on the other side. Both sides were stunned. Is he really a descendant of the gods? The evil god has now confirmed Guyu's identity. Guyu's originally firm attitude loosened after seeing the task, especially since this task was actually a chance task, which means that if you miss it, it will be gone. After struggling for a few seconds, Guyu raised his head with an embarrassed look. Evil god. How about we discuss it again? Evil god, no need to say, I agree to your reincarnation contract, I only need 3 hours. Guyu. Then the evil god left a mark on the reincarnation contract with evil thoughts, and Guyu chose to accept the task. Liberate your body. The voice of the evil god appeared in Guyu's mind again, and the black fog surged into his body. Lu Wu, who had been prepared, also opened Guyu's body permissions. Guyu instantly felt that his body was out of control. Although he could still sense the outside world, he could no longer control it. But then a scene that shocked Guyu happened. Blessed by the power of the evil god, all attributes increased by 1,000 points. Blessed by the blood of the evil god, all attributes increased by 300 points. Blessed by the negative power of the evil god, immunity to negative emotions. Blessed by the body of the evil god, body resistance increased by 60%. Blessed by the talent of the evil god giants, all attributes increased by 300 points. Blessed by the heart of the ancients, life value is strengthened 20 times. Blessed by the evil god, dark power increased by 300%. Received the title from Fingdu Emperor, all attributes increased by 50 points. Received the title from Yudu Emperor, all attributes increased by 50 points. Received the title from Dongyue Emperor, all attributes increased by 50 points. Received the ultimate secret of the evil god Blood Sea, and comprehended all blood control abilities. Received the blessing of the underworld gods list, granted the gift of the underworld, and obtained eternal life. A series of prompts sounded, which made Guyu completely confused, and the prompts continued to sound. He could feel that his body was filled with infinite power. Fortunately, this power was not controlled by him, but by the evil thoughts of the evil god, otherwise Guyu's body would definitely explode in an instant. Slowly standing up from the ground, a pair of burning black wings spread out behind him, and blood-colored flames surged in Guyu's eyes. At this moment, Guyu had the absurd feeling that he could kill 10 moments with one hand. This power was too terrifying, making Guyu's soul tremble. I will keep my promise and return my body to you after I use it up, descendant of the gods. Guyu showed a grim smile on his face, slowly squatted down, and suddenly jumped up, and the mountaintop collapsed in the shock. Take him with you. Looking at Sun Shi tumbling in the air, Guyu said decisively to the evil god. The evil god looked back at Sun Shi and stretched out his right hand. A black mist emerged, holding up the falling Sun Shi and hanging him behind him. Then the evil god flapped his wings, and the world in front of him became blurred, and everything around him turned into a blurry white light. When the vision became clear again, Guyu and Sun Shi found themselves on a land full of corpses. At this time, Sun Shi, who was still in a daze, suddenly thought of something, and quickly opened the function panel, selected the live broadcast button, and clicked to start. It's over. My boss has become the great evil god. He is going to bring disaster to the land of Baki. What should I do? Looking at this land of bones, the evil god's figure fell suddenly and hit the ground like a meteor. Countless bone spirits born in the burial ground and players who were leveling up here subconsciously raised their heads and were shocked to find that a fireball was falling from the sky and then fell hard to the ground. A dazzling light suddenly appeared from the impact point. Boom! With the impact point as the center, the corpses and bones within a radius of several miles were turned into powder by the huge shock wave. A large pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared in the central area. Everything within this attack range was destroyed by the evil god's violent power. Hanba! The evil god roared, raised his right fist, and swung it towards the ground again. Boom! The ground trembled under his fist. At this time, many players had appeared in Sun Shi's live broadcast room. I just came in and saw this, what's up with this? Shocked face, who is this guy, why is he so strong? Is he a Super Saiyan? A comet hit the earth, who is this guy with flames all over his body, can someone explain? Where is the anchor? Come out and explain what happened. Does this guy have a grudge against the earth? Why is he pounding the ground all the time? The anchor is just Gozi, no wonder he looks so familiar. Funny, little white dog, come out and explain what the footage you are broadcasting is like. Be specific. Sun Shi, dear viewers, you may not believe it, but this guy is my boss, the president of the Myth Guild, lonely and invincible. He is now possessed by an evil god and is broadcasting the destruction of the world. As for why he keeps pounding the ground, I analyzed that he might want to warm up by breaking through the earth first. Soon, the screen of Sun Shi's live broadcast was synchronized to the forum by enthusiastic players, and a large number of players poured into the live broadcast room. Seeing Guyu, who had turned into the state of the evil god, all the players were shocked. They could not imagine that such power could be possessed by a player. Hanba! The evil god roared, raised his right hand, and black lines appeared on his palm, then quickly flew around his palm and continued to expand. Come out! The evil god clenched his fist fiercely, grasped the light ball formed by the black lines in his hand, and smashed it down hard. Boom! The earth collapsed, the rubble flew, and the ground rose and fell like a floating plate. The entire burial ground was shrouded in the breath of the evil god. All the bone spirit creatures lost their bloodthirstiness in the past and shivered in place. The violent air currents that swept around rushed up to the sky at this time, sending all objects into the air. The entire burial ground seemed to have ushered in the end of the world. Off-site, this is not the lonely Woody I know, too scary. How much money did he spend to let the game company give him a cheat? Is he still a human being? This strength, is it really something that players can master? I'm so excited. The earth was broken by him. Is it really the evil god? I thought the little white dog was joking. Is the new expansion coming? The evil god is invading? Too scary, the current Lonely Woody can fight Taowu. I guess Lonely Woody really triggered some hidden task and was possessed by the evil god. Can we players resist this strength? Scary. As the earth cracked, a giant coffin slowly rose from the cracks in the earth. Looking at the coffin, the evil god's pupils flashed scarlet, raised his right foot, leaned forward, and then his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and a huge pit appeared where he was originally standing. Ha ha ha! Hanba! A hideous smile appeared on the face of the evil god. His figure appeared in the air and he swung his fist downwards. A huge fist condensed with blood and chi formed in the air. As the evil god twisted his body and swung his fist downwards, he smashed the blood coffin. Boom! The blow hit the blood coffin, and the blood-colored light shone everywhere. The whole world was reflected in red, like sure hell. Under the violent energy impact, the blood coffin made a crack sound of shattering. It exploded in less than a moment, revealing the huge Hanba body with red hair, red eyes, and a shriveled body. Boom! The blood-colored light became more and more dazzling, constantly eroding Hanba's body. At this time, Hanba suddenly opened his eyes, opened his mouth and sucked forward, and the blood-colored light from the outside world began to distort under the huge suction. A vortex gradually formed in Hanba's mouth, and the suction force increased again, and all the blood was sucked into his mouth. The awakened Hanba slowly turned his head and looked at Guyu, who was possessed by the evil god. He had a complicated expression. He never thought that he would be found by him. You have become stronger again. You have such strength with just a trace of evil thoughts. Hanba slowly spoke, and his hoarse voice spread throughout the world. You told me that only ruthlessness can make me truly strong. I have to thank you for that. The evil god's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His figure flashed, and then he suddenly appeared beside Hanba, punching Hanba in the face. Hanba did not dare to be arrogant towards the evil god, and decisively raised his fist to meet him. The two fists collided, bursting out huge energy, and the dazzling light spread to both sides with violent airflow, blowing away the dark clouds in the sky. You want to kill me with just a trace of evil thoughts? Arrogant! Since he had been found, Hanba's madness was also aroused. His long red hair danced without wind, and the same blood-colored airflow gushed out of his body, filling his body. Then the violent blood-colored airflow radiated around him with him as the center, forming blood-colored ripples on the ground. Roar! With Hanba's roar, the blood-colored airflow all rushed to his right fist, and suddenly pressed forward, smashing the evil god away. This punch was extremely powerful. The violent blood power of Hanba plowed a trench hundreds of meters long and bottomless on the ground. Although he repelled the evil god, Hanba still looked solemn. He knew clearly that the evil god was a god of the underworld recognized by the 6 reincarnations, and it would never be so easy to destroy him, even if there was only a trace of evil thoughts. Great evil underworld god! An evil roar like that from the 9 nether hell came from the deep trench, and then a blood-colored giant hand broke through the earth and emerged from the deep trench. Boom! 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 The earth collapsed again, and a huge figure broke through the encirclement of the earth and crawled out. Seeing this giant figure that was 100 meters tall and formed by the flowing blood, Hanba's pupils shrank. It's not over yet. The evil god in the state of the great evil underworld god slowly stood up and looked at Hanba from a distance, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. The two figures stared at each other for a moment, then disappeared from the spot at the same time, and collided again in the middle. Fists collided with each other, and huge energy radiated outward from the point of their collision, and the earth, unable to bear the heavy load, began to collapse downward. Sun Shi, who was floating in the sky by the black cloud, was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Like Sun Shi, the players outside the field were also shocked by this unimaginable power. Well, if the evil god really invades, what should we do? We will probably die and fight and die again, and be killed in seconds hundreds of times. The power is too terrifying, it has exceeded my cognitive limit. It's so scary, when gods fight, mortals tremble in fear. It's really a fight between two gods. Fortunately, I didn't go to the burial ground with my friends to kill bone spirits for materials and upgrades today, otherwise we would have been torn to pieces by the power of the two gods fighting. Covering face, it's too terrifying. The evil god must not invade. Go and pin a post and ask the RD staff for help. If it really comes, rune warriors, spellcasters, and hidden professions will all be killed in seconds. Covering face. The battle continues. The forces on both sides are indistinguishable at this moment and are in a stalemate. 9 turbid zombie snakes. The two fists collided again, and at this time, a trace of blood flashed in Hanba's pupils, and 9 huge blood-colored snakes suddenly appeared behind him. 8-armed Shura. The evil god also roared at this time, and 6 arms stretched out from his back. Boom! 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 The battle gradually became white-hot, and the 9 turbid snake and the 6 arms of the evil god collided wildly. The ground began to sink again, and the entire burial ground was destroyed by the violent force. Countless magma gushed out from the cracks in the ground, forming magma columns around the battlefield. Off-site, oh my god, if they keep fighting like this, the burial ground will be destroyed. Put your hands together and pray that the battlefield will not be changed, and that they will not come to the underworld. Oh my god. I want to ask, who is the one fighting against the evil god? He is so strong and not at all inferior. He must be a god. I heard the evil god call him Hanba, which seems to be the zombie ancestor in our ancient legends. MP, so exciting. If I practice this account for 20 years, can I have such power? Reply to the above, everything is possible. This game has a super high degree of freedom. If you have an adventure, you may become so strong in a year. Look at Lonely Invincible. Yesterday he said in the group that he would buy soul coins to exchange for purple clothes, but today he has become an evil god. What's the point of having purple clothes? The news of the gods fighting spread quickly in the game, and more players poured into the live broadcast room, with the number of people reaching a terrifying 450,000 people watching online. Basically, most of the players came to the live broadcast room. The comment area was full of comments of "so terrifying," and all the players were shocked by the spectacular battle scene. Not only the players, but also the strong men of the entire Baki land were alarmed by the breath of the evil god. In the virtual realm, a white crane trembled, turned its head in horror and looked to the northwest, muttering, "The breath of the evil god, he came out?" In the evil nightmare city, the 3,000 evil ghost soldiers sleeping deep in the palace suddenly opened their eyes, and green light flashed in their pupils. In the feathering area, the 9-snake ghost king who was devouring a huge spear pig suddenly stopped devouring, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. 30,000 meters below the seabed of the Wangshu Sea, the sleeping Taowu suddenly opened his huge eyes, raised his head, and spit out a string of bubbles, looking very excited. Desolate grassland. Extremely cold abyss. Rocky northern region. The strong men were startled by the breath of the evil god, and they all looked up at the burial ground and fell into deep thought. At the cliff of despair, the old man opened the door, hunched over and faced the burial ground. His turbid eyes gradually regained clarity. After revenge, I hope you can put aside your anger and negative emotions and become a real god, so that I can obey her orders and let you out. The battle between the evil god and Hanba continued. As the battle became more intense, both sides displayed various large-scale destructive abilities, and the power of destroying the world shocked the players. At this time, the evil god held a giant axe in each of his 8 arms, and 2 of the 9 blood snakes on Hanba's back had their heads chopped off. Facing such a difficult and nearly invincible evil god, Hanba's eyes became more and more angry. He stretched out his hands and pinched a few divine seals in front of him. A circle of blood-colored formations appeared at the back of his head and kept expanding. In the blink of an eye, it covered his whole body. Blood law heaven and earth. With Hanba's roar, the blood-colored formation diagram suddenly floated into the air, and kept expanding in the air. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire sky. Sharp blood pillars emerged from the formation, densely shot down, and smashed towards the evil god. Roar! The evil god raised 8 blood-colored arms with muscular dragons, raised his head and roared at the sky, and his arms began to dance. As more and more blood pillars fell, the evil god's waving arms turned into a phantom, frantically resisting the attack from the sky. Great evil seal red facing the increasingly dense blood pillars smashing down, the evil god raised his right foot and stomped the ground fiercely. A horn slowly emerged from the evil god's forehead, and the red flame hell in his eyes turned into a burning nether fire at this moment. A rapidly tumbling purple energy ball slowly formed on the tip of the horn. Buzz buzz, the roar of energy sounded, and the purple light ball grew larger and larger. At the moment when it was completely formed, the evil god suddenly stopped waving his arms and pointed his horn at the blood-colored formation diagram in the sky. Roar! A purple beam of light shot up into the sky and collided with the blood-colored array diagram in the sky. The sky was instantly covered by dazzling light, and circles of energy ripples spread wildly in all directions. Evil God, don't even think about it. Hanba looked up at the sky, and the blood and energy in his body shot up into the sky, continuously injecting into the array diagram to provide it with energy. At this time, the pupils of the evil god were covered with a layer of purple energy, and his mouth slowly opened at this moment, and the purple energy was brewing in his mouth again. Roar! Another beam of light spurted out of the evil god's mouth and hit the sky. The moment the two purple forces merged, an incomparable powerful force burst out. Crack! The blood-colored array diagram in the sky appeared like a spider web, cracks appeared and continued to spread. Pieces of blood-colored fragments fell from the air, turning into dots of blood-colored light and sprinkled down. Hanba's blood-colored array was completely shattered at this moment. It's over. The evil god raised his head and looked at Hanba, who was in fear, and said with a grin. As the evil god finished speaking, a stream of purple air floated from the desperate cliff in the east and poured into the evil god's body. Boom boom boom, the earth began to tremble involuntarily. The evil god's skin turned from red to purple, and scales engraved with mysterious symbols grew on his body. His body swelled at a crazy speed. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed the underworld god and turned into a huge existence like a mountain. Hanba's eyes were red with anger when he saw this scene. He never thought that the evil god had such terrifying power with just a trace of evil thoughts. Even if he tried his best, he was still no match for him. Off-sight, oh my god. I was so shocked by the powerful force that I fell into autism. Don't mess with the Mythology Guild in the future, their boss has become an evil god, covering face, it's so exciting, it makes my blood boil, and I pinched one of my balls on the spot. Don't ask why, it's just exciting. I have made plans, I also want to have such power. If 1 year is not enough, then 2 years, if not enough, then a lifetime, I also want to experience this kind of godlike power. The above person feels the same, and is also determined to become a god. The winner will be decided soon. Hanba looks like he is going to lose, and soon we will usher in the invasion of the evil god in the new expansion pack. Everyone, think of a solution. Don't be afraid, I have come up with a good idea, just lure Taowu and this evil god together, and then let them fight. The above person is a fool, a mentally retarded child. Identification completed. The Shior who said Taowu and the evil god are fighting. Can you tell me how to lure monsters? How to make them fight each other? Funny. Facing the evil god who had gained power again, Hanba showed fear in his eyes. He had realized that even the evil god's evil clone was not something he could resist. Gods are gods after all. Even if they are sealed, the power they can display is still as insurmountable as Mount Tai. The giant hand slowly slapped down at this moment, and a huge wind pressure came down from above. Hanba raised his head and roared unwillingly. He knew that he might die here just when the giant hand was about to hit Hanba. A golden shadow of a cauldron suddenly emerged from the body of the evil god. Boom! As the cauldron swayed gently, the sound of the cauldron resounded through the heavens and the earth. Bang! An unexpected scene happened. As the cauldron sounded, the newly formed evil naked body collapsed instantly, and the evil god fell from the air with a pale face. Emperor Dongyue. Hanba also looked very frightened when he heard the cauldron sound. If he was afraid of the evil god, then he was afraid of the Emperor Dongyue, who was in charge of life and death in the underworld. Bang! The body of the evil god fell to the ground. Why did you block me? Why? The evil god got up from the ground, the purple flames in his eyes surged wildly, and he looked at the cauldron with deep confusion in his eyes. She blocked me, and you also want to block me, why? The negative emotions in the evil god's heart rose, and the power in his body was increased again. Looking at Hanba, the evil god roared again with a ferocious face. Great evil seal red. As the power in his body increased, his form began to change again. Boom! The bell sounded again, and the evil god's great evil red body collapsed. Roar! Looking at the giant tripod, the evil god roared angrily. This time, the evil god no longer attacked Hanba, but swung his fist at the golden giant tripod. Boom! The tripod sounded again, and the evil god was bound to the spot by an invisible force, roaring and struggling. Lu Wu, who was also watching the battle, was also stunned when he saw this scene, and then cast his eyes on Bailey, who is the Emperor Dongyue. This Hanba seems to be very scared, and why did such a powerful evil god lose his fighting power just by hearing the bell sound? This time, Bailey looked very solemn. He is one of the strongest gods in the underworld who controls life and death, and is on par with the Emperor Yudu and the Emperor Fengdu. Moreover, the three of them are the kind of gods who truly hold the divine power in the underworld. Lu Wu was shocked when he heard it. He didn't expect that there were so many powerful gods in the underworld. This underworld is infinite, and there is a distinction between the East and the West. The territory is vast and boundless. Even gods like the three emperors are only the rulers of the Eastern underworld. Don't be too surprised. Take it step by step. I believe you can reach such a height one day. Luwu nodded to Bailey's encouragement, but asked curiously, but what is the relationship between this evil god and the great Emperor Dongyue? I don't know the details. I guess it has something to do with the evil god's previous life. In that life, it should be the great Emperor Dongyue who canonized him as a god, otherwise there would be no mark of the great Emperor Dongyue in his body. As for why the great Emperor Dongyue stopped the evil god from taking revenge, I don't understand. Bailey shook his head in confusion. Luwu nodded as if he understood, and then cast his eyes on the battle again. Seeing this scene, Hanba, who was originally frightened, showed a surprised expression on his face. He didn't know why the Supreme Emperor would stop the evil god. Of course, he didn't think that the Emperor valued him. He knew his own importance. In the eyes of the Emperor, he was no different from an ant, but he had to seize this opportunity to turn defeat into victory. Then Hanba disappeared from the spot, and reappeared on the back of the evil god. The remaining 7 blood snakes opened their mouths at the same time, and smashed towards the evil god with Hanba's fist. Bang! The snake heads bit the evil god's body at the same time, tearing off several pieces of flesh, and Hanba concentrated all his strength and punched directly through the evil god's chest, passing through the front of his body, bringing up a blood mist. Roar! Hanba opened his mouth, revealing his sharp fangs, and bit the evil god's neck fiercely from behind. Suddenly, the blood color on the body of the great evil Hades faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the wounds on Hanba's body began to heal with the replenishment of blood-colored energy. Feeling the abundant blood and chi being absorbed into his body, Hanba's eyes showed excitement. He didn't expect that the injuries that had not been repaired for so many years would slowly heal at this moment. So Hanba's mind moved, and the 7 blood snakes pounced on the evil god again, wrapping him in place. This time, Hanba wanted to devour the evil god's evil thoughts and use them as nutrients to repair his body. Looking at the evil god who was struggling and getting weaker, Hanba's bloodthirstiness became stronger and stronger. Just when Hanba thought that the evil god was about to be devoured by him, the golden giant tripod suddenly dissipated, turned into stars and poured into the evil god's body again. The restraint of the big tripod disappeared. At this time, Hanba felt the surging power pouring out of the evil god's body again. Facing the evil god's struggle, Hanba used all his strength to trap him in place, because this was his only chance. Off the court, a shocking reversal. The evil god is restrained by external forces. It seems that Hanba will win this time. Hanba won unfairly, what a loser. Trash. Please help. What is that big tripod? Is it so powerful? Is it a magic weapon? Can we get it? Reply to the person above, you asked too many questions. Finally I saw a magic weapon. I want this big tripod. A magic weapon must be obtained by those who are destined to have it. I counted on my fingers and it seems that I have a destiny with it. Before, I was inflated by the power of our Baki army. After watching this battle, I feel that we still have to develop slowly. There are too many awesome bosses. It's terrible. What are you afraid of? Sooner or later, we will be able to kill gods. Long live the Baki army. Our Baki army is fearless and unstoppable. With the disappearance of the big tripod, the power in the evil god's body was restored again. Feeling his bound body, he roared angrily. A red head grew from his shoulder, and he bit Hanba's neck fiercely while twisting it. Energy continued to flow out of Hanba's body and into the body of the evil god as the second head bit. Hanba saw this, blood flashed in his eyes, and he urged his strength to speed up the devouring of the evil god. The power of both sides burst out at the same time, devouring each other. The situation fell into a stalemate. Outside the field, It was quite intense just now, but now it seems a little ambiguous. Devouring each other? This posture is indeed ambiguous. Who do you support to win? Reply to the above post, let's just die together, no Baki army can handle that. Covering face, I agree, in the end both of us will perish together, everyone is happy. I support the evil god who is transformed into lonely and invincible, at least he is more handsome than that Hanba. Stupid above post, can being handsome be a meal? Obviously Hanba is more handsome, especially with that long blood-red hair, so handsome. The onlookers who were watching the live broadcast saw this scene and gradually diverted the direction of the discussion. Burial ground. The evil god and Hanba continued to devour each other. But what frightened Hanba was that in the contest of devouring, the blood and chi in his body were flowing faster than that of the evil god. If he continued like this, he would not only fail to devour the evil god, but would be devoured by the evil god instead. Faced with this situation, Hanba's eyes showed a strong hatred, and then he thought about it, and the 7 blood snakes loosened their restraints at the same time, twisted their necks, and suddenly tore off their heads. The blood mist was waving, and Hanba, who had lost his head, took several steps back in succession, and then his body twisted and turned into a bloodlight that rushed into the sky. Roar! Hanba! Seeing this, the evil god raised his head suddenly, threw Hanba's head away, and at the same time jumped up and pounced on the blood mist. He had been suffering for hundreds of thousands of years, and today he finally had the hope of killing Hanba, and he would never be willing to let Hanba escape. The evil god approached quickly, and his right hand turned into a giant hand in the air, pressing down on the blood mist. But just when his palm was about to touch the blood mist, a contract diagram appeared in the evil god's mind, and then the evil god paused and fell from the air. The ability of the reincarnation contract was activated, and the 3-hour right to use the body ended. At this time, Guyu, who had regained control of his body, looked at the blood mist, and his heart was also full of unwillingness. During the period of possession by the evil god, he felt the anger in the evil god's heart. The evil god's hatred for Hanba was far deeper than he imagined. If possible, Guyu was willing to continue to lend his body to the evil god, and let the evil god kill Hanba and then return it. But now, everything is too late, the blood mist has already escaped, and Guyu also fell heavily to the ground. This time without the evil god's amplification, this one directly knocked off most of Guyu's blood bar. Deep in the land of the desperate cliff, the evil god roared madly. He wanted to break through the shackles of the earth. He wanted to continue fighting. He was unwilling to let it end like this. As the evil god struggled, golden chains emerged, flickering with light, sealing off the land. No matter how the evil god struggled, he could not resist the power of the seal. He failed again at the moment of success. How long would he have to wait for the next time? 10,000 years? 100,000 years? The negative emotions in the evil god's body surged again, and his body began to swell. The golden chains suddenly tightened at this time, forcibly suppressing the evil god's enhancement, which made the evil god scream in pain. At the top of the mountain, the figure of the white old man slowly emerged, and he walked to the side of the pagoda pillar. Looking at the black skeleton next to the pillar, the white old man's eyes showed a trace of nostalgia, and then he reached out and stroked the pagoda pillar. Evil god, gather your strength. As the white old man spoke, a force flowed into the pagoda pillar along his arm, and the golden chains stopped tightening. Bei Ming, I don't need your pity. Get out of here. A pair of red eyes appeared on the top of the mountain. I never felt sorry for you, and I even wanted to kill you. The old man smiled and looked at the blood-red pupils formed by the black mist. After so many years, I no longer have any hatred for you. The old man spoke again. I don't need friends. No. Get out of here, the evil god said viciously. Don't be silly, who will chat with you if I really leave? Hearing this, the evil god fell silent, and the anger in his heart suddenly decreased a lot. Bei Ming, if you let me go, I will give you infinite power. Suddenly the evil god spoke again. You said you fooled others, but you also fooled me? The old man knocked on the pagoda pillar, looking helpless. After countless attempts, the evil god was already accustomed to the old man's rejection. After being silent for a while, he spoke again. Bei Ming, do me a favor. This time the evil god softened his tone. Let go. The old man said in the tone of ancient language. Bring back the person I possessed. Do you want to possess again? The old man asked in confusion. I promised him, I have to fulfill my promise. Hearing this, the old man's eyes widened. This is not like you, you big actually fulfilled your promise? The evil god glared. Will you help me? Okay, it's rare to see you beg me for this once, I'll help. The old man said with a smile, and then his figure slowly faded and disappeared from the spot. At the burial ground, Guyu and Sun Shi, who also fell to the ground, stared at each other. Boss? Evil god? Sun Shi raised his head and asked carefully. Pa. Guyu slapped Sun Shi on the back of his head. What do you think? Boss, you're back? Sun Shi showed joy on his face, and secretly turned off the live broadcast that was still open. Offsite, MMP, Guzi, what do you mean, why did you turn off the live broadcast? I still don't understand what happened. Guzi, you have changed. You turned off the live broadcast. Don't let me meet you in the wild, otherwise I will tame you and make you a mount. Good Guzi, I will break your legs when I see you in the wild. Ah, what's going on? Why did the evil god disappear? And Hanba seems to have run away. Did this lonely invincible recover, or is he still possessed by the evil god? This has become an unsolved mystery? Looking at the dark live broadcast room, The comment area was full of curses. Just when Guyu was about to answer Sun Shi, a white light swept by, rolled up Guyu and Sun Shi, and went towards the direction of the desperate cliff. The vision in front of them blurred again. When it was clear again, Guyu and Sun Shi were shocked to find that they appeared in front of the white old man's wooden house again. At this time, the door opened with a creak. "What are you doing? Why are you here again?" The white old man looked at the two with disgust and said. Guyu thought about it and thought that the evil god had brought him here, so he said, "Guzi, you stay here, I have to go up again." "Oh, you mean to climb the mountain? Didn't you hear me say you can't go?" The old man took out a cane from behind, looking like he was going to fight. "Guyu. Sun Chi. You heard me wrong, I said I lost something on the road, go back and look for it. I'll leave Guzi here with you, I promise not to climb the mountain." Facing the half-believing old man, Guyu once again promised that he would never climb the mountain, and then turned and left. Looking at Guyu who was leaving, and then looking up at the old man who was also staring at him, Sun Shi smiled awkwardly. "Stupid dog, go away, what are you laughing at?" The old man kicked Sun Shi out with a flying kick, and then closed the wooden door with a bang. Looking at the mountain that pierced the sky, Guyu felt helpless. Thinking of having to climb it again, he felt powerless. Although he was just watching the battle between the evil god and Hanba, his body was still affected, and the attribute panel even showed a weak state prompt. Just as Guyu sighed and prepared to climb, a black fog floated down from the top of the mountain and wrapped him in it, followed by a sense of weightlessness. When the black fog dissipated, Guyu found that he had reached the top of the mountain, and the evil eyes were staring at him. "Ah! Evil god, I crave power," Guyu said angrily. "Evil god." The evil god did not reply, but the black fog on the top of the mountain suddenly became thicker, and then rushed towards Guyu frantically. Guyu only felt that in a trance, a picture of a churning sea of blood appeared in front of his eyes, and in the center of the sea of blood, a purple seed was shining with purple mist under the nourishment of the sea of blood. Strings of data also emerged at this moment. Apostle of the Evil God, occupational introduction. After completing the mission of chance, you are recognized by the Evil God, and are granted the seed crystal of the power of the Evil God. You master the primary blood power and obtain special energy bars, Chi and Blood LV1. After consumption, it recovers 1% per minute, and can devour Chi and Blood to accelerate recovery. Occupational abilities: Apostle of the Evil God, Evil Body, Burning Blood, Sucking Blood, Gaze of Evil Pupils. Apostle of the Evil God, the inheritance granted by the Evil God, you are blessed by the gods, and you recover 1 point of blood per second. Evil Body, Primary. After activating this ability, it consumes 30% of the Chi and Blood value, and all attributes are increased by 150%, which lasts for 30 minutes, and can release derivative abilities. Blood Burning: summon the flames of hell to burn a large area with yourself as the center, with a damage diameter of 20 meters. This ability can only be used in the evil body state, consuming 30% of the blood power. Blood Sucking: any blood within 10 to 30 range of the body can be manipulated and taken into the body after this ability is activated, restoring the blood value and health value. This ability must be used in the evil body state, consuming 10% to 50% of the blood power. Evil Eye Gaze: after turning on the Evil Eye Gaze, all targets that look at you will be eroded by negative emotions, and there is a chance of disorder, weakness, and other negative states. This ability must be used in the evil body state, consuming 40% of the blood power. Professional Growth Introduction: this professional growth has no direction, and you need to consult the evil god. While obtaining the power of the evil god, the artifact constantly reorganized Guyu's body. Fortunately, this reorganization consumed the inherited power provided by the evil god, and Bailey only needed to create a physical container, but even so, it cost Lu Wu 1,000 soul coins. The Rune Warrior template that transformed Guyu was directly stripped by the artifact. Lu Wu did not intend to return the materials for casting the Rune Warrior's body, and directly put them into his bag. After the body was reorganized, Guyu's body changed greatly. His muscles were like a dragon, and his figure was obviously taller. A pair of burning evil pupils tattooed on his back appeared. Guyu clenched his fists and felt the power surging in his body. He seemed a little excited. "Want to become stronger?" The evil pupil stared at Guyu, and a voice with temptation appeared in Guyu's mind. Guyu was stunned when he heard it, and thought that the career growth introduced on the career panel seemed to require consultation with the evil god, so he quickly said, "Boss Evil God, how can I become stronger?" "You know, what I gave you is a blood seed. If you can really cultivate it successfully, then you will master the blood underworld, one of the laws of the underworld." "Do you know what this means?" Guyu was stunned. "What does it mean?" "Master any of the laws of heaven and earth, you are qualified to be a god." As long as the emperor pardons you, you can become a new god. Hearing this, Guyu immediately thought of the battle between the evil god and Hanba that destroyed the world, and his face flushed with excitement. He subconsciously shouted, "How much?" One sentence. Evil god, ? Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Guyu smiled awkwardly. Boss evil god, you are my boss now, teach me how to become stronger. The difficulty of cultivating blood species is far beyond your imagination. Maybe you can't cultivate a blood seed even if you spend hundreds of thousands of years, but I can help you speed up this speed. The voice of the evil god appeared in Guyu's mind again. Guyu realized something and said quickly, "Boss, what do you want me to do? I will go through fire and water without hesitation. I have sensed the breath of Hanba. He is here. Find him and kill him." As soon as the evil god's voice fell, a scene appeared in Guyu's mind. A magnificent city stood on the earth, and above this city, coffins were suspended, but the city was empty, like a ghost town. Indelible hatred, professional advancement task description, go to the evil nightmare city, kill the weak Hanba, and complete the evil god's entrustment. There is no time limit for this task. Task reward, get the gift of the evil god, professional advancement. Looking at the new task, Guyu was stunned for a few seconds, nodded heavily to the evil pupil, and accepted the task at the same time. Although this task is very difficult, at least there is no time limit. As long as he keeps upgrading and growing, and the scale of his guild continues to expand, he believes that he has the opportunity to complete the task. Aren't you afraid? Obviously, Guyu's attitude surprised the evil god. What is there to be afraid of? I'm not afraid of death. Guyu smiled. I admire you more and more. When I controlled your body before, I found that you didn't have any fear in your heart from beginning to end. You. Very good. The voice of the evil god appeared again. Guyu smiled. Boss evil god, do you have any other instructions? If not, can you send me down the mountain? The evil god did not reply this time, and the black fog appeared again, surrounding Guyu. When the black fog dissipated again, Guyu found that he had arrived in front of the wooden house. Guyu was in a very good mood at this time. He didn't expect to get an inheritance so easily. He couldn't be happier than this. Sure enough, this game is just about wandering around, and you never know what opportunities you can get. He took a few steps forward and knocked on the wooden door. Old man, I'm here to pick up my dog. Open the door. After a while, the door creaked open, and the old man came out with Sun Shi, whose face was flushed. Take this stupid dog away. After the old man said this, he threw the drunk Sun Shi forward. I won't leave. I want to drink more. I won't leave if I don't drink and beat you today. Sun Shi staggered to his feet, staggered forward a few steps, and fell to the ground again. Guyu. Dog, let's go. Helpless Guyu had to take a few steps forward and picked up Sun Shi. I won't leave. Fill my glass. We'll fight till dawn. Sun Shi broke free of Guyu's hand, jumped to the ground, stood up swayingly, put his left hand on his waist, pointed at the old man with his right hand, and said with a red face, You. Don't underestimate me. I can drink a lot. It's interesting to see your dog get drunk. The old man leaned against the doorframe and took a sip of the fruit wine in the glass, laughing. Silly dog, be quiet. Guyu, who was completely speechless, picked up a dog leg and carried Sun Shi on his shoulders. After saying goodbye to the old man, Guyu started to go down the mountain with Sun Shi. During this time, Sun Shi was talking nonsense all the way, making all kinds of noises, and Guyu was so angry that he almost couldn't help but throw him to the ground and perform a set of dog-beating boxing on him. After the battle between the evil god and the drought demon, the players had another goal. That is to have the power to destroy the world like the evil god and the drought demon. This battle was shocking and completely destroyed the original pride in the hearts of the players. Only then did they know that there was such a terrible existence in this world. The players also understood that the two biggest advantages of quantity and immortality would not play any role in this kind of battle. It was also this battle that gave the players greater ambitions and inspired them to continue to become stronger. At the same time, a large number of mage players in the forum began to complain that the mage had not yet opened a job transfer, and felt that as other professional players changed their jobs one after another, their profession had become a sewer. Luwu originally planned to put the 3 mage templates into use directly, but since the players had such a strong request, Luwu decided to put a mage job transfer template that Bailey had already made into the game first. After this update, the mage players who logged into the game were surprised to find that the mage's job transfer finally appeared. The screen came to the familiar job introduction scene between jumps. However, what surprised the players was that the new profession had changed its appearance and did not even look like a human. A humanoid creature composed entirely of blue energy was standing in the middle of the scene. Professional introduction, 5 Elements Warlock. In the process of understanding the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, you abandon your body for the truth, transform into the spirit of the 5 elements, control the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and explore the ultimate mysteries of the 5 elements. Professional characteristics, you can switch between the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth freely, and control the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Equipment to wear, 5 Elements Bracelet. Professional requirements. The initial profession must be a mage. After the introduction dimmed, the blue figure moved. Water turret. As soon as the words fell, the body of the 5 Elements Warlock derived water columns, connecting with the ground, firmly fixing him in place, and a cannon barrel composed of water elements slowly appeared in front of him. Then, a scene that stunned the players happened. The body of the 5 Elements Warlock began to glow, and blue energy continued to flow into the barrel in front of him. Countless water balls shot out, and the sky was instantly covered with a large number of water balls, which fell densely in the distance. Water Dragon Cannon. Another skill was released, and the blue lace connected to the barrel began to glow, and the barrel also expanded. With a loud bang, a roaring water dragon shot out of the barrel and crashed into the distance. Boom! A deep pit appeared at the place where it was hit, and condensed ice crystals appeared inside the deep pit. Then the screen paused and the skill introduction appeared. Water Body. In the water state, you can cast yourself into the source of magic and carry out ultra-long range and large-scale attacks. Note, you cannot move in this form. The introduction disappeared and the screen continued. This time, the color of the 5 Elements Warlock's spirit body began to change, and it turned into khaki in a moment. Under the player's expectant eyes, the 5 Elements Warlock stretched out his hands and pressed down, and immediately a large amount of soil on the ground was attracted, peeled off and floated up. In front of the 5 Elements Warlock, a figure of a berserker also emerged. Ha! As soon as the berserker appeared, he attacked the 5 Elements Warlock. At this time, the 5 Elements Warlock stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward, Earth Prison. 2 earth arms suddenly appeared under the berserker's feet, firmly grasping his feet and fixing him in place. Then the earth surged and quickly wrapped him from his feet up. At this time, the earth blocks suspended beside the 5 Elements Warlock began to solidify and turned into sharp earth spears. As the 5 Elements Warlock swung, they suddenly shot towards the berserker wrapped in the earth. Blood splattered, and the earth softened and slid off the berserker's body. The berserker inside had already had a dull look in his eyes, and several blood holes appeared on his body. It was obvious that he had died. Earth Body. Manipulate the power of the earth, and the comprehensive ability tends to control and self-protection. The picture continues. The body of the 5 Elements Mage turned golden, and the whole body was shining with golden light, which looked extremely extraordinary. In front of him, this time there were 5 berserkers. Facing the berserkers rushing over, the 5 Elements Mage's body surface derived golden lines. Bang! 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 This time the 5 Elements Mage did not fight back, but let the berserkers swing and smash him. However, the defense of the mage in the gold form is extremely high. Although there are blood words jumping on his head, they are all in single digits. Obviously, all the damage did not break the defense in the gold form. After a full minute of slashing, the screen paused. Gold Body gained strong defense in a short period of time. This ability has no offensive ability in a non-metal environment. In a specific environment with a large amount of metal substances, it can be transformed into a gold mage with extremely violent attack power. Water Body, Fire Body, Wood Body, Gold Body, Earth Body. One by one, the new mage who can change the combat format will make the mages watching the career demonstration very excited. Crayon Shinchan, pay attention. What did I say? I said that our mages are the best. Did you see that? When I encounter a cursor in the future, I will be invulnerable to swords and guns. Black Wizard, the golden body is activated. I laugh at you guys working hard, while I even want to make a cup of coffee. Funny. Assassin's Creed replied to the Black Wizard, our cursor's Prajna sacrifice is real damage, which breaks the defense. I stab myself a few times, and you have to stab me a few times. Funny. Watermelon Taro, my favorite is still the water form. This is a real magic turret. It's awesome. Lightning Mage, why is there no control of the lightning element that I like the most? Crying. But among the 5 forms now, my favorite is also the water form. The mage turret is awesome. A mammoth, I won't say more. I see that your mages have finally changed their jobs. I will kill a few mages in the wild tonight to cheer you up. Funny. The strongest Sydney, why do I think the fire form is the coolest? The ultimate burst damage. Although the defense is very low, this is the crispy attitude that a mage should have. By the way, I am an assassin, Sly Smile, mage veteran player. Obviously the earth element is handsome, the feeling of controlling the power of the earth is definitely awesome. Groot, 5 elements of power, I like them all, I'm sharing it. Crayon Shinchan, anyway, in a word, mages are awesome. Broken voice. After the update of the mage's job transfer, the price of materials in the auction house in the game has increased again. At the same time, there is an NPC decomposer in the game that serves the mage's job transfer. The job transfer conditions of the 5 elements warlock are relatively special. Players need to find materials of various 5 elements attributes, and then decompose them at the decomposer to obtain the 5 elements points required for the job transfer. And as long as the items are of corresponding attributes, they can be decomposed into 5 elements points. For example, ordinary wood and weeds can also be decomposed into very few wood elements points when taken to the decomposer, but only when 10,000 wood elements points are accumulated can the task requirements of the wood element state be completed. The requirements of other attributes are the same. However, the 5 elements points that can be provided by ordinary soil, wood, or ore are too few. If you really want to rely on these things to transfer, I don't know when to accumulate them. Not only the job transfer, but also the career promotion of the 5 elements warlock in the later stage also requires materials of various attributes to pave the way and continuously condense the body that has been transformed into the 5 elements. This has caused the price of spiritual materials that can provide a large number of corresponding attribute points to remain high again. Because of the special nature of this collection-based growth profession, Luwu has slowed down the requirements for this profession's job transfer. As long as the player gathers the points of one attribute, the job transfer can be started. Of course, after the job transfer, it can only be transformed into a state where the points are gathered. There is never a shortage of local tyrants in the game. The materials in the auction house were quickly swept away. As a result, there are many 5-element mages in the game whose bodies are reorganized into elemental forms. Walking on the road, the scenery is unlimited for a while. In the game, the development of the sea area also ushered in an opportunity at this time. The sea area of Wanshu. Under the gloomy sky, the sea breeze whistled, and a black warship broke through the wave curtain and sailed forward. On the hull of the warship, a unicorn monster was painted with plant juice. If you look closely, you can find that this unicorn monster is somewhat similar to the evil god. There are more than 10 people on the boat, each of them is equipped with a set of red clothes, and they are also covered with a white cloak, which is also painted with the hideous head of the evil god after turning into a great evil body. This evil god warship was the first trip after they built it. The more than 10 people in the guild also met on the forum. They felt that they had the same interests, so they spontaneously organized this guild. As for the pattern used by the guild, they also paid someone to draw it. Because they had seen the battle video of the evil god, they were completely shocked by the strength of the evil god and worshipped him. They even regarded the evil god as the symbol of the guild. But at this time, they were leaning on the objects on the ship, each of them was pale and looked particularly embarrassed. Boss. Ugh. The person who spoke was a chubby man. As soon as he opened his mouth, he couldn't help vomiting. Fatty, hold it in. This is the first time our evil god will go on a voyage. We must be handsome. Ugh. As soon as he opened his mouth, and Shang, the boss of the guild, couldn't help vomiting. This vomiting was out of control, and everyone on the ship vomited. It can be seen that although the crew members of this ship are all equipped with top-grade equipment, they are all very young and have never experienced strong winds and waves at sea. After sailing for several hours, they have already reached the limit of their endurance. Boss, look, there is an island. There is an island. The fat man was vomiting happily, but when he looked up, he found an island in the distance and shouted excitedly. Seeing this, Shang hurriedly supported himself to the edge of the ship and found the island not far away. Dock! Dock! Shang finally got some spirit and hurriedly urged the warship to turn around and start sailing towards the island. The evil god warship, which received the order, roared inside, slowly turned around and sailed towards the island. Seeing that they could finally land, the members on the ship burst into tears. This trip to the sea really tortured them. After approaching the island, several people rolled and crawled down the stairs extending from the ship. After landing, everyone lay on the beach, feeling a sense of pleasure of surviving a disaster. Boss, the upgrade direction of the battleship must be stable in the future. Don't be handsome. I really can't bear it. The fat man said with lingering fear. The other members of the guild also nodded with deep understanding. Obviously, this voyage left a shadow on them. After resting for a while, several people stood up and began to observe the situation around them. At this time, Member Achi pointed to the distance and shouted excitedly, "Look, there is a village and people." Everyone turned their heads and looked. A small fishing village full of wooden houses appeared in their field of vision. Dried fish meat is hung on the door of every household in this fishing village. At this time, strange people holding weapons such as harpoons and sticks are constantly walking out of this fishing village. They are somewhat similar to humans, but there are also obvious differences. These people had blue faces and 3 cracks on their faces like fish gills. Each of them was strong and muscular, and exuded a fierce aura. Seeing In Shang and others staring at them, the Gillfish tribe immediately raised their weapons and shouted, as if to intimidate them. Seeing this scene, In Shang and others also took out their weapons. Just kidding, they were really not afraid of fighting. The actions of In Shang and others seemed to anger the Gillfish tribe. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out of the village and ran towards them. "Prepare for battle!" In Shang shouted, and the members were also ready. But then they were dumbfounded. At this time, hundreds of Gillfish tribesmen holding spears suddenly ran out of the jungle beside the beach. "Lie on the grass, run!" Seeing so many Gillfish tribesmen, and Shang and others who were originally ready to fight turned around and ran towards the other side of the coast. However, they obviously underestimated the strong physique of the Gillfish tribe. In less than 10 minutes, they were caught up and surrounded. The battle broke out instantly, but what In Shang and others didn't expect was that these Gillfish people had strong fighting skills. Even though they had good equipment, they were still beaten to the ground by sticks. Surprisingly, the Gillfish people didn't kill them, but tied them up and carried them back to the fishing village. The sky was full of stars, and the fishing village was particularly lively under the cover of night. Bonfires were lit in the village, and the Gillfish people were singing and dancing around the big fire in the center, laughing and talking happily. However, Anqing and others in the center of the fishing village could not be happy at all, because they realized that they seemed to be eaten. In the battle state, they could not quit the game at all, which made them feel very depressed. Looking at the big pot in the center of the village, Anqing and others seemed a little desperate. Looking at the fat man beside him with the same dull eyes, Anqing said, "Is it exciting? You are going to be cooked and eaten just after you arrive. Fatty, we have to avenge this." After a moment, the fat man said with a sad and angry face, "Yes, we want revenge. I have never been eaten in my life. They are the first to dare to eat me. They will pay the price." The speaker was a slightly immature young man. At this moment, he looked sad and angry, as if he had suffered great grievances. Just as they thought, they were soon stripped naked and carried into the big pot. Fortunately, they were all men, so it was not too embarrassing. However, there was one thing that surprised the warriors of the Gillfish tribe, because the equipment and weapons suddenly disappeared when they left their bodies. The Gillfish tribe warriors, who had been searching for a long time but still couldn't find the equipment, angrily beat Anqing and others again. This made Anqing and others curse loudly. When had they suffered such a big grievance? They could only remember this grudge first. However, this was just the beginning. The frustration that followed almost made them cry. At this time, a burly man with a naked upper body came to the fat man with a cloth bag, grabbed a handful of green powder from the cloth bag and handed it to the fat man. "Fatty? ? Ola." The burly man glared at the fat man fiercely and pushed the green powder in his hand to his mouth. Fatty felt that if he hadn't been with a rope, he would definitely fight this guy to the death. It would be fine if he wanted to cook him and eat him, but he actually made him eat seasonings. "Don't you know that a soldier can be killed but not humiliated? Asshole. Go to hell." This is the only way for the fat man to fight back now. Seeing the fat man's reaction, the big man stuffed the seasoning in his hand back into his pocket, and then took the fat man out of the pot. After a brutal beating, the fat man who had decided to fight to the end had a swollen nose and face, and swallowed all the seasonings in tears. Seeing what happened to the fat man, the other people in the pot shuddered. Facing the flavor enhancer powder handed to them, they swallowed it decisively, fearing that they would be beaten again before they died. It was unknown what kind of plant these green powders were ground from. They melted in the mouth and slid into the throat along with the saliva, making people salivate. Then the strange fragrance spread upward from the stomach, spreading to the lungs and even the whole body with breathing, making the whole person fragrant. But this made several people even more sad. "Ola." The alien man nodded with satisfaction, then took out a handful of red powder from another pocket and sprinkled it on the heads of Anqing and others one by one. A fishy and spicy smell entered the trachea of several people through their mouths and noses, causing them to sneeze several times in succession. I'll remember this account. When we are resurrected, I'm going to you to death." Several people were frustrated and cursed, but they were powerless to resist. As time passed, bubbles appeared in the pot one by one, and the water temperature finally reached boiling point. Bloodward's damage appeared above their heads, and soon their health dropped to the death point. They all lost consciousness and slid into the pot, and finally turned into black smoke and were taken back by the artifact. The Gillfish tribe members who saw this scene were in a state of confusion. Where's the food? In Longdu, a chubby man took off his virtual helmet and slammed the table. I'm so angry, you dare to eat me, I'll take care of you. Lu Pang opened the guild's chat group and typed a line of words. Revenge. We want revenge. Anqing, I'm also so angry, go to the forum to hire a few masters, organize more people, and take revenge after resurrection. Achi, if you don't take revenge, you're not a gentleman, and you won't wait until the next day to take revenge. Sun Shuqing, I've never suffered such grievances since I was a child. My brother is from the Big Dragon Society. I'll go to him to borrow some people. Lu Yuan, I'll go to the forum to hire a few people. Let's go find people first. Gather at the resurrection point in 3 hours to take revenge. A revenge operation began. Late at night, the evil god battleship sailed out of the coast again. This time was different from the previous time. There were more than 100 people on the battleship. For this operation, Anqing, Fatty and others spent a lot of money to hire these professional players, just to avenge being boiled. After zooming in on the map in the upper right corner, Anqing confirmed the location and began to turn the evil god battleship's sailing direction. Fortunately, they have been to the Fallen Fish Island, and the fog on the map has been dispelled, so they don't get lost. This time, with the previous lesson, before setting off, Anqing and others spent money to scan a wave of materials at the auction house, and upgraded the sailing stability of the evil god battleship. The stability and speed during the voyage have greatly increased, so that they won't get seasick again. It can be said that revenge is imperative for them this time. Looking at the island getting closer and closer on the map, Anqing and others showed a strong hatred in their eyes. Thinking of the scenes of being abused before, their bodies couldn't help but tremble again. After the battleship upgrade, they saw the island that they hated so much in less than 2 hours. Prepare for battle. Fatty stood up and said with a sullen face. Hualala, the group of people who had been prepared stood up. After the evil god slowly approached the shore, and Shang pointed to the fishing village not far from the shore and roared, "Kill! Massacre the village!" When everyone heard it, they roared down the stairs and rushed towards the fishing village. Kill! Fatty took the lead and rushed to the front of the team. The arrival of Fatty and others quickly alarmed the Gillfish tribe in the fishing village. Beep! A loud horn sounded from the fishing village. Realizing that the enemy was attacking, the Gillfish tribe immediately began to pick up weapons and rushed out of the fishing village one after another. The fat man's eyes quickly locked onto the member of the Gillfish tribe who had beaten him up that day. He took the lead and leaped towards the man. After knocking him to the ground, he raised his hand and slapped him in the face. "How dare you hit your fat uncle? How dare you hit your fat uncle?" The fighters on both sides soon collided with each other. This time the players showed their strength, relying on various powerful skills to kill the Gillfish tribe members and make them fall down. Just when the players thought they were going to win, the horn sounded again. Heads popped out from the jungle on the side, and these people immediately joined the battle as soon as they appeared. Moreover, the number of Gillfish tribe members increased, and soon reached thousands, approaching 10,000, which made the players dumbfounded. They have always abused others with numbers, and this is the first time they have been suppressed in numbers. However, in the battle, the players found something very strange, that is, the Gillfish tribe members did not kill them, but just knocked them to the ground, and then a group of people swarmed in and tied him up. After a while of persistence, all the players were beaten and pressed to the ground. After being carried back to the fishing village this time, there were more than 10 large pots in the village, and the number of Gillfish tribe members watching was as high as thousands, and most of the Gillfish tribes on the entire island came. Seeing so many new faces in the fishing village, and Xing realized that it seemed that there were not only aliens in the fishing village in front of him on this fallen fish island, but also other villages. Looking at the big pots, Anqing and the others were so sad that they couldn't express it in words. Thinking of having to go through another abuse, they were filled with grief and regret not being killed in the battle. "Brother, what are they going to do?" a hired player asked curiously. The fat man with a bruised face beside him sucked the blood from his nose and turned his head to glance at him. "Did you see those big pots? It's going to be exciting later, you have to be mentally prepared." The hired man. "Why are there so many more alien races?" Guild member Achi couldn't help but ask curiously. "It's a waste if we can't finish it, so we called some relatives next door to taste it together." The fat man sighed faintly. "Everyone." Amid the anxiety of the crowd, an old man of the Gillfish tribe walked out of the dispersed crowd. He came to the players, carefully examined them, and pinched the players' faces from time to time, looking like he was picking pork. This really off the players, and some players struggled to prove the old man on the spot. Then the warrior was dragged out of the crowd by 3 big men from the Gillfish tribe and beaten up brutally. His face was swollen. Everyone who saw this scene trembled, and all looked at the dying warrior on the ground with pity, feeling lucky that they did not act impulsively. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey really worked. No players resisted this time, and they were all pinched by the old men from the Gillfish tribe one by one with grief and anger. After the inspection, the old man from the Gillfish tribe came to the center of the village and knelt down, muttering words that they could not understand. Seeing this, the Gillfish tribe members around also knelt down, with their hands facing the sky, as if worshipping. "What is this idiot doing?" Chi asked curiously again. "Based on my experience of playing games for many years, this should be to thank the gods for giving food," the fat man continued to say faintly from the back. When everyone heard this, their mentality was unstable. "Hula!" The alien elder seemed to have finished his prayer, and then he shouted to the sky. The crowd cheered and scattered, starting to lift the pot and light the fire. Everyone. After going through the process of bathing, eating green powder, and sprinkling seasoning, the hired players' faces turned green. They were not told before that they would be boiled and eaten if they lost. This was too much and too barbaric. However, they could not resist the fate of being eaten at all. Apart from cursing, they had no power to resist. At this time, they all secretly swore that they would take revenge. The number of people who wanted revenge increased again this time. Looking at the hired players gritting their teeth, Anqing and others felt inexplicably comforted. It turned out that sharing pain could reduce the pain value. The fat man now seemed very calm. He was also clear about the process of boiling people by the Gillfish tribe. This time he learned his lesson and stopped resisting. He even stretched out his mouth to grab a few slices when the Gillfish tribe threw ingredients into the pot. After chewing and swallowing, the fat man suddenly widened his eyes. "This thing tastes really good." Hearing this, several players in the surrounding big pots also tried to bite a few pieces of ingredients and tried them. After eating, they showed surprised expressions. "It's delicious. It tastes good. What kind of food is this? This red fruit tastes really good." Looking at the people who were so careless, and Shang's temples throbbed twice. He actually started eating. "Isn't it embarrassing? Don't mention it. It tastes really good." Chi, who was chewing a longan-sized fruit, said to Shang seriously. And Shang didn't want to talk. He just felt so embarrassed. What about the anger of these people? What about the desire for revenge? I don't want to be with them. However, the water temperature rose slowly. Seeing that everyone was eating happily, and Shang was bored and picked up a leaf floating on the water and chewed it. "Wow, it tastes really good." Chi. Looking at Chi's contemptuous eyes, and Shang simply started eating. "Why can the Gillfish tribe eat them, but they can't eat them? Asshole, don't steal my fruit." Chi was immediately angry when he found that Shang opened his mouth and took away the fruit he was about to eat. After eating and drinking, the players lay in the pot and looked at each other, waiting for the judgment to come. "Brothers, I have a suggestion. Everyone should pretend that they don't know what happened today, and don't tell anyone." Looking at everyone, Shang burped and then spoke. Everyone seemed a little embarrassed when they heard it. Today's experience also made them feel very embarrassed. Everyone nodded in agreement with Shang's proposal. In Shang's heart, he was already preparing for the next trick. When the time comes, he will call more people. He doesn't believe that he can't handle these Gillfish people. The water temperature gradually rose, and blood words began to appear on the players. The player camp was wiped out again. As the players died, their bodies turned into black mist again and were taken back into the artifact. Seeing this scene, the originally excited Gillfish people stared at the empty pots and fell into a state of doubt about life. After the death, Anqing and others got busy, preparing to bring another group of people to revenge. But before that, he had an idea and posted a post on the forum. "I found the Son of the Sea. There are Sons of the Sea on this island, and there are quite a few of them." Below the post was a screenshot of the coordinates on the map in his game. Originally, no one paid attention to this kind of post. After all, rumor posts often appear on the forum, but this post was inexplicably pushed up. Chi, yes, it is this island. There are Sons of the Sea. I saw them. I am not fat at all. I saw them too, but I didn't expect that you, the host, also found out. Don't you know how to keep it secret? I want to go there again when I am stronger. Bloodstained World, heartbroken. I thought I was the only one who knew the secret, but you actually made it public. I hate you, host. Crayon Shinchan, what? Son of the Sea? Let's go now. Peppa Pig, mine. Let's go immediately. I want the Son of the Sea. So a large number of deceived players began to head towards the island of the Gillfish tribe. The tragedy of being eaten one after another continued, but they all chose to remain silent, and then quietly pinned Anqing's post to the top. Then another large number of deceived players set sail. Fallen Fish Island. Thousands of gills sat on the coast holding weapons, looking at the sea with lifeless eyes. Today they did not go out to sea to fish, nor did they go to the jungle on the island to hunt, because they knew that those creatures could come at any time. I don't know how many times this has happened. The constant visits of players have completely broken their fragile hearts. From thanking the sea god at the beginning to cursing the gods now, no one knows how much joy and sorrow they have experienced in their hearts. Since the legend that there is a son of the sea on Fallen Fish Island appeared on the forum, countless players have sailed here according to the coordinates. However, all the players who have suffered inhuman torture have magically reached a consensus, chose to conceal the truth, and then silently pushed the forum's deceptive posts to the top, so that more players will suffer. The biggest pit game in the history of Conquest Online has appeared. This is hard for the gills, who are simple in folk customs. The continuous stream of players has come in waves, and they are already a little overwhelmed. As they expected, a warship appeared again in the distance after a while. The members of the Gillfish tribe who saw the scene felt sad, and even a few of them finally couldn't help but shed tears. I saw it, the Fallen Fish Island mentioned in the forum. The members on the battleship shouted excitedly, as if they saw themselves getting the son of the sea and reaching the peak of their lives. It's really as the forum said, the natives on these islands are very hospitable. Look, they are all standing on the coast waving to welcome us. Looking at the Gillfish tribe members who stood up and waved their weapons in protest in the distance, the members on the battleship said happily. Seeing that the island was getting closer and closer, the members on the ship also stood on the deck, waving enthusiastically at the Gillfish tribe members and responding to them. The Gillfish tribe members who saw this scene were heartbroken. Especially seeing the smiles on the faces of those creatures, they didn't know if these creatures were sick. Knowing that they were coming to die, why were they so resolute? Who gave them the courage? After the battleship docked, the members on the ship got off the ship with smiles on their faces and walked towards the enthusiastic Gillfish tribe members. In a crystal palace on the bottom of the sea area, the Sea King looked at the old man crawling in front of him with a strange expression. Are you saying that there is a creature that comes to the Fallen Fish Island every day to die, and you can't stand it? No, your Gillfish tribe doesn't have many resources. If they come to die, you should welcome them. With enough food, you can completely expand your tribe. The old man of the Gillfish tribe raised his head and wiped his tears. My king, the problem is that we can't eat it. They disappear after cooking for a while. Sea King? The Sea King was also a little confused at this time. If the Gillfish tribe had not already pledged allegiance to him and selected the 10 strongest warriors in the tribe to join his Sea King army every year, he really didn't want to take care of this trivial matter. After listening to the old man of the Gillfish tribe nagging for a while, the Sea King, who still didn't understand, waved his hand to interrupt him. Just tell me, what do you want to do? The old man of the Gillfish tribe calmed down again. My king, can you send someone to protect us? If this continues, our Gillfish tribe will really be finished. The tribe members have not eaten for several days. They come in the morning, evening, and midnight. We haven't gone out to hunt for several days. Thinking of the experience of the past few days, the old man of the Gillfish tribe couldn't help but shed tears again. Looking at the pitiful old man of the Gillfish tribe, the Sea King sighed and waved his hand. Big Hammer, you take a group of people to protect the Gillfish tribe for a while, and investigate who the other side is. A humanoid tiger shark called Big Hammer nodded behind him, then looked at the old man with contempt, turned around and walked out of the Crystal Palace to greet his men. After that, Big Hammer followed the old man of the Gillfish tribe back to the Fallen Fish Island. This time with Big Hammer, the Gillfish tribe finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to hunt and pick fruits as usual. Their lives continued to return to normal. This made them feel for the first time that normality was so precious. The soldiers sent by Dachwizi and others were stationed in the sea area near the Fallen Fish Island. The Gillfish tribe was responsible for all the food and drink, which they were quite satisfied with. But soon, their mentality began to collapse. Just as the old man of the Gillfish tribe said, players attacked several times. During these visits, the players encountered the Sea King army team led by Dachwizi, and none of them escaped their pursuit. At first, Dachwizi was quite happy, but with more contact, Dachwizi's mentality gradually approached the edge of collapse. This Nima didn't give him time to sleep at all, and there were waves after waves that were completely irregular. This time he finally understood what the Gillfish tribe had encountered. That was simply a suicide army, and when they came to die, they all smiled and waved to you politely. What does this mean? Is it that my Dachui is not fierce enough to scare you? At the end, Dochweezy and his companions vomited and could not bear it any longer. But this was not the end. As the post on the Conquest forum reached tens of thousands of people, the number of enthusiastic visits from players soared. Dochweezy finally could not bear it any longer. He asked the navy he led to continue to garrison and return to the Crystal Palace to request support. Conquest forum, I found the Son of the Sea. There are Sons of the Sea on this island, and there are quite a few of them. Number 33412, I'm not fat at all. There are more than 30,000 people. I think it's time to show my cards. Funny, Crayon Shinchan, the forces that have been cheated are already very large. We are fully capable of revenge. How about we confess? Beef noodles, confess, everyone speak your mind. There are enough people. It's almost time for a decisive kill. Assaulted fish, I hate you bastards. Do you know what I went through? I hate it. Gritting teeth, cat slay shame. I am finally going to tell the truth with gritting teeth. I am almost suffocating it. I wish I could kill you, the author of this post. Naive Xiaobai, you're not cheating anymore? I know I was the last one to be cheated, and I feel so bad. I can't share this pain with others. It's so painful. As more and more players were cheated, the number of people gradually increased. Fatty, Anqing and others finally decided to tell the truth and organize these players who hold grudges to go to Fallen Fish Island for the final revenge. After the truth was clarified, the forum exploded. Many players who secretly hated the missed opportunity because they didn't have a ship were overjoyed. And those players who were cheated sent warm greetings to the poster's family. The original posts were basically, the gills are very enthusiastic. When I went there, they even treated me to a meal. I love them so much. The warm and hospitable gills cooked a big pot of food to entertain us. I was happy, smile, I like this island. I picked up a lot of spiritual materials on it. In the end, I almost got a Child of the Sea. I like the Fallen Fish Island very much. The people there speak well. They are all talented. I learned a lot of knowledge. Everyone, go and play. I guarantee you won't regret it. It really makes people want to go back and forth. This is definitely a treasure. You will definitely regret it if you don't go. However, after the truth was revealed, the comments suddenly changed. That's great. I can finally say hello to the family of the host and everyone upstairs. I'm so happy. You know I've been cooked. You bunch of liars, I will never believe in love again. Well, I have written down all the 13,241 liars upstairs in my little notebook. I plan to spend some time memorizing them. After the revenge operation is over, we'll see Humph. I went there in high spirits that day, but when I knew the truth, I burst into tears. By the way, I gave the middle finger to everyone upstairs. What a tacit understanding. What about the Bakey army being a family? I treat you as my family, but you treat me as food for the Guild Fish Tribe? I'm furious. Guild Fish Tribe, come to the bowl quickly. Stop talking. I'm going to eat 10 today. Funny. Guild Fish Tribe, stop making trouble, or I'll make you extinct. Funny. The truth was revealed, and all the deceived players remembered a guild. That is the Evil God Association, which is composed of a group of middle school boys. All the players who were cheated have written down this guild in a small notebook, preparing to launch a devastating attack on it after the revenge operation is over. However, Anqing and others were very happy at this time. Looking at the increasing number of players joining the revenge operation on the shore, they felt very happy. This trick really worked. Without spending a penny, so many soldiers were summoned. Anqing and Fatty felt that they were very smart. Soon, the number of people on the coast reached 20,000. Warships and private ghost ships decorated in various shapes were summoned to form a huge naval fleet. Brothers, let's go. Today I'm going to massacre the village and exterminate the clan. Fatty proudly waved the battle axe in his hand, feeling relieved. At this time, warships sailed out of the coast and headed for the Fallen Fish Island. On the Fallen Fish Island, the Hammer once again transferred 1,000 soldiers of the Sea King army and dozens of sea monsters. Faced with the endless harassment from players, the Hammer was close to collapse, so he planned to implement a shift system. Although it would still be very tiring, it would not be unbearable, at least there would be a buffer period. With more people, the Hammer was much more relaxed. After transferring 300 people, he planned to have a good sleep. However, he was awakened by a shaking just as he fell asleep. Opening his bloodshot eyes, Dachui was in a very bad mood. He slapped the younger brother who woke him to the ground. Don't you know I'm sleeping? Brother, they're coming again, the younger brother cried, with a bit of despair on his face. Pa! Dachui swung his hand again and slapped the younger brother who had just climbed up to the ground. Didn't you send 300 soldiers and 20 sea monsters? You still want me to go out in person? Do you really want to torture me to death? This time they came in so many, so dense, we definitely can't resist them with our numbers. Dachui heard, his face froze, and then he quickly got up, got out of the coral on the seabed, and swam towards the sea surface. When his head emerged from the water, Dachui immediately found the player fleet sailing in from a distance. Seeing this scene, Dachui's eyes gradually became dull. You really don't want me to sleep? I increase my troops and your death-seeking army also increases? Can you still play like this? This is bullying me, Dachui, I don't have any face. The heart of the big hammer was broken. At this moment, he hated the bastards of the gill fish tribe for dragging him into the water and enduring the hardships that the gill fish tribe should have endured. After gritting his teeth and being silent for a moment, the big hammer dived into the water and woke up all his men. Soon, the Sea King army led by the big hammer emerged from the sea, and dozens of sea monsters with bared fangs and claws faced the players from a distance. Seeing the big hammer and others blocking the way, the players' warship spontaneously approached, forming a steel barrier, and drove towards them at an unreduced speed. It demolished them all. The big hammer roared, dived into the water, and the shark fin emerged from the water, shooting forward, forming a wave-breaking line on the water. Seeing this, the members of the Sea King army behind him also dived into the water and followed the big hammer to rush towards the players. However, the players this time were completely different from before. When the big hammer and others approached, they found that there were so many ships behind the fleet, and the number was far beyond their imagination. However, the big hammer did not think that the Sea King army he led would lose, so he took the lead and rushed forward. An oncoming black warship collided with it immediately, and a hole was knocked out of the bottom of the ship by the huge force, and the seawater poured in. The big hammer did not stop, and continued to shoot forward, knocking down several warships in succession. Seeing that these warships were as vulnerable as he thought, the big hammer showed a look of contempt on his face, and then locked the next target and crashed into a blue warship. Unfortunately, this time he chose the target of Chen Ziyu's big dragon ship, who was ready to help the guild members. Seeing the big hammer coming fiercely, Chen Ziyu on the ship smiled. All the materials for upgrading his guild ship are piled on hardness. Who is afraid of who? Big dragon. Tyrant. Following Chen Ziyu's order, a low dragon roar came from inside the hull, and the surface of the hull flashed with golden light, as if it was coated with a layer of metal diaphragm. Bang! At this time, the big hammer was also close, and hit the ram of the battleship hard. The dragon ship in the domineering form shook violently, and the golden light of the domineering form dimmed a lot, but it was unharmed. The big hammer below covered the big bump on his head and curled up into a ball. At this moment, he felt a pain in his head. It really hurt. How could it be so hard? This is inconsistent with the battleship in front. The big hammer grimaced in pain underwater. At this time, Chen Ziyu began to fight back, stretched out his hand and patted the steering wheel. Big dragon, kill him for me. Buzz roar. With the roar, two scaly dragon claws extended from the bottom of the dragon ship and grabbed the big hammer. At this stage, there are only a handful of guilds that can develop special abilities in warships. They can deal with small sea monsters, but they are obviously not good enough to fight against the commander of the Sea King army like Big Hammer. However, Big Hammer chose the wrong opponent this time. Facing the big dragon ship cultivated by the whole Big Dragon Association, he hit it twice and grimaced in pain. This time he didn't plan to play hard with the big dragon ship. He swam forward and prepared to change his target to continue his great destruction. However, when he wanted to leave, Chen Ziyu didn't let him go. Two dragon hands stretched out from the bottom of the ship and grabbed him. Big Hammer was about to struggle, and saw that the body forms of the 5 mages on the big dragon ship began to change, and a water turret was formed. On the sea, the water ability was greatly increased. 5 huge water dragons shot out from the barrels at this time and blasted towards Big Hammer. Boom! A huge wave of water was set off. This blow made Big Hammer dizzy and his body was in pain like a tear. Blue blood flowed out of the wound. This made Dachui a little scared. It was obvious that the power of the Dalong Club was stronger than all the players he had seen before. He felt the fear of death. However, the power of the Dalong Club had not been fully demonstrated. 2 figures jumped down from the Dalong ship at this time, and at the same time, Yi2's phantom enveloped them. The assassin player's signature skill Shadow Step was activated. The 2 figures turned into phantoms and quickly approached Dachui's position. 2 blood blades stabbed down at the same time. Dachui, who had long lost his ability to fight, was bloodshot and watched the blood blades pierce through his body. His body was dismembered into several pieces by the blood blades during the slashing. Retracting Yi2's phantom, the 2 assassins lightly jumped onto the warship on the water. Shueli, boss, complete the task Daming, unable to withstand a single blow. Chen Ziyu also smiled, go on, help other players, and destroy this wave of the Sea King army first. Several people nodded and cast their eyes on other battles. At this time, many warships have been destroyed, but this is common for players who often go to sea. After all, most players have warships that have not been upgraded yet, and the initial hardness is not high. However, when encountering sea monster-level creatures, their warships basically choose to hit them directly, even if the ship is destroyed. Anyway, their warships can repair themselves and are not afraid of damage at all. If the warship is seriously damaged and sinks into the sea and is recovered by space, they will take out their weapons and start a water battle with the soldiers of the Sea King army. Soon, under the collision of the players, the sea monster-level creatures were all destroyed. This time, the players set their sights on the soldiers of the Sea King army. Relying on the suppression of numbers and skills, the players quickly slaughtered the soldiers of the Sea King army. The battle lasted for about an hour, and most of the 1,000-man Sea King army team was annihilated, and the remaining Sea King army soldiers decisively chose to escape. The sea was dyed dark blue by their blood at this moment. This small-scale group battle, the players won a complete victory. Crystal Palace, Iron Hammer Army Hall. Hammer is dead? Iron Hammer widened his eyes as he looked at the extinguished soul orb. He only had this one son. The death of Dachui filled Tai Langtu's heart with anger, and he couldn't help but roar. Grand Commander, you have to mourn. A humanoid creature wearing a tortoise shell hurried forward to comfort him. Mourn, I don't care about your head. Have you ever lost a son? Do you know how I feel now? The turtle man suddenly fell silent. He really didn't know how to answer this. MMP, come on, give me Gilia's son to death. Tai Langtu, who really had nowhere to vent his anger, was angry when he looked at the turtle man in front of him, and couldn't help but shouting. By the way, he was posthumously named the junior commander of the Iron Hammer Flag Army of the Sea King Army. At the end, Tai Langtu added another sentence. Hearing this, Gilia's eyes were dull. He didn't expect that his words of comfort would actually bring disaster to his son. I feel much better now. How about it, how does it feel to lose a son? Tai Langtu asked Guilu, who had already fallen into autism. Turtle 6. After the Iron Hammer's order was announced, Turtle 6 brought the tiger shark who came to execute the death penalty to his home. Seeing his father return, Turtle 6's son happily greeted him. Dad, you are back. Did you bring anything fun today? Turtle 6 looked at his son and couldn't help crying. My child, I brought a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Turtle 6's son was stunned. What's the good news? You have been named the junior commander of the Iron Hammer Flag Army of the Sea King Army. Hearing this, Turtle 6's son showed ecstasy on his face. What about the bad news? Then you must be mentally prepared. Looking at his son, Turtle 6 shed tears of regret. At this time, a larger-scale battle broke out on the Fallen Fish Island. The player camp of 20,000 people had a fierce battle with the Gillfish tribe. However, this time, the players won in terms of numbers, and the Gillfish tribe had a very difficult time resisting. As the tribe members fell one by one, the old man of the Gillfish tribe stood in the center of the village, trembling and muttering. He didn't know whether his race was cursed by the sea god, and he was targeted by such a terrible race. The killing continued, and the corpses of the Gillfish tribe were all over the ground. The fallen players turned into black mist and were sent back to the space. This put a huge pressure on the Gillfish tribe. There was an illusion that the number of tribe members was constantly decreasing, while the opponent had no fewer people. The sound of horns rang continuously in the fishing village, and other Gillfish tribes kept coming to help. However, the player army was pressing in, and the Gillfish tribe was still weaker in terms of both number and strength. Gradually, the Gillfish tribe was forced to retreat and shrank into the fishing village. Kill them in and take out their big pots. Don't you like to cook? Throw them into the pot today and steam, fry, pan-fry, boil, and stir-fry them all. The fat man who held a grudge shouted excitedly. Achi, who was standing by, was stunned when he heard this. They are all in human form, how can you bear to eat them? The fat man rolled his eyes and said, I just want them to experience the despair we experienced before. Hearing this, everyone present recalled the fear they had when they were dominated by the Gillfish tribe that day, and their eyes showed a look of fear. Finally, they can get revenge. This time it's their turn to cook. Fallen Fish Island. Smoke rose from cooking fires in the fishing village, and water was boiling in large pots. Players were busy carrying wood and making fires. Where's the seasoning? Why is there no seasoning? The fat man who couldn't find the seasoning after searching for a while shouted dissatisfiedly. The remaining Gillfish tribe members around were desperate. Seasoning, MMP, don't you know why the seasoning is gone? Don't you have any idea at all? However, the players didn't really plan to eat them, but just wanted to avenge the Gillfish tribe's abuse of them. This time the village massacre was very successful. While the players killed all the Gillfish tribe members, they also swept away a batch of fresh fruits, and finally set a fire to burn the entire Gillfish village. Just when the players came to the shore and were ready to leave, they found a wave in the distance, and on the waves, sea monsters emerged. "Brothers, get ready for battle." Shen Ziyu's expression condensed, and he shouted to the players behind him. The scale of the Sea King army was obviously much larger this time. The players did not dare to take it lightly. They boarded the ships and drove the warships forward. In the distance, Big Hammer looked at the warships of the players one by one and was furious. It is obvious that these creatures must have killed his Big Hammer. In order to avenge his son this time, Big Hammer directly brought the entire Iron Hammer flag army. He wanted to see who dared to provoke the Sea King army in this false sea area. "Tear them apart for me," Big Hammer roared, then slapped the sea monster under him and rushed towards the players. The soldiers who heard the order in the back roared in unison and accelerated their advance. Facing the attack of the Sea King army, the players were not afraid. They drove the warships one by one and killed the navy led by Iron Hammer. In fact, the players have always had a hunch that a war will break out between their Baki army and the Sea King army sooner or later, and they even often talk about the Sea King army in the forum. Therefore, even if the players were not prepared for this battle, they were not afraid at all. However, this time when they encountered the Sea King army led by Iron Hammer, the players no longer had the advantage in numbers. At the moment of the confrontation with them, several warships were immediately destroyed. Countless sea monsters entangled the warships and began to climb, and many soldiers of the Sea King army jumped onto the deck of the warship along the sea monsters and fought with the players. Compared with the battle on the upper deck, the players still had a slight advantage, and those players who fell into the water because of the destruction of the warships had a very difficult time resisting. After all, in terms of water quality, the soldiers of the Sea King army are many times higher than the players, and they are completely at a disadvantage underwater. Seeing this scene, Shen Ziyu also had a headache. Obviously, he had provoked a strong one this time. The most ferocious in the battle was the Big Hammer. His personal strength was unmatched. In order to reduce the pressure on his comrades, Shen Ziyu decisively drove the big dragon ship to crash into the Iron Hammer. This time, the collision between the dragon ship and Iron Hammer was unexpected, causing Iron Hammer to flip several times in the water. "You dare to compete with me?" After stabilizing himself, Iron Hammer widened his eyes, slowly bent his body, and then violently crashed into the dragon ship. Bang! The Big Hammer retreated a little, and the golden light of the domineering body outside the big dragon ship dimmed a little. The bow tilted up, and slid back a distance. "Come again!" The Iron Hammer's unyielding temper was aroused, and his body shot out after accumulating strength again, crashing into the big dragon ship. Bang! 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 With the continuous collision, Shen Ziyu and his companions felt like they were being repelled again and again like swinging on a swing. At this time, they were in a daze. They didn't know why the Iron Hammer didn't hit other vulnerable parts of the warship, so they stared at their dragon head and tossed it hard. The Iron Hammer didn't feel good either. The continuous collision made his head buzz, but his unyielding character made him bite the bullet and crash into the big dragon ship again. Bang! 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 The members of the Big Dragon Club rose and fell with each collision. "This idiot is still the commander-in-chief of the flag army of the Sea King army?" Daming looked at the panel of the Iron Hammer and said speechlessly, "TSK, TSK, TSK, isn't he in pain? I feel pain just looking at him." Shen Ziyu shook his head. "As long as he's happy," Shueli said faintly. Everyone in the Dalong Club. After being hit dozens of times, Tai Hammer grimaced in pain, his head buzzing. "You, break it for me." The hot-tempered Tai Hammer gathered all his strength and slammed into the Dalong warship again. Crack! This time, the domineering golden light of the Dalong warship was directly shattered, and the ramming angle at the bow was also broken by the huge force, and the entire warship suddenly lost its defense. Shen Ziyu, who saw this scene, looked condensed and shouted quickly, "Get in the water and kill him." When the guild members heard it, they all picked up their weapons and fell into the water one by one. The ruby on Shen Ziyu's body also began to flash. The leaping figure suddenly sank and smashed towards the Iron Hammer. Duong, this punch hit the water and collided with the head of the Iron Hammer. A reaction force came from the head of the Iron Hammer, and he was blown away by this force, and bloodwords of injury appeared on his body. This made Shen Ziyu a little horrified. No wonder this monster kept colliding with the warship. It turned out that his head was so hard. The Big Hammer was also dizzy at this time. The previous collision had already made him extremely uncomfortable. Shen Ziyu said that this came suddenly. Now he felt that his whole head was like paste and he couldn't tell the east, south, west and north. However, facing the attack of Daming and others, Iron Hammer subconsciously waved his arms. Iron Hammer's own strength is already strong. Daming and others were smashed away as soon as they approached. They were completely unequal in strength. Just as Chen Ziyu led his men to attack again, the Sea King's soldiers who had observed the besieged Big Hammer from a distance also rushed to support immediately. Seeing this scene, Chen Ziyu realized that something was wrong and quickly shouted in the regional channel, "Retreat! Run away as many ships as possible, quickly!" Although the warships can repair themselves, the speed is extremely slow. If you want to repair them quickly, you can only consume wood, so Chen Ziyu decisively chose to let the players retreat, and at the same time put the slightly damaged big dragon ship into space. Chen Ziyu had great prestige among the players. When the players on the warships that had not been destroyed heard about it, they hurriedly drove the warships away. Facing the surrounding Iron Hammer army, the players who fell into the water launched a final desperate fight. However, the disadvantage was already formed, and the last resistance was just a dying struggle. In the end, these players were still surrounded and killed by the army. "Boss, several ships are about to escape." A soldier of the Iron Hammer army pointed at the fleeing players and said to Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer shook his head vigorously, and didn't listen to his subordinates at all. He just felt dizzy and was not in the right state. In the battle with the Iron Hammer army, the players lost a total of 100 guild-level warships and hundreds of personal ghost ships. This wave of naval battles allowed the players to see the power of the Sea King army for the first time, and they also realized that they still had a long way to go to confront the Sea King army head-on. However, because of this naval battle, the price of materials in the auction house rose again, and many people simply could not afford spiritual materials. At this time, a post attracted everyone's attention. "Do you want spiritual materials? Come to the North Rock region to chop trees. The tree demons here are all spiritual materials." 2 videos were added to the post. The first video shows that several players are fighting with a tree demon. With tacit cooperation, the tree demon is chopped to the ground, but the dead tree demon leaves behind a branch that flashes with dark green light. Below this video is also a screenshot of the item attributes: Tree Demon Wood, Level 2 Spiritual Material, the essence of the body of the tree demon, which has many uses such as healing wounds and refining medicine. The second video shows that these players summoned a private ghost ship and then handed the tree demon wood to the ghost ship. The ghost ship slowly sucked the tree demon wood in, and then there was a chewing sound from the hull, and the experience bar on the ghost ship panel in the video began to slide forward. At the end of the video, the player who posted the message said something. "Aren't you all short of spiritual materials? There are so many tree demons in the North Rock territory, and there are a lot of spiritual materials waiting for you. Young men who want to raise a ship, what are you waiting for? Pick up your axe and chop down trees." This technical post caused a sensation among the players, and the post was full of praise for the host. This time, before the naval battle began, the players turned their attention to the North Rock territory, and a large number of players came in groups to fight for cutting trees and raising ships. On this day, Lu Wu, who was feeding Bailey, suddenly received a call. Usually, except for the information of urging payment, Lu Wu's mobile phone basically would not be called, and the call at this time made him feel a little surprised. He took out his phone from his pocket, and a female head was displayed on the screen, which read, "And Man. When Lu Wu saw this name, a lively girl who loved to laugh and make trouble appeared in his mind. And Man's family and Lu Wu's family were once neighbors. The relationship between the two families can be said to be very harmonious, and they often visited each other, so Lu Wu and Man have been good friends since childhood. However, and Man's family later had a better development, and the whole family moved out of Jialan City when Lu Wu was in elementary school. It was a coincidence that they were studying in the same university again. During an offline game black activity, they discovered that they were childhood sweethearts. Lu Wu and Man have 2 extreme personalities, but they get along very well. And Man is also one of the few friends of Lu Wu. "Hello, dog dad? Are you asleep? If you are not asleep, come out and have fun." A clear and pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. "What the hell?" late at night Lu Wu said unhappily. "Brother, your sister Man has finally come to Jialan, and she called you as soon as she got off the plane. With this attitude, I tell you, you will get beaten." And Man deliberately lowered her voice and showed a threatening look. "Where are you? I'll pick you up?" Lu Wu looked at his watch, feeling helpless, but he still nodded in agreement. Lu Wu doesn't have many friends, but he cherishes every one of them. When he knew Man came to Jialan, he planned to get together. "I'm in front of the cinema next to Jialan Airport. Come quickly. I'm still hungry. I'm waiting for you to treat me to a big meal." And Man smiled on the other end of the phone. It will take me more than 2 hours to get here. Why don't you find something to do first? Okay. I'll wait for you to pick me up. After hanging up the phone, Luwu looked at Bailey, who was staring at him, and inexplicably felt a murderous aura. I want to go too. Bailey stared at Luwu. I'm going to pick up a friend, not to play. Luwu explained. I'm protecting you because I'm afraid you'll be in danger. Hearing this, Luwu's face suddenly became expressionless. He knew Bailey's combat effectiveness. Apart from research and development and eating, he was a complete scumbag. It was not certain who would protect whom. Stay here and wait for me to come back. Looking at the angry Bailey, Luwu comforted him and then went out. As he had no means of transportation, Luwu could only take a taxi on the side of the road. After getting in the car, the driver was very silent. The old song Long Time No See was playing in the car, which made Luwu sigh and reminded him of many past events. In fact, there was a reason why Man always called Luwu Dog Daddy. The two went to kindergarten together when they were young, and there was one thing that left a deep impression on Man about Luwu. This incident was the biggest stain in Luwu's life. When he was in kindergarten, the teacher said that boys and girls should not kiss when playing together in order to let everyone know that men and women should not be intimate, and kissing would lead to pregnancy. Luwu thought so deeply at the time. But one day, when Luwu was teasing the pregnant female dog in the kindergarten yard, he accidentally kissed her mouth to mouth, and the female dog gave birth to a puppy the next day. At that time, Luwu, with the neighbor girl and Man as witness, swore to thee and the paparazzi, in the future, I, Luwu, will not let you two starve. I, Luwu, will keep my word. Such a solemn oath, after growing up, became the biggest laughingstock of Luwu in front of Man, and it was also the embarrassing thing he least wanted to recall. After 2 hours of travel, Luwu arrived in front of the cinema at Jialan Airport and then called in Man's cell phone. Man, I'm here, where are you? Don't worry, dog dad, wait another 10 minutes, it's exciting. And Man said heartlessly, and Luwu also heard the fighting sound in the movie on the phone. Thinking that he spent 2 hours taking a taxi from a long distance, but in Man was actually watching a movie, Luwu was furious. But there was no other way. And Man rarely came to Jialan, so he took a small notebook to record the account. About 15 minutes later, the movie ended and people poured out of the cinema. A tall woman with a charming smile held a bucket of popcorn in her left hand and waved to Luwu in the crowd. Seeing the familiar face, Luwu also grinned and walked forward. Dog dad, long time no see, you don't seem to have changed much, and Man looked at Luwu and said with a smile. You are getting more and more beautiful, but it's a pity that your personality hasn't changed. Luwu also smiled. The familiar feeling filled the hearts of the two, and the gap between the two who had not seen each other for many years gradually faded. After knowing that Man had not eaten dinner yet, Luwu began to take in Man to find a place to eat nearby. However, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Except for this midnight movie theater, all the shops around were closed. The two had no choice but to walk and look. When talking about the funny things in the past, the two would laugh heartlessly, and this feeling made them very enjoyable. By the way, what movie did you just watch? And Man stuffed a handful of popcorn into her mouth, chewing and saying, Avengers X, it was just released not long ago, it's quite popular, but I don't understand it very well. Maybe you haven't seen other Marvel series, so you don't understand it, Luwu said with a smile. Maybe, but I have a question. The villains are so powerful, why don't Superman and Batman come out to fight with the Avengers? Luwu was petrified instantly. He glanced at Man and found that Man looked serious, so he had to explain, they are not from the same company, one is Marvel and the other is DC. Saving the Earth also requires a branch company? Can't we do it together? And Man also seemed very surprised. Luwu suddenly felt very tired. He was talking about reality, but Man obviously thought he was talking about the forces in the movie. However, Luwu still explained the relationship between Marvel and DC in detail, which made Man suddenly realize. In this way, the two walked and laughed all the way. In the end, the two who couldn't even find a roadside stall finally gave up the idea of eating. Originally, Luwu planned to take Man back to his residence, anyway, there was an empty room. However, Man said that she had an important schedule tomorrow, so Luwu had to give up with regret. After sending Man back to the hotel that had been booked, Luwu, who was very tired, also set off for home. The next day, in the meeting room of the headquarters of 173 Company. Do you want to cooperate with Xinjiang Company to broadcast the game competition? Wu Gui asked Man who was sitting opposite him. Yes, Mr. Wu, you are the only one who can contact Xinjiang Online Company now, so I want to talk to Xinjiang Company about the future broadcasting rights of the game through you. Looking at Wu Gui, and Man said very seriously. The main purpose of his visit to Jialan City this time was to obtain the broadcasting rights of Xinjiang Company's competition. Recently, several videos have become popular on many video portals. These videos are battle videos recorded by players in Xinjiang Online. The most famous one is Christmas Battle. This video with BGM is exciting. Countless players fight to the death and charge forward fearlessly. Even through the screen, you can feel the anger and persistence in the hearts of the players. The number of hits on this battle on many websites has exceeded 1 million, and it has attracted a large number of players to settle in the Xinjiang Online game. It is precisely because of studying the videos in the Xinjiang Online game that the Shark Event live broadcasting platform wherein Man is located wants to seize this opportunity in advance to obtain the broadcasting and commentary rights of the event. Although the popular events such as the Arena and Guild Wars have not been updated in the game of Xinjiang Online yet. However, she had a hunch that it might be too late to discuss it when the game really launched events. Xinjiang Online has an unprecedentedly high praise rate in the gaming circle, so An's father asked in Man to come to Jialan to ask Wu Gui for help, and wanted to find Xinjiang Online to discuss cooperation matters. Looking at in Man, Wu Gui was silent for a moment. Your father and I are old friends, so I just said some things directly and clearly. And Man heard it and nodded. Although the game Xinjiang Online has not launched events yet, I can tell you for sure that if this game launches events, it will definitely not be weaker than the most popular games like Atlantis, and it may even have a stronger influence. If you want to get the live broadcast and commentary rights of the events, the price will probably be very high. Wu Gui himself has discussed cooperation matters with Lu Wu several times, and he is very clear about Lu Wu's attitude. Lu Wu gave him the feeling that he didn't care about the benefits at all, but was really operating this game with his heart. This is something Wu Gui admires very much. He is also a member of the game, so he knows clearly how terrifying the profit will be if this game opens a recharge channel. Wu Gui believes that if it were him, he would definitely not be able to resist this temptation. But up to now, the game has developed, and there is no intention of launching the recharge of soul coins. Wu Gui can only say that he can't figure out Lu Wu and has no idea of his thoughts. So for the cooperation negotiation mentioned by Man, he is actually not optimistic at all. Regarding Wu Gui's so-called contribution, and Man was silent for a while and then said, Mr. Wu, I want to talk to the person in charge of the online game in person about this. Wu Gui nodded after hearing this. In that case, I can help you contact him, but I can't guarantee whether he is willing to come and talk to you. And Man smiled slightly. Thank you Uncle Wu for your care. Looking at Bailey who was lying on the bed eating snacks and looking at him from time to time, Lu Wu sighed. Shaoli, you can eat, but why do you always look at me like that? Bailey raised his upper body and continued chewing. Spring is coming, I want to see what changes animals will have during the estrus period. Lu Wu. That's my friend, I haven't contacted her for many years. Lu Wu sighed. To be honest, he and Man really didn't have any idea of dating. The two were in a proper boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. At this time, Lu Wu's cell phone suddenly rang. After answering the phone, Wu Gui's voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Lu, are you free? Come out and treat you to a meal. Lu Wu glanced at Bailey who was listening with his ears erect, and felt helpless. Brother Wu, I'm busy recently. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free some other day. Hearing this, Wu Gui simply got straight to the point. Brother Lu, have you ever considered the issue of game competitions? Lu Wu was stunned. The live broadcast of the competition is actually what he is considering now. In addition to the previously planned guild competition, there is also a personal arena that is being prepared, as well as ladder rankings, etc. These are the competitive event functions that Lu Wu is preparing to add in the development of the game. Lu Wu attaches great importance to game competitions. In the development of games, competitive events can be said to play an extremely critical role in publicity and can also increase the popularity of the game itself. This can be well reflected in the earliest games such as LOL. Every event will attract a large number of players to cheer for their favorite teams. Unfortunately, formal game competitions require venues, commentary, opening ceremonies and other very complicated procedures. Although the official website platform now has live broadcasts that can be used for competitions, it is still far behind, and the conditions are not mature. However, Lu Wu was surprised why Wu Gui asked this. The 173 game platform should not broadcast competitions. What does Brother Wu mean? Lu Wu asked curiously. Do you know the Shark Event live broadcast platform? Of course I know. It's one of the 3 major game event live broadcast platforms in China. I used to watch domestic and foreign game event commentary on that platform. Hearing Wu Gui mention the Shark Event platform, Lu Wu had a vague guess in his heart. They want to negotiate with you for the event authorization of the game Xingjian Online. As for whether you are willing or not, it's entirely up to you. I'm just asking for them. Wu Guiyi replied. Lu Wu was also somewhat moved when he heard it. After all, the guild competition he built was already preparing for the first season, and the other party was one of the 3 major event live broadcast platforms in China. It has a lot of traffic and can completely help promote the game. In addition, the other party has very successful experience in hosting events. It can be said that it is exactly what he needs. Brother Wu, we can talk. After thinking for a while, Lu Wu answered simply and clearly. Wu Guiyi was stunned by Lu Wu's attitude, which was somewhat inconsistent with what he thought. After all, Lu Wu's attitude had always been very Buddhist, as if he didn't care about money at all except for the development of the game. How could he suddenly change? Then let's have lunch. I'll contact her later and I'll book a table at the Palace Hotel. You can just come over then. Lu Wu agreed decisively. After hanging up the phone, Lu Wu suddenly found Bailey staring at him expressionlessly. Stare, I want to go too. In the private room of the Palace Hotel, Lu Wu and Man stared at each other. Daddy, are you the person in charge of the online game? Lu Wu heard this and smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that Man was the one who wanted to date him. Then it's done? Lu Wu nodded. Since it's you, it's done. Don't you want to discuss the conditions? Uncle An is very good to me, and you are my friend. Besides, cooperating with you can also help promote the game, so there is no need for conditions, but all the expenses and venue arrangements for each game event will be contracted by you. Lu Wu's idea is very simple, because he already has higher pursuits, and the role of money is not so important to him, even less important than soul coins, as long as it is enough. And Man smiled slightly. No problem. Wu Guiyi also widened his eyes at the side. They had only sat down for less than 5 minutes, and they had finished the discussion. There is an affair. Bailey, who glanced back and forth between Man and Lu Wu, muttered at this time. Hearing this, the atmosphere instantly became awkward. Child, don't mind. Lu Wu said to Man awkwardly. When did you have a child? Looking at Bailey, and Man shuddered inexplicably, and she felt a murderous aura. This is not my child, her name is Bailey, and she is my friend. Looking at Man's suspicious eyes, Lu Wu explained with a stiff face. Hearing Lu Wu's explanation, Wu Guiyi's eyes also changed. He clearly remembered that Lu Wu said Bailey was her sister before. How could they become friends? There was something weird here. Why are you looking at me like this? Looking at Man and Wu Guiyi's obviously distrustful eyes, Lu Wu felt that they seemed to have misunderstood something. Little sister, where are your parents? Looking at the delicate and lovely Bailey, and Man bent down and asked in a low voice. Mom and Dad? No, Bailey answered calmly. And Man, who thought Bailey was an orphan, suddenly felt sympathy and couldn't help wanting to hug Bailey, but Bailey dodged flexibly. Fair competition, no sneak attacks. Bailey raised his little fist and took a fighting stance. Lu Wu pulled Bailey to his side, looked at the angry Bailey, and had a headache. Shut up, what fair competition, don't talk nonsense. Facing the suspicious Man and Wu Guiyi, Lu Wu could only explain it with the words he had thought of long ago, saying that he met the pitiful Bailey somewhere, and then he was filled with sympathy, so he adopted her. Fortunately, the two did not delve into anything, and Man also knew Lu Wu's character and knew that he would not commit the kind of stupid things that deserved 3 years in prison, so the matter was revealed. Later, while eating, Man took the initiative to talk to Lu Wu about the future game events. Lu Wu had nothing to hide about this, and took the initiative to inform him of the guild championship he had prepared. Upon hearing this, Man said that while coordinating the live broadcast, she would also take care of the event commentary and the game opening show, as a way of thanking Lu Wu for authorizing her without any conditions. However, the one who was most upset after hearing the news was Wu Guiyi. He was also the president of a guild in the game. How could he not be excited after hearing this inside information? Although he did not make it public, he was secretly planning the next development of the guild in his heart, preparing to make a splash in this guild competition. After a dinner, everyone was no longer restrained, especially Lu Wu and Man, who were already familiar friends. While eating, they often talked about the past. Bailey, on the other hand, had been burying his head in eating hard, and from time to time he would look up at the two people who were chatting happily, and then he would turn his grief and anger into appetite again and start a killing spree at the dinner table. In the Wushu Sea, Chongming Island. In a bush, a 10-man team of the demolition office was quietly dormant here, observing the situation outside through the gaps between the branches and leaves. And a few dozen meters outside the bush, there was a strange land covering an area of 100 square meters, flashing emerald green light. Many beast-shaped creatures patrolled around the field, guarding this spiritual field. Among the many spiritual materials planted in this spiritual field, the most eye-catching one is the strange-shaped fruit in the middle of the spiritual field. Son of the Sea, a mysterious fruit blessed by the sea, a priceless epic treasure. After swallowing it, you can get the blessing of the yellow spring sea god and randomly get a talent level ability. Looking at this epic treasure, the eyes of several people hiding in the bushes are red. This is their third time to log on to Chongming Island. The previous head-on confrontations were all defeated, but they were unwilling to share this secret. This time, only 10 people came to the group and sneaked here secretly to see if there was a chance to steal the Son of the Sea. After 5 hours of squatting, they also saw that this spiritual field would rotate a shift of orcs to guard it every 2 hours, with a 2-minute gap, so they were ready to move quickly when the guards were replaced. After waiting for a while again, the patrolling orcs really started to head east. At this time, Lu Chai and 10 other people jumped out of the bushes and ran madly towards the Son of the Sea. Just as they thought, there were no orcs blocking them in the past 2 minutes. They easily picked up the Son of the Sea and swept around the spiritual field madly. Announcement for the whole area: congratulations to player Lu Chai for obtaining the epic treasure, Son of the Sea. Seeing the announcement, Lu Chai was ecstatic. Woof woof! At this time, a puppy came from nowhere, jumped to Lu Chai's side, and rubbed his trouser legs with his head. Go away! Lu Chai kicked the puppy away. You know, he hates dogs the most. The era at home cost him a lot of decoration fees. If his wife didn't like it very much, he would have stewed the dog long ago. Another dog that he hated very much was Sun Chi from the Myth Guild. The two guilds had several conflicts over resources. Sun Chi, the dog that could heal groups of people, gave him a lot of headaches. Several guild wars were lost because of this dead dog. So in Lu Chai's opinion, dogs are not good things. However, this kick caused trouble. The puppy began to whine after landing on the ground. When the orcs who were changing shifts in the distance heard it, they rushed towards the location of the spiritual field. Run! Lu Chai stuffed the Son of the Ocean into the space and shouted loudly. He had experienced the strength of these orcs, and they would definitely not be his opponents. However, Lu Chai turned around and glanced, and suddenly saw the attribute panel of the puppy not far away. Dog Egg, the son of Xiaotian, the lord of Chongming Island, in the larval stage. Seeing the introduction of this puppy, Lu Chai glared and grabbed the puppy in his hand while running. The orcs guarding the spiritual field were all extremely powerful warriors. Lu Chai and others caught up with them before they ran a few steps. Several guild members who ran slowly were immediately knocked to the ground. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Lu Chai turned around and raised Godan, and at the same time pinched its neck. Don't come over.